Your college football game day has come early.
Goes down the field for Sicky, goes up high. He's got get away from the cop speed, and the ball is free. Woo! What a hit. You got barbecue back there.
From underdog triumphs to powerhouse showdowns, we've got your winning playbook covered. It's BetMGM with Chris Mack, RJ Choppy, and John Martin on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
And week 2 is in the books, which means week 3 right around the corner. Here to get you ready for all of it on BetMGM alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin. I'm Chris Mack. Make sure you're following along with everything BetMGM Network and BetMGM on all the social media at BetMGM Network, and you can watch the show on YouTube too whenever you want to. The BetMGM Network is where you search and find us with everything we got for you this week, including a couple of massive SEC games, an interesting one with a group of 5 team that continues to scare people maybe. They've at the very least come up with a couple of big upsets early on, and a rematch of an early season game last year as well. Plenty to get into. But week 2, boys, the biggest story, I mentioned that group of 5 team that's already scared a couple people, maybe knocked one from the playoff picture, maybe a second one in week 2. Florida with a massive and disappointing loss to South Florida's 17.5-point favorites. John, Florida's next games are at LSU, at Miami, against Texas, and at Texas A&M. I don't want to say they're done and they're cooked, because you win any one of those 4 games or a couple of them, and maybe it swings things back in your direction. That's the advantage of an SEC schedule, but the disadvantage is you lose a couple of those and you fall right out of the picture.
First of all, Chris, I can't believe you're not asking me about the winner of this game. I mean, given the fact that I am.
We'll get there. Don't worry.
I mean,
American Conference standard bearer.
Yeah, man. I'm the gangster of the group of 5. I put the G in G5. All right.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously, that's a devastating loss just for Billy Napier's tenure. It already wasn't feeling necessarily that great. He, probably would have lost his job if not for the finish last year. And to lose outright as a 17.5, 18-point favorite is just, quite frankly, unacceptable at a place like that. Now, there were some sharp people that I talked to about this game, and when I brought it up as embarrassing, they kind of pushed back on me a little bit. They said, it's not that embarrassing. You were right there. A couple of throws weren't made. A couple of touchdowns got called back. Were you going to cover? No. Was it embarrassing? I think that's where we may disagree, but I don't know, man. Lagway just looked like he hasn't taken a step. I think that's kind of the problem. I expected a really, really huge year from him, and I didn't see an explosive arm. I didn't really see much in the way of chunk plays. I know this South Florida defense has improved, but, man, come on. You're talking about SEC money versus AAC money. That's like – that's like RJ and his partners there in Dallas, man. They can't touch him on the money, man. What are we doing? So I'm just kidding. I'm just making that up. I don't want anybody to get mad at me, but I'm not kidding about the SEC and the AAC. The gap is absolutely massive. And so to lose like that in this day and age, man, it's just unacceptable. So, they'll have to beat LSU to turn it around. But I don't think they will, because I think that LSU defense is elite.
Well, they had a brutal schedule anyway. They just did. I mean, they have an absolute murderer's row, and they could wind up – look, they could split the tough games they have left, and it would still wind up being a 4 or 5 loss season. Like, that's how bad their schedule is. It's so difficult. And, they did Napier no favors with this schedule. It is what it is, though, right? Like, this is kind of life. And – Billy Napier, I wanted him at Tennessee when they hired Josh Heupel. I was not happy with the Heupel hire. And I am like, oh, thank God right now. Like, oh, thank God. Because Napier is, he's a Knoxville guy, and he was a hot shot coach at La Tech, but things are not looking good. And he can't get his quarterback straight. They always seem to start off slow. I have no doubt they'll pick things up. They fought for him last year. The issue is going to wind up being is it going to be too late for them? And it probably is, because they have to find a way. I really think they need to be, if they get to first week of December and they are where Ole Miss was last year, where they were kind of a fringe playoff team, I could see them keeping him, right? I could see them keeping him. Shy of that, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and I think, like we outlined, their updated win total, by the way, is just 5.5 Florida now, if you want to bet it at BetMGM. And the problem is the schedule. John mentioned the trip to LSU this weekend. Then they go to Miami, and after a bye week, congratulations, the gift waiting at home for you, the Longhorns. The trip to A&M after that. And don't forget, they still got the cocktail party at the beginning of November against Georgia. The last 4 weeks, all of a sudden, may have looked like a soft landing late in the year, and maybe like they were built for some sort of upswing again at the end of the year. But now all of a sudden you got Tennessee and you got to go to Florida State for that traditional rivalry game. So I don't know. Florida's in trouble. South Florida, I did want to bring it up real quick. We didn't have it in the official rundown, but we got to bring it up because it's AAC action. It's Group of 5 action. And John Martin, as he said, puts the G in G5. The Bulls are all the way down to 220 to make the playoff, John. Now, here's the problem with that. At that number, I don't like it anymore because they still got to go to your backyard in Memphis at the end of October, and they still got to travel to Navy 3 weeks after that. And those are a couple other teams. My focus would be more on those other American teams and those other Group of 5 teams right now where you may find a better number to make the CFP.
Yeah, look, I don't disagree with that at all. If you can go out there and you can find some ratings, whether it's Sagarin, whether it's the SP Plus, that still have Memphis actually rated higher than South Florida, for example. So, it's all just about kind of what you believe. That's hard for me to square given what my eyes have told me the last couple of weeks. But I think there's no doubt that Alex Golesh has overachieved with this group already. I mean, I think that's the story. Whatever happens the rest of the way, we're going to see. But he's put himself in the discussion, for the next job, right? The next big job that comes up, whether it's Florida, whether it's another SEC job, whatever the case may be. Like, he has shown, an ability to compete with these, SEC teams year in and year out. A couple of years ago, it was Alabama with Nick Saban that they took to the wire there. So, I don't know if they'll be there in the end. Like you said, I mean, they still have to come to Memphis, and Memphis very rarely loses conference games here. So it'll be tough, but if you're them, you're feeling good about it because you're beating Boise State, you're beating Florida, you've got the driver's seat, you're in it. So,
Choppy, if there was another Group of 5 team that you had an eye on, because South Florida is the only one ranked right now, who would it be? Or is it should it be the Bulls?
Yeah, I think it has to be South Florida. I think it has to be them. If you want to say Tulane, they got a game with Duke this weekend. It's a Power 5 game. I mean, it's not. They're not playing, prime, Saban level Alabama, but it's still a Power 5 game. So I think it has to be South Florida. There's no doubt about that. You've got two. Name me the other team in the sport that has 2 top 25 wins, and they're going to have a chance to have 3. And if they beat Miami, I mean, they can lose out, and I'm still putting them in the playoff. Like that's how good those 3 wins are.
Back to the Gators for a second because they got to go to Baton Rouge, as I mentioned. 7-point dogs right now, BetMGM, 48.5 on the total. We feel confident laying a full touchdown with the Tigers here, John?
No, and it's 7.5 here at BetMGM. I do love that under though, at 46.5, because if I'm sitting here saying that LSU's defense is elite, and we just saw how anemic Florida looked last week, and they did. How can I not take this 46.5? I mean, I do think you get sort of a better effort from Florida, but I don't know what their ceiling is offensively. Like, I haven't really seen it. So I would take the under here, 46.5.
Under, baby. Let's go. It's still early. These teams haven't found their rhythm yet necessarily. And then you got a lot of dudes. You got a lot of dudes on these defenses. So I think the under is the play. I haven't looked at the weather. I don't know if we're going to get some weather, but give me the under. I don't like that number. That number, I feel, if I was going to take a side, I'm probably taking Florida 7.5. Like this is one of those things where if Florida had won this past week, I mean, how much they get downgraded? 3 points? I mean, it's a 4.5 point spread. I don't think it's 7.5. Certainly, maybe it's less than 4.5. So, I like the under, and I would be tempted on Florida plus 7.5.
Yeah, I think if you could get me under 7, I might consider LSU, but I don't know if that's going to come back at this point because I still got my questions about. It was nice to see them finally get off the schneid in openers under Brian Kelly in week 1, but I still had a lot of questions raised from that one. So I think at that number, especially 7.5, I'd probably stay away from LSU and probably stay away from the game as a whole as well. Let's talk about Oklahoma, Michigan real quick because that was the big game of last week. And, I mean, John Mateer, baby. RJ, he continues to show up big. Updated Oklahoma numbers right now, 33-1 on the national title, 18-1 on the SEC. But that to make the playoff number that was all the way north of 5-1 before the season started, now down to plus 235. And Mateer all of a sudden has vaulted himself to the top of the Heisman board at 9-1.
Yeah, look, he's been tremendous. This was the best pickup in the portal. He was the top quarterback in the portal, especially at the time. He has been tremendous, and he is single-handedly going to save the job of Brent Venables. I mean, he is. He was. Venables was on the hot seat. There's no doubt about that. Him and Napier were the two guys, and he is going to get his job saved from Moneyline Mateer, as the kids call him. That's what's going to happen. But this guy's been awesome. And you could see that win. You could see that spread that just wasn't enough. Not because Oklahoma is that much better than Michigan, even though I think they are considerably better, but the home road split and the fact that Bryce was making his first road start, that's difficult. That's just a difficult place to play. It's a difficult environment to be in as an 18, 19-year-old kid. So that didn't surprise me. But the fact that Mateer has done what he has done is been fantastic for Sooner fans.
Let me ask you this, John. With Mateer and Nussmeier both co-favorites right now in the Heisman race at BetMGM at 9-1, who do you expect to have a bigger game? Who do you think is at the top of that Heisman board when we come out of week 3, or is it somebody else? Sellers drops back down to 15-1. I'm a big fan, and we'll get to Notre Dame, Texas A&M, but I've been a big fan the entire offseason, now into the offseason on Jeremiah Love. Hey, he's down to 40-1. Where are you looking Heisman race-wise for the biggest impact in week 3?
Yeah, I mean, I think Mateer is just sort of a force of nature unto himself. And so that's why he just kind of the Oklahoma offense is like, it's like running like Golden State basketball. You know what I mean? It's like Steph Curry. And that's John Mateer. Everything has to go through John. I mean, he's the quarterback, but it's like he's sort of the center of their orbit, right? He's running the ball. He's obviously passing the ball. It just kind of feels like John Mateer is always calling his own number first. And so it just comes down to if you believe Oklahoma's real. I mean, that's just kind of what you have to ask yourself because the numbers are going to be there. And if you think they're good enough to be a top 15, top 20 team at the end of this, then absolutely you should be betting, the other JM. This town ain't big enough for 2 JMs that bet on college football. That's what I always say. Now,
you always say that? You walk around town saying that?
No, he says he didn't.
I've heard of it.
No, he says he didn't, so he's leaving it to me.
22, dude, 22.5 is the number on Oklahoma at Temple.
Yeah.
Like, what?
It's a bad scheduling spot. Yeah. It's come down because they have to come off this win against Michigan. They have to travel all the way to Philly against a Temple team that, who's getting up for Temple. And then they have a bye week next week. So, everybody's kind of snuffed this one out as a sleepy spot for the Sooners.
I don't know. Well, just
lay it then. Eat the chalk, man. Eat it.
Yeah, I think I have to. Because I think Mateer's gonna go out there and just light them up for 2.5 quarters, and I'll be able to take a nap in the fourth quarter.
Sleeping on the Owls.
That's the worry. That's the worry. They take a nap in the fourth quarter and they get a backdoor
cover. I know that's the worry.
He's handicapping against himself. I mean, if you don't even take it seriously, how can you expect the Sooners to?
Well,
That's
if they're up by 45 at the half, John, I'm gonna be okay.
That's crazy. You think the Owls are just gonna lay down like that? That's crazy.
Yeah, nobody just goes into Temple.
Whoa.
Nobody goes into Temple. And by the way, what is with Pennsylvania colleges where y'all play in NFL stadiums?
I don't know. It sucks. But it'll be more dangerous, speaking of the stadium, outside of that place than it will be inside for Oklahoma. I'm laying the 22.5. Maybe not my best bet, but we'll get to those at the end of the show, as well as some national championship looks as well. But coming up next, we mentioned a big matchup in the SEC. Choppy's Vols hosting the Dogs. They haven't beat them in, I don't know, we don't even remember. That's next on BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network for you every Friday night and Saturday morning, and always whenever you need us inside the Odyssey app or wherever you download your podcasts, including TuneIn and iHeartRadio. This is BetMGM-U. Thank you for joining us alongside John Martin and RJ Choppy. I'm Chris Mack. 3 big matchups in week 3 of the college football schedule of ranked teams facing each other. We got Notre Dame recovering, licking their wounds a little bit after a bye week and the loss to Miami in the opener. We'll get to their game against Texas A&M in just a moment. Plus, we got done talking about South Florida a moment ago as a group of 5 contender. They're going to face Miami. Can they keep the strings of upsets going? And this number, a whole lot similar to last week's number against Florida, that on the way. But let's start with the matchup in the SEC, Georgia against Tennessee. 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Central kickoff on Saturday. Tennessee has averaged 58.5 points per game for what it's worth in the first 2 weeks, but one of those was against East Tennessee. The other one against Syracuse. Nonetheless, Joey Aguilar looks like the answer. Is he better maybe than Nico? Certainly looks like it this year so far. 535 yards, 5 touchdowns in those first 2 games. It'll be Gunnar Stockton's first ever true road game, though, as Georgia's starting quarterback, Choppy. How you feeling about this, Mr. Vol, with the Bulldogs coming in on, I think it's an 8-game winning streak against the Vols the last 8 times they've met?
Yeah, we're not going to, we're not here to talk about the past, Senator. We're not. Okay. I felt a lot better about this game coming into the week. If not now, then never. You are getting, and we have talked about this a lot, this is Gunnar Stockton's first true road start. That's a big deal. We know that's a big deal. It's a big deal in college athletics, especially now in the era of NIL and the portal and things changing. Kirby Smart talked about not being able to do certain things when you're on the road. Neyland's a loud spot. It's just a tough place to play. And Tennessee is a good team. If not now, we're never beating this team. This is the year. This is the year. I felt great until I got the injury report from today, and look at that. I mean, look at the amount of starters that are hurt, that are questionable or out.
That's a lot of names.
Both of our DBs out. Hobbs out. Sanders questionable. Moy, I doubt he plays. I mean, his arm is still behind his back. He can't even move it. So I feel a little bit worried, and I'm very upset. I don't want to get into it. We got a youth baseball game that got scheduled at the same time as this Tennessee game. So I'll be watching this on a phone, and I'm going to be cheering, and some poor kid's going to strike out at the same time we score a touchdown, and I'm going to be cheering in the stands, and he's going to look at me like, what's going on? But I feel as good about this game as I have in a while. 2022, I talked myself into us winning down there. I should have known better. That was never going to happen. But I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't touch it.
Would you touch it with RJ's money, John, and take the 3.5?
No. No, I love and respect RJ a lot. I think he needs to keep his money. And he knows that. I mean, I'm not telling him anything he doesn't already know. I mean, I think the market has appropriately taken this number down. And if we're going to sit here and say that, it's a big deal that it's Gunnar Stockton's first SEC road start, I agree with that. The market has adjusted for that. It was 7, 6.5, 7. Now it's 3.5. I don't personally see how I'm not on the Bulldogs this weekend at 3.5. I mean, with the injuries to Tennessee secondary, and believe me, I'm not really a huge fan of Stockton. I liked him as a fill-in underdog story when Carson Beck went out and he was getting the shot against Notre Dame. And, I definitely, I love those kinds of stories. But that's over. And now he's the guy. And I'm not sold on him by any stretch of the imagination, but I just feel like it's a little too much. I feel like the market has reacted a little too much to all of those things coming into place, and with the injuries to the Tennessee DBs. I don't know where Tennessee you could say has an advantage over. I mean, maybe quarterback, but I don't think it's pronounced. I don't think it's like a pronounced advantage. I don't think it's like he's, a million miles better, or any stretch like that. So, look, I'll take Georgia minus 3.5. And sometimes it's kind of like the Chiefs getting points at home, right? Like you just kind of bet it and live with it. Take my money.
Yeah, I don't think I'm touching this one either. Not because of all the doubts that you guys both just outlined on the Tennessee side, but I just don't like laying more than a field goal on the road in the SEC in this position. I do think Georgia wins the game, but this is the SEC, man, with two teams that, Tennessee borderline playoff contender if everything breaks their way this year. We'll be talking about them at the end of the year, I think. But Georgia, a national championship contender. This is one of those chaos games where we all walk into it going, oh, yeah, Dogs should be able to handle this. And then something happens, whether Stockton melts down or there's a massive call or a turnover late in the game that swings it back in Tennessee's direction, and Georgia skates out of there with a 2 or 3 point victory on a last-second field goal. I just got that vibe from this one that Georgia pulls it out, but it's way, way too close and uncomfortably so if you're hanging the hook on it as well. So I won't be touching either side in this one, but I do think there's a chance we get an SEC Classic. Then, of course,
that's
what'll
no
happen.
fun, by the way. I mean, I don't know what kind of operation you're running up there in Pennsylvania, but it's really not fun to just sit there and not have any action on this game. I mean, you're disgusting.
That's right.
Oh, no. It's going to be fun because I'm not going to be sitting there with everything puckered up a couple minutes left in this game or losing my mind over it like Choppy, who's supposed to be coaching third base, and he's waving some kid around as the ball's – no, I ain't doing any of that. Please. I'm going to sit back, relax, have myself an ice-cold beer, and watch chaos rain down on Saturday afternoon. That's
what kind
what
of
I'm
beer,
here for.
if I may? What kind of beer are you going to have, man?
Ice cold Iron City Light. I see light right there, baby. Nectar of the gods.
There you go.
Ask my boy McAfee about that one. Yeah, I'm just here for the chaos. I'm not here for betting either side in this one. Just give me some good old-fashioned SEC chaos. All right, Saturday night, Notre Dame trying to bounce back from that loss in the opener to Miami against number 16, Texas A&M. Irish beat the Aggies, obviously 23-13 last year in their opener in College Station. Marcel Reed at quarterback for the Aggies, 3-0 straight up. Marcus Freeman as the head coach against the SEC for the Irish. A&M hasn't played anybody yet, though, Choppy. I know, UTSA. You get excited at the sound of
Roadrunners, baby.
You get excited at the sound of UT branch campuses and Utah State, but A&M getting 6.5. You tempted by that, or does this have to get to 7 or more for you?
At 6.5 is a terrible number for a dog. I'd be tempted at 7. I like it. I actually think A&M is they're alive here. They're a live dog in this. It would not surprise me if they go in there and win this game outright. This is now Notre Dame. The one thing they have is, they've already been tested once this year, so they've got that in their pocket, and they've got really, 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 really solid players. I think the under might play. I could see the under 50.5 being in play here, but I would probably wait for this to get to 7 before I jumped on it. If you thought, like, if I was an A&M supporter, not a fan, but like if I liked the team a little bit more, I could absolutely see myself going money line here. That's a good number, plus almost 2 to 1. You almost get 2 to 1. I mean, A&M's a good team. A&M's going to be a top 18, top 20 team all year. It's one turnover changes the entire thing. I think I would be on the under, if anything.
Yeah, that 50.5, John, with Notre Dame's defense, maybe a few Aggie turnovers. I really like what Choppy's talking about there with the under.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't really have much on the under, although I don't think there's anything wrong with it, because when we saw for the majority of that game against Miami, Notre Dame was a dead nut under again until the absolute last second, and it barely went over even then. But I'm just looking at these numbers from Mike Elko. He's 3-12 against the spread at Texas A&M. Second worst in the country since last year. Notre Dame 29-14-1 against the spread under Marcus Freeman. That's the best in the country since 2022. Past that, Elko was 0-7 against the spread in non-conference games since taking over at Texas A&M. Man's never covered out of conference against the spread. I saw some of those numbers there from Brad Powers. So a guy I really respect, really a sharp guy that I know, laid it with Notre Dame. Just kind of felt like the run game and the quarterback showed enough moxie that he could cover this number. Wasn't really convinced, by the A&M quarterback. So, I don't have anything on it. But if I'm sitting around, I'm having an Iron City, and I'm just looking for something to get into, I might just lay it with Notre Dame.
You allowed to ship beer in the mail? Can I do that? Can I send you some? Is that like, am I breaking some kind of federal law?
No, and honestly, if you do, we can get you some BetMGM network and definitely get you some good attorneys, man.
I was going to say, you live in Memphis. Federal law doesn't apply.
It's law. It's a lawless society down here.
It's a lawless city.
Catholics drink. I'll drink. Let's go.
Everybody get together on it. All right. Another one we need to take a look at. We mentioned him earlier off the top of the show. Big upset win over Florida last week. Of course, the win over Boise, the first weekend of the season as well. All of a sudden, everybody's talking about USF and the Bulls as a group of 5 playoff contender. Highest they've been ranked since 2008, 17th in the country. And they had lost 19 games against ranked teams in a row before these last 2 weeks. This will be their third in a row, obviously, against a ranked team. Miami absolutely thumped South Florida last year for what it's worth, and they've recorded more total yards than their opponents in each of their last 20 games. That is the longest active streak in the FBS. Carson Beck looked much better than I expected in their opener against Notre Dame, as we just got done talking about, and he's got weapons at his disposal, John. 17.5. Does South Florida crash back down to earth here?
Man, this is a tough one, dude, because, at some point, that all they do is keep overperforming. I mean, that's all they do. They overperformed against Boise. They way overperformed against Florida. And now you're sort of getting the same number. At some point, right, you leave the dog outside long enough, he's going to come up with fleas, man. Like, it's like you can't just leave the dog outside for 3 weeks and then the dog's not going to have fleas. Of course, he's going to come back in there with fleas and ticks and all kinds of critters, man. RJ knows in Texas, that dry heat down there. No, I think I think if I had to play this, I would probably lay it. Just because I would say Miami is a much better team than Florida. Much better offensive line. It's a real outfit, and Florida may not be. And I think we kind of saw that, right? That was our first kind of exposure to Florida not being the team that we maybe thought they would be. So I would probably lay it, because how many weeks in a row is the market power ratings going to be wrong about South Florida? Is it really going to be 3 weeks in a row? I don't see it. So I would lay it with Miami, but I would do so as I'm pressing submit. I would say, what is wrong with you? Because there's no reason to do this. But I think at some point it regresses.
I'll say this about the market power rankings. And in this era that we're in, I don't think we can get an accurate gauge of what the market power rankings are until about at the very earliest this week, right? Like this whole preseason poll stuff, got to do away with it, because South Florida, they're playing good football, and if you look at last year's game, and it was a 33-point victory. That's a lot, right? It's a lot of points. That's basically double what the point spread is right now. Is Miami half as good as last year? Yes, but South Florida better than last year. Answer probably is yes. I'm on South Florida this one. I like them plus 17.5. I mean, that's a legit 3-score game. Like, that's a lot. That's a lot of points. So I'm going to take South Florida here. I'm going to roll with the 17.5. I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, take this 6-1 money line. I'm not going to go down that road.
No, but you want to, don't you? You want to, don't you?
I would take this. I would take the money line before I take Miami minus 17.5.
But see, RJ's the guy. RJ's the guy. He's walking down the street, right, and he hears Pennywise, the clown in the gutter, saying, "Come on in here, RJ. Let me get you something." That's South Florida, and you're getting 17 and a half. It's Pennywise, the clown in the gutter, and you're going right to it.
Hey, kids, who wants a 6-1?
Look, I love Pennywise. I'll go down the gutter. You want me to go down the sewer? I'll go down the sewer with you. I'll go down the sewer with anybody. Clown, I don't
all
care.
Your bets float down here, Choppy.
Hey, if you give RJ 3 scores, he'll meet you in the sewer, man.
Yeah, I will. Yes, I will. That ain't the only place I'll meet you. Go anywhere you want. Anywhere you want, baby. Let's go.
6-1. Come on, kids. All right. We talked some national championship odds that have been updated. Get you our best bets. Maybe throw a parlay at you as well. All on the way next here on BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
And welcome back in. We got some national title numbers to talk about here on BetMGM-U. Alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin, I'm Chris Mack. Make sure you're taking us with you wherever you're going this weekend. Week 3 of the college football slate, always inside your Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts, including the TuneIn and iHeartRadio apps. Just search for BetMGM-U. Also, maybe some parlays for you before we get on out of here. But let's talk national title picture first. Updated numbers at BetMGM-U. Choppy, Ohio State, the favorite at 5-1, the number 1 team in the country. Penn State 6-1. Texas and Georgia 7-1. We've got Oregon 9-1, LSU 10-1, Notre Dame 14, Bama, Clemson 15, and beyond that, you get to the Ole Misses, Michigans, and Floridas of the world. So let's start with the team that you think makes the most sense. If I gave you $100 right now, Choppy, which I know is pocket change for someone like you, but if I gave you $100 right now, Choppy, where would your national championship bet be going?
I'm just trying to. I don't see Tennessee on that list. It's just like you
can keep squinting. Keep squinting. You're not going to find them.
Guess what? Not going to have to after this weekend, baby. That's right.
Okay.
Listen, honestly, the value I think lays with Oregon.
Yeah,
I think Oregon's got some decent value. I mean, 10-1. It's a good team. It's a really well coached team. Dan Lanning he is a great quote. For one, but he's also a really, really good coach. And he has cultivated an us versus them mentality. And what happened with Mike Gundy last week, and that just kind of it ties it all together. He is going to use that for the rest of the year. Absolutely love what he said. I think if I was just off a strict value perspective, I think Oregon at 10-1 is as good as you're going to find.
Not taking the 80-1 on your Vols?
Look. It's the fact that they're 80-1 is just such garbage. I'm blaming these voters there's like 3 voters. Don't think that I'm not the guy that goes to the Reddit page and sees who everybody voted for. All right, I'm not above that. We know you got that.
We know you go to that level of petty on a regular basis.
I do. And I go find out exactly where they're from. All right, and I see, I could profile that. Oh, Big Ten school. Oh, West Coast, you're still asleep. You don't even know what's going on. And then you see the random Texas fan, and that just bothers me because I had a lot of problems. I had a lot of problems going on right now.
I don't hate that look at Oregon, John, at 10-1, especially when you look at the schedule. I mean, it's the whiteout at Penn State in a few weeks, and then what are we talking about outside of that? They host Indiana, maybe, a trip to Iowa, USC late in the year. I mean, even if they lose in Happy Valley, we're talking about 11-1 regular season, probably maybe a Big Ten championship game berth, depending on what shakes out with Penn State and Ohio State the rest of the year. Even if that doesn't happen, we're still talking about a playoff team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really feel compelled to bet any of these teams in the 3 digits. I'll say that. I think I would only start to look at. The truth of the matter is that Ohio State had the lowest win expectancy of any team in Week 1 when they beat Texas. They had the lowest win expectancy of any team in Week 1. Penn State. You're gonna have to overcome the psychology there. Georgia, you've got quarterback questions. Texas, you got quarterback questions. It's really weird how Steve Sarkisian is handling the Arch thing. Do you believe in LSU? I think that's maybe where my head would start is LSU at 9-1. But I can't really argue with 10-1 on Oregon. I think Notre Dame at 15-1 is interesting to be right back in that spot. Over the course of the year. But I think the story is the top 4, nobody wants to touch them. Nobody wants to have anything to do with these teams because they feel very flawed.
Yeah, when I look at roster construction, like you said, every team's got a hole at quarterback, it feels like, other than Penn State and LSU maybe, right? Those are the 2 teams we look at and say, okay, well, they got a quarterback, if we're talking about the teams at the top of the board here. And then you look at both of those teams, and what's the biggest hurdle? It's the coach, right? It's like you said, the psychology of it. Can this guy break through? I still think when you include quarterback, Penn State probably has the most complete roster. I'm not being a homer. I swear that defense, deny Dennis Sutton, is a monster. Kyron Hudson looks like a number one wide receiver, kid that transferred from USC. We'll see if they're prepared for Oregon when Oregon comes to town after playing basically nobody in the non-conference schedule. If the number were better, I would definitely be in on Penn State. Again, not as a homer, just because of the completeness of the roster. And James Franklin can't lose every big game ever, can he? I don't know, 6-1, 7-1. That number is tempting. But then I go down the list. Oregon makes sense because they should be in the playoff. Notre Dame, man, it feels like Marcus Freeman is primed to take the next step, and that would be actually winning the national championship. But again, the quarterback hole on the roster. So this is why the national championship picture, guys, is so interesting, because there is no clear-cut team that you go, bang, I got to put my money on them right now, Choppy.
No, there's not. There's and look, even the teams that you might say that with, like, you mentioned Penn State. Penn State still they've got a great team. They got a good quarterback. They still got to prove it. They're like USA Soccer. Like, they really do well against the British Virgin Islands. But when they come and they play like a real squad, it's like, oh, what is this round ball? We've never seen this before. We don't know what this is. And that's like Penn State in a nutshell. And that's unfortunate because they've had better talent. Their talent level over the last 6 years has been much better than what they've had to show for it. So I don't hate the idea. It's just like I'm not ready to put my money where that mouth is at this point.
Anybody else farther down the board besides Choppy's Vols at 80-1? John, you could see yourself maybe making a bet on to try and get ahead of things. Like, I see Miami at 28-1. I go, okay, maybe if I believe that week one was not a mirage and that Carson Beck can do this all year, that's a bet I want to get ahead of before they start to stack some wins and look like a true national championship contender.
Yeah, I mean, I think Miami's actually not a bad call out, to be honest, because that offensive line looked absolutely freaking massive against Notre Dame, and I just feel like, you look around and why can't they belong, And it's not in 28-1. It's not going to be 28-1 everywhere. But why can't, what really is the difference between Georgia and Miami? I mean, I don't know that there is a great deal of difference. But honestly, I want nothing to do with Clemson. I want nothing to do with Michigan. If you had some belief in this quarterback for Ole Miss, or Lane Kiffin, I think 40-1 is actually not terrible, but I don't. I mean, they've never made the playoffs, so. But I just feel like Ole Miss is always one of those teams that's they're like on the cusp, right? But it just feels like one of those bets you make. It's 40-1. It ends up being 12-1, but you lose anyway. So who cares?
Yeah, throwing money down the drain or down in the sewer with Pennywise and Choppy.
I think it'll age. I think it'll age well, but it won't win. So it's just what's the point of that?
Well, the one hope there with Miami would be, okay, you get through Florida, assuming they get through USF, again, who we've talked about plenty already in this show. You get through Florida and Florida State, and look at the rest of that schedule. I know some people believe in Louisville, but, I mean, at SMU is the biggest test on the schedule, maybe. It's littered with W's late in the year if they play the rest of the season anything like they did in week one against Notre Dame. But that's a big question mark. I mean, we didn't even talk about Mario Cristobal and his ability to screw things up. So that's, like you said, it could fall apart at any second, not just the rest of the regular season, but once you get into the playoffs as well. No matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. You can use a Parlay Boost token right now inside the BetMGM app to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. So where do we go this week, gentlemen, for our BetMGM parlay boosts? Choppy, you're always good with cooking up wild parlays.
All right, boys and girls, let's go. Here we go. I got the LSU Florida under.
Okay.
All right, it's like 47.5, 46.5. Duke money line at Tulane.
Okay.
Cal plus 2.5 at home against Minnesota. Teams going west. That's a bad recipe. Bad recipe. Doesn't work out too well for you when you go west. So give me those 3.
All right. I fell one leg short last week on mine. Had the Iowa State under, had the Texas Tech Kent State over, and then Ole Miss screwed me by giving up a backdoor touchdown to Kentucky late. So maybe don't listen to me. John, what do you have?
All right, give me Georgia money line.
Okay.
Give me Georgia money line. Give me FIU money line in the Schnellenberger Bowl. All right.
Yeah.
And then give me – how many legs do I need? Just 3? Is that okay?
3. Give me 3.
And then give me the under in Florida in Miami and South Florida, 56.5.
Okay. I like that one.
A lot
like
of
that
Florida
101.
this week. A lot of Florida.
And Tennessee losing too, which is always fun.
I mean, this is the best weekend of my life.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you guys.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're saying.
The feed cut out all of a sudden?
Yeah. It's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone.
Can't hear you. Nothing there. I'm going to go with, because I mentioned it off the top, the Sooners laying 22.5 at Temple. Like I said, things will be more dangerous for the Sooners if they decide to walk outside the stadium than they will be inside the stadium. I am real live on Georgia Tech this weekend against Clemson.
Yeah, baby.
I am tempted by a money line bet, but it's plus 125. So just give me Georgia Tech to keep it within a field goal. I love watching Haynes King take the ball. He's Mike Allstott with an arm. I love it. So Georgia Tech plus 3 against Clemson. And then USC actually has a defense these days, thanks to D'Anton Lynn moving across town and building something there on that side of the ball over the last couple of years. They play Purdue. Purdue is an absolute dumpster fire. So USC Purdue under the 58.5. I will go with that one as well for my parlay. Choose to use any of those, but whatever you do, choose to use that parlay boost token inside your BetMGM app, and we'll reevaluate where we all sit next week when we look back on week 3 and get you ready for week 4. Don't forget to download us wherever you get your podcasts by searching BetMGM-U. For Zach Krull, our producer, for RJ Choppy, for John Martin, I'm Chris Mack, going to go have an ice-cold iron after we're done with BetMGM-U, which is now.
You've been listening to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Happy Friday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show for you guys today coming up on this Friday. Love Friday shows. We get into the PJ Pick 5 favorite college football bets, 5 favorite NFL bets. I'll give out my 5 favorite player props that I like for the NFL as well. We got 2 great guests joining us. Henry Ettinger standing by, Shane Jackson later on in the show, and then we'll give out some bets that we like for today, including a college football and a couple of Major League Baseball plays as well. So if you guys have any questions, any comments, any bets over the next 30 minutes, let us know at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on X. We'll get to all your questions. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. Let's get rolling on a Friday. Glass is in session. We go to the Glasser guest line and we check in with Henry Ettinger, who joins us. Give Henry a follow on X at hedging_Henry, and follow him on Instagram and TikTok as well. Henry, great to see you again, my friend. Week 2 in the NFL. And let's start with the Super Bowl rematch. Chiefs and Eagles. Not every day we get Patrick Mahomes as a home underdog. Are you back in Kansas City, or do you like Philly this weekend in Arrowhead?
I'll walk into what seems like a trap, PJ, and I'm back in Kansas City as a home dog. I mean, really, for me, though, it's a fate of this Eagles team. I was low on them coming into the season, and what I was low on was exactly the concerns that showed up in week 1. I think a weaker interior offensive line that's going to hurt this run game a little bit. I thought some of the play calling was not quite the same as it's been under Kellen Moore as well, and then some weaknesses in the secondary. And I think KC's built to attack all of those things. So while there's definitely some concerns on Kansas City, I'm not going to say it's a perfect play. A little bit too much respect for this Eagles team. I'll take the Chiefs as a home dog here.
Henry, I think a really interesting game this week is that Denver-Indianapolis game, because it feels like it keeps going back and forth. 2, 2.5, 1.5 now are starting to pop up. And this is the beauty of betting week 2. How much stock do you buy in from what you saw in week 1? And it feels like this game might be a reflection of that. So do you have any play on that Indy or Denver game, or just a lean for you if you had to bet the side or even the total?
It's one of my bigger plays of the week, PJ, and it goes against my typical betting instincts. I am backing the Colts. It opened up at +3, so I got some money down on that, and then I even grabbed it again at 2.5 as well. Look, you don't want to overreact too much to week 1, but again, I was low on this Broncos offense coming into the year because I thought Bo Nix puts a little bit of a ceiling on this offense. I was a little worried about the offensive line maybe not being quite as good as it was last year, and this Colts defense, I thought, particularly the defensive line, was incredibly impressive in week 1. There were some young guys on that defensive line that folks were saying had popped in the preseason. And look, I know the Dolphins' offensive line isn't good, but they destroyed them in that game. And so I'm gonna do the overreacting, and I'm gonna back the Colts in this one. I think the market just hasn't quite caught up to how good this team might be with a competent quarterback back there in Daniel Jones.
Yeah, fair enough. That is going to be an interesting game in week 2, no doubt about it. Henry, any other games that you like on that week 2 slate? Any sides that you're on?
I got to go to the Falcons. Look, the Bucs, in terms of luck rankings, were the luckiest team last week. Baker Mayfield, 4 turnover-worthy throws that didn't get picked off in that game. Atlanta outgained them by more than 100 yards. Of course, Younghoe Koo misses the field goal, and they lose that game. But on the flip side, Minnesota lucky to win. Look, J.J. McCarthy played a great fourth quarter, but there were 3 quarters before that where it didn't look so good. So I like Atlanta in that game. Frankly, I like them to pull off the upset as well. So I even sprinkled some on the money line. And then it's disgusting, but I backed the Miami Dolphins versus the New England Patriots. They just can't be that bad again. And really, this is, again, a fate of the Patriots of who are they to be almost even money with the Dolphins, given the fact that I do price in a little bit of home field advantage for the Dolphins early in the season in that Miami Heat.
I love it. I'm with you. I'll be back in the Dolphins on Sunday as well. What could go wrong for us, Henry? Looking forward to that one. What about any totals that you like in week 2? Under's very profitable in week 1, so naturally maybe some games it could be, lower total games than what they should be, or maybe the lines are still right. Did you see any values on any total in any of the games this weekend?
On 2 totals, I mentioned the Colts-Broncos one already. Look, I think the Broncos defense is not a problem. So I think that's going to be a low-scoring game, but I'm just high on this Colts defense. So I also took the under in that game. And then I'll find an over for you, and it's a disgusting one. Panthers-Cardinals over. 44 is what I bet at 44.5 is fine. This total was 47.5 last year outdoors in December between these two teams. I'm not sure what's changed markedly enough for this to be dropping quite so much, especially with the improved kickoff rules. I get it. Bryce Young looked terrible last week, but I think this should be a pretty soft matchup against the Cardinals. And the Saints moved the ball plenty against the Cardinals defense too. So I like that over.
Henry, looking at Survivor Pool this week, Ravens would seem like probably the safest choice on paper, but maybe you want to save them for later on in the season. And then after that, I mean, maybe it's Dallas, Detroit, Arizona, that game you were just talking about. You had Denver last week. You survived a week two. Who would you look at as your Survivor play this week?
Look, number one, I think the Ravens, if you want to burn them now, I can't fault you because their home schedule is not that easy the rest of the way. One, though, if you want to get risky is, and we didn't even talk about this game because it's on Monday night, is the Houston Texans versus the Buccaneers. I love the Texans, actually, as one of my favorite spread bets of the week. Okay. They had an offensive lineman ruled out right before the game last week. They had to shuffle around a bunch of positions. Then their center went down. It was a total mess. Should be figured out this week. Should be a lot better. I already mentioned the Bucs were the luckiest team last week. I think they've got tons of issues on the defensive side of the football for them. It's risky. It's gross. But I actually like the Texans at home -2.5 if you want to get spicy if you're in a bigger pool.
All right, I like that. We're talking with Henry Ettinger here on Send It In. Give him a follow on X at hedging_Henry. Follow him on Instagram and TikTok as well. Henry, let's go to the college game. Week 3 in college football. 2 games to me with a very similar feel. We have Clemson on the road, 3-point favorite against Georgia Tech. Georgia on the road is a 4-point favorite against Tennessee, and we have seen both of these games bet down the entire week. If you had to take one of the favorites this week, would you take Clemson or would you take Georgia laying the points?
I take Georgia, and it's actually one of my favorite plays of the week, which is rare that one of my favorite plays would be in a marquee spotlight like this. But I think this line move is crazy, in my opinion. It was 8.5 at some spots before the season opened, 6.5 last week. These teams do the same thing every year. Georgia is now 0-15 as a non-conference favorite of 30 or more under Kirby Smart. They play possum in these games. They show nothing. Tennessee, 15-1 non-conference ATS over their last 16 non-conference games under Josh Heupel. And then when they play each other, Georgia 7-1 ATS under Kirby Smart versus Josh Heupel. It's the same story every year. Tennessee bullies people in the non-conference. Georgia shows nothing, and then they show up, and Georgia absolutely manhandles them, particularly with Georgia's defense versus this scheme. Joey Aguilar, one of the most turnover-prone quarterbacks in college football the last 2 years. Yeah, he survived 2 games versus a really weak Syracuse team and an FCS team, but I'm not buying it. I cannot believe this line got bet down like this. I'm on Georgia all the way.
Florida LSU is a really interesting game, Henry, because you have the Gators coming off that tough home loss to South Florida. LSU laying 7.5 at home. Are you done with Florida? Do you think, we were talking about LSU last week and how impressed, obviously, we were with all of them about that upset against Clemson. Do you think Florida can keep it close, though, in this game against LSU?
I do, and I took the under in this game. First of all, that's the bet I actually made. Though I do like Florida at this point at 7.5 because the totals come down from when I bet it. And really simple reason why: we've got more data points on these teams. LSU still couldn't run the ball against Louisiana Tech last week. They couldn't run it much versus Clemson either, but, thought, hey, that's a stout defensive front, what have you. Well, it turns out, no, actually Troy was just fine with Clemson's defensive front, and that's been the story of Clemson even going back to last year with all those pro prospects. And then we saw, as I said, Clemson lay an egg. So I think, we might have gotten a little over our skis on LSU last week, myself included. We know USF is a really good football team. Florida also shot themselves in the foot in that game. 1 million penalties, 3 field goals that they settled for on their first 3 drives. So I think the market's just overreacted here. Florida's got plenty of defensive talent to bother Nussmeier. And if LSU can't run the football, I just don't see how they're going to run away from the Gators in this game.
Henry, we'll leave you with this. What else do you like in college football in week 3?
Couple other marquee games where I like bets. I look at the over in Notre Dame, Texas A&M. Texas A&M has struggled brutally so far allowing explosive runs. That is a major problem versus Notre Dame. So I think I'm going to back them there. And then once again, it feels a little trappy, but I'm going to walk into it. Vanderbilt plus the 4.5 versus South Carolina. Both these teams played Virginia Tech, both won, but Vanderbilt dominated Virginia Tech in all the box score categories. South Carolina did not. They got a special teams touchdown and one long bomb that really saved them in that game. So I think Vanderbilt's live to pull off the upset here.
Love it. It's going to be an awesome weekend of football. Henry Ettinger, give him a follow on X at hedging_Henry. Follow him on X, Instagram, and TikTok as well. Henry, always appreciate the time, my friend. Enjoy the weekend. We'll talk again to you soon.
You too. Thanks, PJ.
All right, you got it. Great stuff there from Henry Ettinger. Let's keep it rolling here on Send It In, you guys, and get into the PJ Pick 5. We will start with college football in week 3. So far in college football, we're 8-7 on the PJ Pick 5. Let's have ourselves a winning week. I do like the card this week in college football. It's one of Henry's favorite plays, and it's also one of my favorite plays. And we've been talking about this game all week, you guys. I like Georgia -3.5. It's now up to -4. But Henry said it, and it's what I've been saying all week. All Tennessee and Georgia have done so far through the first 2 weeks is what these teams always do. Tennessee always runs up the score against bad teams. They always look dominant in these non-conference games, while Georgia really does nothing. And Kirby just wants to get out of those games healthy. He uses them as teaching moments. He doesn't want to show his SEC opponents very much. And that's what you've gotten the first 2 weeks. Georgia has not looked good, and Tennessee has looked good. But how many times do we have to do this with Georgia, where it feels like they look bad and nobody wants to bet on them, and then they come out in this game against Tennessee, and you realize in the first 5 minutes that you bet on Tennessee, and it's the wrong side in the game. So I like Georgia. Again, man, they've won 8 straight against Tennessee. They've covered 6 straight, 8 of the last 9. Kirby's dominated Heupel. I like Georgia -3.5, -4. Against Tennessee. What about Miami, the Canes? We're laying the 17.5 with them against South Florida. I'm going back to the well. Last week I bet Florida against South Florida, and they lost that game outright. So what am I going to do? I'm going to bet against South Florida in the same exact spot with the same exact point spread. Miami beat them 50-15 last year. So the Canes showed that they can dominate South Florida, and that was with a bad defense. Now they have a good defense with a great defensive line, and you have South Florida coming off 2 massive wins, man. Boise State week 1, Florida week 2. How much do they have left in the tank? Whereas Miami had a de facto bye week playing against Bethune-Cookman last week. So they're fresh, they're ready to go, and upset against the Gators. So give me Miami -17.5. If you stop Byron Brown and that quarterback rush attack for South Florida, they struggle offensively. I think that's what Miami's going to be able to do. So I'll take the Canes -17.5. What about Clemson? I'll take them -3 against Georgia Tech. I think this line has also gotten out of control. The summer line was Clemson -9.5. And yes, you definitely have to downgrade Clemson because the offense does not look good. Klubnik does not look good, but the defense has looked good and has looked as good as we thought it would be. And Georgia Tech's offense is all predicated on the ground game and the quarterback run. And their quarterback, Haynes King, is banged up going into this one. Now, he's probably going to play because it's a massive game and he's going up against Clemson. And if he doesn't play, they have no chance to win the game. So I would expect him to be out there, but he's not going to be 100%. And I don't think Georgia Tech's going to find much room to run against this Clemson front 4 and this defensive line. So it's just a bad matchup for Georgia Tech. The things that they do well, I don't think they're going to be able to do well against this Clemson defense. And while I'm not a fan of Cade Klubnik at all, just hopefully no big turnovers for him. He can make some key throws. They maybe gash some runs as well. But now that you're getting Clemson at -3, man, that is a good bet. I like the Tigers against Georgia Tech. What about Old Dominion? Let's take ODU at +7 against Virginia Tech, a game that not a lot of people are talking about this week, but I think ODU could pull off the upset against the Hokies. Virginia Tech, first 2 weeks of the season, have played some big games. They had that standalone game on Sunday against South Carolina. Then they had a revenge game against Vanderbilt last week in Blacksburg. They lose both of those games, and their offense is essentially a no-show in both of those matchups. Kyron Jones just has not gotten there yet as a passer. Meanwhile, you have Old Dominion, who has a lot of returners on their team. Last year, they nearly upset South Carolina in Columbia. This year in week 1, they went into Bloomington and hung tough with Indiana. This is a good team out of the Sun Belt, and I think they are live to win this game, but I'll certainly take the key number of 7, so we'll take ODU plus the points against Virginia Tech. And then finally, give me Duke +1.5 against Tulane. This should be a fun game on Saturday night. A lot of smart people were on Duke last week, plus the points against Illinois, and I feel like they were the right side in that game. Duke was moving the ball, but the problem is they had 5 turnovers in that matchup. So the fact that Duke just had their bad turnover game, you would hope. Now they have another big matchup going against Tulane, and Duke's quarterback is Darian Mensah, who was the quarterback last year for Tulane. Duke paid him $4 million in the offseason to come be their quarterback. You don't think Mensah looked at the schedule and saw who Duke was playing this season, and that was maybe part of the reason why he decided to go to Durham to be the quarterback of the Blue Devils? He's obviously going to want to play well and win this game. I'm sure his teammates will want to win it for him as well. Tulane, after looking great against Northwestern, and also one of those games, it was like the Northwestern-Tulane game was very similar to the Duke and Illinois game. Northwestern had a bunch of turnovers. Duke had a bunch of turnovers. This line is about right. It was 3 earlier in the week. Now it's down to 1.5. I like Duke plus the 1.5 against Tulane. So that's our PJ Pick 5 in college this week. Georgia, Miami, Clemson, ODU, and Duke. All right, let's talk some NFL. 5 favorite bets this week for week 2 in the NFL. We'll start with my favorite play. Told you guys on Monday, I love the Browns this week, man. Plus 11.5. The Ravens, I know this team. And the beauty about John Harbaugh being your coach is that you know the spots that the Ravens are going to get up and you know the spots that the Ravens aren't going to get up. Ravens in a primetime game in the regular season, you always want to bet them in those games. They'll always be up, they'll always play well, and they'll normally win those games. But the Ravens at 1 o'clock at home when they're big favorites, those are the games where they tend to have letdowns. And the Browns have always played them tough in Baltimore, and they've especially always played them tough in these 1 p.m. games. You got Flacco back in town. This is a much better secondary in Cleveland and a much better defense at this point with all the injuries that the Bills have that the Ravens are going to face this week. So I like Cleveland to keep it close at plus 11.5. And guys, keep in mind, it's the same spot that the Ravens faced last year, where in week 1, they went on the road to Kansas City, a team that knocked them out of the playoffs. Then in week 2, they turn around, go home, double-digit favorite against Vegas, lose that game outright. It's the same thing. That was a big-time game on Sunday night against Buffalo, and I feel like there could be some emotional letdown for the Ravens a little bit. It's a divisional game. I'll take the Browns plus the points. I also really like the Seahawks this week, plus the 3 against the Steelers. You want to fade teams off of close, emotional wins, and that's what Pittsburgh had at the Jets last Sunday. Rodgers played great. You could see how badly he wanted that game. The Steelers wanted that game, and now they come off of that, and it's sell high right now on the Pittsburgh Steelers because that offense looked awesome. Rodgers looked awesome. But defensively, I think there are some issues that Seattle can attack, and they might be able to run the football a little bit on Pittsburgh. And also Seattle, man, crushing loss at home. They should have won that game against San Francisco. This defense is elite. Mike McDonald's one of the best defensive coaches in the NFL. I think Seattle forces some turnovers. The regression for the Steelers offense is coming, and I love the fact that we're getting the key number of 3. I think Seattle wins the game outright, but I certainly like them plus the 3. I'll go opposite Henry, and I'll take the Denver Broncos on the money line against the Indianapolis Colts. I get it. The Colts defense looked impressive against Miami. Their defensive line looked very good. They made some offseason moves to their secondary. They looked very good. But if you look at the other side of the ball for Indianapolis and Daniel Jones, you are going against arguably the worst secondary in the NFL in Miami, and now you have to face arguably the best secondary in the NFL in Denver. We all thought Daniel Jones sucked coming into the season, and now after one game, we're like, maybe he's not so bad. Maybe the Colts will put up some points this season. A lot of teams are going to look good against that Miami defense this season, but a lot of teams aren't going to look good against Denver. They did not play well last week against Tennessee, and what was kind of lost in that Miami-Indy game was that Miami was able to run the ball a little bit against Indy. Behind one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. Dobbins looked good in week 1. Sean Payton, I'm sure, does the same. Nice discounted price on Denver, minus 125. I think this is too much of an overreaction to what both teams did in their first game. I'll take the Broncos. Speaking of the Titans, we'll take them, plus 5.5 against the LA Rams. This is an ugly, nasty bet, but again, keep in mind the Titans only covered 2 games against the spread last year. And after week 1, they're almost halfway to what their total was last season. They covered the 8.5 against Denver, and I think they're going to cover the 5.5 this week as well against the Rams. I was really impressed with that Titans defense. We know how good Jeffrey Simmons is, but as a unit, they played very well. And could Cam Ward have had a tougher start to his NFL career? on the road at altitude against that defense. I think all things considered, he played pretty well. He's going up against another good defense against the Rams this week, but I think he's going to continue to play well. I would expect that home crowd in Nashville to have a good atmosphere for the Titans, and also the Rams. They're at Philly next week. Big look-ahead spot. We'll take the Titans plus 5.5. And then finally, give me the Miami Dolphins on the money line at minus 130. How many people do you think, when they looked at the spreads and they looked at the slate for this week, could not believe their eyes when they saw the Miami Dolphins were a favorite? I'm sure a bunch of people did, and that's how you know it's the right side in the game. When you see a line like that, and we all saw the Dolphins look uninterested, look unprepared, looked awful in week 1. You couldn't get any worse of a start than the Dolphins had. Now they're back home. It's a big advantage in September in that heat for the Dolphins. I think they look much better. And again, you guys, Drake May is 1-10 as a starting quarterback in the NFL. I get he has potential. I get he has talent. I get the upside is there. But at what point do we just realize in these moments, in these games, week to week, they don't win games when he's under center? We'll take the Dolphins on the money line against the Patriots. All right, let's check in with our guy, Shane Jackson, get to some of his favorite plays for week 2 in the NFL. Shane, you just heard some of my favorite bets for week 2, sir. What are some of your favorite bets that you like in the NFL?
Yeah, I like a lot of your picks, but I actually went with something different that didn't make the cut there. I took the Bears plus 6.5 in what is officially the Ben Johnson game. You know, I can see the Monday morning headlines now. It's time to panic on the Lions after an 0-2 start after losing both coordinators. But for real, I think the line has moved too much. It's moved a full 2 points, and it's entirely based on the previous version of the Lions. The market is expecting the Lions to respond after a loss because that's what they've always done. The problem is the market grows throughout time and sniffs out these spots. And I think that the fact that this has moved through a key number, that's just too much. I know the Bears blew that game on Monday Night Football, but I'm not taking that away from what we saw in the beginning of that game. They were open receivers for Caleb Williams. He was finding them early. And I just think facing Brian Flores in that first start of Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, I think that's a tall test to ask. I'll take the points in this game. And a game that maybe the Bears could, win outright.
Yeah, I like it. I was just going to ask you, which dog do you like to win outright, Shane? Seattle would probably be my favorite. If I had to pick a dog this week to win outright, who would your pick be?
Yeah, I really like the Seattle call. They were right there for me. I ultimately picked the Jaguars. I thought the first game of the Liam Cohen experience was a smashing success. Even in a weird weather delay, the Jags never had to worry in that 26-10 win over the Panthers. Travis Etienne ran all over that defense there. The Bengals, on the other hand, I mean, they probably should have lost that Week 1 game to the Browns. Joe Burrow had maybe the quietest bad day in Week 1 you'll ever hear by throwing for 113 yards, and no one talked about it. But the Browns do have a history of playing Burrow and the Bengals pretty well. I just think that this is maybe a little bit too much for a Cincinnati team that has struggled at the beginning of the season. I like the 3.5 points, but I think Jaguars could win outright.
I like it. How about any totals, Shane? Anything that you're looking at? Unders were very profitable in Week 1. Anything that you like on the board in Week 2?
Yeah, how about a team total, actually? I'll take the Jets over 19.5 points, and I have to give you credit for this one. I was on a show a few weeks ago, and you were optimistic about the Jets, and I just did not see it. It was only Week 1, but the Jets certainly looked the part and better than they have in years during that loss to the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Jets scored 32 points. I thought they had a strong run game. Justin Fields, Garrett Wilson had a great connection. I do feel like this is a letdown spot for the Bills. I know I'm not the only one who thinks that after a crazy comeback win over the Ravens on Sunday Night Football, and they have Thursday Night Football next week. I think of all the ways that you can bet on maybe the letdown spot, I think, attacking the Jets team total is the way to go against that Bills defense.
Very nice. Speaking of the Bills, speaking of the Lions, two teams that are probably going to be pretty popular in Survivor this week, Shane. And it's a tough week because the Ravens look like the easy play on the board, but one of the most talented teams in football. A lot of people think that you can save them for some other games down the road. Would you burn the Ravens this week, or is there another team you would look at for Survivor?
Yeah, I actually think I would burn the Ravens this week, and I think it's more because of their schedule. They have a pretty tough schedule here at the start of the season, and they have a bye, so I'm not sure if you can use them for like over a month if you don't use them here. You could talk about using them on Thanksgiving Day, but I'm not sure you want to save the Ravens for that day against the Bengals because those games are always pretty close. And the Chiefs are facing the Cowboys on Thanksgiving Day, so maybe you'd rather play them there. I just think that, like, if you're trying to save the Ravens for a better day, I don't know how much better it is against the Browns at home and the home opener coming off a loss. I know that the Browns maybe spread is probably the right side, as you alluded to in your pick 5, but in terms of win, this feels like an obvious spot for the Ravens.
Shane, any player props that you like this week for week 2 in the NFL?
Yeah, I actually like Devonta Smith over 56.5 receiving yards. Part of this might be me freaking out a little bit as an A.J. Brown owner in fantasy, but I'm not fully convinced that he's 100%. The Chargers kind of proved in week 1 that there are holes in this Chiefs secondary. So I think this could be a good opportunity for Smith to get going and kind of a back and forth affair. Smith caught 4 passes on 5 targets for 69 yards in last year's blowout during the Super Bowl. He's cleared this mark in all 4 career games against the Chiefs, including both Super Bowls. With Spags' defense and the blitz happy defense he has, you kind of need those safety valve slot receivers. And I think Smith can be that for Jalen Hurts in this matchup.
Shane, before I let you go, we still got Major League Baseball going on. I know you're dialed into that. In about 30 seconds, any plays that you like tonight on the diamond?
Yeah, how can you not go with Rangers money line and Jacob deGrom over 15.5 outs in what is his first start in 3 years? I think that's the best way to back the Rangers. I think they should be a slight favorite, and I like the outs prop because Jacob deGrom has cleared this in like 18 of his 27 starts. So like both the outs prop and money line.
Should be a fun atmosphere tonight. DeGrom back at Citi Field. Shane Jackson, give him a follow on X @ByShaneJackson. Digital content writer for BetMGM joins us each and every Friday right here on Send It In. Shane, good luck this weekend, man. Always good seeing you. We'll talk again next week.
You too. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right, you guys, let's get into some of the props that I like for week 2 in the NFL. We'll start with Justin Fields over 44.5 rushing yards against the Bills on Sunday. I mean, if you're the Jets, you saw the game plan the Ravens put out there, how much success Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry had on the ground, and what the Jets were able to do against the Steelers with Justin Fields and Breece Hall. I think they're going to use the same thing against the Bills. Ed Oliver was ruled out for the game on Sunday, so I think the Jets look to run. I'll go over 44.5 rushing yards for Justin Fields. Lamar Jackson, I'll go over 205.5 passing yards against the Browns. This number is way too low. Against divisional opponents, especially in these 1 o'clock games, the Ravens really don't run the ball as much as they should. They are not going to run Derrick Henry 20 times. They're not going to run Lamar 10 times. They use these type games to really throw the ball. I think 205.5 is way too low. I like the over there with Lamar. I also like J.K. Dobbins over 47.5 rushing yards against the Colts. He had 63 against the Titans this past week on 16 carries. He's their number 1 running back right now, and I think that's how you attack that Colts defense behind a good Broncos offensive line. I like Dobbins over rushing yards. How about Pat Mahomes over 23.5 rushing yards against the Eagles? Mahomes ran for 57 against the Chargers in Brazil. Now Jalen Carter back in the fold against a very good defensive line. And with the Chiefs depleted at receiver, no Rashee Rice, who's still suspended, likely no Xavier Worthy, Mahomes has to run around and make plays. I'll go over 23.5 rushing yards for Mahomes. And then Jared Goff under 248.5 passing yards. Bears should get some guys back from injury on their defense. And I just think, again, new play caller, your interior line of your offensive line is a little bit different. There are going to be some growing pains there for Goff in Detroit. So I'll go under passing yards for Jared Goff as well. BetMGM promo that we have from you guys is a Pro Football No Sweat token. And go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You'll get your stake back and bonus bets if you don't win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today. And please gamble responsibly. To wrap the show, PJ's plays here on a Friday. What do I like on today's card and also play for the weekend? Kyle Schwarber is going to be my play today in going streaking in Phillies and Royals. They're going up against Michael Lorenzen of Kansas City, former Philly. And Schwarbs is 8 for 22 in his career against the right-hander. So Schwarber will be my guy today to get a base hit. Lamar Jackson over 205.5 passing yards against the Browns is my favorite player prop of week 2 in the NFL. Let's go with the Orioles, my dog of the day, plus 110 against the Blue Jays. Trevor Rogers has been unbelievable this year for the O's, and anytime we get him as a dog, we're going to take it. Give me Baltimore plus 110. And then Kansas State tonight in college football on the money line, minus 115 against Arizona. I think K-State's going to get the win. Bounce back from that bad loss against Army. Nice buy low on K-State. They'll be my best bet tonight at minus 115. Thanks again to Henry Ettinger, Shane Jackson for joining us today on the show. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Have an awesome weekend. Let's cash some bets. We'll see you on Monday. Happy Friday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show for you guys today coming up on this Friday. Love Friday shows. We get into the PJ Pick 5 favorite college football bets, 5 favorite NFL bets. I'll give out my 5 favorite player props that I like for the NFL as well. We got 2 great guests joining us. Henry Ettinger standing by, Shane Jackson later on in the show, and then we'll give out some bets that we like for today, including a college football and a couple of Major League Baseball plays as well. So if you guys have any questions, any comments, any bets over the next 30 minutes, let us know at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on X. We'll get to all your questions. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. Let's get rolling on a Friday. Glass is in session. We go to the Glasser guest line and we check in with Henry Ettinger, who joins us. Give Henry a follow on X at hedging_Henry, and follow him on Instagram and TikTok as well. Henry, great to see you again, my friend. Week 2 in the NFL. And let's start with the Super Bowl rematch. Chiefs and Eagles. Not every day we get Patrick Mahomes as a home underdog. Are you back in Kansas City, or do you like Philly this weekend in Arrowhead?
I'll walk into what seems like a trap, PJ, and I'm back in Kansas City as a home dog. I mean, really, for me, though, it's a fate of this Eagles team. I was low on them coming into the season, and what I was low on was exactly the concerns that showed up in week 1. I think a weaker interior offensive line that's going to hurt this run game a little bit. I thought some of the play calling was not quite the same as it's been under Kellen Moore as well, and then some weaknesses in the secondary. And I think KC's built to attack all of those things. So while there's definitely some concerns on Kansas City, I'm not going to say it's a perfect play. A little bit too much respect for this Eagles team. I'll take the Chiefs as a home dog here.
Henry, I think a really interesting game this week is that Denver-Indianapolis game, because it feels like it keeps going back and forth. 2, 2.5, 1.5 now are starting to pop up. And this is the beauty of betting week 2. How much stock do you buy in from what you saw in week 1? And it feels like this game might be a reflection of that. So do you have any play on that Indy or Denver game, or just a lean for you if you had to bet the side or even the total?
It's one of my bigger plays of the week, PJ, and it goes against my typical betting instincts. I am backing the Colts. It opened up at +3, so I got some money down on that, and then I even grabbed it again at 2.5 as well. Look, you don't want to overreact too much to week 1, but again, I was low on this Broncos offense coming into the year because I thought Bo Nix puts a little bit of a ceiling on this offense. I was a little worried about the offensive line maybe not being quite as good as it was last year, and this Colts defense, I thought, particularly the defensive line, was incredibly impressive in week 1. There were some young guys on that defensive line that folks were saying had popped in the preseason. And look, I know the Dolphins' offensive line isn't good, but they destroyed them in that game. And so I'm gonna do the overreacting, and I'm gonna back the Colts in this one. I think the market just hasn't quite caught up to how good this team might be with a competent quarterback back there in Daniel Jones.
Yeah, fair enough. That is going to be an interesting game in week 2, no doubt about it. Henry, any other games that you like on that week 2 slate? Any sides that you're on?
I got to go to the Falcons. Look, the Bucs, in terms of luck rankings, were the luckiest team last week. Baker Mayfield, 4 turnover-worthy throws that didn't get picked off in that game. Atlanta outgained them by more than 100 yards. Of course, Younghoe Koo misses the field goal, and they lose that game. But on the flip side, Minnesota lucky to win. Look, J.J. McCarthy played a great fourth quarter, but there were 3 quarters before that where it didn't look so good. So I like Atlanta in that game. Frankly, I like them to pull off the upset as well. So I even sprinkled some on the money line. And then it's disgusting, but I backed the Miami Dolphins versus the New England Patriots. They just can't be that bad again. And really, this is, again, a fate of the Patriots of who are they to be almost even money with the Dolphins, given the fact that I do price in a little bit of home field advantage for the Dolphins early in the season in that Miami Heat.
I love it. I'm with you. I'll be back in the Dolphins on Sunday as well. What could go wrong for us, Henry? Looking forward to that one. What about any totals that you like in week 2? Under's very profitable in week 1, so naturally maybe some games it could be, lower total games than what they should be, or maybe the lines are still right. Did you see any values on any total in any of the games this weekend?
On 2 totals, I mentioned the Colts-Broncos one already. Look, I think the Broncos defense is not a problem. So I think that's going to be a low-scoring game, but I'm just high on this Colts defense. So I also took the under in that game. And then I'll find an over for you, and it's a disgusting one. Panthers-Cardinals over. 44 is what I bet at 44.5 is fine. This total was 47.5 last year outdoors in December between these two teams. I'm not sure what's changed markedly enough for this to be dropping quite so much, especially with the improved kickoff rules. I get it. Bryce Young looked terrible last week, but I think this should be a pretty soft matchup against the Cardinals. And the Saints moved the ball plenty against the Cardinals defense too. So I like that over.
Henry, looking at Survivor Pool this week, Ravens would seem like probably the safest choice on paper, but maybe you want to save them for later on in the season. And then after that, I mean, maybe it's Dallas, Detroit, Arizona, that game you were just talking about. You had Denver last week. You survived a week two. Who would you look at as your Survivor play this week?
Look, number one, I think the Ravens, if you want to burn them now, I can't fault you because their home schedule is not that easy the rest of the way. One, though, if you want to get risky is, and we didn't even talk about this game because it's on Monday night, is the Houston Texans versus the Buccaneers. I love the Texans actually as one of my favorite spread bets of the week. Okay. They had an offensive lineman ruled out right before the game last week. They had to shuffle around a bunch of positions. Then their center went down. It was a total mess. Should be figured out this week. Should be a lot better. I already mentioned the Bucs were the luckiest team last week. I think they've got tons of issues on the defensive side of the football for them. It's risky. It's gross. But I actually like the Texans at home -2.5 if you want to get spicy if you're in a bigger pool.
All right, I like that. We're talking with Henry Ettinger here on Send It In. Give him a follow on X at hedging_Henry. Follow him on Instagram and TikTok as well. Henry, let's go to the college game. Week 3 in college football. 2 games to me with a very similar feel. We have Clemson on the road, 3-point favorite against Georgia Tech. Georgia on the road is a 4-point favorite against Tennessee, and we have seen both of these games bet down the entire week. If you had to take one of the favorites this week, would you take Clemson or would you take Georgia laying the points?
I take Georgia, and it's actually one of my favorite plays of the week, which is rare that one of my favorite plays would be in a marquee spotlight like this. But I think this line move is crazy, in my opinion. It was 8.5 at some spots before the season opened, 6.5 last week. These teams do the same thing every year. Georgia is now 0-15 as a non-conference favorite of 30 or more under Kirby Smart. They play possum in these games. They show nothing. Tennessee, 15-1 non-conference ATS over their last 16 non-conference games under Josh Heupel. And then when they play each other, Georgia 7-1 ATS under Kirby Smart versus Josh Heupel. It's the same story every year. Tennessee bullies people in the non-conference. Georgia shows nothing, and then they show up, and Georgia absolutely manhandles them, particularly with Georgia's defense versus this scheme. Joey Aguilar, one of the most turnover-prone quarterbacks in college football the last 2 years. Yeah, he survived 2 games versus a really weak Syracuse team and an FCS team, but I'm not buying it. I cannot believe this line got bet down like this. I'm on Georgia all the way.
Florida LSU is a really interesting game, Henry, because you have the Gators coming off that tough home loss to South Florida. LSU laying 7.5 at home. Are you done with Florida? Do you think, we were talking about LSU last week and how impressed, obviously, we were with all of them about that upset against Clemson. Do you think Florida can keep it close, though, in this game against LSU?
I do, and I took the under in this game. First of all, that's the bet I actually made. Though I do like Florida at this point at 7.5 because the totals come down from when I bet it. And really simple reason why: we've got more data points on these teams. LSU still couldn't run the ball against Louisiana Tech last week. They couldn't run it much versus Clemson either, but, thought, hey, that's a stout defensive front, what have you. Well, it turns out, no, actually Troy was just fine with Clemson's defensive front, and that's been the story of Clemson even going back to last year with all those pro prospects. And then we saw, as I said, Clemson lay an egg. So I think, we might have gotten a little over our skis on LSU last week, myself included. We know USF is a really good football team. Florida also shot themselves in the foot in that game. 1 million penalties, 3 field goals that they settled for on their first 3 drives. So I think the market's just overreacted here. Florida's got plenty of defensive talent to bother Nussmeier. And if LSU can't run the football, I just don't see how they're going to run away from the Gators in this game.
Henry, we'll leave you with this. What else do you like in college football in week 3?
A couple other marquee games where I like bets. I look at the over in Notre Dame, Texas A&M. Texas A&M has struggled brutally so far, allowing explosive runs. That is a major problem versus Notre Dame. So I think I'm going to back them there. And then once again, it feels a little trappy, but I'm going to walk into it. Vanderbilt plus the 4.5 versus South Carolina. Both these teams played Virginia Tech. both won, but Vanderbilt dominated Virginia Tech in all the box score categories. South Carolina did not. They got a special teams touchdown and one long bomb that really saved them in that game. So I think Vanderbilt's live to pull off the upset here.
Love it. It's going to be an awesome weekend of football. Henry Ettinger, give him a follow on X at hedging_Henry. Follow him on X, Instagram, and TikTok as well. Henry, always appreciate the time, my friend. Enjoy the weekend. We'll talk again to you soon.
You too. Thanks, PJ.
All right, you got it. Great stuff there from Henry Ettinger. Let's keep it rolling here on Send It In, you guys, and get into the PJ Pick 5. We will start with college football in week 3. So far in college football, we're 8-7 on the PJ Pick 5. Let's have ourselves a winning week. I do like the card this week in college football. It's one of Henry's favorite plays, and it's also one of my favorite plays, and we've been talking about this game all week, you guys. I like Georgia -3.5. It's now up to -4. But Henry said it, and it's what I've been saying all week. All Tennessee and Georgia have done so far through the first 2 weeks is what these teams always do. Tennessee always runs up the score against bad teams. They always look dominant in these non-conference games, while Georgia really does nothing. And Kirby just wants to get out of those games healthy. He uses them as teaching moments. He doesn't want to show his SEC opponents very much. And that's what you've gotten the first 2 weeks. Georgia has not looked good, and Tennessee has looked good. But how many times do we have to do this with Georgia, where it feels like they look bad and nobody wants to bet on them, and then they come out in this game against Tennessee, and you realize in the first 5 minutes that you bet on Tennessee, and it's the wrong side in the game. So I like Georgia. Again, man, they've won 8 straight against Tennessee. They've covered 6 straight, 8 of the last 9. Kirby's dominated Heupel. I like Georgia -3.5, -4. Against Tennessee. What about Miami, the Canes? We're laying the 17.5 with them against South Florida. I'm going back to the well. Last week I bet Florida against South Florida, and they lost that game outright. So what am I going to do? I'm going to bet against South Florida in the same exact spot with the same exact point spread. Miami beat them 50-15 last year. So the Canes showed that they can dominate South Florida, and that was with a bad defense. Now they have a good defense with a great defensive line, and you have South Florida coming off 2 massive wins, man. Boise State week 1, Florida week 2. How much do they have left in the tank? Whereas Miami had a de facto bye week playing against Bethune-Cookman last week. So they're fresh, they're ready to go, and they, I'm sure, have the full attention of USF because they were able to pull off the upset against the Gators. So give me Miami -17.5. If you stop Byron Brown and that quarterback rush attack for South Florida, they struggle offensively. I think that's what Miami's going to be able to do. So I'll take the Canes -17.5. What about Clemson? I'll take them -3 against Georgia Tech. I think this line has also gotten out of control. The summer line was Clemson -9.5. And yes, you definitely have to downgrade Clemson because the offense does not look good. Klubnik has not looked good, but the defense has looked good and has looked as good as we thought it would be. And Georgia Tech's offense is all predicated on the ground game and the quarterback run. And their quarterback, Haynes King, is banged up going into this one. Now, he's probably going to play because it's a massive game and he's going up against Clemson. And if he doesn't play, they have no chance to win the game. So I would expect him to be out there, but he's not going to be 100%. And I don't think Georgia Tech's going to find much room to run against this Clemson front 4 and this defensive line. So it's just a bad matchup for Georgia Tech. The things that they do well, I don't think they're going to be able to do well against this Clemson defense. And while I'm not a fan of Cade Klubnik at all, just hopefully no big turnovers for him. He can make some key throws. They maybe gash some runs as well. But now that you're getting Clemson at -3, man, that is a good bet. I like the Tigers against Georgia Tech. What about Old Dominion? Let's take ODU at +7 against Virginia Tech, a game that not a lot of people are talking about this week, but I think ODU could pull off the upset against the Hokies. Virginia Tech, first 2 weeks of the season, have played some big games. They had that standalone game on Sunday against South Carolina. Then they had a revenge game against Vanderbilt last week in Blacksburg. They lose both of those games, and their offense is essentially a no-show in both of those matchups. Kyron Jones just has not gotten there yet as a passer. Meanwhile, you have Old Dominion, who has a lot of returners on their team. Last year, they nearly upset South Carolina in Columbia. This year in week 1, they went into Bloomington and hung tough with Indiana. This is a good team out of the Sun Belt, and I think they are live to win this game, but I'll certainly take the key number of 7, so we'll take ODU plus the points against Virginia Tech. And then finally, give me Duke +1.5 against Tulane. This should be a fun game on Saturday night. A lot of smart people were on Duke last week, plus the points against Illinois, and I feel like they were the right side in that game. Duke was moving the ball, but the problem is they had 5 turnovers in that matchup. So the fact that Duke just had their bad turnover game, you would hope. Now they have another big matchup going against Tulane, and Duke's quarterback is Darian Mensah, who was the quarterback last year for Tulane. Duke paid him $4 million in the offseason to come be their quarterback. You don't think Mensah looked at the schedule and saw who Duke was playing this season, and that was maybe part of the reason why he decided to go to Durham to be the quarterback of the Blue Devils? He's obviously going to want to play well and win this game. I'm sure his teammates will want to win it for him as well. Tulane, after looking great against Northwestern, and also one of those games, it was like the Northwestern-Tulane game was very similar to the Duke and Illinois game. Northwestern had a bunch of turnovers. Duke had a bunch of turnovers. This line is about right. It was 3 earlier in the week. Now it's down to 1.5. I like Duke plus the 1.5 against Tulane. So that's our PJ Pick 5 in college this week. Georgia, Miami, Clemson, ODU, and Duke. All right, let's talk some NFL. 5 favorite bets this week for week 2 in the NFL. We'll start with my favorite play. Told you guys on Monday, I love the Browns this week, man. Plus 11.5. The Ravens, I know this team. And the beauty about John Harbaugh being your coach is that you know the spots that the Ravens are going to get up and you know the spots that the Ravens aren't going to get up. Ravens in a primetime game in the regular season, you always want to bet them in those games. They'll always be up, they'll always play well, and they'll normally win those games. But the Ravens at 1 o'clock at home when they're big favorites, those are the games where they tend to have letdowns. And the Browns have always played them tough in Baltimore, and they've especially always played them tough in these 1 p.m. games. You got Flacco back in town. This is a much better secondary in Cleveland and a much better defense at this point with all the injuries that the Bills have that the Ravens are going to face this week. So I like Cleveland to keep it close at plus 11.5. And guys, keep in mind, it's the same spot that the Ravens faced last year, where in week 1, they went on the road to Kansas City, a team that knocked them out of the playoffs. Then in week 2, they turn around, go home, double-digit favorite against Vegas, lose that game outright. It's the same thing. That was a big-time game on Sunday night against Buffalo, and I feel like there could be some emotional letdown for the Ravens a little bit. It's a divisional game. I'll take the Browns plus the points. I also really like the Seahawks this week, plus the 3 against the Steelers. You want to fade teams off of close, emotional wins, and that's what Pittsburgh had at the Jets last Sunday. Rodgers played great. You could see how badly he wanted that game. The Steelers wanted that game, and now they come off of that, and it's sell high right now on the Pittsburgh Steelers because that offense looked awesome. Rodgers looked awesome. But defensively, I think there are some issues that Seattle can attack, and they might be able to run the football a little bit on Pittsburgh. And also Seattle, man, crushing loss at home. They should have won that game against San Francisco. This defense is elite. Mike McDonald's one of the best defensive coaches in the NFL. I think Seattle forces some turnovers. The regression for the Steelers offense is coming, and I love the fact that we're getting the key number of 3. I think Seattle wins the game outright, but I certainly like them plus the 3. I'll go opposite Henry, and I'll take the Denver Broncos on the money line against the Indianapolis Colts. I get it. The Colts defense looked impressive against Miami. Their defensive line looked very good. They made some offseason moves to their secondary. They looked very good. But if you look at the other side of the ball for Indianapolis and Daniel Jones, you are going against arguably the worst secondary in the NFL in Miami, and now you have to face arguably the best secondary in the NFL in Denver. We all thought Daniel Jones sucked coming into the season, and now after one game, we're like, maybe he's not so bad. Maybe the Colts will put up some points this season. A lot of teams are going to look good against that Miami defense this season, but a lot of teams aren't going to look good against Denver. They did not play well last week against Tennessee, and what was kind of lost in that Miami-Indy game was that Miami was able to run the ball a little bit against Indy. Behind one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. Dobbins looked good in week 1. Sean Payton, I'm sure, does the same. Nice discounted price on Denver, minus 125. I think this is too much of an overreaction to what both teams did in their first game. I'll take the Broncos. Speaking of the Titans, we'll take them, plus 5.5 against the LA Rams. This is an ugly, nasty bet, but again, keep in mind the Titans only covered 2 games against the spread last year. And after week 1, they're almost halfway to what their total was last season. They covered the 8.5 against Denver, and I think they're going to cover the 5.5 this week as well against the Rams. I was really impressed with that Titans defense. We know how good Jeffrey Simmons is, but as a unit, they played very well. And could Cam Ward have had a tougher start to his NFL career? on the road at altitude against that defense. I think all things considered, he played pretty well. He's going up against another good defense against the Rams this week, but I think he's going to continue to play well. I would expect that home crowd in Nashville to have a good atmosphere for the Titans. And also the Rams, they're at Philly next week. Big look-ahead spot. We'll take the Titans plus 5.5. And then finally, give me the Miami Dolphins on the money line at minus 130. How many people do you think, when they looked at the spreads and they looked at the slate for this week, could not believe their eyes when they saw the Miami Dolphins were a favorite? I'm sure a bunch of people did, and that's how you know it's the right side in the game. When you see a line like that, and we all saw the Dolphins look uninterested, look unprepared, looked awful in week one. You couldn't get any worse of a start than the Dolphins had. Now they're back home. It's a big advantage in September in that heat for the Dolphins. I think they look much better. And again, you guys, Drake May is 1-10 as a starting quarterback in the NFL. I get he has potential. I get he has talent. I get the upside is there. But at what point do we just realize in these moments, in these games, week to week, they don't win games when he's under center? We'll take the Dolphins on the money line against the Patriots. All right, let's check in with our guy, Shane Jackson, get to some of his favorite plays for week 2 in the NFL. Shane, you just heard some of my favorite bets for week 2, sir. What are some of your favorite bets that you like in the NFL?
Yeah, I like a lot of your picks, but I actually went with something different that didn't make the cut there. I took the Bears plus 6.5 in what is officially the Ben Johnson game. You know, I can see the Monday morning headlines now. It's time to panic on the Lions after an 0-2 start after losing both coordinators. But for real, I think the line has moved too much. It's moved a full 2 points, and it's entirely based on the previous version of the Lions. The market is expecting the Lions to respond after a loss because that's what they've always done. The problem is the market grows throughout time and sniffs out these spots. And I think that the fact that this has moved through a key number, that's just too much. I know the Bears blew that game on Monday Night Football, but I'm not taking that away from what we saw in the beginning of that game. They were open receivers for Caleb Williams. He was finding them early. And I just think facing Brian Flores in that first start of Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, I think that's a tall test to ask. I'll take the points in this game. And a game that maybe the Bears could, win outright.
Yeah, I like it. I was just going to ask you, which dog do you like to win outright, Shane? Seattle would probably be my favorite. If I had to pick a dog this week to win outright, who would your pick be?
Yeah, I really like the Seattle call. They were right there for me. I ultimately picked the Jaguars. I thought the first game of the Liam Cohen experience was a smashing success. Even in a weird weather delay, the Jags never had to worry in that 26-10 win over the Panthers. Travis Etienne ran all over that defense there. The Bengals, on the other hand, I mean, they probably should have lost that Week 1 game to the Browns. Joe Burrow had maybe the quietest bad day in Week 1 you'll ever hear by throwing for 113 yards, and no one talked about it. But the Browns do have a history of playing Burrow and the Bengals pretty well. I just think that this is maybe a little bit too much for a Cincinnati team that has struggled at the beginning of the season. I like the 3.5 points, but I think Jaguars could win outright.
I like it. How about any totals, Shane? Anything that you're looking at? Unders were very profitable in Week 1. Anything that you like on the board in Week 2?
Yeah, how about a team total, actually? I'll take the Jets over 19.5 points, and I have to give you credit for this one. I was on a show a few weeks ago, and you were optimistic about the Jets, and I just did not see it. It was only Week 1, but the Jets certainly looked the part and better than they have in years during that loss to the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Jets scored 32 points. I thought they had a strong run game. Justin Fields, Garrett Wilson had a great connection. I do feel like this is a letdown spot for the Bills. I know I'm not the only one who thinks that after a crazy comeback win over the Ravens on Sunday Night Football, and they have Thursday Night Football next week. I think of all the ways that you can bet on maybe the letdown spot, I think, attacking the Jets team total is the way to go against that Bills defense.
Very nice. Speaking of the Bills, speaking of the Lions, two teams that are probably going to be pretty popular in Survivor this week, Shane. And it's a tough week because the Ravens look like the easy play on the board, but one of the most talented teams in football. A lot of people think that you can save them for some other games down the road. Would you burn the Ravens this week, or is there another team you would look at for Survivor?
Yeah, I actually think I would burn the Ravens this week, and I think it's more because of their schedule. They have a pretty tough schedule here at the start of the season, and they have a bye, so I'm not sure if you can use them for like over a month if you don't use them here. You could talk about using them on Thanksgiving Day, but I'm not sure you want to save the Ravens for that day against the Bengals because those games are always pretty close. And the Chiefs are facing the Cowboys on Thanksgiving Day, so maybe you'd rather play them there. I just think that, like, if you're trying to save the Ravens for a better day, I don't know how much better it is against the Browns at home in the home opener coming off a loss. I know that the Browns maybe spread is probably the right side, as you alluded to in your pick 5, but in terms of win, this feels like an obvious spot for the Ravens.
Shane, any player props that you like this week for week 2 in the NFL?
Yeah, I actually like Devonta Smith over 56.5 receiving yards. Part of this might be me freaking out a little bit as an A.J. Brown owner in fantasy, but I'm not fully convinced that he's 100%. The Chargers kind of proved in week 1 that there are holes in this Chiefs secondary. So I think this could be a good opportunity for Smith to get going in kind of a back and forth affair. Smith caught 4 passes on 5 targets for 69 yards in last year's blowout during the Super Bowl. He's cleared this mark in all 4 career games against the Chiefs, including both Super Bowls. With Spags' defense and the blitz happy defense he has, you kind of need those safety valve slot receivers. And I think Smith can be that for Jalen Hurts in this matchup.
Shane, before I let you go, we still got Major League Baseball going on. I know you're dialed into that. In about 30 seconds, any plays that you like tonight on the diamond?
Yeah, how can you not go with Rangers money line and Jacob deGrom over 15.5 outs in what is his first start in 3 years? I think that's the best way to back the Rangers. I think they should be a slight favorite, and I like the outs prop because Jacob deGrom has cleared this in like 18 of his 27 starts. So like both the outs prop and money line.
Should be a fun atmosphere tonight. DeGrom back at Citi Field. Shane Jackson, give him a follow on X @ByShaneJackson. Digital content writer for BetMGM, joins us each and every Friday right here on Send It In. Shane, good luck this weekend, man. Always good seeing you. We'll talk again next week.
You too. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right, you guys, let's get into some of the props that I like for week 2 in the NFL. We'll start with Justin Fields over 44.5 rushing yards against the Bills on Sunday. I mean, if you're the Jets, you saw the game plan the Ravens put out there, how much success Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry had on the ground, and what the Jets were able to do against the Steelers with Justin Fields and Breece Hall. I think they're going to use the same thing against the Bills. Ed Oliver was ruled out for the game on Sunday, so I think the Jets look to run. I'll go over 44.5 rushing yards for Justin Fields. Lamar Jackson, I'll go over 205.5 passing yards against the Browns. This number is way too low. Against divisional opponents, especially in these 1 o'clock games, the Ravens really don't run the ball as much as they should. They are not going to run Derrick Henry 20 times. They're not going to run Lamar 10 times. They use these type games to really throw the ball. I think 205.5 is way too low. I like the over there with Lamar. I also like J.K. Dobbins over 47.5 rushing yards against the Colts. He had 63 against the Titans this past week on 16 carries. He's their number 1 running back right now, and I think that's how you attack that Colts defense behind a good Broncos offensive line. I like Dobbins over rushing yards. How about Pat Mahomes over 23.5 rushing yards against the Eagles? Mahomes ran for 57 against the Chargers in Brazil. Now Jalen Carter back in the fold against a very good defensive line. And with the Chiefs depleted at receiver, no Rashee Rice, who's still suspended, likely no Xavier Worthy, Mahomes has to run around and make plays. I'll go over 23.5 rushing yards for Mahomes. And then Jared Goff under 248.5 passing yards. Bears should get some guys back from injury on their defense. And I just think, again, new play caller, your interior line of your offensive line is a little bit different. There are going to be some growing pains there for Goff in Detroit. So I'll go under passing yards for Jared Goff as well. BetMGM promo that we have from you guys is a Pro Football No Sweat token. And go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You'll get your stake back and bonus bets if you don't win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today. And please gamble responsibly. To wrap the show, PJ's plays here on a Friday. What do I like on today's card, and also play for the weekend? Kyle Schwarber is going to be my play today in going streaking in Phillies and Royals. They're going up against Michael Lorenzen of Kansas City, former Philly. And Schwarbs is 8 for 22 in his career against the right-hander. So Schwarber will be my guy today to get a base hit. Lamar Jackson over 205.5 passing yards against the Browns, my favorite player prop of week 2 in the NFL. Let's go with the Orioles, my dog of the day, plus 110 against the Blue Jays. Trevor Rogers has been unbelievable this year for the O's, and anytime we get him as a dog, we're going to take it. Give me Baltimore plus 110. And then Kansas State tonight in college football on the money line, minus 115 against Arizona. I think K-State's going to get the win. Bounce back from that bad loss against Army. Nice buy low on K-State. They'll be my best bet tonight at minus 115. Thanks again to Henry Ettinger, Shane Jackson for joining us today on the show. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Have an awesome weekend. Let's cash some bets. We'll see you on Monday.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
I went all Denver in Westgate. I went all Denver in Circa. I did 4 Denver in the $2.5 million guarantee on Splash, 2 Philly, all Denver, and the other, I think, 8 or 9 pools I'm in. Look, here's the reality. If a rookie quarterback goes into Denver against that defense and beats me, or if Bo Nix throws a pick 6 or some other godforsaken crazy play and I get beat, so be it.
Almost happened. Oh, man, that was sweaty. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you every Friday. We're lucky enough to have Kelly in Vegas hanging out on the show. Kelly in Vegas over on X and all social media platforms. Make sure you check her out over there. KIV, before I waited until Sunday morning to make all my final picks. Way too many survivor pools that I'm in. And I was like, you know what? Kelly's right. Like the only one I feel good about, we know nothing in week 1. That's where we had so much chaos a year ago. The only one I truly felt good about was Denver. Shoved all 35 entries across 10 pools, all on the Denver Broncos. And that was an experience I never want to go through ever again in my life. But we got through, and just about everybody got through. KIV, how you doing?
Hey, buckle up because we got 17 more weeks of this chaos. I can't believe I'm listening to that clip back. I had said on X, I said on one of the shows this week, like, Bo Nix throws 2 interceptions, something wonky happens, that's how we lose. Bo Nix, a fumble, 2 interceptions, and a special teams fumble, and I might still be sweating, guys. Like, that was too much for week 1. I'm not used to having that much chaos in my life. Had people over at the house. I made everybody go outside to watch the Packer game. I'm like, no, you're not allowed on my couch. I'm like there, just like ready on edge. I've made a margarita in the second quarter. I was like, I need some solace.
Hostess with the mostest. Get out of my house. You are not watching this game next to me.
Well,
so
think about it.
now
Somebody walks in your house, Sammy, and then all of a sudden chaos ensues and you're like, get out of my house. Who invited you here?
now we get to week 2. And I'm lucky to be alive myself because the 2 main entries I'm in, we went Denver with the 1, San Francisco with the 2. And I realistically thought on Sunday, oh, well, we're dead because Seattle's up, Denver's down. I thought I was dead, but now I'm alive, and now I don't know what to do. We went Pittsburgh and Miami. I know you kind of like Miami, right?
I do like Miami. I'm not going to play them in Survivor. I'll be frank with you. This is not a Miami team that I trust overall, but I think that they are worthy of putting in when you're doing 5-pick contests and so forth. This is a complete and utter buy low spot for a team who has owned the Patriots 9 straight here. I don't see Miami losing a coin flip game based on the spread. The look ahead line, 2.5. Yeah, we know those numbers aren't always accurate, as Joe just said. Who knows what week 1? Mike McDaniels, everybody wants him fired. Tua sucks. The world is burning. I think everybody gets to relax just a little bit. I think Miami wins this game, but I don't want to use them for Survivor. That's kind of the one thing. I did put in one. I think I actually used them in Joe's Survivor on Splash.
Is it fair to say for Survivor this week, if you're in a small pool, go Ravens, and then larger pool, now we can go down the board a little bit because you have such a big gap. I guess there is one game that has now touched 7, but we're talking about double digits. And then most of the week, no other game is at 7, 7.5 or higher.
No, you're right. So here I do a spreadsheet for almost every single one of the ones I'm in. Some of the ones like at Splash that are repetitive, I have multiple entries. I just copy paste and do it. But I've got one for the 5K. I've got one for the different circuit entries that I have. And obviously I went all Denver. But as I'm looking at it, you've got Baltimore this week, which is a divisional game. You've got Baltimore week 5 minus 7.5. I've got Baltimore week 8 minus 7. Baltimore week 12 minus 11.5. And oh, by the way, I guess you could use them if you wanted to. They're on, I don't know. I wouldn't. Let's just leave that out. Week 16 as well. So you're thinking it hypothetically, they're one of the top 3 teams in the league, right? We can argue till we're blue in the face. Are they number one, they number two, they number three? They're a top 3 team. You want to save those teams. You guys are not going to like this, but I'm going Dallas.
Oh, we like it.
Joe likes
Oh, do you?
Yeah. Yeah, we're using Dallas.
I was waiting for some pushback. I was like, can I say this? No, look, here's the reality. Dallas, 5.5 point favorite, won 20 of these situations. That means coming off a loss and then playing in the division at home. I don't need them to cover. I'm not laying the 5.5. I hate 5.5 point spreads in the NFL. This is a Giants team. By all means, I thought they were going to go with Jackson Dart. I clicked it on my spreadsheet. I turned it orange. It said, hey, quarterback situation unknown, possible injury, whatever you wanted to make. Nope, they're going with Russell Wilson. I don't understand it. It's not for me to understand. This is the biggest spread as it stands today that the Cowboys will be all season long. And guess what? In multiple contests, I don't need to save them for Thanksgiving. And even if you did, we're thinking what? At best, if Kansas City falls off a cliff, as it stands today, Kansas City 5.5 at Dallas. If Kansas City falls off a cliff, do you mean to tell me they're not going to close as a favorite in Dallas?
They will. And by that point, they'll be healthy or healthier, you would think. As we were talking, I just made my official pick in the Kelly in Vegas many losers pool. And I am going with Chicago because Chicago is definitely losing. I just decided that at 11:06 a.m. on the East Coast. College for you last week. I know we talk about your records because it's important. 2-3, but I don't know which loss was worse, UConn or Kansas. Like I was on
UConn
Kansas myself. They were both horrible. I mean, they were horrible. So you go 2-3. You would think you'd win one of those results, not lose both. Paul was on UConn too, and Paul was like, I wanted to throw up. So you go 2-3. I mean, you have a dog that loses in overtime, and you have a team that's up 3 points with 5 minutes to go. Doesn't cover 6.5. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. As for this week, where do you want to start? What's your favorite look for college?
Yeah, look, we're going to hope for some positive regression, Sammy, because you're right. As much as those results angered me and frustrated me on Saturday, you can't kind of let it get into it. And I play it up a little bit on social media, right? Because that's like my outlet sometimes to just say what I want to say and how frustrated I am, because I know other people like you had Kansas, or other people like Paul had UConn, and they can say, you know what, I feel like Kelly feels right now, and I want to smash my television. I did not smash the television. It's called being a grown-up. That being said, this week, I'm kind of undecided on which of these is my favorite. And I'm going to be honest with you, all of these have plummeted. So it's been kind of one of those weeks where, again, I'm getting great numbers. Yet, here we go. What's going to end up happening? Look, Florida's my favorite. I know I gave them out last week. I said, here is a great spot. This is a talented team. I gave you the reasons why I thought Billy Napier had that game circled. I'm hoping they were looking ahead to this one. And the only reason why I'm going back to the well with Florida is because I don't trust West Virginia to win the game outright. I was trying to make a case for them. I circled this one in July, and I guarantee the Gators did too. I'm curious to see how they're going to respond after getting punched in the mouth by their little brother there from Tampa. But this LSU team has gotten way too much love to start the season. We can look at the Clemson game and say what happened. Sure, Clemson almost lost that LSU game twice. They came out flat versus Troy. They ended up getting the win. I don't know. This Florida defense, I think, is the best part of this team. DJ Lagway getting lots of, we'll call them rumors swirling that maybe he wasn't 100%. I'm going to go with that. I took Florida plus the 7.5. I sprinkled Florida on the money line.
All right, let's go to a game that we are on the other side. The number is coming down from where we were yesterday. You've got Arkansas and Ole Miss. Arkansas, the road dog there. Why do you like them?
So I got to say this because I complained about the other two games not going my way. Thank you, Lane Kiffin. You know, we know the guy knows the spread. I'm very happy he called that timeout because that Kentucky game had so many wonky things happen to Ole Miss. I understand that. So we could argue that maybe Kentucky was never really in it, but I bet on that defense. Oh, man. Thank you, Lane. And I feel like now I'm betting against him again. I'm really doing him a disservice. And I know I can come on the show week in and week out and say, guys, we can't quantify revenge. But you've got to think that Sam Pittman remembers this game last year in Fayetteville. 63-31. It was not even remotely close. It was over before it started. I will say this. What I really like about this Arkansas team is they have been great road underdogs in the SEC. He might not win this game, but I think he's going to cover the 8. 16-5-1 against the spread. You mentioned this number's coming down. I apologize. My odds screen is on one of these mini pages I have open right now. I have a feeling this one's headed to 6.5.
Yeah, we're 6.5 everywhere.
Yep,
So if
we're
you want
there.
to jump in now, that's the number. Yeah, 6.5. Kansas State plays tonight. I have a feeling you like Kansas State because you always like Kansas State. Sell me
No,
this.
I don't.
Sell me on Kansas State.
Here's what I can tell you. I can't sell you on Kansas State. Here's what I can tell you. This team has inherent coaching issues. I argued with our good friend Dan Livschatz, friend of the show. He says Avery Johnson sucks. I said, tell me you're just looking at the box score without watching the games. You guys thought Cam Ward's receivers hurt him on Sunday. Thank God they dropped those passes. Avery Johnson's receivers have been hurting him for the past 2 seasons. I feel like I could catch the ball better. Most of his interceptions last year, including the one he has this year, came from a tipped ball from a defender and a wide receiver not possessing the football. Dylan Edwards is going to be back. The reason why I took one with K-State on Tuesday was I got a text from a buddy. He said, Dylan's cleared. I said, well, is he going to travel with the team? Is he going to play? And he said, 50-50. And I said, you know what? Let me tell you what happened to me last week. One thing I didn't put on social media, I laid K-State minus 6.5 in the first half versus Army. I said, I don't like K-State for the full game, but they're going to come out. They're going to put their foot on the gas. Ball don't lie. Back-to-back touchdown passes for Avery Johnson. Obviously, one of them got called back. And then they decided to play prevent defense with less than 90 seconds to go. And that was about my breaking point for this team. I was like, I'm done. I'm over this team. I'm over this coaching staff. I have heard lots of crazy things out of Manhattan, Kansas this week. It has been what our coach says in a press conference is completely different what actually happens behind closed doors. He is a very poised man. He is a very respectable man. But I have heard boots have been in you-know-whats all weekend. And this is a look headline. You know, John Murray, again, tells me all the time, Cal, don't pay attention to the summer lines. They're not that strong. Well, this line was 6.5. And if you remember last year, K-State absolutely throttled them in Arizona. This is not some Arizona team that I think is going to take a giant step forward this year. I think this is going to be a very close game. I said 24-21 when Chris Thurston texted me this morning. I said, I take that back. They're going to lose 21-20 and I'm going to push. And that is going to be my absolute other breaking point at this point in time.
A couple more minutes here with Kelly in Vegas. And Kelly, it is now South Carolina 3.5. The market's going to 3.5 from 3 against Vandy. What do you think?
Oh my gosh. Like, I don't even know what to make of it at this point. Yeah, I think Vandy's going to win the game. I put him in my parlay for that very reason. But here's the real reality. Maybe you want to come back on Gamecocks money line if you really like them here. Try to get a middle. Golly. I could see this being a 3-point game very easily. Said that in my breakdown all week long. Gamecocks fans have to love the series. They've won 16 straight. They've covered 6 of the last 7. This is South Carolina's almost gimme game every single year there in the East. Woo! But here's the thing. I don't love their offense. A lot of people in love with Lenora Sellers. The last 2 games, first one, Virginia Tech, they needed a punt return to get a cover there in Atlanta. And then last week, they needed 2 touchdowns on special teams and 1 defensive touchdown to get past a team named South Carolina State. I'm just not high on this Gamecocks team. I feel bad. I got 5. I had to give it out yesterday at 4. And now you're telling me it's 3.5, maybe headed to 3. Ooh, it's I'll take the 3.5 for show purposes because that's how this works. But boy, oh boy, does that make me nervous.
Yeah. Okay. So Florida, Arkansas, Vandy, K-State. Those are your 4 college. Anything that we're missing?
Yeah, of course. You guys can't wait to talk about this one. We just talked about UConn and how they lost that Syracuse game up 17-6. I got it on my laptop because it's on plus because it's nobody cares about the game except for us. And here I am saying, okay, all right, well, that hurts. The money line was so close, yet so far away. Slams laptop shut. Watching KU, Kentucky. Got West Virginia, Ohio on. I got the Gators on the 4 box. Everything's going good, and I get a text. We're going to overtime. I'm like, no. Wait, why are we going to overtime? Why are we going to overtime? I've got plus 6.5. I didn't get the 7. You know what happened after that. I think UConn loses this game twice. How do you leave the Carrier Dome losing that game in that fashion? So much so that Fran Brown made his own team run laps and do agility drills after the game. He was so mad at them. How do you get up for Delaware, an FCS school? You're laying 10 points here on the road. I think this is such a flat spot. I'm not saying Delaware's going to win the game, but how does UConn get up here? I think that they have a chance to at least not cover based on their results there in Syracuse.
All right, there you have it. Kelly in Vegas at Kelly in Vegas on X. Kelly, best of luck with all your college plays, NFL plays,
Thanks, guys.
And of course, Survivor. Go Cowboys for 1 week.
For 1 week.
Delaware.
Yes, for 1 week.
I love Delaware. I love that look.
Do you?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right.
The hens? The hens, baby.
I know. I'm used to Delaware plays in basketball. 2-minute drill. We'll find out where the room is at next. Don't want to miss it. They've been awful all season long. You've got Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
no huddle with the Bet Sweats 2-minute drill on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, we got a lot to get through on this Friday with this 2-minute drill. A lot of games that we have not mentioned so far in the show, and we'll find out where the room is at. That's the part that everyone's been waiting for. Where is the room? Has the room had a winning anything since football started with college? I don't ever remember even saying, oh, the room was okay. They got a couple of wins. It's been 0 wins or maybe 1 out of every 5.
Paul's got it. What's the numbers, Paul?
I think 1-4 is the ceiling, and that's including like last night as well. I don't have a 2-3 written down.
Yeah, that's how bad it's been. I don't see a 4-1 coming. Not based on what
we had.
Seen, so we'll get to
Scotty
that.
and Providence.
For
remember
this week?
Scotty in Providence came out a couple weeks ago. He listens to Bet Sweats all the time. And he asked us, is fading the room a long-term solution? Is it a long-term thing that we can do? And I believe I said, over the long haul, yes. Be careful with just one weekend. Because if you come in, like say we come in this weekend and the room goes 3-2 or 4-1, the room will still be well down. Like very much down. The room is probably out of money, Paul. That's the problem. Like the room is probably already dead. So the room in week 1, week 2 could look different in week 8. But over the long haul, over 1,000 games, the room stinks 100%.
I have a small stat correction. Monday Night Football, the room did go 3-2 for a grand total of 0.2 units. So
okay,
that.
Because they're laying juice.
Yeah. Other than that, 1-4, 0-5, 1-4, 0-5. College sides, NFL sides, NFL props. Yes. And it's not looking great this week. Yeah.
The room is giving blood right now to get more money for the weekend.
No, the room is getting blood. The room is getting a blood transfusion right now to come back to life. All right.
It might not have any blood to give, Sam.
Right. 2-minute drill.
Let's do the 2-minute drill.
All right. Speaking of hospitals and stuff, Brock Purdy and not going to be out there for a couple weeks. San Francisco at New Orleans. Still looks like we're sitting at San Francisco -3 in New Orleans. I know this was thrown out as like a survivor play or perhaps a contest play at -3. Sam, where you at as we head into the weekend?
I sent Mac Jones no matter what to both of my survivor threads. Nobody wanted any part of it, so I did not persuade anybody to do Niners in survivor. I think McCaffrey's going to have a huge game. I'm thinking about laying 3. I haven't done. Everybody keeps saying don't do it, which Joe knows. That means I want to do it even more because I'm sick. It's Niners at 3 or pass. I'm not taking 3 with the Saints. I would need so much more than 3 to bet on that god-awful football team.
At about the same time yesterday in our post-show meeting, both myself and Paul were getting texts from different people asking, Saints in Survivor? No. You don't have to use this. You can win the pool. And you don't have to use the 5 to 10 worst teams in the NFL. That's how Survivor is. There's no reason to go that route. San Francisco -3. I understand where you're coming from. I'm not going to be betting it. It's just so much. And now it's Mac Jones. It's not only a Mac Jones conversation. It's Ayuk is still out. Now the quarterback is still out. Now Kittle's out. Okay, Juwan Jennings, he did not practice on Thursday. Trent Williams did not practice. There's just so much going on with this San Francisco team. If I'm going to use them in Survivor, I'm going to use them when they're more healthy, which I don't know if that's going to happen. And do I want to lay 3? Not really. Here's the Trent Williams numbers. When Trent Williams is on the field with San Francisco, they have a record of 44-25. Without Trent Williams, they are 4-12 straight up. I'm just staying away. But some respected people, along with you, Sam, they're going to lay the 3. They think it's so cheap on San Francisco, and the Saints are so bad.
Luckily, that person who I got a text from saw the light on his own and is not taking the Saints in Survivor. Carolina, Arizona. Joe, I know you've got strong thoughts on this one. Carolina, I believe, still catching 7.
Yeah, they are. I think we're going too far. And I don't like the way that Kyler's played at home throughout his career. He's actually been better on the road. I was more than unimpressed with their team in New Orleans. They were outgained by the Saints. And now they're going home, and we think things are going to get better because they're playing Carolina. Yeah, Carolina may be awful, but here's another 7-point spread. So they're a touchdown favorite on the road. Now they're a touchdown at New Orleans. Now they're a touchdown favorite at home against Carolina. I'm not buying it. This line's going too far. Sure, Bryce Young was bad. So we're convinced that means he's going to have a bad first half until he gets benched again and he comes back at the end of the year when it's kind of meaningless football and he plays well like last year. Like, no, it doesn't work that way. 7 is too much. I'm probably going to be taking the Panthers here at the number of 7 and 7 only. And there are a few 7s that have popped.
There are more 7s than there were yesterday. Pinnacle, Circa, Superbook, Bet Online. I think BetMGM has a very good chance to get to 7. That's a juiced 6.5, -115. So we are probably on the way. If you have 6.5, you should probably wait, because when you see Pinnacle go to 7, odds are good people will follow.
All right. Divisional matchup, Cleveland at Baltimore. Cleveland, a double-digit dog, +11.5, total of 45. Will the Ravens' fourth quarter defense leave the back door open, Joe?
I'll be honest. Sometimes there are games in the card where I just don't have much on it. I don't care for the number, and I'm not going to be playing the game. And this is kind of that game. Yeah, I'll have them in my small survivor pools that have less than 200 people alive. I will be taking the Baltimore Ravens because they're going to win, coming off that brutal loss against the Bills. I don't see them starting 0-2, and life will be a lot easier because you're not facing Josh Allen and the Bills. One thing that certainly stands out to me, Browns safety Grant Delpit on tackling Derrick Henry, quote, "not hard," end quote. Henry responds, "I saw that. We'll see." One of the biggest cash props out there has been longest rush for Derrick Henry. That quote alone makes me think that prop's going to probably continue cashing.
I took Cleveland because Paul talked me into it. So in our Chicago contest where we pick 5, I do have Browns +11.5 in there. Paul, you like it, right?
Yeah, I'm on it. Flacco. I think, again, with that defense, I just think that's a lot for this defense. And I think the Ravens they're very susceptible late. They do not kill teams in general. So yeah, I'm on the Browns +11.5.
I feel like we got to get to 14. If we can get to 14, I like our chances.
Yeah. All right. Next divisional matchup, Buffalo at the Jets. Sam, you mentioned this one earlier about a Buffalo defensive line injury at Oliver. Where are we at on this game? Any plays? Sam, we'll start with you.
I don't have a side bet. I do not. But the 108 guys and I did put Buffalo in Survivor. So they are not scared of this emotional letdown. I think the Jets overachieved last week, and I thought the Bills played to their level. Actually, the Bills probably for 3 quarters played below their level. So in some weird way, Buffalo didn't play its A game and still won. The Jets played probably a B+ game. I don't think they're B+ good, though. So I see the theory. I see the logic. They went Buffalo, and I just said, yep, let's do it, ship it. So we need Buffalo to win. I'm not getting involved side or total.
Did they take it because GRP's first bet was Jets +7?
I don't think so.
Okay. This game scares me. Sharper money on the Jets all week. That's crazy because wasn't this the team that almost bankrupt Beef Loaf? just betting the Jets when they were god awful game after game after game. I'm worried about it. And, it's your traditional stuff. It's the big home dog in the division. Look, there's got to be some sort of a letdown, right? After a 15-point comeback in the final 4 minutes for the Bills. I think a lot of people are looking at it. Game theory-wise, I like what the idea behind it, because I don't think anybody's going to be on the Bills. It's going to be the Ravens or a number of these other games that are sitting in this 5 to 6 point range. I don't have a bet on the game. It's notable that there's sharp money on the Jets. People are buying into Justin Fields.
Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
All right. One game that has not been talked about all weekend. Will the Broncos ruin the Colts Sunday? Minus 1.5 point favorites in Indy, Sam.
I really want to bet the Colts here. This is going to be your pros against your Joes, no doubt. I did not get there, but this was on my short list. Colts +2. I see one book has 2.5. You got a lot of respected Vegas books at 1. BetMGM's kind of in the middle, splitting the difference, minus 1.5. How many people are going to bet Indy here, Joe? Not many. You line up 10 people, you're going to see 7 on Denver. I would not be surprised at all if Indianapolis won and somehow Daniel Jones became 2-0 as an NFL starter.
I want nothing to do with this game. It's like one of those games where you look at it like I could see either thing happening. My reason that I will not back the Colts is part of it is I'm thinking, okay, was Daniel Jones, was that more about the matchup last week? Because if it was, he's in a world of trouble with this Broncos defense, with the pressure that they're going to bring. Yeah, it wasn't like that with Miami. So I'm scared off by it. If anything, I would look to the Denver side, but there are other games that I have stronger opinions on. I will not have a bet in this game.
I had Denver written down, but Sam, honestly, the theory you laid out, like who is betting the Colts here, is probably going to keep me away from it because it's just nobody. All right, Monday Night Football. Throw both of them at you at once. If strong thoughts on either or both, can put them together. Tampa at Houston. Tampa at 2.5 road dog. Total 42.5. Chargers in Vegas. Chargers a 3.5 road favorite. Total 46.5.
I did bet the Raiders +3.5. Got there, no problem. I'm a Geno guy this year. I'm a Pete Carroll guy. I think they're going to hang around there. If Harbaugh beats me by 4, so be it. But I do think the Raiders are live. And then the sharpest guy that I know loves Houston. He laid 2 on the Texans. I, for some reason, have not tailed that. I don't know why. He loves Houston in this spot. He thinks they're going to be just fine. He laid 2. That's now 2.5.
I don't mind that. I understand that. I'm very curious with both of these matchups. On the Bucs one, I want to see how Baker does without Liam Cohen against a tough defense on the road. Let's see what they end up doing there. Yeah, sure, you could take out Atlanta in a comeback, and maybe you shouldn't have won that game, but Baker did enough. As far as between the 20s, not so much throughout the game, but in the biggest moments, he ends up with 3 touchdown passes there. So I'm curious about Houston's offense. That'd be my concern with laying points with them. And then Chargers Raiders. I want to see if Geno can do it again with Chip Kelly. That has potential to be a very fun team to watch this year. Not sure I'll have a bet on that game.
All right. We'll do Where's the Room and lightning bet since we're up against it, but a little teaser for you. Number 5 most bet team by the room in the NFL. Broncos. -1.5.
So they are.
Number 1 most bet team in college, because the others are more interesting. Shout out Jeff Schwartz, Oregon, -28.
Let's go. Let's go, Wildcats. Meow. Where's Willie? Did you steal Willie?
That's not a good enough meow. You gotta do it from the diaphragm. It's gotta be a meow. That's how you do it. You gotta hit it from down there.
You hit it?
No.
Under or Northwestern?
I like under 49. I did bet that.
Yeah.
I just wish, I've used this joke now a couple times this week on different shows. If Fitz was there, the grass would be 2 feet long. That's the only thing that I don't like. they wouldn't cut the grass for weeks when Ohio State was rolling in. If Fitz was there, it looked like a swamp. But they don't do that anymore, unfortunately.
They don't?
No. They don't do a lot of things.
No. Worried about getting in trouble? Yeah.
A lot of things have changed in Evanston.
Really?
For sure.
Like what?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wonder.
Don't know.
Fitz didn't know. He didn't know. He had no idea anything was happening. Nope. The way he runs that program, no idea. It was hands off.
I have a lot of Fitz stories. Unfortunately, we're out of time.
Oh, damn. We do have time for lightning bets. We'll find out where the room is at in the NFL. You got to see about the dogs, too. The most popular dogs, most popular money line plays. It's hilarious. That's next. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
it too late to jump on Mateer at 8-1?
I don't think it's too late, but you're certainly not getting the best bang of your buck. You know, obviously because he's coming off a good game against a marquee opponent where he made some really good throws. But I don't think his price is going to be going down over the weekend. Oklahoma goes on the road. Am I reading this correctly? To Temple. Doesn't feel like it should be a tough game for Oklahoma, but they do have, you know, maybe some tough ones coming up. They play Auburn the next week, and then I think it looks like 4 weeks they play Texas. That will be obviously a huge game. But like maybe there's still, you know, some logic that says, okay, you can still bet on John Mateer, because I do feel like in the public mindset, like he's still definitely not won it. Like even though the odds have shortened dramatically, it's still 8-1. It does feel like it is still very much a wide open race. So you're not getting the best number, but I'm not going to talk off people who are saying, hey, I can still make a case for John Mateer. There's still plenty of weeks left in the season, still plenty of big marquee games, and he has shown flashes of being a very good quarterback.
Yeah, it's pretty upsetting to me. I'm not happy with it. I was hoping to go to Oklahoma and not be good, but you know, credit where credit is due. He looks really good. I think the only issue with John Mateer is not his play. He looks great. And when you get a win over Michigan in the way that they did, Michigan is definitely down this year, but still, it's a big win. I think they use him so much, he gets a lot of usage. I mean, he can run the ball, too. That's the thing. He's more of a dual threat than you think. I mean, he can move. And so when you use a quarterback that much, I think you have to worry potentially about injury, which, of course, you do with every quarterback or every player that you bet on, but particularly at that position and particularly a guy like him, because the Sooners really need him on offense. They've had issues with their offense in previous years, and so they're going to absolutely get as much run out of him as possible. And when that happens, then, you know, there's maybe a bit more of a roll of the dice there, but there's no question at 8-1, I still think there's value.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, lightning bets. It's us trying to see if we can get to our contest plays as a consensus on the show. Get to that coming up. And where's the room? That as well. Hey, Sam.
Hi. Hi,
How
Joe.
you doing? Feeling good? You like Jets? You still feel all right about the Raiders and the Texans on Monday night?
I don't like Jets. I have Bills Survivor.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a Jets guy this week. I
GRP.
like the Raiders. I like the Raiders a lot more 30 seconds ago before you told me the bad news.
Raiders, Texans, Chiefs, Jets. 4 plays. So when he goes 4-0, you're going to subscribe.
I thought he was selling 1 pick a week. Now he's giving 4 out for free.
This week is free, yes, to entice you because it's going to go 4-0. Should we parlay the other side?
No.
I might.
Okay.
All right. Let's find out where the room is at on a Friday here in the National Football League. Paul Aspen gave you a teaser on that, but Paul, let's go down the docket here. What do we have as far as the room? National Football League week number 2.
All right, we'll do NFL and college. Well, you want me to run through college real quick? Here's college. I'll just roll them off in college and then go NFL. Number 5, Clemson -3. Want no part of that game. Well, number 4, Florida +7.
Ooh, wow. Okay. That's surprising.
Yeah. Number 3, there it is. South Florida +17.
Oh, I knew it! I knew it! I knew it!
Enjoy that.
Let's
Every
go.
beat of that.
Murder! A murder in
Beat
Miami!
down.
A murder!
Get the t-shirts.
Number 2.
Murder!
Was the case. Number 2, Georgia -4.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting mix.
Yeah.
But the payoff.
That game's got to be the most bet game of the week.
It's a
Yeah, I do
huge
not
handle
see
game.
that, but it
Huge.
has to
And
be.
Sharps were betting 6.5, 6, 5.5, all the way down to 4. And now at BetMGM, at least, public is betting Georgia laying the 4. So it's going to be a huge handle. Probably number 1 of the weekend, I would guess.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we mentioned Oregon is the number 1. Oregon -28, number 1 most bet college side at BetMGM. Switching over to the NFL, mentioned this one as well. Number 5, 5th most bet side at BetMGM for the NFL weekend. Denver Broncos -1.5. Number 4, Detroit Lions -6 against
Sam.
the Bears.
Jump in. It's
No.
warm. Come on.
I know. I should bet the Bears +6, but I don't know. I think the quarterback cares more about the nails than he does about other things. I can't. I found out him and Angel Reese have the same nail tech. Like, nah, I'm out.
A few 6.5s now. They're popping.
Where's the room? The room is on USF and the room is dead. That's where the room is.
Who woke Gertch up? Who woke him up?
Room's a little late.
It's like, remember, it's like Homer Simpson back in the day, like when the nuclear reactor would be going off and Homer would be asleep and just wake up and slam the button. That's what just happened right there. Somebody just woke up and hit the button. I love that.
Yeah, that would happen to me working overnights, running the board. Like, oh, wait, I missed the LQ. Boom. We're going to be coming back from break a couple minutes late.
Push the button. Push the button.
Yeah.
Which one? I don't care. Any of them. Pow!
All right, number 3, Cowboys -5.5 against the Giants.
Okay.
Number 2, Bills -6.5 against the Jets. And number 1, Go Birds -1 against the Chiefs.
Philly -1 is the number 1 play from the room?
They're fading Mahomes. They're all out in Mahomes after one game.
Damn it. I'm not going
In
to get
Arrowhead.
that 10-1 AFC. It's not going to happen now.
In Arrowhead, they're out. Why? Because you're saying the Chiefs are winning this game?
I mean, if we follow the pattern from the room,
yeah,
the Chiefs are going to win.
Are the Jets going to win?
I hope not for Survivor.
Yeah.
The best part of the whole room is the room hasn't watched a second of South Florida, and now the room is stepping up on South Florida. It's so perfect. It's so perfect.
I love it. If you take away anything, I'd say take away the room. Is there anything notable there on moneyline bets or dog play or something there? Did you notice, by the way, the room, no public dogs, all favorites? I think that's worth something.
So I saw some most popular underdogs. I believe Patriots was number 1 from BetMGM. Let's see, money, most bet teams. Interesting. All right, money, most bet teams was on the Jets, Eagles, Patriots, Cowboys, Lions. So some oppo sides. Most bet underdogs to win outright. Patriots, plus 110. Browns, plus 600. The Bucks on Monday Night Football, plus 120. Bears, plus 230. Jets, plus 240.
Yeah.
Nice little motorcycle action there in the background. Love that.
Most money was not among the most tickets. The most amount of money is on the Jets. Just saying.
Yeah, they're betting that Bills' emotional letdown. That's what they're doing. It's very obvious.
Divisional home dog. Yeah. Yep. And they're betting over on that game too, which is kind of interesting. All right, let's figure out our contest plays. Sam, go ahead, throw one out. What you got?
Are we using which Lions are we using? I always forget.
Chicago
contest. Okay, so contest. Let's go. In this one, it's Miami -1. Dolphins. Done.
Sure. All right. Pittsburgh -3. Oh, are we taking favorites here? Yeah, but I know that you guys agree on that one, so I figure that's the easiest one that'll get through. Pittsburgh -3.
Yep.
I'll have a piece or two of Survivor on those guys as well. All right. I think we talked in the break a little concerning, I guess, that we have not heard a single person talk Cincy -3.5, but I think we're all on the Jags plus 3.5.
Yes, sir.
I've done nothing with it, but I support it. I'm in.
Yep. I bet.
Go ahead, Joe.
I
You
agree.
pick the fourth.
Fourth. What's the Chicago number at? 6?
6.
Tennessee at what? 5.5. Carolina is, where are we? Carolina. If I could find it.
6.5.
Listed?
6.5.
Okay, 6.5. Damn. Let's go. Just take Chiefs +1.
I don't hate that at all. Not at all. Considering the recent developments.
Yes.
Considering the room is lining up to spray the Eagles. Oh, the Eagles won the Super Bowl, and Mahomes is washed. Yep, simple. Can you guys get there with me on the Raiders or no? If not, we can move on.
Not a game I was thinking about much, but it makes sense to me. At home,
would you
getting
rather
3.5
do Raiders?
division.
Raiders plus 3.5 or Bears plus 6? I could get there either way.
I'd rather do Raiders.
I'd rather do Raiders.
Paul's had a lot of those
Raiders
reactions today. Yeah.
I mean, the Packers, okay, so the two most overrated teams in the NFL are the Packers and the Chargers. The Packers took our money on Thursday, and now the Chargers will take our money on Monday, but I want to be on the other side, and I want to take the Raiders.
Okay. So it'll be the Raiders 2-0 if they win. Chargers 1-1. Chiefs 1-1. And then who am I missing in the West? Trying to figure out what kind of number we'll get on the Chiefs. Broncos. What are they going to be? Maybe 2-0.
Coming into this segment, no thoughts on the game. Now Joe's got Kansas City 1-1. I love it.
Yep. Yeah. We want them to lose, though. We want them to lose.
I want 10-1 AFC. I want it. I need it. But that will not happen if they beat the champs.
I'm not going to tell people to bet this, and nobody's going to jump in with me, and that's fine. I'm just putting it out there. I like Tennessee plus 5.5. I wish I can get 6. Probably not getting a 6 for a reason. Ramley, like last year, already has 3 injured offensive linemen. Both guards and the right tackle. We'll see on the final injury report today. If they're missing multiple offensive linemen, watch out for Jeffrey Simmons for the Titans. And yeah, I was fine with Cam Ward. Catch the damn ball, Titans receivers. I think they're going to make it a game. I'm looking forward to that game.
As for bets we didn't get to, I don't think I've played Miami on this show yet, but I put it in my newsletter. I love Miami college. I like Minnesota too, on the road against Cal. Great defense. I ended up getting here on our show yesterday the Georgia Notre Dame moneyline parlay at plus 120, and then the Dolphins and the Raiders for me. That's kind of where I'm at. I do have Houston tonight. I think I picked that earlier in the week. So if you missed anything, like that's just a nice little glimpse of where I'm at across the board heading into the weekend.
Paul, anything to add that you have not said?
I'll be on Inside the Betting Lines tomorrow with PJ Glasser, all through the college football day. A little teaser, A&M plus 6.5 and ODU plus 6.5. Talk about it. Vitek's a mess, and their offensive line's all banged up.
All right, very, very cool. We'll be checking that out tomorrow. A lot of times on Saturdays after Cubs games. That show is on 670 The Score, so maybe you'll be there. Jake, anything quickly?
Just happy to be here. Thanks for including me.
Thank you.
Love you guys. Also, Orioles first 5 and Rangers on the money line.
All right, BetMGM game day. Yes, we're done for the day. BetMGM game day Sunday morning, 8 to 11 a.m. Eastern. Myself, Jason Lockenfora, Kate Constable. Then You Better You Bet Countdown. They got the show right afterwards, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. Catch us Sunday morning, Sam and Nick, and I'll be on at 8 a.m. Eastern right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can watch us on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you want to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you're hitting us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. If you like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends, you can find it at BetMGM Network on Twitter. We got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Friday. We have Tyler Morales, Jay Kassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Addy Bates, Nick Costos. He joins us 1 hour from now with his thoughts on last night's Packers victory, Thursday night football win for Green Bay over the Washington Commanders. They get it done in dominating fashion, 27-18 against Washington. Nick will let us know his takeaways to begin the 4 o'clock hour. But as always, if you miss anything across these 4 hours, it's a Friday. We're going to talk a lot of football. But we're not just talking football today. A little bit of baseball, college football, WNBA playoffs begin on Sunday. Bottom of this hour, I'll get into what I'm betting ahead of the WNBA playoffs. If you miss any part of the show today, make sure you check it out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, because we're so kind in putting it on there on demand for you guys to consume, the least you could do is to subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcast. We have 3 guests who will be joining us all throughout the 5 o'clock hour. Starting at 5 o'clock, college football betting analyst for the Action Network, host of the Big Bets on Campus podcast, Colin Wilson, will join us in his usual Friday afternoon spot, giving us his best bets for week 3 in college football. The SEC's taking center stage with some awesome games. A&M, Notre Dame, Georgia, Tennessee, LSU, Florida, Arkansas, Colin's alma mater, Arkansas and Ole Miss. Who does Colin like in the biggest games in college football? We'll find out at 5 o'clock Eastern. Then at 5:20 Eastern, former general manager in Major League Baseball, host of Leadoff Spot on the MLB Network, Steve Phillips, joins us once again here on You Better You Bet. He does a great work for MLB Network and TSN. He's going to get us caught up on Major League Baseball as we're just about 2 weeks away from the end of the regular season. Boy, I tell you what, that American League West race, every night, like I'm not staying up to watch these damn Mariners games. They're going too late. I mean, they're going extra innings every single night. But like the Mariners, apparently they've found the mojo once again. Soto mojo is back. We'll ask Steve Phillips who's going to win the AL West coming up at 5:20 Eastern time. A hell of a race down the stretch between the Mariners, Astros, and the Rangers. Then at 5:40 Eastern, sports betting analyst for The Ringer, Raheem Palmer, will join us here on You Better You Bet. We caught up with Raheem back in February in New Orleans at the Super Bowl. He's going to check in with us to talk NFL, Week 2 best bets, plus bets for the mega fight tomorrow night here in Las Vegas between Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez. Cannot wait to get Raheem's thoughts on that. Raheem does a great work on the Ringer Gambling Show. Obviously on Twitter, he's always talking about betting. Cannot wait to get his thoughts on the Canelo and Crawford fight as well as Week 2 in the National Football League. But let's go ahead and start off today's show with what we saw last night, Thursday Night Football, Packers beating the Commanders 27-18. I'm glad. Guess what? We didn't have any craziness on a Thursday. Like, there was no nonsense like last week where I bet the over and all of a sudden there's a lightning delay and the game goes under the total. No, laid the Packers -3. Packers win it wire to wire. They cover that bad boy. Absolutely love it. And in my opinion, last night for the Green Bay Packers, in front of a national audience, it was their coming out party. The Green Bay Packers announced to everyone, we're that team. And I find it very interesting because around this time last week, everyone's saying, oh, you got to bet Detroit. Bettors were just shoveling money on the Lions on game day. It closed to pick 'em at some sports books. Green Bay wins that one. Last night and all throughout the week, bettors shoveling money on the Commanders. Got to bet the Commanders. Wasn't even close. Not even close. Now, there was a little bit of spread potential drama going on there, but the Packers closed the door. They shut it completely closed, and we were able to get there with Green Bay laying the 3. But to me, the story of last night, and it's been the story through the first 5 days of this Green Bay Packers regular season, the upside on this team is ridiculously high. In fact, I think this upside is through the roof. Now, yesterday on the show and previewing this game and talking about it, seeing how these two teams match up, I started off saying, hey, you know what? The Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFC. That's what I said. I was wrong. The Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFL. As it stands right now, we've only played, 17 games of the NFL regular season, but I feel pretty comfortable saying the Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFL. They are absolutely loaded, and they can do everything now with Micah Parsons in the fold. Like, this team is ridiculous. Like, can the Packers run the football? Check. Can the Packers throw the ball? Check. Can the Packers stop the run? Have you watched the first couple of games? Check. Can the Packers stop the pass? I don't know. Their pass rush is menacing, and their secondary is actually pretty solid. Like, the Packers check all the boxes that are fundamental to winning in football. Like, did you see that defense last night? My goodness. Like, Micah Parsons is a freaking monster in every single passing situation. And I think I was telling Bill this earlier this morning as we were talking about the show and what we wanted to do. Like, a little bit of me dies on the inside with every single Micah Parsons pressure or sack. Like, this guy should be wearing a star on his helmet. Like, what the hell happened to where all of a sudden now he's with the Green Bay Packers? But you see why Micah Parsons is the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. That dude is the best player every time he steps foot on the field. He's ridiculous. And even when he's not sacking the quarterback, he's out there and you feel his presence. Jaden Daniels definitely felt his presence last night. Never really looked comfortable behind center in the pocket. Like, Micah Parsons is that dude. And I found it pretty funny last night watching a little bit of the post-game show on Amazon Prime. You could hear the Packers fans belting out a chant of "Thank you, Jerry," for trading Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers. And it pains me to say it, but they're right. Like, Jerry Jones, owner of the Dallas Cowboys, probably gifted them a Super Bowl, or at least a Super Bowl appearance this season. Like, it's insane how good this Packers defense is now with Micah Parsons on the field. And that's the thing that he does. The Cowboys defense with Parsons on the field the last 4 years, best in the league. Without him, 31st in the league. Now the Green Bay defense, where you could poke holes in May and June and July and say, oh, are we sure about Green Bay? Yeah, we're pretty sure now. Look at what they look like with Micah Parsons out there, and he's still not at his full strength. Only played 68% of the snaps last night. You're going to see more Micah Parsons when they get off of this kind of like short bye week with the extra rest heading into next Sunday. Like, this team is ridiculous, and the defense is ridiculous with everyone just flying around last night. They look insanely fast on the defensive side of the ball. Big time kudos to defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley, who I think at some point next year will be a head coach. Like, I hope he's renting and not buying in Green Bay, and not for the bad reason. I think that dude's going to be a head coach somewhere else next season. He was that good, and he had Jaden Daniels and that Commanders offense in a chokehold last night, similar to what we saw on Sunday with the Detroit Lions and Jared Goff. Hafley was awesome, and you can tell he's in his bag early with this kind of defense. But it's not just the defense. What about the Green Bay Packer offense? Surprise, surprise. Matt LaFleur owned Dan Quinn again. Like, we talked ad nauseum yesterday about this coaching matchup. And as outlined, look back at these recent results between Matt LaFleur and Dan Quinn. LaFleur's been getting the better of Dan Quinn. Well, last night, LaFleur's offense against Quinn's defense, 404 yards, 6.5 yards per play. And that's with Jordan Love missing a couple of deep balls to Matthew Golden and other receivers. Like, this could have been much worse for the Washington Commander defense. It was so clear from minute one, oh, it's just going to be another one of those kinds of games. Like, Dan Quinn has no answer whatsoever for this Matt LaFleur offense. And the thing for the Green Bay Packers, when you combine those two, the defense with Micah Parsons and Jeff Hafley doing what they're doing, the offense with Jordan Love, who I didn't even think was like that crisp last night. Like, the Packers offense left a lot of meat on the bone, I felt. Like, when this team gets humming along, the sky is the limit. Now, the downside for Green Bay last night is that once again, because they're just not allowed to have good things in terms of health, another wide receiver went down. Like, that's the bummer from last night if you're a Packers bettor or a backer or even just a Packers fan. Jaden Reed, first quarter, breaks his collarbone. He's going to need surgery, likely going to be out until at least November. So that is now Green Bay down 2 of their 3 leading receivers from last year in Reed and Christian Watson, who's still recovering from the torn ACL at the end of last season. Sounds like he's on track to get back around Halloween, that late October time. But still, even though they have those injuries, if the Packers offense can just keep humming along with the guys that they have, and I don't see why they wouldn't be able to keep humming along, this is going to be such a scary offensive attack at full strength. Now, I would love to see Jordan Love and Matthew Golden kind of get on the same page here. That's, I think, the next evolution of the Packers offense. And you saw them trying to use Golden, the rookie out of Texas, a little bit more in the offensive game plan. Love just missed him kind of by like a half step on both of those passes. I mean, Golden could have had 130 yards receiving last night on those 2 throws alone. Like, Love and Golden, they're going to get there. They're not there yet, but they're going to get there. And they're going to need to get there with Jaden Reed out, in addition to Christian Watson already being on the IR. But I think this Packers team, when you look at the betting market is starting to get it right. Took a couple of weeks to catch up to it. People were betting against them. All this hype and all. Guys, they traded for Micah Parsons, man. Of course there's going to be hype. And when we get to the games, of course they're going to kick everyone's ass, as they've done through 2 weeks. Green Bay now, plus 650 to win the Super Bowl, only behind the Buffalo Bills and the Baltimore Ravens. They have now surpassed the Philadelphia Eagles as the favorites at BetMGM to win the NFC at plus 340. Almost kind of like co-favorites there. Phillies at plus 350, Packers at plus 340. So I think it's absolutely warranted. I think Green Bay is well on their way to having a monster season, which brings me to another ramification off of last night, and something that I'm starting to see bubble a little bit in terms of the discourse coming off of the game with the Packers beating the Commanders 27-18. I'll ask this question. Have you looked at the MVP market recently? Have you looked at it? Jordan Love, he's starting to climb. He is climbing. And now Jordan Love, the Green Bay Packers quarterback, the 3rd choice in the market behind Josh Allen, behind Lamar Jackson. This is why back in May, when the schedule came out, was championing Jordan Love as a bet to win MVP. Now, back then it was 25-1, much bigger price. They traded for Parsons down to 18-1. Now it's down to 8-1 at most sports books. But when you look at the upcoming schedule for the Green Bay Packers, who took care of business at home, 2-0 start in 5 days, exactly what they wanted to do. Next Sunday, they're at the Cleveland Browns. They're going to be near a touchdown favorite at Cleveland. Maybe even a little bit more once people really kind of realize this team is absolutely loaded on both sides of the ball. Week 4, just like the game where I'm going to want to gouge out my eyes. They're at the Dallas Cowboys Sunday Night Football. I'm sure Micah Parsons probably had 3 sacks in that game. Can't wait. Going to be a whole lot of fun. But the next couple of games on the road, at Browns, at Dallas, 2 very winnable games. Could be talking about the 4-0 Green Bay Packers heading into the bye week. Week 6, they host the Cincinnati Bengals. They'll be favored in that game. Week 7, at the Arizona Cardinals. Not going to be a massive favorite, but they'll probably be favored in the game as well. Week 8, at the Steelers, as they play their old buddy Aaron Rodgers. Probably a favorite in that game as well on Sunday Night Football. Week 9, they host the Carolina Panthers. Massive favorite. And then Week 10, they host the reigning Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. By the time we get to that Week 10 showdown with Philly, at most, I see 2 losses for the Green Bay Packers. Probably 1 loss, and there's a chance they're undefeated. That is why Jordan Love's price prior to the start of the season was 100% a buy. Now, I mean, maybe there's a little bit of meat left on the bone, but I don't want to be kind of going after Josh Allen because Josh Allen is established as that dude in the AFC. But there's such a clear path for Green Bay to get the 1 seed in the NFC that by the time we get to January, Jordan Love will squarely be in the conversation for league's most valuable player. So last night, outside of the injury to Jaden Reed, it was all coming up Green Bay Packers. And I think this season, it's going to all come up Green Bay Packers. My team that I picked to win the Super Bowl at the start of the season, they're well on their way just after 2 weeks into the 2025 campaign. On the other side, we'll get to the top stories that we have here on a Friday, a football Friday on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Hanging out with you guys here on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
He is going to cash in one category. I'm not talking about the vertical performance. I'm talking about his legs. Give me him for 20-plus rush yards and gets your new favorite team, the Indianapolis Colts. I got this CD for money today, plus 100. Absolutely love this. You look at week one, as tracked a player profiler, he had a 26.7 carry percentage, which was outstanding for a quarterback. He only averaged 2.3 yards per carry, went for 18 rushing yards on 8 rush attempts. And he has gone over this prop in 4 of his last 5 games, including the playoffs last season. Look at Indy with DeForest on that team. They're a team that brings the heat, right? They're number 11 in pocket pressure rate. They were in week 1, dialing it up on 19.4% of opponent dropbacks. That was right around where they were last year, which was 18.9%. So I think Bo Nix, whether on design runs or on opportunistic scrambles, he is going to scurry those legs and get to 20 or more rush yards. He does so. I cash in my ticket, which I've already posted on my always free, always transparent, always public spreadsheet at plus 100 there on the gamingjuice.com. Oh, speaking of juice, bartender, one more round.
Yeah.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet coming at you on a Football Friday here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe hanging with you guys this afternoon. 40 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the Packers beating the Commanders last night 27-18. Green Bay covers. Thank goodness. That was good to see the ball go through the hoop last night. The game goes under the total, which I'm glad I didn't bet the total because I actually leaned to the over. I know Jay came on with us, Jay Croucher of NBC came on with us last night during the Power Hour. He liked the under, so shout out to Jay for getting that one home. But I felt that those two teams would score more points. Green Bay did their part. Washington, not so much as they get shut down by the Green Bay defense. Green Bay's defense been doing that to all the opponents that they played so far this season. It's only been 2, but hey, that's the day that we have to work with. 20 minutes from now, I'll get into the WNBA playoffs. Last night was the final night of the regular season. The bracket is set. We know the path, and I'll break down who will win the WNBA title coming up next month. And a fun series bet for the first round, which begins on Sunday. What great timing to have game 1 during the witching hour of the NFL. But hey, we'll try to bet it nonetheless and try to make some money off of it here in this playoff campaign. But joining us right now, like he does each and every weekday at 3:20 Eastern, it's our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, how we doing? I know you're a Bears fan. Last night, watching the Packers, how we feeling? I mean, I've already come to terms with, like, this is going to be a disgusting season, and Micah Parsons is going to get all these, accomplishments and win a Super Bowl probably. But how are you feeling as your heated rival looks pretty damn good through 5 days of the season?
Yeah, no, look, I think the Packers might be the class of the NFC, so that's not great as a Bears fan, but particularly for last night, it's kind of a lose-lose. Yeah, you don't want to see the Packers win, but for every win Jaden Daniels get, it just looks worse for Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
So either way, it was just not good for Bears fans, but I would like to thank Nick Costos, because I did not have a lean in this one. I didn't really know where to go. And as Nick was presenting his cases for both teams yesterday in terms of where he would go, I know Nick went Washington, but his case for Green Bay was so compelling, I went Green Bay.
I totally forgot about that dynamic for Bears fans last night. Like, here you are, like, hate watching Jaden Daniels and then hate watching the Green Bay Packers. Like, it's I didn't realize that you guys were in hell. Hey, but at least you made some money, right? That's all that matters. Yeah, I made some money last night. Yeah. You made money. The Packers fans are trolling Jerry Jones all night long. It's just like, all right, like this, the whole thing is ridiculous. But you might as well, you know what? If you can't beat them, join them and get on board and try to make a little bit of money to ease the pain. But enough of that.
Yeah,
let's get into this.
Yeah, that Packers-Steelers Sunday night football game in week 6, that is Bears fan hell. So just, well, not looking forward to that one.
Here's Mr. I own you versus the Green Bay Packers. Yeah, that's
and both teams are going to be like 6-0, 5-1 probably. It's going to be a disaster, an absolute disaster. Bears will be 2-5. Yeah, I know what's happening. Oh my god.
Yeah, well, maybe Bajan will be starting by then. Too soon. Let's go ahead and get into the top stories that we have here on this Friday. Bill, what's the number one thing we need to know this afternoon?
I mean, we know what the number one thing is. It's a Super Bowl rematch, 4:25 Eastern on Sunday on Fox. Everyone is pumped up for this Eagles-Chiefs matchup, but there might be a couple of key players out. For Kansas City, wide receiver Xavier Worthy is making, I'd call it, significant progress from his shoulder injury, but he is listed as doubtful. For Philly, tight end Dallas Goedert has not practiced all week. We don't have an injury designation for him yet, but being the fact that he hasn't been on the field, it certainly looks like both these players, Femi, could miss the game.
Yeah, I know Jeff McClain, who covers the Eagles out there in Philadelphia, a pretty respected reporter. He said that he would anticipate Goddard to be listed as doubtful, which makes a lot of sense if he's going to be DNP all throughout the week here. But, like, these guys matter. You know, like Dallas Goedert's one of the best tight ends in the NFL. Xavier Worthy is like the Chiefs' big play wide receiver, and especially it matters for Kansas City when Rashee Rice is already suspended. So you're already missing Rice due to suspension, and Worthy, I would be surprised if he plays on Sunday. The Chiefs kind of go with like that whole, like, let's keep the long haul in mind mentality. Like, I think that this is going to be no Worthy for Kansas City, to where you look around and you look at that pass catching group and you say, where are the big plays coming from? I mean, Hollywood Brown, miss me with that. I mean, like that guy, we talk about double agents out there on the field. He was one of them. We remember his days back in Baltimore. Like I would not be trusting Hollywood Brown to be giving you big plays. It's just kind of a neutered Chiefs attack to where I think it's going to be similar to what we saw a lot last year with Kansas City, where they're going to try to kind of dink and dunk their way down the field and keep the Eagles offense on the sidelines. And what does that mean? It means ball control. It means longer drives. It means if you don't cash in with touchdowns, it means the under might have a fighting chance. I like the under in this game. Like, I just wanted to see the injury report. I was leaning that way at the start of the week, but wanted to get some more clarity on Worthy. The Goddard thing kind of caught everybody off by surprise because I don't remember him getting hurt last Thursday night in their win over the Cowboys. So I like the under in this game. Under 47. You can find it out there pretty much everywhere. BetMGM has a 47, which is kind of a key-ish total. It's a key-ish number when you talk about totals. I think this is a lower scoring game. Philadelphia, too, on offense without Dallas Goedert. I'm assuming they're going to spam the hell out of A.J. Brown, because like that's been the talk all week. Oh, A.J. Brown only had one catch, only one target. Like, we got to get the ball to A.J. Brown. I'm sure he'll have a great game. And if you like fantasy, put A.J. Brown in the lineup. Of course, everybody would. You don't need my advice to tell you that. But like, even from a prop standpoint, if you want to be bullish on Philadelphia, that's the path that I would take. But even with that, was anyone impressed with the Eagles' offense last Thursday night? Like, keep in context, they were going up against the Cowboys defense, which we all have negative thoughts about. Like, nobody's high on Dallas's defense, at least not that I've heard. And the Eagles were struggling once we got into kind of like the second half and out of the game flow. Now, was that the lightning delay? Was that the issue? Maybe. But Kevin Patullo, even when the Eagles were putting together touchdown drives, the offense in the passing game never really looked like it was flowing how it was supposed to. A lot of that was Jalen Hurts improvising, extending plays, scrambling to move the chains. It wasn't Jalen Hurts drops back and then finds the open guy. It's Jalen Hurts drops back and it's like, all right, where the hell everybody at? Okay, I'll just do this myself. 12-yard gain, first down, Eagles. Like, if that's the case, I'm not bullish on Philly's offense either. So once again, it's under 47 for me in the biggest game of week 2. Bill, hit me with the next story.
Femi, the Detroit Lions welcome in the Chicago Bears on Sunday. It is the Ben Johnson Bowl. And you could really make the argument that this is a must-win for the Lions with the loss to Green Bay in week 1 and a trip to Baltimore waiting for them in week 3. They certainly don't want to start off 0-3, so a win at home against the Chicago Bears is key. But the Lions aren't sure if their excellent right tackle Taylor Decker will play in this one. Decker did not practice today, but Dan Campbell says there is a chance he could still play. But Femi, he is a true game-time decision.
Yeah, I don't really love this one. If we're talking about game-time decisions, I lean towards him not playing. Now, I say that with no inside information. I just know what everybody else knows and what Bill outlined, that Decker has not practiced all week. But like, this Decker injury is what's going to determine whether I make a bet in this game or not. Like, if Decker is not playing in the game, I'm betting the Chicago Bears +6 or whatever the hell it is by the time we get to Sunday. Like, I will be betting the Bears because I do think now we're already have issues with the interior. Now you're down another tackle. Like, that's not a good sign for the Detroit Lions offense. I don't think that kind of offense is pulling away from anyone. Say what you want about the Bears offense. Yeah, it was looking clunky, but in the scripted portions, looked pretty good. And now it's indoors, and it's against a worse defense in Detroit. Not to say that Detroit's defense is, like, terrible. I think it's, like, middle of the road to above average. But it's not the Minnesota defense. And it's not Brian Flores, who's, like, throwing these, like, insane blitzes at a young quarterback and having them out there second-guessing what they're seeing. Indoors, like, climate-controlled environment, I think the Bears can be live to keep this game competitive, maybe even pull off an upset. So if Decker does not play, and this will be something we don't find out until tomorrow at the earliest or 90 minutes prior to kickoff at the absolute latest, if Decker's not playing, it's all systems go on Chicago Bears +6. If he plays, I'm just going to pass the game. I think the market's probably just right, and we'll see how it happens and what goes on in the game, and I'll watch it. But if there's no Decker, I will be betting Chicago to keep the game close and stay within the 6. Bill, hit me with the next one.
The New York Giants will look to have a better showing this week against the Dallas Cowboys than they did in week 1, but they still might be without left tackle Andrew Thomas. Now, Thomas has practiced on back-to-back days, but Brian Daboll would not commit to him playing, says they're just going to have to wait and see how he feels. Femi, this is a Giants offense that was pretty much non-existent last week, so they could really use Thomas opening up some holes and keeping Russell Wilson upright.
Yeah, and Thomas has now been listed as doubtful for the Giants on Sunday. So it sounds like they're going to kind of play the long game with this one. He hasn't played since last October, dealing with a foot injury. I would not anticipate that he's out there. And even if he's out there, like what percentage is he at if it continues to be kind of touch and go throughout the week at practice? This to me is all system go on the Cowboys. And where this might go wrong by betting Dallas laying the 5, which I have done, 5.5 I still think is good as well. Anything under 6 is a bet on Dallas. But where this could go wrong is that Dallas is up, let's say 13-3 at halftime, and then all of a sudden here comes Jackson Dart. Like that's where it could potentially go wrong. Now it might go really right for Dallas to where like if Dart goes out there and he's terrible behind this offensive line that's really bad, then all right, maybe Dallas gets it done. But when you enter in a new quarterback with a theoretical high upside, things can get off the rails a little bit. And maybe Jackson Dart comes in and is like awesome. Maybe he's like the next coming, and all of a sudden you're holding your Cowboys -5 bet, and they're up 10 at halftime, and all of a sudden they lose the game by a field goal because Jackson Dart rips your heart out. So that's my only kind of concern with this game. But if you tell me Russell Wilson is playing all 60, Dallas is going to beat that ass. I think Dallas blows these guys out. The Giants are terrible. Like they're awful. I'm still not understanding as to why people were betting the Giants hand over fist last week. I don't understand it. This week, if it's Russell Wilson behind a makeshift offensive line, to put it kindly, it's not going to go well, even if Dallas's defense is bad. I think Dallas with Dak Prescott at home, I think it's a nice bounce back for CeeDee Lamb. Cowboys roll the New York Giants on Sunday. I laid the 5. I'd still lay the 5.5. I think Dallas gets it done, and they get to 1-1. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Bemi, the Buffalo Bills will be in New Jersey on Sunday as they take on the New York Jets, but they will be doing it without defensive tackle Ed Oliver. Now, we talked about this injury earlier in the week. Oliver was in a walking boot and not even walking on it. He was using a scooter, and he has now, in fact, been ruled out for this game. We know how dangerous the Jets offense can be with Justin Fields running around back there, and they're going to have to try and contain Fields without the help of Oliver.
Yeah, this is a big blow to the Buffalo Bills defensive line and their defensive front as a whole, because Ed Oliver is an impact player on a D-line and on a defense that's already small to begin with. Like, if you could nitpick the Buffalo Bills, which is why kind of in the last segment I was talking about, hey, like, I love Green Bay as the best team in the league, because you can nitpick these other teams. Buffalo's run defense, Baltimore's defense in general, also the fact that they're choke artists. Like, you can nitpick all these teams, and Buffalo's issue is that run defense. And what did we see the Jets do on Sunday against Pittsburgh? That's run the football. That Jets offensive line was really, really impressive. And I think they can do the same against Buffalo. Do I think Buffalo's going to win the game? Of course I do. I think the Bills will get to 2-0, but I think it's going to be a higher scoring affair than the betting market thinks. And right now at BetMGM, you can bet over 46.5. I cannot recommend that more. Like, there's 47s in other places in the market. There's even a 47.5. No Ed Oliver, this Bills offense is going to have to keep the pedal to the metal, because with Tanner Engstrand, which is kind of like the low-key missing piece for Detroit, everyone talks about Ben Johnson, but Tanner Engstrand was the passing game coordinator. I mean, in one game, he had Justin Fields looking pretty solid, didn't he? Like, I think the Jets are going to be able to move the football on this Bills defense. So I think this is a higher scoring game. I think Buffalo probably wins by a touchdown, maybe, but I'm not comfortable enough to lay the 6 or 6.5. But I am comfortable enough to bet over 46.5, which is the number currently at BetMGM. Go get that while you can, because I don't think that's going to be around tomorrow or Sunday once we get to kickoff. Bill, hit me with the next one.
I mean, how about we do a little baseball here? Because last night, the New York Yankees beat the Detroit Tigers 9-3. Aaron Judge homers twice in this one. It's his 45th and 46th home runs of the year, but it's also putting him at 361 career home runs. That ties him with Joe DiMaggio on the Yankees' all-time home run list. An impressive accomplishment for Judge, but Femi, Judge still needs 299 more home runs to break Babe Ruth's Yankees record.
Hey, good luck with that one, Aaron. Good luck. Let's see how you get you're Mr. Iron Man. Good luck with that one. And I think all in all, big sign for the New York Yankees that he's playing better and feels much better as opposed to what it was like when he first came back from the elbow injury. Because at that point, it's like, ruh-roh, Shaggy. Aaron Judge might be in a little bit of trouble here. But for the New York Yankees, in a wide open American league, they have to be considered as a team that can win it. I mean, Detroit right now is your favorite, I guess. Like that's kind of how I feel about that. And if Judge, which I mean, he has never hit like this in the playoffs, which it's like hard to even like kind of project that onto him. If he could just be like average in the playoffs and not be a disaster with like an OPS of like 550, I do think the Yankees are probably the team that are going to represent the American League in the World Series. But also too, as like a smaller note, the MVP race is probably just over. I know Cal Raleigh is making a push and the Mariners might win the West. Judge is the MVP. He's been the MVP the whole season. And I think the only time we've seen the Cal Raleigh's team is when people have gotten bored with Aaron Judge. Because guess what? Saying that Judge and Ohtani are going to win the MVP again, it is boring. It's not that fun. They were the guys that were the favorites at the beginning of the season, back in March. They're the guys that are going to win it once again, as Aaron Judge is minus 450 over at BetMGM to repeat as your American League MVP. So good try, good effort for my guy, the big dumper Cal Raleigh. But like, let's get real. Judge is the guy, and he's going to win it, barring Cal Raleigh hitting a home run in every single game to end the rest of the season. All right, those are your top stories on a Friday. On the other side, the WNBA playoffs begin Sunday. Who's going to win the title? I'll answer that question next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
He is going to cash in one category. I'm not talking about the vertical performance. I'm talking about his legs. Give me him for 20-plus rush yards and gets your new favorite team in Indianapolis Colts. I got this in even money today, plus 100. Absolutely love this. You look at week one, as tracked a player profiler, he had a 26.7 carry percentage, which was outstanding for a quarterback. He only averaged 2.3 yards per carry, went for 18 rushing yards on 8 rush attempts. And he has gone over this prop in 4 of his last 5 games, including the playoffs last season. Look at Indy with DeForest on that team. They're a team that brings the heat, right? They're number 11 in pocket pressure rate. They were in week 1, dialing it up on 19.4% of opponent dropbacks. That was right around where they were last year, which was 18.9%. So I think Bo Nix, whether on design runs or on opportunistic scrambles, he is going to scurry those legs and get to 20 or more rush yards. He does so. I cash in my ticket, which I've already posted on my always free, always transparent, always public spreadsheet at plus 100 there on the gamingjuice.com. Oh, speaking of juice, bartender, one more round.
Yeah.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Friday on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging with you guys this afternoon. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on last night's Packers victory over the Washington Commanders, 27-18. Green Bay now 2-0. Is it time to panic in Washington? I don't think so. I didn't talk a whole lot about the Commanders in the first segment. In fact, I didn't talk anything about the Washington Commanders. I'll do a little bit with Nick coming up in the next hour. I don't think it's panic time. I just think that they ran up against a really good team. And sometimes when you go up against a good team, you get beat down. That's what happens. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, now it's time to sell their Commander stock, or, oh, Jaden Daniels regression. Like, come on, pump the brakes. I think he's going to be fine. Like, he's kind of looked how he looked last year. Like, yeah, like the big plays aren't there maybe, or the numbers aren't there, but I think the Commanders will be A-okay. They're going to be all right. Now, they can't afford to drop games like next week to the Raiders, which secretly, not even secretly, like outwardly, I hope they do drop that game as someone who's very invested in the Las Vegas Raiders' success this year. But like, that's like a must win for Washington when you look at the rest of the schedule. It's not super easy. So Commanders panic? No, we're not there. Not even, we're on zero levels of like, there's no DEFCON levels here. Not even DEFCON 5. Like, put me at DEFCON 75 maybe in terms of panic for the Washington Commanders. They're going to be A-okay. But let's go ahead and get into the WNBA playoffs, because last night was the final day of the regular season. So we now have our bracket set. The 8 teams are in the playoffs and the path to the championship coming up next month. And just for those who might not be familiar with this, because the WNBA feels like they tweak the playoff format every single year. And this year they have tweaked the format once again. For those who might not know, the first round, which begins on Sunday, that is a best of 3 format, and it is 1-1-1. So much for being carbon carbon sensitive there, but it's a 1-1-1 format, as the higher seed will host game 1, lower seed gets game 2, and then the higher seed would host a game 3 if necessary. So that is the first round of the playoffs, which once again begin on Sunday. The semifinals are a best of 5, a 2-2-1 format. And then the finals, for the first time ever, is now a best of 7 for the WNBA finals. And it's similar to the NBA finals format of 2-2-1-1-1, which the higher seed hosting games 1 and games 2, game 5, and then game 7 if necessary. So before we get into the series by series betting for the first round, I wanted to just get into who actually makes sense to win the WNBA title, because we were in the lab last night working on this thing, like watching the Green Bay Packers, Washington Commanders, also in the lab, like getting my WNBA stuff ready to roll for the playoffs. Like, this is kind of what we do. It's that time of year, and we try to make as much money as possible. And what I noticed in doing a lot of historical research on the 28 teams who have won the WNBA championship, there's pretty much 3 stats that matter, 2 of which are team stats and 1 that is a player stat. But the 2 team stats, which are the pretty easy ones to kind of think about, net rating, which you've all heard if you've watched NBA or bet the NBA, follow it, and listen to like all the NBA guests that we have, like the Matt Moores of the world or the Jay Crouchers of the world. Like, they all talk about net rating helping determine which teams are the best teams. Well, net rating matters a lot in the WNBA when you look at teams who have won the title. Also, a statistic that the WNBA reference page has, which is widely available to anyone, so this is not like proprietary or anything like that, but it's their simple rating system, otherwise known as SRS. So like a couple of kind of geeky stats there that help determine who wins the title and what title teams tend to look like. And it's pretty simple. Teams in the WNBA are pretty consistent. Guess what? The best teams typically win. Like 26 of the 28 WNBA champions were top 2 in net rating. Now, there's a couple exceptions, like the Chicago Sky team that won a handful of years ago, 2021, with Candace Parker. Like, that team, I'm still investigating as to how the hell they won that WNBA title. They don't make any sense whatsoever. But like, they're one of the few outliers. But they're like an older team, just went on this magical run and they won the title. But more often than not, it's like your juggernauts. And right now in the WNBA, we kind of are in like the super team era. Like, it's so funny. Like, you see the WNBA is in their super team era, and the NBA is now in like their parity driven era. Like, the WNBA has some loaded teams. And one of those teams, the Minnesota Lynx, who were the number 1 team in net rating this past season. They're the 1 seed. After the Lynx, you have the Atlanta Dream at number 2. So according to that trend, which goes back all the way to 1997 when the WNBA first launched, the top two teams, 26 of the 28 WNBA champions, came from the top two in the net rating. Those teams are Minnesota and Atlanta. So those are two teams that are already right off the bat kind of want to be keying in on as teams that you're thinking about to bet to win it. And right now, the Lynx, minus 105 to win the title over at BetMGM. Jay Croucher was on with us last night. He talked about the Lynx and how they should be like favored over the field to win the title because they've been that good all throughout the season. And like the Collier injury kind of slowed them down a little bit. But even with that, they've been far and away the best team in the league this year. The Atlanta Dream are 9-1, which kind of makes them somewhat interesting. The Liberty at plus 330, the Aces at plus 360, but the Dream, sort of a kind of a surprise team this year. Not surprised in the fact that like people are shocked that they're somewhat decent, but nobody thought they were going to be this good. In fact, they doubled their win total from last year. Like that's how good they are. And I think it's been a really, really impressive season by the Atlanta Dream. They're your second team in net rating. So those are the teams from net rating. They check the net rating box. As for the simple rating system box, once again, this is a stat that is widely available across sports reference, whether it's NFL, NBA, hockey, WNBA. It is a way to value and measure team quality. And no surprise, the number one team is the Minnesota Lynx. They're the 1 seed, like they're the number 1 team in net rating. Number 2, the Atlanta Dream. Number 3, the New York Liberty. And we went to 3 with this one because 26 of the 28 WNBA champions were top 3 in simple rating system. So Lynx, once again, Dream once again, and now the Liberty, who won the title last year. Those are the team numbers. The individual number that makes a lot of sense and like kind of determines what kind of star player you need to win the title, it's win shares. And win shares is a statistic that is used in the NBA and in other sports as well, but it's a pretty simple one to understand, like how much of your production leads to winning, essentially, is how you kind of sum up win shares. And 23 of the last 28 WNBA champions were led by a player who finished top 3 in the league in win shares. So in that particular season, you had a player that was like just dominant and was better than the rest of the field and was thought of as an MVP caliber player. Your top 3 players in win shares this WNBA season: Las Vegas Aces center Asia Wilson, who might win a back-to-back MVP, to my chagrin. I was hoping for Nafisa Collier, but hey, that's how the cookie crumbled. Asia Wilson was number 1. Number 2 was Minnesota Lynx forward Nafisa Collier. Number 3, Atlanta Dream guard Alicia Gray. So once again, you have Minnesota and Atlanta in that top 3. Vegas, though, at number 1 in terms of the win shares, because Asia Wilson is the best player in the world and played like it down the stretch as she led her team to a 16-game win streak to close out the year. They were 14-14, and now they're 30-14 in the 2 seed. Like, it's pretty remarkable how the Las Vegas Aces finished this season. So we have all of that right now in tow, and what we want to think about in terms of betting this. Like Minnesota, Atlanta make a lot of sense. Vegas, from an individual standpoint, they have, of course, a player that can win a title. She's already done it 2 times in her career. But from a team standpoint, the Aces, as good as they've been over these last like month and a half, they're only 4th in simple rating system, and they're 5th in net rating. So like, think about a 16-game winning streak, how well they had to play over those 16 games, and they still don't measure up to past champions. So going forward with that knowledge, the way I'm going to be betting the WNBA playoffs from a title standpoint, it's pretty simple. Bet the Minnesota Lynx. That's what I'm doing. Minnesota checks all the boxes. They are the best team far and away, and the price is not the sexiest. It's like even money, minus 105, plus 105, depending on where you do your betting. But I think the Lynx are very, very likely to win the WNBA title and avenge last year's loss where they lost to New York in that decisive Game 5. I like Minnesota quite a bit, but I also like Atlanta as well. And I think from an exacta standpoint, if you want to get a little bit more juice, Lynx over Dream, WNBA Finals exacta, plus 600. Like, that is a bet that I am making. I think that's a fun matchup because right now, when you look at the bracket, the Dream are the Dream are the 3 seed. So they're on opposite ends of the bracket. So they're not going to have to run up on each other in the semifinals or whatever. But also, one of the reasons why I think the Dream are kind of being suppressed a little bit in the market is that as the 3 seed, Like, they'll have to take on Indiana in the first round, but there's a very good chance they're going to have to face Las Vegas in the second round. The mark is very high on Las Vegas because of Asia Wilson. I think Asia Wilson's phenomenal, but I think she's just going up against this Atlanta Dream team. So I would like Atlanta actually in that series if those two teams end up meeting. So I like Lynx over Dream at plus 600, in addition to Lynx just to win the title as well. But if you don't want to bet the even money and you want to find some fun exactas, I suggest doing it with the Lynx over the Atlanta Dream. So that's how I'm doing the WNBA title. Let's get to the first round and some series betting, because the series betting, I'll tell you what, got some big series prices here, don't we? Minnesota is minus 5,000 against the Golden State Valkyries. That's unbettable. Even Minnesota to sweep, which would be 2-0 in the first round, minus 300. Do you really want to bet that? I would not want to bet that. I think the Lynx do get into the second round, of course, and are able to get it done. Liberty and Mercury, a fun series. New York minus 210, Mercury plus 170. We'll get to that one coming up here shortly. Seattle and Vegas, that's the 2-7 matchup, Aces with the home court. Las Vegas minus 550, Storm plus 400. Those two teams actually split the season series, but a lot of those games were earlier in the season when Las Vegas was not playing good basketball. I think Aces take care of business. Whether they win in 2 or 3, I think they're going to advance and win that series. Fever against the Dream. You know how I feel about Atlanta. I think they advance in that series. They're minus 450 against Indiana. Fever are plus 340. But the bet I do like in the first round, I'm going to go with the dog. I'm going to go with the Phoenix Mercury over the New York Liberty. You can find plus 170, as high as that in some places. I just have not liked the vibe of this Liberty team the whole season. I think there's been a big assumption that, all right, once they get everybody back healthy, they're going to be fine. They're going to be good to go. Great. Like, they have not shown anything all year. And the reason why they're being priced how they're being priced against a team like Phoenix is purely off of pedigree. They're the defending champions. I think Phoenix, which is kind of a gritty team led by Alyssa Thomas, who's probably going to finish third in the MVP vote, I think that's a team that can maybe make some noise and upset the apple cart. So I'm going to go with the Mercury, who, oh, by the way, are the higher seed and have home court advantage. Give me all that plus money. So I'll take the Mercury to beat the Liberty in the first round of the WNBA playoffs. On the other side, we'll hear from Nick Kostos with his thoughts on the Packers-Commanders game from last night. This is You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
We're taking Miami minus 17.5 against South Florida. Couple of reasons why I love the Canes in this matchup. First one, USF has had 2 big upsets the first couple weeks. Week 1, you upset the team that made the college football playoff last year, the Group of 5 champion in Boise State. At home, you obliterate them. And then the following week, you go into the swamp and you upset the Florida Gators, and that was an emotional win, man. I mean, South Florida, after the game, they're taking pictures on the field. Their coaches are screaming, yelling, running down from the press box to celebrate with their team in the locker room. That was an emotional, big-time win. So after those 2 wins, how much does USF have left in the tank to get ready for one of the most talented teams in the country? Miami beat them last year 50-15, so they know what USF is all about. And think about how good their run defense was, containing Jeremiah Love, and that Notre Dame rush game was kept intact for the most part. So they should do a good job of containing Byron Brown. I think the Canes win in a rout. I like them minus 17.5 against USF. How about the underdog that I like the best this week? And it's something to always monitor when you're betting college football, because we usually get about 1 or 2 games like this every week, especially early on in the season. All you got to do is you got to look at the slate in college football, and you got to look at some of the big point spreads that are on the board. And about every week, you get 1 or 2 games with a big point spread that drops about 3 or 4 points. And whatever team has the steam going towards them, you bet that underdog. Last week, it was Troy against Clemson. That line opened up about 34.5, 35.5, closed about 30.5. Troy was up 16-0 in the first half against Clemson before the Tigers come back and win the game by 11 points. Well, this week we have Oklahoma and Temple. Sooners opened up about a 24.5, 25.5 point favorite. Now it's all the way down to 21.5, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Last week, Clemson, big emotional game against LSU in week 1. Turn around, you play Troy at home, right? There's a weather delay. I mean, the stadium's not as nearly as loud or as rocking. The energy isn't the same as it was for that LSU game. Major letdown. Well, look at Oklahoma's spot. They just had that massive game against Michigan last week. College game day was there. Probably the biggest win of the Brett Venables era. You got Auburn coming into Norman next week. It's a letdown, sandwich game, all the things we look for. Give me Temple, plus 21.5 against Oklahoma.
BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
I'm an NFL junkie. I think I like the NFL more than my wife. Don't tell her. Don't tell anybody. I love the National Football League.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
The idea that Bo Nix is like regressed all of a sudden, like he doesn't suck. You might not like him, but he doesn't suck. Watch him suck now on Sunday. Does anyone understand the irony of the fact that Travis Kelce on his podcast that he does with his brother is saying, my head wasn't in the game to start on Friday night. Head so far up his rear end he could smell the pancakes he had for breakfast. Figure it out, 87. Like, come on.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, phenomenal Football Friday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew. Bill, is that true what you wrote in our chat? Because like it's actually going to upset me if it is. You can't type things like that and think I'm not going to have like a visceral response to what you wrote in our chat. As I'm just going to get back into the introduction here and ignore that I saw what Bill Zimmerman just typed in our chat. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on Sirius XM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide, in your hearts and in your minds, as we bring you The fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, Femi, Tyler, and myself, we will finalize our survivor play for week number 2 in the National Football League. I spent a lot of time on the show yesterday trying to talk those two bozos into the Green Bay Packers. I told them, Packers an absolute lock. No chance Green Bay loses on Thursday night. They didn't listen. It's obviously, I bet the Commanders. We'll get to that game in a minute. We will give you our pick. We will discuss the pick, and we will finalize our pick for Survivor Week 2. Myself, Femi, and Tyler coming up later this hour on You Better You Bet. 3 tremendous guests will join us today on the show on this phenomenal Football Friday. Colin Wilson at 5 o'clock Eastern, 1 hour from now. Big bets on campus. All of Colin's college football bets for the huge weekend in the sport. Steve Phillips will join us next hour, former Major League Baseball general manager, now doing great work with our friends at MLB Network Radio to talk all things Major League Baseball. And there's actually, I know, like I say, like I'm just paying attention to football. There's a lot going on in Major League Baseball. Steve Phillips joins us to break it down next hour on the show. And then we are pleased to welcome back to You Better You Bet, friend of the show, our buddy, Raheem Palmer of The Ringer. Raheem's going to join us to talk Canelo Alvarez and Bud Crawford coming up tomorrow night in boxing. Raheem, a big boxing fan and boxing bettor, so we'll get some boxing bets for Canelo and Crawford, and also talk week number 2 in the National Football League with our friend Raheem Palmer. All our football bets for the weekend. College football tonight and tomorrow. The NFL on Sunday. Coming up in the final hour, the power hour of the show. But we start the phenomenal Football Friday edition of You Better You Bet with a Thursday night football ass-kicking. And no, I'm not talking about NC State over Wake Forest. The Green Bay Packers beat the Washington Commanders last night 27-18 in what is definitely, and while I am something of a sports and an NFL historian, I don't have to look it up. I don't have to look up 9-point losses in the history of the league. I don't have to do it to know what I'm about to say is true. In the 35 years, literally, I'm old, that I've been watching the National Football League, there has never been a 9-point margin of victory that was more flattering to the losing team than last night's game. Because if you look at just the final, you don't watch the game, and you just look at the box score the next day and you see the final score, you think, oh, like the Commanders were in the game. The Green Bay Packers beat the piss out of the Commanders last night. This outcome was never in doubt. And I know, because I bet Washington, I know that the back door was open at the end of the game. Get your minds out of the gutter, people. We're talking point spreads. In the You Better You Bet group chat, which was far from the only chat that I'm in where people were like, as soon as Washington got the ball back, like the game's over, they're 2 scores down, but can Washington fall inside the number? I'm getting texts from people. Oh, like GIFs. Is it GIF or GIF? I'm so old. Of doors opening. Femi sends a text, and I understand where he's coming from because candidly, like if I were him, I would have felt exactly the same way. And I'm going to paraphrase what Femi said because Femi bet Green Bay -3. Femi writes in the You Better You Bet group chat basically something to the effect of, like, when the Packers don't cover -3 here, like my enthusiasm for this weekend is going to be killed. Like something to that effect. And if I were him, I would have felt the same way. If I had bet Green Bay, you dominate the game, and yet the back door's open and here's Jaden Daniels to potentially stroll on through. But I can tell you all, at no moment, and I had the Commanders, and I'm always honest. Like I wrote back to the group and I said, I'm not trying to jinx anything here. There is no chance the Commanders are going to score on this possession. Not against this defense. No way, no how. And of course, they don't. It would have been really nice if they did, but it was not going to happen. The Green Bay Packers win. The Green Bay Packers cover the spread, and the game goes under the total. And what we saw was the biggest beatdown at Lambeau Field in, about 4 days. 2 games already this season for the Packers, both against teams that played in the divisional round of the postseason in January, and 2 just whoopings where it felt like the 2 teams didn't even belong on the same field. The Packers defense looks like the 85 Bears. The defense is unbelievable for Green Bay. And that Micah Parsons, he's pretty good at football. Now, this is not about the Dallas Cowboys. Like, last night's game is not about the Dallas Cowboys. But I'm going to make it about the Dallas Cowboys for a second here. Because I'm being serious. And I think, I was on the air doing the show solo when Micah Parsons got traded to Green Bay. And I think I've been pretty rational about it. I killed the Cowboys for it, but, I never blew my top about it. It's a terrible trade, but maybe let's judge it in a few years. Let's see what Dallas does with the ammunition that they receive back with the picks, etc. Let's call a spade a spade. There's no defending this. It is ludicrous. It's asinine that this guy, I'm doing John Gruden, this guy, Micah Parsons, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous that he's on the Green Bay Packers. And I don't care. That's not Nick Costo's comment, Giants. I don't care. I'm just how did this happen? How did this happen? This guy, Jerry Jones, got into his feelings, arguing with a 25-year-old, a Gen Zer who has got a podcast. Because Jerry Jones is butthurt because Micah Parsons didn't do the contract with him and trades him to one of their fiercest rivals. And he just shows up and he's kicking ass and he's taking names. Say what you want, and people have opinions on this, right? On the Amazon television product, right? The Thursday Night Football product. I've grown to really like it. And they do an awesome job every single week after the game ends with the post game, usually with a long form interview with the star player of the game. I think they do an awesome job with it. So the game ends, the Packers win, and they do the tease going into a commercial, and you see Micah Parsons walking out of the tunnel. And you're about to get Micah Parsons being interviewed on set. And the awesome Green Bay Packers fans, and to be fair, fans of any team would do this, right? Congregate, everyone leaves except for a select few. And they all congregate all the way down by field level, by the television set so their chance can be picked up on. I've done it before. So their chance can be picked up on camera. They come back from break. Micah Parsons is on set. And you hear all the Packers fans chanting, "Thank you, Jerry." And Carissa Thompson, who's hosting, lays out what we call in the industry. She lays out. She goes, "I'm just going to let them take over." And everybody's silent. And you hear the chants loud and clear. And Micah Parsons sits there absolutely stone-faced. Stone-faced. He is angry. He's pissed. And you can tell. He is, I'll speak for, I'm not in his head. He is devastated and furious that the Dallas Cowboys traded him. And is going to be on the warpath this season to prove them wrong. He sat there on that set while everyone lauded him with praise and talked about how great he is, and he is. The crowd is chanting for him. He barely cracked a smile. He's so locked in. I'm watching Parsons postgame, and I'm thinking, this is Keanu Reeves at the end of The Matrix when he realizes he's Neo. And he sees the code. And he puts his hand out and he stops all the bullets coming towards him. He's Neo. And he knows it. And that's terrible news for the rest of the NFC and terrible news for the rest of the NFL because he is outrageously good. And I'm going to give a bunch of betting takes off of this game. And I've got a bunch of bets that I want to make as a result of this game. And I'll get to those in a minute. But this needs to be said. We'll see what happens, like how it turns out. Like nothing's over yet. We're 2 games in. Things can and will change. It's the National Football League. The ultimate game-by-game, week-by-week league. It's an absolute grand slam trade by Brian Gutekunst, the GM of the Packers. Like, almost like no matter how it goes. Like, if Parsons tears his ACL, like, I don't want that to happen. If that happens, people go, oh, the trade was a fail. Like, you've seen the vision. Do you know what the vision is? Did you watch it on Sunday against Detroit? Did you see it last night against Washington? The vision is Micah Parsons makes the Green Bay Packers the best team in the league. That's the vision. And it's not just that Micah Parsons himself is like celestial, like a being unto himself. Galactus here, like to eat worlds, to eat football teams and absorb their strength into himself. It's not just that he's great. It's that, and we talked about this on Monday, following Packers-Lions. He makes everybody else so much better. Have we ever collectively, as a football consciousness, talked about Keyshawn Nixon, who is not a crook? When have we ever talked about Keyshawn Nixon like he's Darrelle Revis? Or prime Deion Sanders? Following last night's game, he's the best cornerback in the league. 5 passes defensed in 1 game. Wow. Evan Williams looks great. Xavier McKinney looks great. Edgerrin Cooper's a stud. Quay Walker's a stud. Devontae Wyatt. Rashawn Gary. Lucas Van Ness. What did we say coming into the year with Green Bay? Especially on defense. Lots of good to very good players. Are any of them difference makers? Are any of them great? They acquired, I don't even know if I'm using this term correctly that I'm about to use. It's going to be the first time I've ever used it in my life. I don't know if I'm using it correctly, but it sounds awesome in my head as I'm thinking about it. Is force multiplier, is that right? Like Micah Parsons is a force multiplier? It's right. It's good, right? Yeah. I'm going to start working this into the vernacular. They got a force multiplier in Micah Parsons, who is not only great himself, but is so great that his greatness overflows onto others and they become great. And it's allowed Jeff Hafley, who, a nice season last year, first season as defensive coordinator of the Packers, who literally left college football because he felt like he couldn't win at Boston College in NIL, comes to become the defensive coordinator of the Packers, probably the happiest guy in the country right now, because now he's got Micah Parsons, the ultimate chess piece to play. And this defense is sick. Is Jeff Hafley going to win Assistant Coach of the Year? Haven't you watched this defense over the first 2 games? Frickin' preposterous. On the other side, we haven't even gotten to the Packers offense. Then I'm going to tell you some bets I like on the Packers for this season, and we'll talk about last night's losers, Nick Kostos and the Washington Commanders.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
So I want to have this. I don't even know if it's a hot take, but I want this take to be mine. I don't think Bo Nix is very good. I think even though Denver's going to have the best defense in the league, I think they miss out on the playoffs because Sean Payton can't go out there and play the quarterback position himself. I know he's got the controller, but when Bo Nix has to win games in the fourth quarter, I don't think he's going to be able to do so. He had 4 turnover-worthy plays, tied for the most in week 1. Now he's going against a Colts defense that, granted, it was 1 week and it was against the Miami Dolphins. They tied for the league lead in takeaways. They had 3 last week. Lou Anarumo, I know it didn't work out in Cincinnati, but I like him, and they blitz a lot. He had week 1 the 4th highest blitz rate. And Bo Nix, under pressure, that's really where he struggles, especially last week. A 24.3 PFF passing grade under pressure. Give me Daniel Jones and the Colts, man. I really like what they showed on the offensive side of the ball. A lot of RPOs. I think they do the same. They were 4th in EPA per play last week on RPOs. I think the Colts win this game by at least a field goal and pull off the minor upset. So, bartender, I'm betting on Daniel Jones. Give me a double.
From the 8 to the outside, wide open touchdown, Tucker Kraft.
That's who Tuck is every day. You know, he comes in and puts that work in, and you know, in practice every day he's making those big time plays, and so I don't think it's a secret for him to go out there and you know, ball like he does.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
The voice of Al Michaels on Amazon Prime last night, followed by Green Bay Packers head coach Matt LaFleur praising his second-year tight end. Femi, can you just pop on and say his name in the Femi's Island voice from yesterday, please?
Tucker Kraft.
Dude, I laughed like all night last night. Tucker Kraft was awesome. And no, just a shout out to Tucker Kraft, because if you play fantasy football like I do, and you're like in the weeds like I am, if you're a draft Nick, like you know that the Packers took Luke Musgrave earlier than Tucker Kraft in last. I just want to say his name like that in last year's NFL draft, and Kraft has emerged not only as like better than Luke Musgrave, and that's not meant to be like banging on Luke Musgrave. How many tight ends in the league are better than Tucker Kraft? Like seriously, he's definitely in the top 10. Is he pushing like top 7? He's who would you? Serious question, and then we'll move on past this very esoteric topic. If you could have for the rest of the season, seriously, not in fantasy football, in real life, Would you rather have Tucker Kraft or Travis Kelce? Rest of season, real life. It's Tucker Kraft, right? I mean, at the very least, Tucker Kraft isn't injuring his own teammates. I mean, he's clearing an exceptionally low bar. So we'll talk about the Green Bay Packers offense here. Spent a lot of time talking about the defense in the first segment, and they deserve it because this Packers defense is incredible to start the season. For the second consecutive game, the offense did not have to do that much. Jordan Love does throw for almost 300 yards, but this is an offense that kind of like took the foot off the accelerator a little bit once they had the game in hand. Washington is able to make the final score somewhat respectable. I don't care about any of that. Forget about bets and fantasy just for this comment I'm going to make. I love watching Matt LaFleur call offense. And I think there are a lot of people that would just say, they just love watching Matt LaFleur because he's handsome. I like watching him call an offensive game. He is an incredible play caller. He's scheming up explosives all over the place. And in a league that's kind of, with what happened with the Chiefs a number of years ago when defenses said, you know what, we're gonna play too high. We're gonna try and take away the deep ball. Right, because Mahomes and Tyreek Hill destroyed the league, basically. The league has kind of become a lot of dink and dunking, right? And I don't even mean that as an insult. It's kind of like that's, the league goes through trends, and that's kind of the trend that it's in right now. The Packers say, to hell with that. We are winging the son of a bitch down the field all the time, and it is a blast to watch. Now, Jordan Love had a couple bad throws in this game. Most notably, the fourth down play on the opening drive when he had Matthew Golden wide open in the end zone, and it was a bad throw that Trey Amos tipped down. Love would get his revenge later in the game on Trey Amos when Jordan Love on a rushing play would lower his shoulder and truck stick Trey Amos, which I thought was a harbinger of things to come for the Washington Commanders defense. So it's not like Jordan Love played a perfect game, and there will be spots this season because it's not all good. I think they're not going to go 17-0 and dominate every game. There will be games where Jordan Love is going to be asked to do a little bit more. I personally think he's going to be up to the task. And if that defense is going to be as good as it is, where Micah Parsons says after the game, in the locker room, that he tells Jordan Love, hell, you guys score 20 and we're going to win. And Parsons is so smart in addition to being so good. He's so right. He goes, look at Sunday night with those two offenses. The Ravens scored 40 and lost. He goes, defense wins championships. And we've got the defense here in Green Bay. I don't want to, despite all of the accolades I'm showering Green Bay with, I'm not ready yet to say, this is the best team in football or even the team that's most likely to represent the NFC in Super Bowl 60. The Eagles are still really good. It does feel like those are the two best teams right now. We'll get into the Commanders. In a little bit. But I have to acknowledge, even if I want to stop short of saying the Packers are definitely the best team in the NFC, that I underrated this team after the Micah Parsons trade. That I missed this in my analysis. And the betting market did, to be fair. They closed less than 3 at home against the Lions, and then the Commanders got bet all week, and they closed a 3-point favorite last night. So I'm not the only one. After what we've seen the first 2 games, it demands a reevaluation. So I'm sitting here today, and I'm thinking, okay, what if the Packers are the best team in the NFC? What if that's true? What are some bets that I could make as a result of this? And I went to the Super Bowl exact matchup market at BetMGM. I just want to read some prices to everybody. This is not exact result. You can play that if you want to also team to beat team in the Super Bowl. But if you're really high on the Packers, I figured that this was worth noting, that these are some of the prices right now. Packers versus Bills, exact matchup. is 14-1 at BetMGM. Packers versus Ravens is 15-1. I'd rather bet that than the Bills one, even though the Bills just beat them. Packers versus Chiefs in a Super Bowl I rematch the world's been waiting for. 25-1. Maybe you, the person watching, you, the person listening, maybe you were smitten. Cupid's arrow struck you last Friday night in Brazil. I would guess that a lot of our audience are men. It probably wouldn't be the first time that Cupid's arrow struck you because of something that happened with the Brazilian. That would be my guess. The Chargers were awesome last week, and Justin Herbert was great. Packers-Chargers, 40-1. And maybe, just maybe, you love yourself a good story. Could there be a better story than in the Super Bowl, Green Bay against Aaron Rodgers? Packers-Steelers, Super Bowl 45 rematch, 80-1 at BetMGM. Now, some of those teams, like I don't like the Chargers to make the Super Bowl. I'm reading the price because I think it's interesting, right? That if Green Bay looks so good right now, they look awesome. 15-1 for the Ravens, 25-1 for the Chiefs. I made both those bets. I don't like Buffalo. I like the other two teams. So I'm in on both of those bets. Exact matchups. Packers-Ravens and Packers-Chiefs. And I don't think it's an overreaction to say that the Green Bay Packers, to this point, and we're so early, like James Taylor says in the classic folk song, Sweet Baby James, 10 miles behind me and 10,000 more to go. A lot of football left to be played. You're doing power rankings right now, and the Packers aren't number one. I don't know what you're watching. Again, it's very early, but I don't think that's an overreaction to say the Packers have been the best team in the league to this point on the calendar, even acknowledging that it's very early. You bet on this Friday. Before we get to the Commanders, I want to talk about two other teams that I thought about as a result of last night's Packers-Commanders game. The first is my favorite football team, the New York Football Giants. So on Sunday, the Giants got waxed by the Commanders. And then last night, the Commanders got waxed by the Packers. Does anyone think this team's got any hope of doing anything this year? Like, just as a Giants fan, how disheartening that is. Like, it would have been one thing if the Commanders played them in a really close game and you could say, okay, like, Washington and Green Bay are both really good, and like the Giants, okay, like maybe there's not, like the gap isn't tremendous, tremendous from the Giants to one of these teams. They was on the road, they didn't have Andrew Thomas, and then the Packers just lay waste to them. The Giants aren't even in this, forget about zip code. We're not even in the same galaxy. Like the Packers are in and the Commanders are in the Milky Way galaxy. I don't know. The Giants are in like the Twix galaxy or like the Three Musketeers galaxy. It's not even close. We're not even in the same zip code. It's ridiculous. And the other team would be the Detroit Lions, where maybe you feel a little better about Detroit if Green Bay also did that to Washington. And maybe the Lions, maybe it's not as bad and the brain drain isn't as bad for Detroit if Green Bay did that also to the Commanders a couple days later. We'll find out, obviously, on Sunday when the Lions host Ben Johnson and the Chicago Bears. All right. Oh, one other betting note on Green Bay. Has anybody looked at the Week 3 look-ahead lines? The Packers game in Week 3 is up at some sports books. They are at the Cleveland Browns. The point spread of the game is 7. Does anyone think that's right? Now, I know it's a look ahead and like you can't bet a lot. I understand. I get it. I'm just saying, does anyone think that that's right? With the way the Packers have looked the first couple, I don't care what happens on Sunday with the Browns and the Ravens. Does anyone think that's correct? Packers -7 at Joe Flacco, who can't move. Here's Micah Parsons and the Green Bay pass rush. Good luck. All right, let's talk the Washington Commanders, the losers last night. I'm a little torn here because on the one hand, it's a really bad performance. And Jaden Daniels did not play great in the game. And I'm a huge Jaden Daniels fan, but I'm not a fanboy to the point that I can't criticize him if I feel like he doesn't play his best. Even while also noting that he's got no chance in this game, basically. The Packers had an awesome defensive game plan, and for anyone that's like, oh, well, all you have to do is make, take away him rolling right. If it were that easy, every team would do it. Like, the Packers just have the personnel that they're able to, and the scheme that they're able to pull it off. Jaden Daniels didn't play well in the game. He didn't. That, I think, is the least of the concerns for the Washington Commanders. Because Daniels is going to play much better when he's playing like lesser defenses. There's no question about it. I think where the concern with the Commanders comes in, and where I don't think I'm overreacting if I take an L on something that I said yesterday. And when I said it yesterday, I thought I was right. Like, I meant it. What I said yesterday was, is it possible that tonight, meaning Thursday, meaning last night, that game with the Packers and the Commanders featured, along with the Eagles, 2 of the 3 best teams in the NFC? I don't know if I'd put the Commanders there after last night, and I don't think that's an overreaction. And the reason why actually has nothing to do with, like, what happened on the field. It has to do with the way the Commanders coached the game. I don't know what's happened to Dan Quinn. And we saw this in the NFC Championship game against the Eagles in Philadelphia, where Quinn, after all the years in Atlanta being like kind of like a buffoon with the game management, goes to Washington and starts going forward on 4th downs, and he's uber aggressive, and it works out, right? And all of a sudden, he gets super conservative in the NFC Championship game. You're like, what the hell just happened? And then in last night's game, he's super conservative. And Cliff Kingsbury is calling a terrible game. And you don't, I didn't play football, but you don't have to, you've been watching for long enough. You know a terrible offensive game plan when you see it. Kingsbury's calling a terrible offensive game. And that sequence at the end of the first half, when Dan Quinn takes all 3 timeouts to the break with him, and they settle for a long-ass field goal with old-ass Matt Gay, and he doinks it off the upright. Like, it's not a fireable offense because they would never fire him. He went to the championship game last year, but it is fireable worthy. It's that bad. And I worry that if that's how Quinn's going to coach this year, and if Kingsbury has regressed, and like defenses have kind of caught up to the way that he calls offenses with Jaden Daniels, I still think the Commanders are a playoff team because I think Jaden Daniels is that good. But man, as far as competing with the Eagles or Green Bay in January, I have to stop a little short at this point now. And maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I'll eat my words. I don't think I will. That was discouraging last night from Dan Quinn, Cliff Kingsbury, and the Washington Commanders. On the other side, Femi joins me, Tyler joins me, and we will finalize our Survivor play for week number 2.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
So I want to have this. I don't even know if it's a hot take, but I want this take to be mine. I don't think Bo Nix is very good. I think even though Denver's going to have the best defense in the league, I think they miss out on the playoff.
We feel confident laying a full touchdown with the Tigers here, John?
No, and it's 7.5 here at BetMGM. I do love that under though, at 46.5, because if I'm sitting here saying that LSU's defense is elite, and we just saw how anemic Florida looked last week, and they did, how could I not take this 46.5? I mean, I do think you get sort of a better effort from Florida, but I don't know what their ceiling is offensively. Like, I haven't really seen it. So I would take the under here, 46.5.
Under, baby. Let's go. It's still early. These teams haven't found their rhythm yet necessarily. And then you got a lot of dudes. You got a lot of dudes on these defenses. So I think the under is the play. I haven't looked at the weather. I don't know if we're going to get some weather, but yeah, give me the under. I don't like that number. That number, I feel, if I was going to take a side, I'm probably taking Florida 7.5. Like, this is one of those things where if Florida had won this past week, I mean, how much did they get downgraded? 3 points? I mean, it's a 4.5 point spread. I don't think it's 7.5. Certainly, maybe it's less than 4.5. So, I like the under, and I would be tempted on Florida plus 7.5.
Yeah, I think if you could get me under 7, I might consider LSU, but I don't know if that's going to come back at this point because I still got my questions about. It was nice to see them finally get off the schneid in openers under Brian Kelly in week 1, but I still had a lot of questions raised from that one. So I think at that number, especially 7.5, I'd probably stay away from LSU and probably stay away from the game as a whole as well.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
3 tremendous guests joining us next hour on the show, getting us and you, dear listener and dear viewer, set to bet and win this weekend in the world of sports. We've got Colin Wilson, Action Network, Big Bets on Campus on college football. Steve Phillips from MLB Network Radio breaking down Major League Baseball, and Raheem Palmer from The Ringer giving us thoughts on Week 2 in the National Football League and also the Canelo Alvarez-Bud Crawford boxing fight coming up tomorrow night. Final hour, power hour, all our football bets for the weekend. Tyler Morales will join us in a moment, and we'll finalize our Survivor play. But Femi Abebefe with me now. Femi, I could see your reaction off air when I was talking about the Packers-Browns point spread next week, the look-ahead market. I'm guessing you agree with me that number's a little short right now, Packers 7?
Yeah, I mean, especially if Green Bay's offensive line is going to be a lot healthier. Like last night, Zach Tom, Aaron Banks.
Can I interrupt you to say this? I apologize. I wanted... Because I just forgot to say this in the midst of everything else that I said the first 2 segments. Yep. It's incredible, right, that the Packers were down 2 starting offensive linemen. And if you didn't know that, you would have assumed that everyone were healthy. Like, that was an unbelievable performance by the Packers offensive line last night, down 2 starters.
And one of those guys was making his first ever start. I get the Commanders are not the fearsome foursome, but still, first ever start prime time, and you would never have noticed If those guys are healthy, like this, I mean, Baltimore's 12 or 11.5, depending on where you're betting on Sunday. And I know that game's in Baltimore and Green Bay will be in Cleveland, but like, why can't we be 9.5, 10 as opposed to 7? I think there's 7.5 out there right now, but it's still a lot of ways to go. And let's see what happens with injury standpoint with Cleveland. But I don't think there's anything outside of the Browns winning outright on Sunday that would change my opinion of, Packers at these prices. I mean, the banger teaser leg of all teaser legs, or just lay it and just forget it and then watch them destroy the Cleveland Browns. So I don't think that this is going to be 7 by the time we get to Sunday afternoon. My anticipation that this is going to be closer to 10 once everybody kind of realizes all the results and kind of goes back and thinks about, hey, maybe we've been undervaluing Green Bay through the first 2 weeks.
I don't know if we get 10 on the road. I don't know if we can get there. I think it'll be more than 7 would be my guess.
Yeah.
Where would you right now?
Teaser zone.
Where would you right now? The Green Bay Packers are the blank best team in the National Football. This can be a pencil, not pen answer. It's week 2. All the games haven't been played yet. I think it's an interesting topic of conversation, right? Because we're all football fans, right? And like we're all thinking about making bets. The Green Bay Packers are the blank best team in the NFL, Femi, at this moment right now.
They're the best. Like I said it in the 3 o'clock hour. They are the best team. When you look at like all these contending teams, whether it's Philadelphia or Kansas City, which we're going to see that matchup on Sunday, Baltimore and Buffalo, which we saw last Sunday, you can poke holes in all of those teams. Like Buffalo, what about the defense? Baltimore, what about their defense as it got lit on fire, especially in the second half? Also, the Ravens have like kind of the choke artist moniker attached to them. Eagles, they're still working through some things. Their secondary you can poke holes at. Kansas City, everyone's been poking holes at them over the last week or so. What's the holes for Green Bay? They can run the football. They can pass the ball. They can stop the run. They can stop the pass. Their coach is really good. Like, I don't see the holes on this roster as long as they stay healthy, which for some reason they're never allowed to have healthy wide receivers, as we saw Jaden Reed break his collarbone in the first quarter last night. Like, if they can stay healthy and they're good to go once we get to November and December, this team is going to the Super Bowl. I feel really confident in saying that. And I told you that when I was in Cabo, when they made the trade for Micah Parsons. I said the Packers just won the NFC. And I've seen nothing that's made me shake from that opinion. I think they're that good, and every single result that we're going to get going forward is going to only reinforce that.
And you did a good job bringing up the Jaden Reed injury, right? And he'll be back later this regular season, but he's going to be out a while.
Sounds like.
And this is honestly like, and I'm not a Packers fan, like I don't care, just like tell it like it is. Brian Gutekunst has done a great job. Savion Williams is not Jaden Reed, right? And I'm not trying to say that he is. Reed is a really good NFL player, but they drafted a guy with like a similar Jaden Reed skill set, and you saw him being used kind of in the same way that Reed gets used, like in the run game last night. And you have Golden, and you have Kraft, and Malik Heath had a sick catch, and Wicks and Dobbs. And by the way, they gave Christian Watson a contract extension this week. He's on PUP. He'll be back later in the season from his ACL. Like, it's an embarrassment of riches. Now, like, they don't have like a Jamar Chase or a Justin Jefferson, like that. No doubt, maybe Golden turns into that as the season moves along. But they've got a bunch of like all serviceable players there that they can absorb an injury to a guy like Jaden Reed. And it's not to minimize Jaden Reed, like he's a good player. But if there's a team that can absorb a loss of a player like that, I think it's the Green Bay Packers. All right, you bet on this Friday. Go ahead.
Last thing real quick here before we move on. Like, I'm glad you brought up Gutekunst because like the camera shot up to him, whatever, they cut away to him, and he was sitting next to Ed Policy. Like, you could just see he was fighting hard not to smile. He knows what he built. Like, he knows exactly what he built. And like, I don't blame him. Like, you sit there, you look at the result, and you're just like, man, we got a hell of a team. Let's just stay healthy. But I think we have a really good chance to get to Santa Clara in February. Like he was fighting hard not to smile and keep a straight face watching his team dominate the Commanders last night.
Tyler Morales is with us. Tyler, you wrote in the chat, Ed Policy, great name. Do you know like the significance of that name as far as NFL history goes, or no?
Couldn't tell you. I just thought the name was cool.
It's amazing. Just like, and that's not really a shot. Like, Tyler knows so much about sports.
Younger.
This is just like I'm old, and like Femi, you're kind of old also. So Ed's dad, Carmen Policy, helped build like the 49ers dynasty in the 80s. He's Carmen Policy's son. So like that is like a legendary name in NFL history, the Policy name. All right. Tyler is with us, and we are trying to whittle down and pick our survivor option in week number 2. Now, Tyler, you are uber confident here, so I'm going to give you first word again here. We cannot come to a consensus yesterday. We've got 6 minutes to come to a consensus. Go ahead.
So, we know my pick, Arizona Cardinals. I actually slept on this a little bit. I could get with the Bengals, but there's so many more chances we can take the Bengals later on in the season. So again, Cardinals, they're not going to be this big of a favorite probably against anybody. Maybe Tennessee in a couple weeks. I don't trust Bryce Young on the road against Jonathan Gannon's defense. There's no offensive weapons on the Panthers. I struggle to see how they're going to beat Arizona coming off of getting blown out at Jacksonville. They have got to go all the way to Arizona in another road game. I like Arizona Cardinals here. I don't know what you guys are thinking. We still haven't come to the consensus, but that's where I'm throwing my hat into the ring for the Arizona Cardinals.
Femi, have you warmed up at all to the Arizona Cardinals thought from yesterday into today?
I've actually cooled off on Arizona. I'm hoping that we can come to a consensus here, but I think the Cardinals are going to be the most popular pick, given the fact that they're a massive favorite at home, and there's not really the future value like there is with some of these other big favorites like Baltimore. I think you guys, when talking yesterday, and it planted a seed in my mind, and I actually have come to a conclusion. I think it actually is my team. I think it's the Dallas Cowboys this week. Like Dallas has the Thanksgiving consideration. I think because of that, you're not going to get as many people on Dallas because sometimes people want to save those holiday teams for the survivor pool that we're in. I think right now, for me, it's Dallas 1, it's Cincinnati 2, and maybe you can talk me into another one, but I think Dallas is actually the play.
I don't think we should take Cincinnati. I like the Bengals in the game. I'm going to bet them laying 3. I don't want to take Cincinnati.
It's too risky. I mean, it's a roll of the dice.
It's 7 yards of total. I mean, look, I like the Bengals, but how about this?
Same.
I think the Bengals offense is going to come out and lay waste to the Jaguars defense. I don't know that.
Mm-hmm.
I know the Giants suck, and I know Bryce Young sucks. Yeah. So I guess Tyler, are you into the Cowboys idea at all? And how about this? Before Tyler answers that question, Femi, what is the benefit of us saving the Arizona Cardinals?
The benefit to me is that Arizona, their schedule is not very difficult. You look at their schedule going forward over the next month, and we've outlined it as well when talking about the Brock Purdy injury. They're going to face Mac Jones next week. Not recommending that we're not going
to take them on the road. Like week 5, they host Tennessee.
Know. Yeah, there's other opportunities to bet Arizona.
I don't really. Okay, so I'm going to read the rest of their schedule, right? So at San Francisco next week, maybe if the Niners look terrible, maybe home Seattle, home Tennessee, at Indy, home Packers, then the bye. At Dallas, at Seattle, home San Francisco, home Jacksonville, at Tampa, home Rams, at the Texans, home Falcons, at the Bengals, at the Rams. This might be the best one.
We're never taking them the rest of the season. Maybe against Tennessee.
Here's the problem is that everyone is thinking that. And I think unless we're comfortable being the consensus play, because that's the game theory part of it. Everyone's going to I don't want to guarantee it, but I'm pretty confident. I think Arizona is going to be the number 1 play in our survivor pool. Just because Baltimore has holiday considerations, even though Baltimore is the number 1 favorite. If we want to be with everyone, then Arizona is the play. I think there's other teams that are maybe not as likely to win as Arizona, but are not that far off that might be a little bit further down. I think Dallas is one of those teams.
Did you guys see the Giants injury report?
I saw that Andrew Thomas is listed as doubtful.
Andrew Thomas listed as doubtful.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler, honestly, I'm kind of the thought of rolling the dice here kind of arouses me a little bit. I'm just being honest with everybody.
It should.
We can roll the dice. In fairness, I had the Cowboys as my number 2 on my big board yesterday when we gave it the 3 survivors. So Dallas was number 2. I just think Arizona is such a slam dunk. I mean, we're never probably going to use them. If you guys want Dallas, go for it. But I also like Dallas as well. They were just number 2.
And last thing I'll say is that this isn't rolling the dice last week where the Jaguars were 3.5 or 4. Dallas is 5.5 at home. And Dak Prescott literally has not lost to the Giants since Barack Obama was the president. It's been that long. It's been that long.
Is that true?
I think Dallas.
Yeah, it's true. 16, right?
Somebody put up the stats. They're like Mahomes was at Texas Tech. Obama was the president. It was all these things that were true. The last time Dak lost to the New York Giants. Let me pull it up real quick. I feel like I want to say I bookmarked it earlier just because I was laughing about it.
But there's a really important question that needs to be answered. Tyler, who's higher on your big board? The Dallas Cowboys survivor in week 2 or Yegor Demon?
No, the Dallas Cowboys. Wagertainment can't shoot. We don't want any part of that. We don't want no part of that. Dallas Cowboys.
I think Jaeger might have been Rookie of the Year. Might win Rookie of the Year in the NBA this year.
What about Danny Wolf?
What about the Israeli kid they took or the French kid? Are we in on Dallas?
Yes, I'm in on Dallas. I think Dallas is the way to go.
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want Dallas, we'll go for them. Again, they were number 2, but I just really like Arizona. I can get the game theory. I get the game theory. We'll go with Dallas. We'll go with Dallas.
What I really want is for Tyler's microphone to sound reasonable, to sound okay.
Yes, I
Like you sound like Darth Vader.
Kenny, I am your father.
All right, so we're in on the Cowboys for Survivor for Survivor this week. Colin Wilson joins us to start hour number 2 next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Let's go to the pros and look at the NFL slate that we have for week 1. We'll dive into half of the week 2 slate today. We'll look at the other half tomorrow. I see we got a question in the comments from Mr. Cover. Cowboys-Vikings moneyline parlay. Would you take that? PJ, appreciate the question, Mr. Cover. Getting to that in a little bit because we are talking about the Dallas and Giants game. But first, let's talk about the game we have coming up tomorrow between the Packers and the Commanders. Green Bay, a 3.5-point favorite, and the total in the game is 48. I really like Green Bay on the money line here. I think they're a great money line parlay piece at -190. So, Mr. Cover, you're looking for a money line parlay team. I think Green Bay is that team. We all know what big an advantage it is for teams to play at home on these Thursday night games this short week. And Matt LaFleur has been great on a short week. Washington was awesome against the spread last year under Jaden Daniels. They covered in week 1 against the Giants. And this line, to me, feels like it should be closer to like 5.5, especially with how impressive the Packers looked in week 1 against the Lions. So because of how great Daniels is against the spread and just how great of a quarterback he is, I think Green Bay is the much more talented team with the better coach. They're at home with one of the best home field advantages in the NFL there at Lambeau. So I do like the Packers on the money line, and I'd probably lay the 3.5 with Green Bay as well. Jags are going to be at the Bengals on Sunday. Since he's a 3.5-point favorite, total in the game is 49.5. I'm staying away from this one. A lot of people probably going to come away impressed with the Jags' performance against Carolina on Sunday. I think that was more about Bryce Young and the Panthers. I told you guys I have my concerns about the Panthers going into this season. Was Bryce Young going to revert back to his old ways for what we've seen much of his career? Or is he going to look like the guy we saw the final 6-7 games of his career or of year 2 last year? And it looked like the guy who's reverting back to his old ways. So I think that was more about Carolina. The Bengals continue to struggle early season. Burrow did not look good. They should have lost that game to the Browns. You're getting the ultimate key number at 3.5. I'm probably going to stay away from Bengals and Jags.
And the business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The phenomenal Football Friday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. First hour of the show, all Packers Commanders, and our survivor pick for week number 2. How about them Cowboys? We are eschewing the Baltimore Ravens. We are sweeping aside the Arizona Cardinals in favor of the Dallas Cowboys. Femi Abebefe, the professor, espousing game theory. Let everyone else pick Arizona. We will take the Dallas Cowboys. Steve Phillips of MLB Network Radio joins us in 20 minutes. Raheem Palmer of The Ringer 40 minutes from now and 60 minutes from now. It's all our bets for the football weekend in the final hour, the power hour of the show. But joining us right now to give us some college football bets for this weekend, the one, the only, the great Colin Wilson, who is the co-host of Big Bets on Campus with our pal Stuckey, an awesome college football betting podcast that everybody should check out. And his written work can be found over at the Action Network, and his bets can be found on the Action Network app. And you can follow him on Twitter at _Colin1. Colin, of course, spelled with 2 L's. My friend, welcome back to the show. Happy week 3 to you and yours.
Happy week 3, guys. It's been an interesting season so far, but we finally get some real conference games this weekend. I have a feeling there could be some games that shake out a little bit differently than people think, and there could be some coaches on the hot seat before we even get to October.
Like what and like who?
I have feelings. I just have feelings that Florida's going to pull off an ultimate upset against LSU. And there are things in that box score last week against Louisiana Tech that I was not comfortable with for LSU. Garrett Nussmeier has 3 turnover-worthy plays already this season, which is more big-time throws that he's thrown. And I think what bothers me about it is that those came when he wasn't blitzed and he wasn't pressured. So for some reason, he's making mistakes. The running game didn't look as good against Louisiana Tech. It's like they reversed what they were against Clemson. And I think Florida, if you look at their drive log, they could have done a lot better. There were field goals. And they could have put that game away, and they didn't. And maybe they was overlooked. Maybe they didn't care about the Bulls. But I just think Florida has a really good shot to win that game outright. I'm sure Billy Napier's, full attention this week. But, this is a case where I think there's just two different narratives with two different teams. And it makes me question, how good is Clemson? Is Clemson really that bad? I think we're going to find out tomorrow, because if Florida wins and Georgia Tech beats Clemson, I think we kind of got fooled a little bit on LSU.
We'll save the Georgia Tech Clemson analysis for a minute from now, but just on Florida LSU. So obviously you like the Gators in the game. The point spreads come all the way down to 7, Colin. At this point now, would you advocate for our listeners and viewers that like the Gators? And just to be clear, I like LSU in the game. I can be wrong. But to anyone out there that likes Florida, Colin, would you recommend taking the 7? Should people just play Florida on the money line? How should people play Florida at the current prices right now?
Well, I think, but people that are new to betting, I always tell them, if you're taking an underdog, put about 80 to 85% of what your unit is on the points, and then use about 10%, 15% on the money line. And that's really how I treat underdogs. Or save one unit. If you're betting 20 units or 10 units, whatever, save one unit and make a round robin. It may come out to be $1 to $5 per 2s and 3s, but, find a way to get some money on some underdogs on Saturdays, because they do upset all the time. And LSU makes me nervous. Their center has an ankle sprain. Caden Durham's not running like he should. I think Florida's going to be just fine. Their numbers are just fine. They just, fell victim to a bad spot, or maybe just, didn't finish drives last week.
So, Colin, if LSU makes you nervous, how are you betting this Clemson and Georgia Tech game, where right now at BetMGM, Clemson's a 3-point favorite, total at 52.5? I would imagine that maybe you end up on the Georgia Tech side with that analysis. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you would, but the number really kind of got zapped this week, and you saw it I think they opened at 8.5, and it's all the way down to 3. So at some point it's mathematically beyond what any of us think that it should be. I think this is last call on Georgia Tech. I think the over is really where you've got to look, because Clemson's running game has been atrocious. This wide receiver converted running back Adam Randall's not panned out for him. Their freshman has not panned out. Klubnik has had to be the entire passing game. I would keep an eye on Antonio Williams. He's day-to-day with a hamstring, and that is Klubnik's guy. He's in the slot, and if he's not there, then it's just going to be deep shots to Bryant Wesco. And then on the other side, Clemson has shored up their rush defense a little bit from last year, but their secondary has been horrible. Their pass rush has been very poor. They're bottom 10 in FBS right now. And Buster Faulkner is, calling an offense for Georgia Tech, top 25 in success rate and line yards and finishing drives. But, I think right now you've got to take a look at this and just realize that Clemson's defense is not – they're completely underperforming, and the back half, the secondary, is giving up too many explosive plays, and that's just not a good thing against Georgia Tech whatsoever. So I like the over more than anything in that game.
Sounds like a really fun game. Haynes King, obviously a stud for Georgia Tech, and of course, a lot of expectations for Cade Klubnik. Let's stay in the SEC, though, and get over to Georgia and Tennessee. The Bulldogs 4-point favorites, total sitting at 50. Is Tennessee a live dog, or do you think Georgia, like they've done over the last 8 times, beats Tennessee once again and wins by margin?
Tennessee's definitely a live dog. I mean, they've played like it. Joey Aguilar has been perfect so far. 5 TDs. He hasn't made a single mistake. The offense that Heupel wants to run is being run perfectly from Joey Aguilar. And you know what? He's got wheels. He can get outside the pocket. He can make things happen. And that was my biggest complaint about Nico, is he had the highest pressure to sack ratio in the nation last year. And that really stalled Heupel's offense. And they had to become a defensive team. I think the best bet in this is the first half over. And Kirby came out, and I knew I was going to play the first half over no matter what, because there's been at least 30 points in the first half of this game every year since 2016. And, and Kirby came out in his press conference and kind of blew it. And I was hoping the market wouldn't, hear this. But he came out and he said, listen, the biggest problem in these Tennessee games is that we just can't simulate the speed of their offense and what it is that they do on offense. So our defense is always kind of shook. And that's why there's always a ton of points in the first half. I mean, Kirby is just telling everybody what the betting deliverable here is. So first half over, at some point, Georgia is going to try to stab those wide receivers at the line of scrimmage, keep them from getting their timing routes, and then they're going to try to run the ball in the second half. So at some point, it's going to be a live under. But, I mean, this game is always off to a fast start. I'd take first half over.
What about your squad? Woo Pig Sooie, Arkansas, on the road at Ole Miss. Ole Miss coming off another one of those kind of grinded out games against Kentucky. They're unable to cover. They're now laying 6.5 at home against the Razorbacks, total 62.5. Can Arkansas keep this closer? Does Lane Kiffin finally do right by the bettors and cover the number?
Yeah, I mean, this typically is a very weird series when these two teams play each other, except for last year. Ole Miss really kind of got one over on them, but I think the thing is we don't know if Austin Simmons is going to play. I kind of hope he does as a Razorback fan because he's been sloppy. He's had so many turnover-worthy plays so far. He's fumbled the ball. He does not take care of it, and Arkansas is playing extremely good havoc defense right now. Arkansas can keep up from a scoring standpoint. The name you're going to want to look for is Omega Blake at wide receiver. He's a transfer in from Charlotte, and he's got one of the highest yards per route run in the nation right now, and him and Taylor Green are completely in sync. Ole Miss is 100th in creating a pass rush right now. They're 102nd in tackle grading, and you consider who they've played so far. It's they have not faced a murderer's row of offenses here, and they're letting offenses push them around. And this Arkansas offensive line is way better than they were last year. They're protecting Talon a little bit better than they were last year. I think Arkansas is a live dog. And I think if you could find props on Mike Washington Jr. as a rusher or Omega Blake as a wide receiver, you're going to take them here because I don't think Bobby Petrino is going to get stopped here against Ole Miss's defense.
No matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use today's Parlay Boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. You bet on this Friday. Colin Wilson from Big Bets on Campus and the Action Network is our guest on Twitter at _Colin1. Colin spelled with 2 L's. Colin, Miami and South Florida. Very interesting game. South Florida with win over Boise in week 1. Knocks off Billy Napier in Florida last week. And a 7.5-point dog at the Hurricanes, Carson Beck, Mario Cristobal and company. How are you betting Miami and South Florida?
The first bet I had out of the gate was Miami first quarter. This is a horrible spot for South Florida. 2 big wins against Boise, against Florida. You think about just the recruiting battles and the players on this roster for South Florida and the disrespect that they have for not playing for a team like Florida. There was probably a lot of emotion in that win last week, having Grammatica hit that kick there at the end and getting them over the hump. But they've had 2 box scores to look at right now, and so far they haven't scored a single point in the first quarter, and they've only scored 1 touchdown in 2 first halves of play. So I like Miami in the first quarter. I like Miami in the first half. They were playing Bethune-Cookman last week. And listen, I know that they've played Notre Dame and Bethune-Cookman. But here's the difference between this Miami team and every other Miami team that I've ever faded. I'm not fading them anymore. They missed 3 tackles against Bethune-Cookman. They only missed 7 tackles against a Notre Dame offense that had Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price, and C.J. Carr scrambling around. This is the most locked up, crisp Miami defense I have seen in years. And if they keep it up from a tackling fundamentals, from not allowing explosives, from what I'm seeing out of Corey Heatherman's defense, this is a national title contender. I did not think I would be saying that, but the big difference is they're disciplined. They're not committing penalties and they're not missing tackles, and that is something we have not seen out of Miami. So horrible spot for South Florida. I bet Miami any way you can get them here.
And Ruben Bain, just watching that first game, was made in darkness. Looks like he'll be playing on Sundays in short order. And speaking of which, he helped blow up the Miami Notre Dame game in week 1. The Irish off last week. Back in action coming up on Saturday night in what some are saying is like a must-win game. The Irish lose 0-2 and not like the greatest schedule moving forward. Would the Irish be left out of the playoff at 10-2? Some are saying potentially. But Colin, that's a conversation for down the road. This is just about the game tomorrow night. Notre Dame and A&M in South Bend. The Irish 6.5-point favorite, juice towards Notre Dame, maybe going back to 7. Total 50.5. In about a minute, bets please for Notre Dame and A&M.
Texas A&M is very live. You're taking Texas on the points, maybe sprinkle some money line, and you're definitely going over here, and I'll tell you why. Miami absolutely tore the middle of the defense up on Notre Dame. Notre Dame has 2 unbelievable national champion corners in Christian Gray, Leonard Moore, but that's not where Miami attacked him. Miami attacked him over the middle in between the hashes. Texas A&M has one of the best possession slot receivers in the nation in Casey Concepcion, who transferred in from NC State. He already has 13 targets on the season. 10 of them have been between the hashes. Texas A&M is going straight up the gut, and that is where Notre Dame just got diced. I think Texas A&M covers this game. They have a great chance to win it, but definitely on the over here because Texas A&M's defense is a little bit leaky too. So this is an over game, and Texas A&M is a live dog.
Do you have, in 30 seconds, a favorite bet for any of tonight's 4 games? Colgate, Syracuse, Colorado, Houston, K-State, Arizona, New Mexico, UCLA.
Yeah, Arizona, Kansas State, you're going to go in the over. Just there's not enough defense being played on either side here. What both those teams, what their identities are on offense is not going to get stopped here. So I'm definitely taking Kansas State over with Arizona. And listen, I'm not a believer in UCLA. I'm just going to keep fading them until I see something out of that team. So I'll take Jason Eck and New Mexico and all those points.
Is there one other bet, Colin, and you've been very generous with the information. We really appreciate it. Is there any other bet that you love for this weekend in college football and any game that we have not yet discussed?
Probably take UAB on the team total over. Akron's the worst defense in the nation.
An answer.
UAB can move the ball. It's the grossest game on the board, but we got to get money down on it. So take the Dragons, go over their team total.
That's a UAB team total over against Akron. What do you think of I bet Arkansas State to cover 21 against Iowa State because I love Iowa State, but I don't know if they're blowing anybody out. Is that stupid or no?
Yeah, well, they're also going into a bye, so they have on the road, absolutely
well,
no
I knew
business
that,
going down
obviously.
I-55. Yeah. I mean, why would they blow somebody out at this point? It doesn't make any sense. The only problem is I think Arkansas State's going to be a little hungover because they put a lot of emotion in that Arkansas game, so maybe a first half under.
I mean, I've been saying that all week. I mean, that's the one drawback potentially is the emotion expended in the Arkansas game last week. It's been a critical part of my handicap. Colin, you're the absolute best. We love having you on the show. Big bets on campus with our friend Stuckey, actionnetwork.com, the Action Network app. You need to be following Colin on Twitter. We love him. At _Colin1, Colin spelled with 2 L's. My man, you sound great, and I follow you on Instagram. You look great, too. Good luck with the bets this weekend, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Thank you so much, guys. Talk to you soon.
Colin Wilson joining us on the show. Hey, my dude, he got jacked, man. He looks great.
Yeah.
Looks great.
He was on video last week. You look really good. Got a nice beard, too.
Yeah.
Why you roll your eyes like that?
I didn't.
Oh. You jealous?
You think,
what?
You think maybe. Do you think Colin knew I was messing around right when I was like, oh yeah, it's like, of course they're heading into their bye.
I would say 70% yes.
It's just can't name one player on the team. On the other side, Steve Phillips joins us, MLB Network Radio, taking a spin around betting Major League Baseball.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Pittsburgh in a shootout last week. The market is not going to overreact, and the total is sitting at 40 over at BetMGM for the Steelers and the Seahawks. That was shocking, the score of that game with the Jets and the Steelers. Rodgers had a great performance, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, and he's going to be making his home debut against a very challenging Seattle defense. Now, Seattle had their issues offensively last week against San Francisco. It was all JSN. It was Darnold for 150. JSN had 124 of those yards, 13 targets for JSN in his first game with the new QB. I've heard some cases for Seattle. I am not there. I am on the other side. I am going to be taking Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh -3. I think they're a candidate for survivor. It is not going to be a repeat of what we saw last week with that Jets offense. And you're going from a mobile quarterback with multiple weapons that are pretty dangerous in Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson to now, okay, we've got JSN. I don't know about Walker. Are they going to decide to use Walker in this game? Not sure. Expecting a bounce back. And history tells us that's exactly what Tomlin teams do. Evan Abrams had this nugget. After Tomlin teams allow 30 or more points, 28, 11, and 1 against the spread. Cover rate of 72%. They've covered 10 of the last 11 times that's occurred. I'm taking Pittsburgh -3, Sam.
Center field, going back, Green, looking up, see ya! Home run number 45 for Judge. High drive, left center field, Green back, track, wall, see ya! Another home run for Judge. He has tied Joe DiMaggio for 4th place on the Yankees' all-time home run list and also picks up his 100th Ribby of the Year.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Michael Kay, the voice of the Yankees, with the call on the Yes Network. Here's how you know people like to say, like, Yankee fans are spoiled. You're right. Because all I think of, like, you're listening to that, right, and you're thinking, wow, like, Aaron Judge is amazing. Mentioned in the same breath as Joe DiMaggio. What a career it's been for Aaron Judge. Me? You know what I'm thinking? Do it in October, loser. Because I'm a spoiled Yankee fan. I'm really honest about it. Our friend Raheem Palmer joins us in 20 minutes from The Ringer, talking Canelo and Bud Crawford tomorrow night and NFL this weekend. Femi and I will bring you all our NFL bets and college football bets next hour, the final hour, the power hour of the show. But joining us right now to talk some Major League Baseball here on You Better You Bet. This is fun for me. Blast from the past. We were coworkers once upon a time at SiriusXM's Mad Dog Radio. He is still killing it at SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, where our associate producer, Addie Bates, works on that channel as well, does great work with our friend Steve Phillips, former general manager of the New York Mets, does great work for MLB Network, and is the insider for TSN as well on Twitter at Steve Phillips GM. Steve, long time no talk. How's it going, my man?
I'm doing great. Good to be with you.
Steve, let's start with Aaron Judge and American League MVP. Judge is a pretty decent favorite at our show sponsor BetMGM to win MVP minus 450. Seattle catcher Cal Raleigh with 50-plus homers plus 350. A little birdie named, it was Addie. Addie told me that you have a strong take on American League MVP. Who is your pick right now, your thought as to who should win American League Most Valuable Player?
Yeah, I think absolutely it's Aaron Judge. I don't even think it's that close. Now, I mean, there's a great story to be told, and certainly Cal Raleigh's having an MVP caliber season. But when you look at the rates, you look at the numbers, I mean, so Raleigh has 7 more home runs. So in 7 at-bats, he was better than Judge. But, you know, there are 150 other at-bats where Judge has been better than Cal Raleigh has. He's got more walks. He's got more hits. He's got a higher batting average. I mean, you've got, you know, if Raleigh wins, he's an MVP hitting 239. Judge is hitting 320. And, you know, he's got nearly the same home runs. He's got nearly the same RBIs, and he missed a period of time. He's scored more runs. You know, his OPS is almost 200 points higher. His OPS plus is over 40 points higher. Weighted runs created. I mean, all of the numbers, you know, win advantage by his offensive performance. You know, every number pretty much indicates that Raleigh does have 4 more stolen bases than Judge, so he's got an advantage there. But I don't think it's close. You know, you look at WAR, which is a number that captures the overall total value of a player. The Baseball Reference WAR, and Judge is about two wins better than Raleigh. And then in Fangraphs, where they factor in defense a little bit differently, Raleigh closes the gap, but still about 0.7 of a run better for Judge. And Raleigh's in 3rd place when it comes to Fangraphs WAR. So, I mean, I think all the numbers indicate that Aaron Judge is having the better season. I believe he is. And I'm sure there's an argument that says, well, the Mariners wouldn't be where they are without Raleigh. But the reality is Yankees wouldn't be where they are without Judge. They wouldn't be a playoff team. I mean, they're barely squeaking in as it is right now. So, you know, I think that, you know, what I just want to avoid is the whole recency bias. Like, well, Judge has won, so let's give it to somebody else. I don't think that's fair to Judge when I think the numbers make it clear that he is having the better season.
I mean, Steve, as a Mariners fan, I actually agree with you. Like Cal Raleigh his batting average, I just can't get past that. Maybe I'm old school, maybe I'm archaic, but it's hard to see someone batting like 240 that's going to win the American League MVP. But let's talk about those Seattle Mariners, and let's talk about the Astros and the Rangers, because this American League wild card, or American League West race rather, has been really, really fun, and it's going to be determined over these next couple of weeks. Right now, you have Seattle and Houston tied, Texas just 2 games behind them. In your opinion, who wins the AL West and why?
Yeah, I tell you, it's a great race, and you know the Astros are fading, and they're fading fast. Seattle probably has the most well-rounded roster of the 3 teams between the Rangers, Astros, and Mariners. They've got a good bullpen, and not many teams can boast that. The actual real challenge for them is that their starting pitching hasn't been as good as we would have anticipated. They had the best starting pitching ERA in baseball last year. Their starting pitching ERA this year is ranked 17th. And yet they've got all the same guys, all of whom have good arms. And so, but I do think that the added offense there is going to make a difference to go with Cal Raleigh, adding Suarez, who can get very streaky. Naylor's been terrific for them. J-Rod's turned it on the second half of the season. I actually think the Mariners are going to win the division. And I think there's a very good chance that the Astros don't make the playoffs, that the Texas Rangers rally. And here's the thing, the Rangers are hard to figure out how they're doing it. You know, they've got so many injuries, no Corey Seager, no Marcus Semien, no Adolis Garcia, no Nate Eovaldi, no Evan Carter. And yet they've got these guys they called up from AAA that are playing great. And you know, Bruce Bochy's got them going. And I think the Bruce Bochy factor for me is a big one. So I have a feeling they're going to edge out the Astros. And so, you know, and I feel bad for Addie, you know, your associate producer there, Addie Bates, who we worked with at SiriusXM, is a big Astros fan. And I know this is not going to make her happy, but
I think the Astros will be watching baseball in October.
Yeah, Addie's trying to defend her team in the chat, Steve. I mean, she's saying that we got all these injuries, we got problems too. It's not just Texas, but I would love to see that. As somebody who's seen the Houston Astros torment my team over the last decade plus, I would love for the Astros to miss the playoffs. We're hanging out with Steve Phillips here on You Better You Bet. Nick Costos, Femi at BetFay. Steve Phillips, obviously former general manager in Major League Baseball, does an awesome work with MLB Network Radio. Steve, so you said you have the Astros out. The American League is so wide open. Does Texas or Seattle, can any of those teams make a run? Is it Boston? Like, who do you think is the dangerous team? Because Detroit and New York are seen as like the big teams that I think a lot of people believe in, and Toronto maybe kind of off to the side a little bit. Like, of these wild card teams, who do you think can actually win the pennant come October?
Yeah, so I actually think that if I seed the American League teams, I have the Blue Jays at number one. I think that they've got deeper starting pitching. You know, they've got 5-6 deep really with starting pitching. They're second in runs scored behind the Yankees. They're one of the best defensive teams in baseball. They're a good base running team. And so in you know, many of the components of the game, the big issue for them, and look, all of the teams have a chance in the American League. It is wide open. They all have, you know, some really good traits, and they all have some major flaws. The major flaw for the Blue Jays is their bullpen. And, you know, their closer, Jeff Hoffman, has a 9-7 record. You don't ever want your closer to have 16 decisions. You know, he's supposed to save the game and hold the lead. You know, he's given up 15 home runs, the most of any reliever, tied for the most in baseball. And yet, you know, he can still get the job done on some days. They just need margin for error. So I think the Blue Jays, to me, are the best chance at it. And I think the Tigers are a good team. I think the Yankees and the Red Sox all have chances. You know, the Red Sox, it's the bridge from the starting pitching to Chapman. That's the issue. They're like ranked 24th in bullpen ERA, and that's with Chapman not giving up a hit in 17 games and not giving up a run in 17 games. And they still don't have a great ERA. But, you know, the Roman Anthony injury is going to hurt them. You know, and for the Yankees, I mean, listen, they can score runs and they hit home runs, and that's important in the playoffs. But they give up home runs, and, you know, their bullpen is just a hot mess right now. And I don't know who is the person to go to, nor does Aaron Boone right now. He has no idea who would be the right person to give the ball to in a critical situation, because they're all giving it up right now. So, you know, the Yankees have their own flaws, and you know, the Tigers after Skubal, their starting rotation is just okay. Their bullpen is just okay. They don't get swings and misses. They don't get strikeouts out of the bullpen, which is an important factor in the playoffs, right? Contact can hurt you. And a team like the Blue Jays hitters have struck out the least in baseball. They're the most contact hitting team in the game, which plays well in the postseason. And so, you know, Detroit, you know, it's all about A.J. Hinch working his magic. And I do think that Riley Green and Kerry Carpenter and Spencer Torkelson are all developing stars. But I think that any of those teams, you know, could make a run, but any of them could be eliminated. And I think it's going to be wide open in the American League.
No, I think it's going to be really, really fun in the American League. On the National League side, I mean, we've been talking about this kind of during the breaks and wondering, is this team going to actually make it, or are they going to completely collapse? And that's the New York Mets. I bet the New York Mets earlier this summer to win the World Series. I am now very much concerned as they're clinging to that final NL wildcard spot. Simple question. Are the Mets going to make the playoffs?
Yeah, boy. I think they will. You know, the challenge they have is that if it's a three-way tie with the Giants, the Mets, and the Reds get in because they have the tiebreaker over the other two. And so the Mets have to, you know, the Mets are the best team, but their starting pitching is killing them. I mean, they don't have a single starter, well, other than the kids. But, you know, I think it's so unfair to have huge expectations on rookies who have 4 or 5 starts that they're going to be your saviors in the postseason. They've got the stuff that they can do it, but they don't have the experience. And so, I mean, the Mets, if the Mets are going to get to the playoffs and if the Mets win in the playoffs, it's going to be because Nolan McLean and Jonah Tong and Brandon Sproat are all dominating, and that Peterson can get them into the 5th or 6th inning. But even then, their middle relief has been a real challenge. It's, you know, I mean, you can't give the ball to Ryan Helsley in any game critical situation. So I think the Mets get in. I do. I don't think that they're long for October baseball, but I do think they're going to get in. And I understand that David Stearns prefers not to make big investments in starting pitching, but it's the game you have to play if you want to win a championship. And so I think that he's going to have to reconsider next year being involved with some of the free agent pitchers.
I mean, it's such a shame. The way that Juan Soto has been hitting in the second half of the season, the fact that the Mets might waste this is absolutely absurd. But here's where we sit here in 2025. The NL West, Steve, has been also really interesting. Talked about the AL West. You think the Mariners win that one. The Dodgers are holding on to a 2.5-game lead. I didn't think this would be where we're sitting when we're talking about the Dodgers in March and April and May, but here's where we're at with the Padres playing so well. Do the Dodgers just win the division, and are they going to kind of cruise into the playoffs, or do you think that San Diego can actually run them down and make things interesting in the final couple of weeks here?
I mean, San Diego can do it. I still think the Dodgers are the better team, and that, now that they've got their starting pitching lined up and everybody's healthy, they're getting, Kopech's back in the bullpen now, and Tanner Scott's there, and they got their bullpen's healthy and back together again. Mookie Betts is starting to heat up offensively. They do need Will Smith to get back behind the plate. He took the foul ball off his hand. He's been out for about a week now. He's been so good for them, and he's been such an important factor in their offense. They do need him to get back in there. But I think the Dodgers are the better team, and I think that I think the Padres have a thing. When I was Mets GM back in the day, the Braves had our number. We could not beat the Braves, and we went to the World Series in 2000. Only because we didn't have to play Atlanta. Somebody else knocked them out for us. I think for San Diego, if they're going to get to a World Series, it's going to be because there's going to be another team that takes the Dodgers out and that they don't have to do it. And so I think it's going to be interesting to see. I think the Dodgers end up holding on and winning the West.
Steve, final question. I don't know if you remember this, but when we were all worked together at Mad Dog Sports Radio, me, you, Bill Zimmerman, and a bunch of others, in New Orleans for the Niners-Ravens Super Bowl, we ate at Commander's Palace. At the Mad Dog Company dinner. And for the entirety of that dinner, I remember two things from that dinner. Number one, the turtle soup was outstanding. Number two, Mad Dog grilled you for about 2 hours straight on your travel schedule, and you were the nicest person you answered all his questions with the patience of a saint. Do you remember this at all as something that actually happened?
Yeah, no, that's Chris's thing. So okay, so let's see. How'd you get there? Did you fly from JFK, and now to connect anywhere? Did you come in directly? What time did you get in? All right, so you did that. Now, how did you get to the airport? Did you take a car? Did you park there? How much is the parking you got? Tell me how that's going. All right, so now, what do you think about the Super Bowl? Well, forget that. Okay, now you travel home. Are you going right home? Or are you going somewhere else? When's the winter meetings this year? And when are you going down to spring training? But yeah, no, Chris is big into travel, and he will wear you out about travel plans. He is so intrigued by it all. It is amazing. So yes, and now I know Emerald too. Is that Emerald's restaurant that where we ate there that day?
I don't think so. I don't think that was Emerald's.
All right, because we did have Emerald's restaurant one day there too, and Chris and Emerald turned into be big buddies. I think. I'm not sure Emerald knew who he was. He just figured somebody with a voice like that's in the media must be good because how do you survive with a voice like that? So, but those are some good days there on Mad Dog Radio, and they're still rocking along there. Stephen A. Smith now part of it, and the most amazing part of it all is that Mike Babchick has survived.
I've known Babchick for 25 years. I can co-sign that. Steve, we appreciate the time. Stay well. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, thanks so much.
On the other side, Raheem Palmer joins us. Bets for boxing in the NFL.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Pittsburgh in a shootout last week. The market is not going to overreact, and the total is sitting at 40 over at BetMGM for the Steelers and the Seahawks. That was shocking, the score of that game with the Jets and the Steelers. Rodgers had a great performance, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, and he's going to be making his home debut against a very challenging Seattle defense. Now, Seattle had their issues offensively last week against San Francisco. It was all JSN. It was Darnold for 150. JSN had 124 of those yards, 13 targets for JSN in his first game with the new QB. I've heard some cases for Seattle. I am not there. I am on the other side. I am going to be taking Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh -3. I think they're a candidate for survivor. It is not going to be a repeat of what we saw last week with that Jets offense. And you're going from a mobile quarterback with multiple weapons that are pretty dangerous in Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson to now, okay, we've got JSN. I don't know about Walker. Are they going to decide to use Walker in this game? Not sure. Expecting a bounce back. And history tells us that's exactly what Tomlin teams do. Evan Abrams had this nugget. After Tomlin teams allow 30 or more points, 28, 11, and 1 against the spread. Cover rate of 72%. They've covered 10 of the last 11 times that's occurred. I'm taking Pittsburgh -3, Sam.
different ring mentality, higher ring IQ, tricky style.
Drops Amir Khan, a big shot landed by the Mexican fighter, and it is over. A one shot from Canelo Alvarez dropped Amir Khan and knocked him out.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
DAZN, courtesy of the call. Jake says that's Canelo knocking out Amir Khan in 2016. Wouldn't know, couldn't understand any of the audio. Great job with the highlight, Jake. All our football bets for the weekend coming up next hour, college football and then the National Football League. But joining us now to talk about huge boxing fight coming up tomorrow night with Canelo Alvarez against Bud Crawford, plus the National Football League this weekend, is one of our favorites on You Better You Bet. We had him on at the Super Bowl this year in New Orleans, and he was amazing. We are fans of his. I think he's fans of what we do here on the show, and we are very pleased to welcome. And he works with like all these people that I really like: John Jastrzemski, Ariel Epstein, and others. The great, and he was on ESPN yesterday also. You love to see it. Our friend Raheem Palmer, who's blowing up right now and deservedly so, does great work for our friends at The Ringer. And look, we're a BetMGM show, but he's on FanDuel TV, and we can say that and no one bursts into flames. Raheem, welcome back to You Better You Bet, my man. How's it going?
Life is good, and I'm definitely fans of you guys. I love how you guys do things. It's just an honor to be up here. We're going to have a great weekend.
Awesome. When we were talking a couple days ago, Raheem, about guests that we wanted to have on the show this week, and we realized that there's a huge boxing fight, it immediately was, we need to get Raheem on the show because he can do football, he can do boxing, and not many people can do all of those sports. So why don't we start with the Canelo fight? And I'm always really honest with the audience. I parachute in for big boxing fights. I will not claim to be a big boxing handicapper. I want to bet the fight, so that's why we have people like you come on the show that know what they're talking about. At BetMGM, Canelo's a minus 150 favorite. Bud Crawford plus 150. How do you see this fight playing out and the bet or bets that you'd like to make as a result? Canelo Alvarez versus Bud Crawford.
So first things first, when you're handicapping boxing, you got to know who's the A side and who's the B side. And what I mean by that is who is the guy who's generating the most money. And that's Canelo Alvarez by far. So that makes this fight scary to handicap because if you look at Canelo Alvarez, historically in Las Vegas, Nevada, he's never gotten a bad decision, ever. You look at that fight in 2012 against Floyd Mayweather Jr. Floyd Mayweather might have won 11 or 12 rounds, and C.J. Ross, who got suspended after this decision, said Canelo won the fight. Floyd Mayweather got a split decision victory in a shutout. So you always have to be worried about that. You go back to his fight against Dimitri Bivol. Dimitri Bivol probably won 8 or 9 rounds, and all the scorecards said 115 to 113. The 3 judges are Tim Cheatham, Max DeLuca, and Steve Weisfeld. They have experience doing this. They're the same judges who said Pacquiao had to draw against Barrios a couple of weeks ago. So you always got to worry about that. Now, when it comes to the fight itself, Canelo Alvarez is 35 years old, turned pro at 15. Crawford is technically older than him, being 38 years old, but Canelo is older in boxing years. He's been in more wars. He's had 67 fights. And you look at Terrence Crawford. The thing about this fight is that Crawford is moving up a couple of weight classes. So a lot of people are weighing that against Crawford, but at the same time, I don't know if we should be weighing it that much. All the sharp money is on Crawford right now. This line was Canelo minus 230. And it's been bet down to Canelo minus 170, 180 range. And I look at Canelo, the last 5 fights, he's only throwing 34 punches around. So he's getting older. I think Crawford is the more skilled fighter. He actually has the higher reach, despite people saying he's the smaller guy. He has a 74-inch reach. Canelo has a 70-inch reach. I like Crawford in this fight, but me personally, knowing the history of Canelo in Vegas, I'm going to play the draw at 11-1.
Wow, so love that draw. And that draw is plus 1,200 at BetMGM, by the way, on the 3-way. Canelo minus 150, Bud Crawford plus 150. The draw 12 at BetMGM, and just the 2-way, Canelo minus 165 and Crawford plus 135. All right, so Raheem, you're going to be playing the draw. Any other bets that you like in this fight tomorrow? Totally fine if the answer is no, but wanted to at least ask the question because obviously there's a robust menu.
So I personally like Crawford in this fight. It's just tough. It's always tough to go against Canelo. But I think there's no chance that Crawford is going to stop Canelo because Canelo's been in there with some punchers. He's been in there with GGG and didn't get faced. He's been in there with Kovalev and didn't get faced. So the one way in which Crawford wins this fight is by decision. And I think you can get that at plus 200. So I would be looking at Crawford by decision. But I'm probably just going to play the lottery ticket on the draw. But I kind of do want to be on. I feel like Crawford can really make history here. So if I'm going to play a side, it's going to be Crawford. But I'll be looking by decision at plus 200. And, of course, the draw.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like whoever wins is going to be by decision. Like the total is like 10.5, and it's juiced heavily to the over, minus 360, minus 370. So I don't think we're going to be seeing any knockouts tomorrow night. Famous last words. All right, let's talk about some National Football League because we have Week 2 coming up this weekend. What's your favorite bet on the Sunday Week 2 card and why?
So I have a number of these. I actually like the Los Angeles Rams, Tennessee Titans under 41.5. We saw that Rams defense. I mean, they were tremendous last week. You could say a lot of that had to do with the Houston Texans, but I don't know if the Tennessee Titans are going to do much more than what the Texans did last week. I mean, you got Cam Ward throwing for like 100-something yards. So I do like that under. I do also like the Cincinnati Bengals minus 3.5. I feel like this is a great buy low spot here against the Jacksonville Jaguars team. The Jacksonville Jaguars, they went out there and dominated the Carolina Panthers. But if you look at who they play, I mean, the Panthers were 32nd in EPA per play on defense last year. So I think we kind of expected that. The look-ahead line on this game was 5.5, and I just think this is just too much value for Cincinnati. I think you can buy low on them. The Jacksonville Jaguars, I still don't think they've improved their defense. I think they just played Bryce Young. They were 31st in EPA per play on defense last year. So I think it's a buy low spot for Cincinnati. That defense didn't look too bad last week. So I think if Cincinnati can go out there and put up 27, 28 points, I think they cover this.
Yeah, hopefully they have a better second half output than they did against the Cleveland Browns, albeit in a victory, but it was pretty bad against Cleveland on Sunday. How about in the game of the week, America's game of the week? Eagles at the Chiefs, Super Bowl rematch. Philly, a 1-point favorite on the road, total 47. Xavier Worthy, doubtful. Dallas Goedert's been ruled out. How are you betting the game of the week, the Super Bowl rematch?
Oh, this is tough. So my model actually makes this Chiefs -1.5. And if you look at, historically, when you look at this Chiefs team, Patrick Mahomes is an underdog. It's always been money. I mean, I think you're talking when the spread is between -3 and +3, 15-8-1 against the spread, 65%. The struggle for the Chiefs here is that they lose Rashee Rice for suspension. Xavier Worthy, he's out. They're not really an explosive team. So I think they were 27th in explosive play rate last season, 22nd in red zone touchdown percentage. I like the under in this matchup, actually, because I just don't think the Chiefs are going to be very explosive. And then I think the Eagles are going to experience some growing pains with new offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo. They had 0 second-half points against the Cowboys defense, which many people regard as the worst in the league. And with the lack of explosion for the Chiefs, I just think you're going to get a lower scoring game. And then both of these teams, when they get into a lead, they tend to run the ball, particularly the Eagles. So you look at Patrick Mahomes, those second-half unders last year were a thing of beauty. So I don't think you get a lot of points, but I think this is probably a good spot to buy low on the Chiefs at +1.5 at home.
Don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. Catch up from everything from the show, including Femi's best bets for the WNBA playoffs, which start this weekend. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. You Better You Bet on this phenomenal Football Friday. Our guest, Raheem Palmer from The Ringer and FanDuel TV. One of the reasons, Raheem, I like you so much as a personality in this space is because, you speak so well about the NFL, right? But everyone can talk about the NFL. Do boxing. Some people do boxing. You're also breaking down European basketball right now. I saw that on your Twitter and on your Instagram. So I think we have the Eurobasket final coming up this weekend, Turkey and Germany. I'm not going to pretend to know anything about this, but you've been all over it from the start. Do you have a bet for our listeners and viewers? And look, money's money, right? Whether it's Chiefs Eagles or Turkey Germany in basketball, anything in Eurobasket in the FIBA finals coming up this weekend.
Yeah, so you guys know I gave out the Germany as a future earlier this week. They're playing Turkey. Turkey just blew. Turkey, they had the semifinals this morning. Germany played Finland. They dominated them. And then Turkey played Greece. For those who don't know, there's a lot of NBA players over there. So Turkey has Alperen Sengun. Greece has Giannis Antetokounmpo. Turkey absolutely blew the doors off of Greece today. But I think that's going to create some value for Germany in the finals. So I'm going to take Germany. I really like Germany. It's probably the deepest team in the tournament. You got Dennis Schroeder. You got Franz Wagner. I think that line is -140, -150, probably -2. I would buy in on Germany at this point in time. I think because of that blowout today with Turkey blowing out Greece, who, to me, outside of Giannis, they don't have a lot of guys. I think there's some value on Germany to win the finals. So I already gave out the future on Germany earlier this week. I'm going to add some more to it.
Germany 1.5 right now against Turkey in the final at BetMGM, and a good money line price if you like Germany, -135 to win the game against Turkey.
Oh, it's only 1.5 at BetMGM. Oh yeah, you got to go grab that.
You got to make it legendary.
You got to go grab that. There's some other sports books I'm affiliated with that has -2.5.
I understand.
So
I understand.
Go ahead and grab that -1.5 because I think there's some value here. There's people talking about if Germany actually wins this, that Dennis Schroeder might go into the Basketball Hall of Fame. That's how much this kind of means to people. I've seen it. I swear to God, I've seen that article. That's how much this means to people. Germany, they've been probably one of the best teams in international basketball the last couple of years. You go back to the FIBA World Cup. I think they finished, they placed. I don't remember if it was bronze, silver, or gold, but they were one of the best teams. Obviously, in the Olympics last year, they were pretty dominant. So this Germany team is a buzzsaw.
Raheem is such a good dude, such a nice guy, and his star is rising big time. It was on ESPN this week. Has been doing great work with our friends over at The Ringer for years. I am Rostradamus on Twitter and Instagram, I believe, as well. You are the man, my friend. Good luck with the bets this weekend. Stay well, and we'll do this again.
No doubt. Thanks for having me.
Our friend Raheem Palmer joining us here on You Better You Bet. Femi, I will be playing the draw tomorrow. I loved the A-side, B-side analysis.
It's a long
there.
shot.
And he's 100% right about that. Like, you don't have to know a lot about
yes.
like what happens in the ring to know that Canelo is the big draw there in that fight.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why people kind of get mad at boxing. They're like, oh, you can't trust the judges. And it's like a factual thing. Like sometimes you get some of these weird officials or whatever judges that want to go ahead and have their own agenda. But I think I'm going to risk it. I'm going to bet Crawford by decision. I'm going to do it. I want to root for someone to win. Like I see where he's coming from with the draw, but I'm going to bet Crawford by decision.
Okay.
Go, Bud. Get it done. This Bud's for you.
Can you parlay like Bud Crawford to win by decision with Germany?
You try during the break and make it legendary.
Because I'm saying, like, I'm going to bet both of those things. It's just, can I bet them together or not? I'm not sure. Final hour, power hour on the other side. All our bets for the football weekend, and we start with college football right after this.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Now, yesterday on the show and previewing this game and talking about it, seeing how these two teams match up, I started off saying, hey, you know what? The Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFC. That's what I said. I was wrong. The Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFL. As it stands right now, we've only played, 17 games of the NFL regular season, but I feel pretty comfortable saying the Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFL. They are absolutely loaded. And they can do everything now with Micah Parsons in the fold. Like, this team is ridiculous. Like, can the Packers run the football? Check. Can the Packers throw the ball? Check. Can the Packers stop the run? Have you watched the first couple of games? Check. Can the Packers stop the pass? I don't know. Their pass rush is menacing, and their secondary is actually pretty solid. Like, the Packers check all the boxes that are fundamental to winning in football. Like, did you see that defense last night? My goodness. Like, Micah Parsons is a freaking monster in every single passing situation. And I think I was telling Bill this earlier this morning as we were talking about the show and what we wanted to do. Like, a little bit of me dies on the inside with every single Micah Parsons pressure or sack. Like, this guy should be wearing a star on his helmet. Like, what the hell happened to where all of a sudden now he's with the Green Bay Packers? But you see why Micah Parsons is the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. That dude is the best player every time he steps foot on the field. He's ridiculous. And even when he's not sacking the quarterback, he's out there and you feel his presence. Jaden Daniels definitely felt his presence last night. Never really looked comfortable behind center in the pocket. Like, Micah Parsons is that dude. And I found it pretty funny last night watching a little bit of the post-game show on Amazon Prime. You could hear the Packers fans belting out a chant of "Thank you, Jerry. for trading Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. Final hour. Power hour. You better you bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, this crew, and you. Femi, what do you think of our crew's performance today?
I would say with some of the behind the scenes research done on Major League Baseball, I'd put us on like a grading scale at a solid B+.
I love that it was like, well, let me tell you something great they did, and then let me give you a grade short of an A. The baseball research was excellent.
It was excellent. I mean, B+ is a good grade. It's not like great like an A, but it's good. B is good. C is average.
I'd like to be I want to be honest with everybody. I'm being dead serious right now. This is not a setup for a joke. It isn't. Steve Phillips kind of hurt my feelings. It's like
he threw you off a little bit.
Look, I don't. Bill's known me for a long time. I think you guys all know me to like a lesser extent. I think I'm pretty self-aware. To tell the truth, I thought for sure Steve Phillips remembered me. So he comes on. I do like hey, Stick, once upon a time we worked together. He literally just goes, yeah, great to be on with you. Which is, for people that don't know, that's like what you say when like you don't know who I do radio spots. I've been doing one of my radio weeklies for like 3 years. I don't know the host names. I'm just like, hey, like, great to be on with you guys. Steve Phillips couldn't pick me out. We worked together every day for like 5 years. He couldn't pick me out of a lineup. I think, honestly, like, it hurt my ego a little bit. Like, I got bruised a little bit.
It's got a lot going on. It's killing it for MLB Network, got a radio show. It's been a while.
I don't know. Like, I ran the board for Iron Eagle like once, like 20 years ago, and he was like, Nick, let me tell you, man, that rejoin that you played the day after Jeremy Lin's 3-pointer against the Lakers was great. I mean, just saying. Just saying. I don't know if I love that from Steve Phillips, but the baseball talk was awesome. Raheem was great.
We can invite him next week, and he'll know us. Yeah.
You want to have him on next week?
I mean, get into the nitty gritty.
5:20?
You can do it weekly.
Weekly?
5:20 on a Friday?
You do the interview?
I mean, if you want me to.
I go take a walk?
I don't know about all that. Sometimes my internet has a mind of its own, so I don't know if you want to be taking a walk. But
I gotta tell you, my ego is a little bruised, but I feel like I would have made it to talk to. We had some therapy talk going on in the chat here. I may need to go talk to my old therapist here after this. After Steve Phillips just basically Heisman to me, stiff arm me, like I don't even exist. Anyway, NFL bets coming up in 20 minutes. Brad Evans will join us. All sorts of good stuff on the way. But for now, Femi, we got to roll through the college football bets for this weekend. We have an epic college football slate. So here's what we're gonna do. We're going to hit all the marquee games. I think we've got, 9 of them. Oh, man. Mike, let me tell you, you're all in for a treat.
It's got a slate, baby.
Oh, it might be the slate of slates.
Ooh, don't say that now. We haven't seen the NFL ones yet.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mike. Yeah, Mike Brown was building some stuff. So we're going to hit, we're going to hit all the big college football games. We'll hit other college football bets. And our friend Tyler Morales last week gave out a winning prop. I'm being honest. I don't remember what it was. It was the Kentucky wide receiver, right? Who was it? What's the guy's name?
The Ole Miss wide receiver. The Ole Miss wide receiver he went over. Yeah.
He won by 100 yards, Tyler says. Harrison Wallace.
Yep.
Okay, great. So Tyler's back to give us a winning college football prop as well. So all our college football bets start right now. Jake, please hit us with the college football music. Oh, Mike, put that slate up on the screen. Let it establish. You're watching the show right now. Soak it in. This is the fruits of Mike Brown's labor. Painstakingly put together. It's beautiful. Sides, totals, logos. Good stuff from our friend Mike Brown. If you're listening, sorry.
Got rankings too.
Yeah,
after the AP.
It's excellent. On the bottom, he's got odds subject to change. He even has at instead of versus, which is a big pet peeve of mine. Like, he got that right also. Now, there's no way that... Now, we don't have neutral site games this weekend, but I'm just saying, like, Mike wouldn't have... Georgia, Tennessee were a neutral site game. He wouldn't know it. He would have had the at there, right?
No, he didn't know. He didn't know.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah. All right, let us begin.
Put that in there. He's college football season. He's locked in, man.
All right, well, except for week 1. Let us begin our college football betting sojourn, Femi, with Clemson and Georgia Tech in the ACC. Clemson bet all the way down to a 3-point road favorite at the Yellow Jackets. Total here is 52.5. So despite Clemson's lofty ranking coming into the year, bettors seem to like the home underdog Yellow Jackets. What say you, Femi, Clemson and Georgia Tech?
So there's a couple 2.5s that are out there. I'm going to wait to bet those 2.5. So I like the Clemson side. I think Clemson wins the game. I don't think they're that good, to be quite honest, but I think they're definitely better than Georgia Tech, even though Georgia Tech has a pretty good quarterback in Haynes King. I think that, though, we talk about buy low spots, and that can kind of sound cliche, but this feels like it's one of those. Clemson with 2 rather unimpressive performances, 1 loss to LSU, which you can kind of excuse, but the performance last Saturday against Troy, that was god-awful. So I think for me, it's wait. Let's see if more people continue to bet the Yellow Jackets, and we can get 2.5 with Clemson. If not, there's a 3 even money. If you want to do that, that's also a bet to be made. At least you don't have to pay juice, but 2.5, anything under a field goal is a bet for Clemson on Saturday.
I'm going to have a small bet on Clemson as well. It does feel like this is a great buy low spot on Clemson. Yeah. And I like Georgia Tech a lot. I bet Georgia Tech in the opener against Colorado. It feels like this is a big-time discount with Clemson, and maybe it's just wrong, and maybe they stink, and maybe Dabo's lost his touch. I'll pay to find out. A small bet for me. I'll lay it with Clemson in this game against Georgia Tech. Femi, we love money lines. So does John Mateer. The Heisman co-favorite, leading Oklahoma into college football powerhouse Temple. The Sooners, 23.5-point favorites at on the road at the Owls. Total 51.5. Any bets for you, Oklahoma and Temple?
Just got to plug your nose special here with the Temple Owls. I like Temple. I'll take the 24. I know everyone has the Mateer frenzy and everyone's going all crazy. John Mateer, he's so great. Yeah, he is great, but I think that with this being a quote-unquote sandwich spot, to get a little bit of Feliz Navidad in there, Oklahoma next week has a pretty big game against Auburn on deck to start off their SEC play. if there's ever a time they might be looking ahead to an SEC opponent, which should be a really fun game with Jackson Arnold and what that Auburn offense might be able to do, I think Temple keeps this close. OU wins, but Venables laying 24, miss me with all of that noise. I don't care how good Mateer is. I'll take Temple at home with the points.
Gotta tell you, I think you talked me into it. All you had to say was sandwich spot. Will you hoot like an owl for us for Temple, since you like them?
That was horrendous.
Did they do it like that? It says,
I don't know. Well, because I was gonna go like oh, but then like that's obviously like a coyote or whatever. That's not now. But like I guess it's like oh or wolf or what? Yeah. I don't, whatever. Coyotes do that too, don't they? Or coyotes, some people call them.
Well, now I'm gonna have to place a small bet on Temple because of the sandwich spot. I had a sandwich earlier with like an Italian cold cuts. It was delicious. I'm into sandwiches right now. I was not. So this is going to be a small bet for me. A sandwich?
You said you're into sandwiches right now. Like, when were you not into sandwiches?
It's a really fair point. I am always into sandwiches.
Yeah.
You're right.
What are we talking about?
You're 100% right. Okay. So small bet for me on Temple. Okay. Alabama and Wisconsin. So Bama loses to Florida State in week 1, then drops 70 points on the Little Sisters of the Poor last week. Bama, a 21-point favorite this week against Wisconsin. So two obviously big-name programs going at it. Bama, a 3-touchdown favorite. Total 45.5, so the expectation is Wisconsin might not score much in this game. Femi, are you betting Bama and Wisconsin, and if so, how?
No real opinion for me. Like, I think Alabama's going to win the game. So does the betting market. They have them by winning by almost 3 touchdowns. Like, Ryan Williams sounds like he should be good to go. The Alabama wide receiver who's a stud. I think that Bama just wins. I'm going to pass this game entirely. I don't want any parts of this Ty Simpson experience laying this. Let's get more data points for the Tide. So I'm going to pass this game.
If I had to bet it, I would bet Wisconsin plus the points. So when I say small bets, I'm talking like I'm going to save my bankroll for there's some college games I really like, and then the NFL. Yes, exactly. So this is just like I'd like to have action on games tomorrow. So Clemson's going to be a small bet for me. Temple will be a small bet, and I'll bet Wisconsin for small as well, just to have some action on the game and to bet against Kalen DeBoer and Alabama. This is one of the games I do like, Femi, in college football. You bet on this Friday. The Georgia Bulldogs, now a 4-point road favorite at Josh Heupel, Joey Aguilar, and Tennessee. Total in this game, 50.5.
Yeah, I agree with the betting market and the recent move that we've seen over the last 24 hours. I think Georgia wins this one by like a touchdown, maybe even more. I'll lay the 4 with the Georgia Bulldogs. I don't care that there was a chance he could have gotten 3.5 or whatever. Kirby Smart knows how to defend this defense. Like, we've seen these matchups over and over and over again. They've won 8 straight against Tennessee. Like, I think Georgia gets it done. Gunnar Stockton, first true road game. Don't care. Georgia's better. Georgia wins by at least a touchdown.
I think you said it perfectly. I have nothing to add. I will say to people that are just listening to this segment for the bets, go listen to what Colin Wilson had to say about the first half over in this game, and his thoughts why. I thought it was very interesting. I do like Georgia laying the points. I'm gonna have some money line parlays that have the Georgia Bulldogs in it as well. Femi, let's go to Miami and South Florida. Miami, a 17.5-point favorite. The biggest television audience the CW has ever had. No shade to the CW.
It really is.
That's Bill. That's Channel 11 in New York, right? CW. I have that correct. You formerly WPIX. So they have Seinfeld on.
The channels are here in Vegas,
which is awesome. Like, that's what they're known for. Oh, and our friend Mark Malusis also does great work on this, doing sports for the CW. So we like that.
Channel 6 in Las Vegas for those of you out here. Yeah.
Miami 17.5, 56.5 the total.
Making sure we have it covered coast to coast. Miami for me. Like South Florida, hell of a performance beating Florida. This is a much, much different team. Miami's defense is really, really strong. That's their calling card, and the talent that they have on offense. Not even Mario Cristobal is going to screw this one up. I'll lay 17, and even if it's 17.5, I would lay that as well. But there's a 17 out there. Make sure you go out there and find it. I think the Hurricanes roll. Great win last week, South Florida. Comes back down to earth this week.
Yeah, if I had to bet the game, I would lay Miami as well. Number feels right to me. Miami favored by more than 17. Lean for me towards Miami, maybe a small bet on the Miami Hurricanes. I have no real thought on this one, so we'll see if you do, Femi. Ole Miss was like a pretty decent-sized favorite against Arkansas. All the money has been on, Pig Suey. Ole Miss now a 6.5-point favorite against the Razorbacks. Total is 62.5.
Yeah, I'll go brief with this one because I'm not going to bet it, but it's a small lean to Ole Miss. It just feels like a lot of people are kind of like anti-Ole Miss after what we saw last week. I told you guys, Kentucky's going to drag them into the mud. They're going to cover the game. They did. This week, though, if I had to bet it, I would bet the Rebels.
Yeah, I have no opinion on the game. I think we will differ on this one. LSU and Florida in Death Valley. Femi, LSU a touchdown favorite, total 46.5.
I'm concerned that LSU is not that good. And I don't think Clemson's that good, as I said earlier this segment. I think that Florida is live to pull off the upset. I'll take the 7. I'll put a little bit on the money line as well. I think as we're learning throughout the course of this season, that LSU win in Death Valley, not as strong as we all thought Labor Day weekend. So give me the Gators and Billy Napier. Can't believe I said that out loud.
I'll be anti-you on this one. I think we've gone too far. I think Florida stinks. I think LSU is awesome. I love this defense. I'll lay 7 with LSU in this game against the Florida Gators. And the last big game that we'll discuss, yeah, I'm anti-you. Notre Dame 6.5 at home against A&M, total 50.5.
Yeah, I disagree with Colin on this one. I like Notre Dame. I think that Notre Dame running game can get going against Texas A&M. Like, we saw this matchup last year in College Station. Jeremiah Love had a really, really good game. If Notre Dame gets him the football in a must-win game, I love Notre Dame. And also, too, the fact that they had the bye week last week, get C.J. Carr a start, then have a bye week, more time to kind of get comfortable. I think Notre Dame comes out, they understand what's at stake, they get it done, and they beat Texas A&M, and they cover this number.
I'm going to like Notre Dame, Femi, but I want to wait to see how they start on offense. This is going to be a live betting game for me, where if Notre Dame's running like an aggressive offense with C.J. Carr and Jeremiah Love, I'll be into Notre Dame. If not, I may end up passing the game entirely. One other bet for me, and I talked about it this earlier in the week, Arkansas State plus the 21 against Iowa State. Femi, any other bets for you?
Yeah, let's throw on the hazmat suit with a couple of look-ahead spots here. I'm going to take Northwestern plus 27 against Oregon. Oregon has Civil War next week against Oregon State. That's always a big matchup. I know Oregon State's bad, but those kids look forward to that one. I'll take Northwestern at home with all those points. I'm also going to bet Wyoming plus 23.5. They're taking on Utah. Devin Dampier's all the rage. Utah, massive game next week against Texas Tech for the Big 12 standings. I think the Cowboys keep this one closer than what the betting market thinks.
I just built a moneyline parlay for those interested. LSU, Notre Dame, Clemson, Georgia, and Miami. Plus 456 at BetMGM. I think I'll have to put that into the old accounts. On the other side, our bets for Week 2 in the National Football League.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I was just talking about divisional battles in the NFL. So how about another one? Lions laying 6 hosting the Bears. So I know the Lions did not look good against the Packers last week, but we found out that Green Bay is a very good team. And guess which team looked worse a few nights ago? How about the Chicago Bears? giving up 3 touchdowns to a rookie in his first ever NFL start when Chicago was playing at home. I just don't buy Caleb Williams at quarterback just yet. And also, there's this stat sheet going around, this graphic passed around by CBS Sports, where it's comparing the first 18 NFL starts from Caleb Williams to Mitch Trubisky. Oh, man, if you're a Bears fan, it is nightmare fuel. I just don't believe in the Bears. I think Ben Johnson was a great hire, but I think if he's going to turn Caleb Williams into a star quarterback or a very good quarterback, it's still going to take some time. He is still a work in progress. Missed some throws in that game against the Vikings. His mechanics are kind of off. Chicago still has a lot of work to do. We have more of a proof positive sample size when it comes to the Lions, right? Okay, they're not as talented on the offensive line, lost some key pieces during the offseason, but still plenty of playmakers. They still have Dan Campbell. They're also at home. I think they get after this Bears defensive front and they pressure Caleb Williams and force him into making mistakes, and that will be the difference. This is still a very good Lions team. They cover the 6 against Chicago. Let's go Lions -6 in the Motor City.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, we'll start our NFL bets in a second, but first we got to get Tyler Morales' college football prop after he won last weekend with Harrison Wallace by over 100 yards. Tyler, what is the winning college football prop for this weekend?
I actually can't believe Colin said his name today. I love the Omega Blake over 59.5 receiving yards. High total in the game. He plays for Arkansas, so you're going to be betting him. And the total in the game, 62.5. Like, Ole Miss's secondary is not great, and they're going to be playing from behind a ton. Omega Blake had 7 catches for 121 yards and a touchdown last game. So he's their number 1 receiver. They're trailing. He's their big play guy. I think he goes over 59.5. Just like last week, I was shocked with this number. So let's go Omega Blake, and let's start 2-0 here.
I love it. Omega Blake over receiving yards for Tyler Morales. And with that, we turn our attention to week number 2 in the National Football League. Jake, please lay down the music that takes us into battle. We begin our Week 2 NFL betting sojourn in the New Jersey Meadowlands. What a lovely place. It smells great. With the Bills and the Jets. Buffalo, Femi, close to being a touchdown favorite. 6.5 is the number at BetMGM. The total has been bet up here. We're through 47. We're at 47 and a half. This over's gotten slammed today with Buffalo and the Jets. Josh Reynolds is out for the Jets. Their number 2 wide receiver. They really have no receivers outside of Garrett Wilson. The big one for Buffalo, Ed Oliver is not just out for this game, Femi, but a multi-week injury for Buffalo's star defensive lineman. Also, maybe down a couple of members of their secondary. Teron Johnson and Tre'Davious White, both questionable. We'll talk about that more coming up on Sunday on Countdown to Kickoff. How are you betting the Bills and the Jets?
Yeah, we talked about this one during our 320 segment earlier in the show that, hey, like, if you see that 46.5, which BetMGM was hanging, you need to go bet that over with Ed Oliver out, which is why it does not surprise us that we're sitting here at 47.5. I like the over. There's still some 47 and some 46.5 that's out there. BetMGM is now on the higher side. Does Buffalo Bills defense, what are they unable to do? It's stop the run. What do the Jets do very well? Run the football. I think the Jets are going to have successful drives. I think Buffalo's offense will have a lot of success as well, as they do against pretty much any defense. This is a higher scoring game than I think the betting market thinks. So I like the over quite a bit. One of my favorite totals of the week. I think we get points in the Meadowlands. The Bills should win the game. No interest in the side. I like the over.
If I had to bet the game, I think I'd actually lay Buffalo. And everyone we've had on this week likes the Jets. All like the sharp guests we have on, they all think the Jets are going to keep it close. My concern for the Jets is, like, I know Buffalo's going to score in this game. And if Buffalo takes a lead, how are the Jets coming back? So I'll lean for me towards the Bills. It is not one of my favorite games this week. We move on to Miami, where Femi, the Dolphins got bet today, which I guess is better. It's just being like, hey, can't be like the ultimate buy low spot on the Dolphins.
Yep, buy low.
Number at BetM. Yeah, well, how low can you go? Miami 2.5 at BetMGM. The total is 43.5. Christian Gonzalez out again for the Patriots. The entire right side of the Dolphins offensive line is out, as is corner Storm Duck.
If I had to bet this game, it'd be a slight lean to the under. I'm just going to pass this game. I thought about the buy low on Miami, but it doesn't even feel like we're getting them at a buy low spot. Like, they're still a favorite of almost like 3 points at some sports books. I see 2.5s that are out there. No Christian Gonzalez, so I understand why people like Miami. I think they're going to win, but can't say that with too much certainty after what we saw last week and after this players only meeting that they had recently. So I'm going to pass this game. Good luck to everyone out there that bets it.
This is New England or nothing for me. Like, it can be the buy low spot. Great. Players only meeting. What about that? What about the fact that the team looks like it's quit on the head coach already? Patriots are nothing for me in this game on Sunday in South Beach. We'll finalize my plays Sunday morning on Countdown to Kickoff and my show on WFAN in New York. Bengals and the Jaguars, Femi, in Cincinnati. The number at MGM, the Bengals still a 3.5-point favorite, but we are on like the doorstep here of potentially going down to Bengals -3. The total is at 49, and both teams come into this game with a pretty good clean bill of health here. What do you like, Jaguars and Bengals?
Yeah, I call this the don't get fooled by having played the Carolina Panthers spot here. I like Cincinnati. I think a lot of the Jacksonville optimism is not really on a strong foundation. I think there was a lot about the Carolina Panthers that made Jacksonville look much better. Defensively, I have massive questions about the Jaguars. I have massive questions about the Bengals defense as well. But in a game where these two teams are very similar, but Cincinnati's the better version, I'll lay the points with the better version. So give me Joe Burrow, give me Higgins, give me Chase, give me the Bengals. I'll lay 3. So there was 3s earlier in the week. 3.5 even money. I still have slight interest in that, but I'd find ways to bet Cincinnati. I would never bet Jacksonville, not at these prices. Maybe you give me 6, I'll bet Jacksonville, not here.
I agree with everything Femi said. I'd like to lay 3. If we get to Sunday and the 3 never appears, we'll talk about other ways to potentially bet the Cincinnati Bengals here. But I do think bounce back spot for the Bengals offense. I do like the Bengals in this game at what I think is a little bit of a short number. And you know I love the Jaguars this year, but I like Cincinnati in this game. I've got nothing on this one, Femi. I'll have some props on Sunday, but everything just looks right to me from a side and total perspective. It's the Baltimore Ravens, an 11.5-point home favorite against the Cleveland Browns. The total is sitting at 45. We don't know if Quinshon Judkins will make his NFL debut. He did practice in full on Friday. Jack Conklin looks like he'll probably play. Isaiah Likely once again out for the Baltimore Ravens at tight end.
Yeah, the only thing I'm betting on this game is on Derrick Henry. Like I am going to play that angle of Grant Delpit saying, oh, it's not that hard, etc. And then Henry saying, we'll see on Sunday. I think Henry's going to be very motivated. This Ravens running attacks can be really strong. Plus 125 plus rushing yards, plus 225 at BetMGM. I think Henry goes off. He had averaged 6.5 yards per carry against the Browns in the 2 games last season. As long as Monken gives him the ball, he's hitting the century mark and even more. So give me Henry to have the massive game on Sunday.
Grant Delpit kind of feels like this is a FAFO moment for young Grant Delpit here, calling out Derrick Henry. I have some prop thoughts on this game. I'll give them out on Sunday. I have no real opinion on side and total. If I had to bet the game, I'd lay the Ravens, but I don't, so I won't. We'll move on to the Femi Abebefe Nick Kostos Bowl and the Nick Kostos Femi Abebefe Tyler Morales Survivor Bowl. Earlier in the show, we decided to take Dallas in Survivor this week against my favorite team. The Cowboys, 5.5-point home favorites against the Giants. Total 44.5. Deron Bland is out for Dallas, and I think that's what caused the move off of 6 earlier in the week. Andrew Thomas listed as doubtful for the Giants. We've been saying it for years. When he's out, this offensive line falls apart. Femi, how are you betting Dallas and Big Blue on Sunday?
I am betting the Dallas Cowboys. There are plenty of 5s and 5.5s that are still out there. Anything under 6 is a bet on Dallas. I bet 5 earlier this afternoon once we got the news that Andrew Thomas is listed as doubtful. Nick has talked about this ad nauseum throughout the start of the regular season. That offensive line is bad with Andrew Thomas. It's horrendous without him. And now it's on the road with Russell Wilson, who is dying to take sacks. Cowboys, it's not the doomsday defense, but I think they can at least take advantage of this offensive line. So I like Dallas and Dak Prescott to put up points and win this one by margin, and just hopefully they win the damn game outright. Like, I could lose my money, but just win outright, please, so we advance in Survivor. But give me Dallas with the spread.
Something to consider, and it's going to sound a little out there. So think about what Dallas did in week 1. Like, basically played the reigning defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles to a standstill. Dallas played great in that game. The Giants got destroyed by the Commanders, who in turn got destroyed by the Green Bay Packers. I don't know if this is going to go well for the Giants on Sunday.
Gamble responsibly.
Yards. I think he will pants either Deonte Banks or Paulson Adebo. CD will probably get his as well, but this feels to me like George Pickens down the field, at least one deep shot from Dak Prescott. I do like the Pickens over receiving yards in this game. You bet on this Friday. We are giving our bets for week 2 in the NFL. Fascinating handicap, Femi, with the Super Bowl 34 rematch. No Mike Jones or Kevin Dyson here. The LA Rams, 5.5-point road favorites at Tennessee. The total is 41.5. T'Vondre Sweat, who plays on the defensive line next to Jeffrey Simmons, is out, as is Titans right tackle J.C. Latham. Thoughts here on the Titans and the Rams?
Yeah, I don't really love that T'Vondre Sweat injury. Like, if you wanted to bet Tennessee, that's the kind of injury that maybe keeps me off of it, because, like, the whole handicap is, can that defensive line just disrupt everything that the Rams are trying to accomplish? But for me, it's a bet on the under. I bet under 42 earlier in the week. I'd still go under 41.5. 41's kind of a key-ish number with these totals, so like that's probably the stopping point. But if you can get the hook, I would go under, because I think this Rams defensive front is going to make life hell for Cam Ward. It's a tough start to Cam Ward's NFL career here playing these kinds of defenses, but I think the Rams defense has success, and I think the Titans defense, with Jeffrey Simmons still in the lineup, they can do some things against the Rams offense. So I think this is a lower scoring game. The Rams probably win it. I don't know about the spread. It seems right to me, but I think this is a lower scoring game in the market. Thanks.
Steve Avila is doubtful here. Well, one of the Rams guards, Kevin Dotson, who Sean McVay said earlier in the week was week to week, is off the injury report and is going to be good to go. With the way the injury report has kind of developed over the course of the week, Femi, and had been finalized here, I actually think I'm going to bet the Rams. I think Brian Callahan might be the worst coach in the league. Like, the Rams can focus on stopping Jeffrey Simmons without T'Vondre Sweat next to him, and it's Sean McVay against Callahan. I think I'm going to end up betting the Rams. I'm not there yet, but it's Rams or nothing for me. I do like the thought on the under as well. We've talked about that throughout the week. Okay, moving on. Bears and Lions, oh my, from Detroit. Detroit now a full 6.5-point home favorite. The total is 46.5. Kyler Gordon is out for Chicago. He will not play in this game. The Bears slot corner. Grady Jarrett did get a limited practice in today, which is a good sign for him to play on Sunday. Jalen Johnson and TJ Edwards will both play for Chicago. Taylor Decker didn't practice all week for Detroit. They're starting right tackle. He is listed as questionable on the final injury report.
See, there was an interesting move in the betting market with this game over the last 45 minutes to an hour. Detroit got bet. And I don't know if that's maybe people suspecting that Taylor Decker is going to play in the game. Dan Campbell said that it's too close to call and they can't make a decision on it right now. Maybe they'll make a decision tomorrow. They're going to have to make one 90 minutes prior to kickoff when they put out the actives and inactives. But if Decker doesn't play, I'm betting Chicago. If Decker plays, hopefully it gets to 7 or something like that, and I can bet Chicago, but I'm probably never betting the Detroit Lions with this game. I think the Bears, with only now Kyler Gordon out, the defense should be better, and I think Dennis Allen and that defense can at least kind of throw some things at this Jared Goff offense that has already gotten off to a rocky start without Ben Johnson and Tanner Ekstrand. So I think the Bears are the side here. I just want to know more on the Taylor Decker injury, because if he's out, that's kind of a big-time red flag for that Detroit offensive line that we saw struggle a week ago, albeit against the Packers, but struggle nonetheless.
I feel the same way about this game. I want to bet the Bears. Let's see how high the market goes here. Do we ever get a 7? I think there's not a tremendous difference between these two teams. And I'd like to bet Chicago, but I don't need to bet them now if the market's going to keep going up. Want to acquire more information, so I'll talk more about this game coming up on Sunday. This Seahawks-Steelers game in Pittsburgh is fascinating for many different reasons, both as an on-field and also with injury stuff. Pittsburgh is a full 3-point home favorite. This had kind of vacillated between 2.5 and 3 throughout the week. A full 3, the total is 40.5. Joey Porter Jr., Femi, is out for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He will not play in this game. Neither will first-round defensive tackle Derek Harmon. And for Seattle, Nick Emenwari, their second-round safety, he is out. And corner Devin Witherspoon, doubtful here, unlikely to play for the Seahawks. So both teams missing some studs on defense. How do you want to bet Pittsburgh and Seattle?
Yeah, so we talked about this earlier in the week. I bet Pittsburgh at a number that no longer exists. Laid 2.5 Sunday night when these numbers just first populated. I just felt like Steelers under a field goal at home against Sam Darnold, that's not going to exist very long, so I need to bet this now. But I think what's now interesting about this betting market is the total. Because as Nick mentioned, all of the injuries with this game are on defense. And I know the Seattle defense is expected to be really, really good. They were good in week 1. Pittsburgh's defense was bad in week 1, which was kind of surprising given that total closed 38 and it ended up having one of the highest scoring games of the week. I think this might be a contrarian over. The more I think about this game, the more I'm into betting over 40, over 40.5. With all these defensive injuries, especially in the secondary, maybe these passing games have a little bit more than what the betting market thinks. So I like Pittsburgh, but now I also like the over in the game. That's what I'm going to be betting on Sunday.
I like the Steelers. I have to figure out how I want to play Pittsburgh in this game, Femi. You know I love me some Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, do a money line parlay and put the Steelers in there. I think it may be close at the end, and then I have way more faith in Aaron Rodgers than I do in Sam Darnold. So I think that's how I'm going to play this game. But you're the Eurobasket. I do. The thought on the over does make a lot of sense given these defensive injuries, though, for both teams.
Yeah, I know that these defenses are expected to be really good, but we're talking about really good. Joey Porter Jr. is one of their better corners, and now they have Ramsey, but he's still a really good player. And Witherspoon's definitely the best corner for Seattle. So yeah, I don't know. Got good receivers too. So I'll bet the over.
On the other side, the rest of our bets for Week 2 NFL Sunday. We will do the Niners and the Saints in New Orleans, Panthers and the Cardinals in the desert, Peyton Manning Bowl in Indy with the Broncos and the Colts, the Super Bowl 59 rematch in Arrowhead, and Sunday Night Football with Michael Penix Jr. against J.J. McCarthy to wrap up the phenomenal Football Friday edition of You Better You Bet. Next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
and I'm going to go to an exotic market. I saw this at BetMGM earlier today, grabbed it immediately. It's now at minus 105. I got it at even money at plus 100 on the over. Half a rush yard. Oh, this is a bet for a sicko, isn't it? And I'm one who shelled out actual money on this. But I got reasons why I like this wager. He did this 9 times last season. And a player who had 14 rush attempts for 70 yards, averaging 5 yards per carry. Now, this could be on a jet sweep. It could be on a direct handoff. More than likely, it's going to be one of those, like, sideways passes that you're hoping the scorekeeper looks at and it's like, yeah, it's a backwards pass. And they're not saying, oh, yeah, it's like an inch forward from the line of scrimmage. We're going to count that as a forward pass. So I'm hoping that's going to be the case. The other hope is that CeeDee Lamb actually secures it, right? After the case of the dropsies and the buttery hands that he displayed in the opener. So I think he's going to get a rushing attempt in this game. On one of those quick hits that's going to be behind the line of scrimmage, maybe build up the confidence, get a rhythm and flow with Dak Prescott. This could happen quickly. He did this in one of 2 games against the G-Men last year. In one game, he had 3 rushes for 8 yards. The other one, he had nothing on the ground whatsoever. He has done this in 3 of his last 5 games overall against the New York Giants. So put all together, CeeDee Lamb, give me the over. Just a half a rush yard. Again, grab it at plus 100 and get it right now still at decent juice at a minus 105.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Reminder to everybody, let's all, including Brad Evans, please retweet the show thing. Thank you very much. And You Better You Bet. All right, we're going to close the show by telling you about BetMGM. Download and subscribe to the podcast. Then some thank yous, then Brad Evans, then the rest of our bets in the NFL. Don't forget to download and subscribe to the You Better You Bet podcast. I don't like the way that's written. Can we please change it? Subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast. Subscribe to the You Better, I don't know what it means. Subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. You can catch up on everything from today's show, including all our takes from the Packers and the Commanders, our Survivor pick, 3 amazing guests, and Femi's bets for the WNBA playoffs. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. And no matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use today's Parlay Boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. 3 tremendous guests joined us on today's show. Colin Wilson, Action Network and Big Bets on Campus. Steve Phillips, former Major League Baseball General Manager, MLB Network Radio. And Raheem Palmer from The Ringer. We appreciate all 3 of our guests. Our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Our technical director, Tyler Morales. Our engineer, Jake the Snake Hassan. And our video producer, the hardest working man in showbiz, downtown, Mike Brown. And our associate producer, who did more work on this show overnight than the rest of our crew has in 365 days combined, the great Addie Bates. Coming up after us is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring our friend Ryan Horvath and our guest at this time, the legendary Brad Evans. Brad, happy Friday. Hola, amigo.
Hola, amigos! Indeed, the best day of the week.
Brad, what is your favorite prop bet for this weekend in the National Football League?
Guys, I love the double down, and maybe that is part of the definition of insanity, just not really accepting your failures, but I think this one's going to come through on Sunday Night Football, and I'm not going to sing the song because I absolutely hate it, but Jordan Mason, anytime touchdown against the Atlanta Falcons at plus 110 is my play in this game. Look at week one. So close to 60% of the opportunity share, not too shabby there, but he is the thunder, the Thor of this backfield compared to Aaron Jones is more the lightning. Now, Aaron Jones in the end zone as a receiver, but I think Mason will cross the chalk as a runner. Played on 53.6% of the snaps, had 3 red zone attempts against my Chicago Bears, had 15 carries for 68 yards. He was top 10 as well in yak per attempt. Yes, the Falcons have made some investments in that defensive line. Yes, they're number 9 after 1 week in rush EPA defense, but I think when the Minnesota Vikings are knocking at the door, splashing 6. Who's getting the ball? Jordan Mason, make me some moolah. Anytime touchdown market, plus 110 there at BetMGM.
We love that, Brad. Yesterday on the show, Bill Zimmerman, our executive producer, worked himself into he sounded like he was doing an impression of you. He wasn't. And then I asked him to do a sign-off, and he did the I'm out. So, Bill, do your best like Brad Evans sign-off here for Brad Evans.
All right, here we go. DeAndre Swift over 55.5 yards. I'm out.
Okay, now Brad, do your sign-off, please. Have a great show tonight.
CeeDee Lamb over a half a rush yard plus 100. I'm out.
Now, Bill, can you do better than that? He raised
do better than the original?
Yeah, you can. No, you can try.
All right. DJ Moore over 60.5 receiving yards. I'm out.
Brad, would you like to try and one-up Bill Zimmerman? Do you have another prop to give out?
Oh yeah, hell yes. Jamar Chase, 100+ receiving yards, plus 125. I'm way out.
Oh, it's the best. I'd love to keep this going, but I feel like Bill's going to have a stroke. So we're going to move on here. BetMGM Tonight coming up after us here on the BetMGM Network. We love Brad Evans on Twitter at Noisy Huevos. He is the absolute best. That was unhinged at the end. That was like Brad's mic in the football there. He's like, listen, I'm done. I won. That's it. Great job by both Brad
I'm way out, is what he said. Yeah. He goes, a little sauce on it.
Dude, how did that even happen? It's just the stuff that happens.
He just did it one day. Yeah, I don't know.
But he didn't do it like that though. And then it was probably hey, that was really funny. And now he put some sauce on it.
I think at first it was I'm out like that. It was kind of a little bit more subdued, but now it's way over the top. It's fully formed. It's fully formed. I love the hand motion with the when he's I'm out.
Yeah, it's
why is it 2?
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculously funny. It really is. It's great. All right. Let's drop the dope ass beat just because we haven't done it and we can. All right. Femi, we continue our Week 2 NFL betting sojourn in New Orleans with the Saints and the 49ers. So a lot going on here from the injury perspective, and everyone pretty much knows it, right? Brock Purdy is out and is going to miss at least this game and maybe next week against Arizona as well. George Kittle is out for the San Francisco 49ers. Juwan Jennings is questionable. Trent Williams is questionable. Trevor Penning and Chase Young out for the New Orleans Saints.
I'm going to stay away from this game. You could tell me that anything happens, and I would not be surprised. Saints blow them out. Niners blow them out. Close win either way. With Mac Jones now in the fold, the move has already happened. If you wanted to bet New Orleans, I don't think this is the time to do it. I'm just going to pass this game. Maybe a smalling to the under, but no interest for me.
If I had to bet this game, and I may work myself into this bet this weekend, I would actually take the points with the Saints. I think the Niners are in some trouble here. Now, if Juwan Jennings plays, maybe I'll feel a little bit better about the offense because it didn't look like he was going to play. So this may be I wait till Sunday on Sunday morning and I figure it out. My lean right now is towards the New Orleans Saints. I do have a bet on this next game as we move to the afternoon slate, and that is the Arizona Cardinals, a 6.5-point home favorite, Femi, against Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers. The total is 44.5. Ike Ekwonu listed as questionable on the injury report following the appendectomy. I believe the plan is for him to play in the game, but Ike Ekwonu listed as questionable for Carolina.
Yeah, I think he's going to be out there and play and make his debut. I think this market's just right. Like, Arizona should be a big favorite. They are a big favorite. Carolina stinks. The betting market understands that. I'm passing this game. We talked about it, maybe a survivor consideration. I think it's just going to be too popular, so that's why we went with the Dallas Cowboys, but nothing for me here.
I laid Arizona, and my premise is if Bryce Young plays like that, the Panthers are the worst team in the league. And it's less that I think Arizona's awesome, even though I do like the Cardinals, and more I think the Panthers might be really, really bad. So I'll pay to see it. I'm in on the Redbirds on the Arizona Cardinals. You bet on this Friday, wrapping up our NFL plays for week number 2. The Peyton Manning Bowl in Indianapolis. The Denver Broncos 1.5-point road favorites at Daniel Jones and the Colts. Total sitting, Femi, at 43.5. For the Colts, Travarius Ward, their number one corner, has a concussion. He's out. That's bad because he was going to go up against Cortland Sutton. Leatu Latu, questionable, didn't practice Friday. He had that sick interception dropping back into coverage last week against the Dolphins. Dre Greenlaw remains out for Denver in the linebacking core.
Yeah, Jalen Jones, I know he's a second stringer, but Jalen Jones, their corner for Indianapolis, is also out in this game. So, like he's a guy that might have been helping out in terms of replacing Travarius Ward. So we're getting really thin in that cornerback room. Honestly, if I had to bet this game, it's a slight lean to Denver. And I'm saying that as somebody who's been very, very low on the Broncos. I think they win this game, but I think the betting market has it right. Denver, small favorite on the road. That's what it should be. So this is another pass for me.
I'm not passing. Pros versus Joes. The pros can all bet Indianapolis. All the Joes, we're going to win. You're going to have to peel Daniel Jones off the turf with the spatula when the Broncos defense is done with him. Love the Denver Broncos here. I will lay the short road price. Call me square. I don't care. Call me a winner, hopefully, when the game's over. Give me the Denver Broncos. Super Bowl rematch, Femi. Well, sometimes. Sometimes it's not. Super Bowl rematch at Arrowhead. Philly, a 1-point road favorite. The total in the game is 47. Xavier Worthy, doubtful. On the injury report, Andy Reid said slim chance to play. Dallas Goedert out for the Philadelphia Eagles. Landon Dickerson will play for Philly.
I think you can poke massive holes in both of these offenses. For the Philadelphia Eagles side, Kevin Patullo, it hasn't looked good. I know even in the scoring drives they had against the Cowboys, a lot of that was Jalen Hurts doing improv stuff, scrambling, keeping drives alive. That's not how you want to be living. And on the Kansas City side, Rashee Rice is suspended. Xavier Worthy is now out for this game, we think, at least. Let's make sure that's clear, but it sounds doubtful, he's not going to play. Where are the big plays coming from for Kansas City? This, to me, sets up like an under. I think it's Kansas City dink and dunk, ball control offense, keep the clock rolling, keep the defense off the field. I like under 47 in this game. As for who wins, maybe Kansas City gets it done, but I just think that it's a lower scoring game. So that's my big opinion in this one. I like the under between the Chiefs and the Eagles.
You know, I disagree. I like the over in the game. I think we maybe it comes down and get a 46.5. We'll talk about it more on Sunday, but I don't like either pass defense for either team. So I like the over. Femi likes the under. Make me pick the winner of the game. I would take the Chiefs. Surprise, surprise. And we close Sunday Night Football with the Falcons and the Vikings. This is close to dropping down to 3. Minnesota, a 3.5-point favorite, but the juice is towards Atlanta. Total 44.5. Good injury report for the Falcons. Drake London and Darnell Mooney will both play. James Pierce is questionable. Darisaw, Van Ginkel, Okuda, all out for the Vikings. Harrison Smith is questionable. The big one, Darisaw, the star left tackle, out, Femi, for the second straight game for Minnesota.
I'm begging for a 3. Because if we get a 3, I'm laying the Minnesota Vikings. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait. I think we might get one over the weekend at some point, but I like Minnesota. I just like this defense at home in primetime. Brian Flores, with what they can do on that side of the ball. I love that. And also, it's Kevin O'Connell versus Raheem Morris, and the point spread might be 3. That is all I need. So it's Vikings for me. I'm just waiting for 3, and if we get it, I'll be betting Minnesota. Skull.
I bet Atlanta at a number that no longer exists. I beat the market. I beat the market last night.
Sound real confident.
And then my bank account got beat up. So I'm a Michael Penix fanboy. I bet the Falcons. We'll see how it goes. The rest of my betting card. I'll finalize my card. I know I gave a bunch of if this then that. All the info we will have on Sunday morning. I'm on WFAN from 8 to 9. You can watch it on YouTube nationally. Listen on the Odyssey app. And then me and Sam Panayotovich, 11 a.m. Eastern coming up this Sunday. My friend, have an awesome weekend. Let's kill it tomorrow in college football. And I will talk to you on Monday.
We'll see everybody Monday. Good luck with the bets. Have a great weekend.
Absolutely. So, on behalf of Femi Abebefe and on behalf of our entire crew here on You Better You Bet, I am Nick Costos, as always, wishing you, dear listener and dear viewer, I'm filibustering. I started the close too early. Wishing everybody minimal sweats.
Minimal sweats, man.
Minimal sweat and the absolute very best of luck. I'll see you on Sunday morning. And on
Thanks
the
for
island.
listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I think we can come up with a reason, or I feel like we know more, even though it's a new coach, new play caller on the Bears side. It's the guy that was in Detroit. So you got revenge. Is it a double revenge? Whatever you want to call it. Like the revenge on both sides. Like Detroit wants to beat Ben Johnson after he leaves. Ben Johnson wants to beat his old team and show, like, I'm the reason you're going through these struggles. Like there's a lot of that. You can argue both sides of that. It doesn't really matter to me. They look so bad. But like you mentioned, is it a product of the Packers, or is it what the Lions are now? Everything goes through the run with this team. When this offense in Detroit is humming, it starts with the run game. David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs. Those two guys averaged 2.1 yards per carry last week. You've got to have more success. I question what this offense is going to be. I question OC John Morton. And he's asked this week about the run game struggles. I believe it was yesterday. And his quote to the media is, it's an easy fix. An easy fix. Again, not in panic mode. Didn't ask if you're panicking. John Morton sounds like he is. Like he's repeating, well, it's an easy fix. There's some heat on him this week. If his offense does not put up points against this Bears defense in the cozy confines of Ford Field, like there's going to be a lot of questions asked. Like maybe it was all Ben Johnson and even Aaron Glenn.
and Sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge. They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise, another bombastic edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans, and alongside for the ride on this freaky fast Friday, my guy who swept the card last night. Bravo to you, Mas Tequila, mi amigo. The one, the only, the ever so accurate, at least for one night only, Ryan Horvat. It's our favorite show of the entire week. Folks, are going to go game by game, every single Sunday matchup in the National Football League. We're going to book a bet, and it could be on a side, could be on a total, could be on a same-game parlay, a lot of plus money. We're going to be tossing out there maybe some of those exotic markets that might be off the beaten path. Nobody, and I mean nobody else in the industry breaks things down like we do here on BetMGM tonight. Of course, we're also going to be reviewing our cards here momentarily. Maybe some action tied to the college gridiron this evening, or in some other sports, or possibly throughout the entire weekend. Parlay Pete's going to throw it on over and get his parlay of the day on the board. We're going to say hello to our little friend and get seduced by the juice, rolling the shoulders as well. And work at some bonus time bets on top of that. Do we have any guests tonight? No! We need no stinking guests because we got to break down all the action ahead of the main slate of NFL games here in week 2, and hopefully score you some dubs, not only with the tickets in hand in the sports betting universe there at BetMGM, but also with your fantasy football franchises. Maybe you start off the season 0-1, got to get back to even. Whatever you want to do, don't go 0-2, but hopefully if you won last week, keep the good times rolling and keep that undefeated season alive. On top of that, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine program. If you got any questions for us, all you got to do, whether they're fantasy football related or they're tied to the world of sports betting, is just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking this: fantasy football fools, among the following under 60% started running back options, who has the biggest, again, the biggest week 2? Your options are Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Cincinnati to take on the Bengals. Jordan Mason on Sunday Night Football against the Atlanta Falcons. Javonte Williams, will he be a juggernaut again this week? The Cowboy taking on the New York Giants. Or Jaylen Warren of the Pittsburgh Steelers out of the end zone last week. Will he splash 6 again? Will he post double-digit fantasy numbers against the Seattle Seahawks? So far, 270 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your Democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming. And also drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Right now, I bring in my colleague, Ryan Horvat, still riding the high of his undefeated card last night. It's time for Choose Your Own Adventure. Here are your topics, and I'm going to give you a bonus topic as well. Option number 1, the Athletics, James Boyd is buying. Tyler Rowan will be the point of emphasis vertically for the Indianapolis Colts week 2 against the Denver Broncos. Option number 2, multiple players told ESPN's Jordan Raanan that the forced feedings to one Malik Neighbors were unsustainable. Neighbors himself expressed a desire to spread the ball around even more, so a little bubbling drama there in the Big Apple. Option number 3, Xavier Worthy was back at practice today wearing a less bulky brace, but He's listed as doubtful for the matchup against the Philadelphia Eagles. And on a side note, speaking of other guys that are of interest, Travion Henderson could see an uptick in touches per ESPN's Mike Reese, and Brock Bowers was a no-show at practice yet again. Second straight day did not practice with that tender knee. Juwan Jennings, by the way, officially questionable with a shoulder injury. So here are your options to recap. Do you want to talk about Tyler Warren maybe being the point of emphasis in the matchup against the Denver Broncos? Do you want to talk about Malik Neighbors, guy that's saying, hey, we need to spread the love a little bit more around the field, though Wan'Dale Robinson is listed as questionable. We'll see about that. Or do you want to go with Xavier Worthy being listed as doubtful, or Travion Henderson possibly seeing an uptick in touches this week, according to ESPN's Mike Reese? We'll hold off on any additional opinions tied to Bowers and Juwan Jennings for later on in the show. So, Ryan, choose your own adventure.
The Xavier Worthy stuff is really interesting because I liked Kansas City in the game. I feel like everybody's going to say the same thing, though, right? Like, the Chiefs can't start 0-2. They can start 0-2 if it goes down like it did in the Super Bowl and the offensive line gets outmatched by that Philadelphia front and Pat Mahomes is running for his life with no healthy weapons, right? Like Travis Kelce, I think he's situational at this stage of his career. He's getting guys hurt out there. We talked about this last night or the night before last night. I like Hollywood Brown a lot. Yep. I do have him. He was on my bench. I think I actually may roll with Hollywood Brown. He's going to see double-digit targets as he did week 1, which seems like, man, that game seems like it was like 2 weeks ago. But I'm pretty high on him in this game. And I bet Kansas City, but I don't feel as good because they're just all beat up right now in the wide receiver room. And obviously, Rashee Rice isn't back for 5 more weeks. But I do expect a big week from Hollywood Brown by default with no Xavier Worthy.
Look, if you're looking for some fantasy points at a pinch, maybe you're dealing with some injuries like George Kittle, and you have a decent backup tight end, but it comes at the expense of, say, maybe a flex position, for example. You need somebody to plug and play. I think Juju Smith-Schuster, who I mentioned as a fantasy football flame last night, a guy that started in less than 10% of Yahoo leagues right now, coming off that 5 for 55 game down in Brazil, he could be decent yet again, especially in the league that scores points per reception. Maybe it's another 10-plus fantasy points there. So don't sleep too hard on him. And I'm going to have a prop on him a little bit later on in the show. But I'm with you on Patrick Mahomes. I think he is a subpar play this week, even in like 10-team leagues. I got him ranked exactly at quarterback 10 in my fantasy football quarterback rankings at thegamingjuice.com, which you can check them out for free right now. Again, those rankings at thegamingjuice.com. So, I would take a step back off of him, depending upon what some of the other options you have on your team are. Maybe you're debating like him and, say, Trevor Lawrence and a potential shootout peel game in the Queen City. Taking on the Cincinnati Bengals, I might actually lean toward Trevor Lawrence more so than Patrick Mahomes, because what you're counting on with Mahomes, can he replicate? Can he come remotely close to duplicating what he did on the ground last week, which was over 50 yards and a touchdown? I don't think so. He was subpar pretty much the rest of the game everywhere else. I mean, you might get like 240, 250 yards out of him, maybe one passing touchdown. I think more than likely it's going to be around 20 to 25 rush yards. So you're booking your high hopes of a victory in fantasy this week on him scoring across the chalk again. I think that's going to be far-fetched. So, again, I dial it back on your maybe, mountaintop high beliefs that Mahomes is a surefire quarterback 1, because I think he's more of a back-end QB1 in 10-team and 12-team leagues this week. So excellent stuff there. We will, spin some of the other topics a little bit later on the show, and we'll work in some of those beliefs and narratives as well in our fast and furious takes. Again, we're going game by game, every single Sunday matchup right here tonight on BetMGM tonight, but we got to give you some more bets right now and reveal them on our cards. These are our top 3 plays of the night. Again, you were riding an incredible high as you broke out the broom last night, went a perfect 3-0 on the card. Flip side of things, I went 0-3, so hashtag fade the noise. And if you like making money, that's usually a pretty sound strategy. So, Horvey, numero uno on your card tonight or over the weekend. What is it?
I got a lot that I like this weekend. Famous last words. Let's start tonight. I bet Kansas State plus 2.5. I said, though, on Monday when we bet this, I like them to win this game, and I think they're going to close as favorites. I expected this to happen, but it's official today. Dylan Edwards has been cleared to play. He got hurt, suffered an ankle injury in the first quarter against Iowa State, week 0. Missed the game against North Dakota, which is the only game that they won, and they barely won that game. They lost to Army, is 3 touchdown favorites, but he is going to be the focal point of this offense, man. I hope he's close to 100% because he averaged 7.4 yards per carry last year. He returned a 71-yard punt for a touchdown in their win over Arizona last year. And we saw this game last year. Kansas State beat up on them. And I know Arizona's 2-0, and it looks like on paper their run defense is good. They're 35th nationally, only giving up 91 yards per game. 3.5 yards per carry, but let's look at who they've played so far. Weber State and Hawaii. I think they come back down to reality tonight, and I think Kansas State gets off the schneid. I'll go with the Fighting Avery Johnsons. Let's hope that his dad and brother aren't fist fighting in the crowd tonight.
You know what? I will jump that to number 1 on my card as well, but I am going to lay the chalk with the Wildcats. It's a Wildcat battle, and I think they're going to be the stronger Cats tonight against Arizona. So I'll lay the 1.5 in this game. Look at Betalytics. Rachel Krysiak is only giving our Kansas State Wildcats a 44.5% chance of covering the spread. She's got a projected 27.8 to 27.5, so she feels it's essentially a coin flip kind of game. So it could come down to un punto. So hopefully Captain Hook is not going to drag me down to Davy Jones's locker. But again, the numbers nerd, as we broke this matchup down a couple of days ago right here on BetMGM tonight. Football Power Index has the teams really neck and neck. K-State at 46 in the country, Arizona at 44. Offensive rating right now, according to Pro Football Focus, K-State at 23. Defensive rating, though, not so great, number 74. Meanwhile, for Arizona, 65 in offensive efficiency and 23 in defensive efficiency. I just do not believe it. I got to trust my gut on this. At Kansas State, and Avery Johnson starts this season off 0-3. And as you mentioned, Edwards is back. Toting the rock, I think that will be a difference. Push them over the top, and they will score the cover at -1.5. So I'm going to tail you and follow, not fade, your view on the Kansas State Wildcats. Numero dos on your card, my friend. What else do you have?
All right, I like Georgia tomorrow. I bet them at 3.5. It's 4. I still like 4. I think they win this game by at least 6 points. Both teams 2-0. College game day is going to be in Knoxville, so the crowd's going to be pumped up. And a lot of people are down on Georgia because despite being 2-0, they've barely taken care of business. They haven't looked all that great against Marshall and Austin Peay, but I do think that they're going to bounce back, look pretty good here. I expect their defense to look pretty good against Tennessee, and I expect Kirby to do what he's done every single matchup. I mean, they're 6-0 against the number, and Kirby Smart has owned Josh Heupel. So I'm not going to overthink this. Bulldogs, -4 tomorrow.
All right, numero dos on my car. Let's go to Sunday Night Football. And doubling down may honestly be the true definition of insanity, but I am going to be insane in the membrane, insane in the brain. Jordan Mason, anytime touchdown. I think he's going to find the end zone. Thought that was going to be the case in Chicago. Did not come to fruition. Impressive, though, in the second half, where he finished with 68 total yards on the ground for the game on 15 carries. He was also top 10 yards after contact per attempt, forced 3 missed tackles, had 3 red zone touches. Again, did not cross a chalk. Does get the Atlanta Falcons, who played fairly well in the trenches. In week 1, they're number 9 in rush EPAD, but I think Jordan Mason is going to wield his hammer. The thunder in that Minnesota Vikings backfield at home under the primetime lights. I feel he shines if he finds the end zone, +110. So little baby seduced by the juice. Numero tres on your card. Bring it home.
All right, I like Duke +3, and I still like Duke at 1.5. I think they win this game by a field goal outright. So let's roll with them. Darian Mensah makes his return to Tulane. He transferred this offseason for $8 million to go to Duke. I really do like him. Now, he does struggle when he's under pressure. That's where he falls outside the top 100 in passing grade. But when he has time in the pocket, has a 93.8 passing grade. I do expect John Summerall to dial up the blitz. But the reason I like Duke is I expect the defense to bounce back after getting lit up by a really good Illinois team. Manny Diaz is going to blitz the living hell out of Jake Retzlaff, and that's really where he struggles. Duke blitzes at the 25th highest rate in college football. Retzlaff has a 44.4 PFF passing grade against the blitz.
No more Trace. I'll make this quick. Same game parlay. Bears plus 7.5 of the all spread. And Caleb Williams 15 plus rush yards in the Ben Johnson Bowl at plus 106. Absolutely adore both those legs. And I think they come home. Hang on the phone line there, Mike in Miami. We're going to get your question coming back. But right now, we got to take a little siesta. When we do return, we're going to take that phone call and give you more bets, and additional bets right here at BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Now, yesterday on the show and previewing this game and talking about it, seeing how these two teams match up, I started off saying, hey, you know what? Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFC. That's what I said. I was wrong. The Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFL. As it stands right now, we've only played, 17 games of the NFL regular season, but I feel pretty comfortable saying the Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFL. They are absolutely loaded. And they can do everything now with Micah Parsons in the fold. Like, this team is ridiculous. Like, can the Packers run the football? Check. Can the Packers throw the ball? Check. Can the Packers stop the run? Have you watched the first couple of games? Check. Can the Packers stop the pass? I don't know. Their pass rush is menacing, and their secondary is actually pretty solid. Like, the Packers check all the boxes that are fundamental to winning in football. Like, did you see that defense last night? My goodness. Like, Micah Parsons is a freaking monster in every single passing situation. And I think I was telling Bill this earlier this morning as we were talking about the show and what we wanted to do. Like, a little bit of me dies on the inside with every single Micah Parsons pressure or sack. Like, this guy should be wearing a star on his helmet. Like, what the hell happened to where all of a sudden now he's with the Green Bay Packers? But you see why Micah Parsons is the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. That dude is the best player every time he steps foot on the field. He's ridiculous. And even when he's not sacking the quarterback, he's out there and you feel his presence. Jaden Daniels definitely felt his presence last night. Never really looked comfortable behind center in the pocket. Like, Micah Parsons is that dude. And I found it pretty funny last night watching a little bit of the post-game show on Amazon Prime. You could hear the Packers fans belting out a chant of "Thank you, Jerry," for trading Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers.
I find the Detroit side so much more challenging than the Bears. I think we can come up with a reason, or I feel like we know more, even though it's a new coach, new play caller on the Bears side. It's the guy that was in Detroit. So you got revenge. Is it a double revenge? Whatever you want to call it. Like, the revenge on both sides. Like, Detroit wants to beat Ben Johnson after he leaves. Ben Johnson wants to beat his old team and show, like, I'm the reason you're going through these struggles. Like, there's a lot of that. You can argue both sides of that. It doesn't really matter to me. They look so bad. But like you mentioned, is it a product of the Packers, or is it what the Lions are now? Everything goes through the run with this team. When this offense in Detroit is humming, it starts with the run game. David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs. Those two guys averaged 2.1 yards per carry last week. You've got to have more success. I question what this offense is going to be. I question OC John Morton. And he's asked this week about the run game struggles. I believe it was yesterday. And his quote to the media is, "It's an easy fix." An easy fix. Again, not in panic mode. Didn't ask if you're panicking. John Morton sounds like he is. Like he's repeating, well, it's an easy fix. There's some heat on him this week. If his offense does not put up points against this Bears defense in the cozy confines of Ford Field, like there's going to be a lot of questions asked. Like maybe it was all Ben Johnson and even Aaron Glenn.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans away there. Ryan Horvath in the house on this freaky fast Friday. And we're going to be motoring. What's the price for flight? Yeah, crank that Night Ranger there in the background. We're going to get more bets on the board here in this segment momentarily. Parlay Pete's going to drop on by and offer his a parlay of NFL Week 2. All touchdowns all the time for Parlay Pete. Give you a little taste there. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. Roll the shoulders at plus money and get seduced by the juice and working some bonus time wagers as well. On top of that, we are here to answer your pressing fantasy football and sports betting needs. If you have any questions for us, tied NFL Week 2 start-sit decision, maybe got a trade offer on the table, maybe you are looking to try to pick somebody off waivers in a shallow league that you're desperately hoping to dig you out of the hole of last night, in which you already have accumulated a bunch of bad numbers as a result. We're here to help. Simple way to contact Ryan Horvath and I. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. And guess what? Mike in Miami did exactly that. Mike, our number one caller here on BetMGM Tonight. Welcome back to the show. How can we help?
Hey, happy Friday, guys. Trying to get in yesterday, but I think there was something wrong on your side. So may I fire up 2 questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So the first one is for my they both are running back questions. So the first one I have is I have Pacheco, and I'm looking to bench him this week. So I don't know if I should go with Ramondre Stevenson or waiting on Judkins news. I have Samson in a PPR league, so I'm thinking about firing him up. And then the second one is I also have Jalen Warren or J.K. Dobbins in the other league.
Okay, great questions there. All right, so first questions. I'm sticking with Isaiah Pacheco all day long.
Me too.
I know where Horvath's mind is at. I mean, you got Quinshon Judkins, I think, may have an outside shot of suiting up. If Dylan Sampson is still the main man in that matchup against Baltimore, you are praying that the Ravens go out there and lay the smackdown early on and Sampson cleans up some garbage time in the receptions game, because I don't think he's going to do jack nor squat on the ground, but may catches 5 balls. So that raises the floor a little bit. Stevenson, I want nothing to do with this week. Based on some of the news that came out today, Travion Henderson is supposed to get an uptick, according to ESPN's Mike Reese, in overall workload, and I expect that to happen on South Beach against Miami. And I think Pacheco's got a great chance of finding the end zone against the Philadelphia Eagles, who enter the week at number 19 in rush EPA defense. So I go there. So, Horvath, you already said me too. You were on Pacheco. Let me tee up for the second one. Jalen Warren or J.K. Dobbins against the Indianapolis Colts. You're already on the Colts. Does that mean you're fading J.K.?
No, I like J.K. Dobbins. I'm starting him in fantasy football. I think he's going to get in the end zone. I know the Colts were able to keep Devon Achane out of the end zone, but he averaged over 7 yards per carry. So I would actually roll with Dobbins. In a run-heavy offense, That's who I would prefer.
I think that defense is stiff and stingy and rather stout at the Indianapolis Colts, and I'm kind of with you that I think the Colts are going to be highly competitive, not win outright. I should go Jaylen Warren because he's a jack of all trades. You look at Caleb Johnson, very much on the outside looking in. You get a little Kenneth Gainwell sprinkled in there. Warren may catch 4 or 5 passes. He found the end zone last week. He'll probably get around 10 to 12 carries on the ground as well. Higher floor, in my opinion, with Jaylen Warren over J.K. Dobbins. So difference in opinion there. But, Mike, good luck to you. Hopefully grab that W here in week 2. Again, if you got any fantasy football questions for us or anything sports betting related, we're here to help. 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. Dial those digits and you get us live right here on BetMGM tonight. And pardon me for a second, I got to yell this morning at the bar. Hey, you drunk pirate, get over here! Yar! Shiver me timbers, I'm here to make some booty. Yeah, Parlay Pete is in the house, and he's itching to get his parlay on the board. NFL week numero dos. It is a 2-legger in the anytime touchdown market. Leg numero uno, Seahawks Smashel. Oh, the football Frankenstein, Derrick Henry. And leg numero dos, Jahmyr Gibbs, a priority pick in fantasy leagues. Also finding the end zone as well against my Chicago Bears in the Ben Johnson Bowl. We'll stop right there before I give you the juice straight from the cold dead hand of one Parlay Pete. I got the reasons right here. Again, Derrick Henry, anytime touchdown. Again, he had 2 scores in that memorable game against the Buffalo Bills in week 1 there in Western New York, and 7 career games against the Cleveland Browns. He has scored 4 times. So decent history there. Yes, Cleveland was outstanding against my guy, getting down with some Chase Brown in week 1, holding all Cincinnati running backs just 2.05 yards per carry. They're also number 12 in rush EPA defense, but Brown did find the end zone. And you know the MO of the Ravens. If they are about to sniff the chalk, who is going to get the rock? Derrick frickin' Henry. Seahawks Smashel. Oh! Meanwhile, leg numero dos, Jahmyr Gibbs, anytime touchdown. Only went for 9 carries for 19 yards. And again, the lowest yardage in receiving yards ever for a player with 10 or more catches in a game. He went 10 for 31. I love the workload. A decent PPR line, to be honest with you, but he stunk up the joint elsewhere. Got right around the same opportunity share he got last season, spent time with Mandatory Montgomery, you jackals. That was a 55.9% opportunity share. He did have 4 red zone touches in that beatdown suffered against the Green Bay Packers. You look, he had 1 touchdown against my Chicago Bears last season. Bears open to the season just number 23 in rush EPAD in that 1-game sample size against the Minnesota Vikings. Parlay Pete believes Gibbs splashes 6. So again, to recap, yar, shiver me timbers. Parlay Pete rolling with a 2-legger. Anytime touchdown parlay. Leg numero uno, Derrick Henry. Leg numero dos, Jahmyr Gibbs. Both those guys find the end zone. Works out to a cool plus 135 at BetMGM. By the way, Parlay Pete cashed in last night on Thursday Night Football. Now up 14.61 units lifetime. Hey, the number keeps on climbing. Keep riding that heater, Parlay Pete. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is the phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer, Brando. Yeah. All right, I got an NFL prop. Let's go to Minnesota, Atlanta, and let's go with Justin Jefferson. You may have heard of him. Over 5.5 receptions, minus 116. Now, we know he's going to get the targets, no matter who the quarterback is, and J.J. McCarthy had a really good second half, unfortunately, against our Chicago Bears, Brad. But he's only seen fewer than 7 targets in one of his last 19 games, so he's going to get at least 8 targets. And last week, he would have had 6 receptions. The problem was he had 2 rare drops. Going back and looking at it, he's only dropped 5.5% of catchable targets in his career. I expect him to bounce back against this secondary that got torched last week. He's going to see a lot of Mike Hughes and Billy Bowman, so I really like this against a rookie and Mike Hughes, who has a 50.6 grade right now, according to PFF. So JJ bounces back. Justin Jefferson over 5.5 receptions. Kind of surprised to see the number so low. Minus 116 is a good price on him.
JJ to JJ is going to be dynamite under the primetime lights. I think it's an excellent call. I've been chomping the bit. I was waiting on pins and needles for this prop to drop, and I woke up this morning, wiped the sleep out of my eyes, brewed an entire 6 pots of coffee, and I'm like, whoo-hoo, baby, I can't believe it's there. It's real. It's spectacular. Daddy won. Daddy need. Daddy got it. Oh, the reason why my pants are tight is because Christian McCaffrey, his over-under on receptions is just 4.5, Ryan Horvat. That makes no damn sense. I thought I would have to pay, I don't know, at least like a minus 150 juice. No! Minus 110. Available right now at BetMGM. It doesn't make any sense at all. The CMC Football Factory is going to be a point of emphasis with or without Jawan Jennings on the field for the San Francisco 49ers. Remember in week 1, and yeah, granted it was Brock Purdy, not Mac Jones, under center. He had 10 targets, 9 catches for 73. And that was a 31.3% target share that led all NFL running backs in week 1. Ran 27 routes, ran out on a route on 75% of his stinking snaps, catching 90% of his intended looks. New Orleans gave up 5 receptions in week 1 to Arizona back, so just do that yet again, and it's an easy cash for us. And you look at what Mac Jones did with Travis Etienne last season. From week 11 on, Travis Etienne averaged 2.9 receptions per game. You might say, well, Evans, that's well south of the needed number, but put him on a scale. Christian McCaffrey, Travis Henry. Christian McCaffrey, Travis Etienne, I should say, not Travis Henry, who I think still has like 7 or 8 kids from various individuals out there. That's what he's most known for. So Travis Etienne and CMC nowhere in the same vicinity together. Give me the over 4.5 receptions as your boys sledgehammer special at a minus 110 juice. All right, it's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. All plus money all the time. Thank you, bartender, for the healthy pour. As always, I got to be a plus money bet. What do you like in week numero dos of the NFL slate?
Going to go with the player prop. I know you like this guy as well, so I don't really want to steal the thunder, but I'm just going to go with the anytime touchdown here for Cedric Tillman, which I was surprised to see better than 3-1 right now, plus 340. He's going to see a ton of, by playing Baltimore, a ton of man coverage in cover 6, and he torches both defenses. Cincinnati played a high rate of both last week, and he had 5 grabs, went over the prop for me because I had the yards. He had 52. And last year in this matchup had 7 receptions, 99 yards. All I need is him to get in the end zone for a plus 340 pizza bet. Let's go with my guy, Cedric Tillman, in that Browns-Ravens matchup, 1 p.m. Eastern on Sunday.
I got him in my starting lineup in my 14-teamer. Love that one quite a bit. You want a bounce-back performance? I'll roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice on another Brown. I'm getting down with A.J. Brown. Not going to be on the sidelines reading any strategical books. I think he's going to be out there catching footballs. Most receiving yards in the game at Arrowhead in that marquee matchup against the Kansas City Chiefs, plus 180. Again, you go back to the Super Bowl last year, respectable game in that one. Had 43 receiving and a touchdown on 5 targets with 3 grabs. Kansas City, they were kind of low lives defensively, defending the pass, number 28 in pass EPAD in week 1. If he gets a lot of Jalen Watson in coverage, oh, baby, he could have a ballistic game as a Warren, number 82 in coverage grade in week 1. Brown, I think, bounces back and really with a vengeance. So for him to lead the game in receiving yards in Kansas City, plus 180, I am a buyer. I'm in on that one. All right, bonus time. Whether in college football or the NFL week number 2, what else do you have on your card this upcoming weekend?
You know, a team I'm really buying right now, man, is the Oregon Ducks. Coming into the season, I projected them to have a top 5 offense. People worried because Evan Stewart got hurt and they lost a lot of their production in the wide receiver room. I like Dante Moore. He's looked really good so far. 6 touchdown passes, no interceptions. Meanwhile, Northwestern, I bet them week 1 before I even turned the game on. Preston Stone had already thrown 3 interceptions. No chance I'm going back to them again. You're wrong, my friend. Give me the Wildcats. One last time, Chicago's Big Ten team. I bet it at 28.5. It's down to 28. Why? Because next week, Oregon gets Penn State. And Penn State this week on the bye. So I think this is the get in, get out special for the Ducks. Sleepy spot as well. 11 a.m. kickoff. As you know, man, Ryan Field, one of the more boring, I would say, atmospheres in college football. Give me Northwestern to cover the 28.
That is a Team Huevo special if I've ever heard one. Godspeed to your dollars, my man. All right, give me Jahan Dotson, a guy that easily cashed on his prop, which was just 5.5 receiving yards in week 1. It's still in single digits at 9.5. Receiving yards at a -110 juice. He's taking on Kansas City. I already mentioned that secondary has got issues. Remember the Super Bowl, he had a couple of catches for 42 yards, and he also drew a little bit of Jalen Watson in that game. And then you already mentioned, or I did, the shortcomings of Watson. It doesn't matter if it's against him or McDuffie. McDuffie gave up a 106.5 passer rating in week number 1. I think Jahan Dotson, who had 48 air yards in the opening week matchup, along with a 16 flat A dot, and he was also top 35 in average yards of separation per target. I think he gets a double figures in yardage yet again. All right, there you go. More bets on the board right now. We got to take a little siesta. We come back. We begin a vroom, 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 peel out with our freaky fast Friday game-by-game breakdowns right here on BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM Network. Stick around.
Don't go anywhere. BetMGM tonight will be right back with more football bets on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere.
Florida, Arkansas, Vandy, K-State. Those are your 4 college. Anything that we're missing?
Yeah, of course. You guys can't wait to talk about this one. We just talked about UConn and how they lost that Syracuse game up 17-6. I got it on my laptop because it's on plus because it's nobody cares about the game except for us. And here I am saying, okay, all right, well that hurts. The money line was so close yet so far away. Slams laptop shut. Watching KU, Kentucky, got West Virginia, Ohio on. I got the Gators on the 4 box. Everything's going good, and I get a text. We're going to overtime. I'm like, no. Wait, why are we going to overtime? Why are we going to overtime? I've got plus 6.5. I didn't get the 7. You know what happened after that. I think UConn loses this game twice. How do you leave the Carrier Dome losing that game in that fashion? So much so that Fran Brown made his own team run laps and do agility drills after the game. He was so mad at them. How do you get up for Delaware, an FCS school? You're laying 10 points here on the road. I think this is such a flat spot. I'm not saying Delaware's going to win the game, but how does UConn get up here? I think that they have a chance to at least not cover based on their results there in Syracuse.
All right. I'm going to start in the Meadowlands. Here we go. Jets plus 6.5 hosting the Bills. I know. You're listening to this, you're like, dude, going with the Jets. But doesn't this feel like a good sell high spot on Buffalo? There just has to be a natural letdown after that incredible comeback win against the Ravens. That's what it feels like to me. And also, the Jets were competitive last week. They covered the number against the Steelers. They were in that game. Justin Fields got the ball back with 56 seconds to play and had a chance to win. It didn't happen. But I think the Jets have enough skill players on offense, be it Breece Hall, be it Garrett Wilson. And Justin Fields is a decent quarterback. They have enough skill players on offense to give the Bills trouble, because what do we see from Buffalo in that game against the Ravens? Still some issues on defense. And also the Jets put up 32 points last week against a very good Steelers defense. Again, divisional dog at home. Always love these games. And I feel like this line is a little bit inflated based on what we saw from Buffalo last week. So let's go Jets plus 6.5 in the Meadowlands.
Minnesota at home against Atlanta. Atlanta kind of feels like a trendy dog. We were talking about dogs earlier. I have a feeling, wink, wink, the books are going to need Minnesota here. Just be careful going against this kid and that defense. Be careful.
See, I didn't know they were a trendy dog. I want to see if that's actually the case. Yeah. Okay. I thought maybe it was just us like seeing the upside. I thought both quarterbacks looked good in some big spots in week number 1. Neither of them have much experience, but I thought they both came through. I want to see what happens with that number. But you're right, the number has come down a little bit. As far as a look ahead, that's interesting. So you have this great Monday night comeback on the Minnesota side, and the number comes down a little bit, favoring Atlanta. People liked what they saw out of Penix. Interesting.
It's time to place your bets with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with it. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Freaky Fast Friday. We're going to get to our first slate of NFL Week 2 games. Again, we're going game by game, getting action on every single stinking game on Sunday on the Week 2 slate. You're like, oh, what about the 2 Monday night games? Well, we're going to save that for the Monday edition of BetMGM tonight. Friendly reminder, folks, we have our pole dancing poll question today live right now on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. It's asking you this. Fantasy football fools. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Among the following under 60% starter running back options, who has the biggest, again, the biggest Week 2? Your options are Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars in Cincinnati, Jordan Mason of the Minnesota Vikings against the ATL, Javonte Williams of the Cowboys against the G-Men, or Jaylen Warren of the Steelers at home against the Seattle Seahawks. So far, over 270 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. Bring the Noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. How much are we degenerates on this show? We're very much living in a degenerate world. Why? Because we have Indiana State on. Right now it's 31-0. IU over the Fighting Larry Birds. And it looks like Indiana's about to score, and they just did. Horvat, with Indiana about to go up, pending the extra point, to 38-0. I don't know if you have a live line in front of you, but let's do a live dive. What do you like in this throttling, I should say, emitted by the Indiana Hoosiers?
Yeah, right now, Indiana State, you could get his 59.5-point dogs, 31-0. It's first and goal. All right, so hold on, because Indiana just punches it in on the app. So it's 37-0. I said anything over 60, and we're sitting at 59.5 right now with the extra point still coming up, 5:03 to go in the second quarter. I might have to bet the Fighting Larry Birds of Indiana State. Indiana, big game that you know about coming up in prime time against who?
The ILL, you jackals.
So you take your foot off the gas in the second half. You don't need to show anything else. And you don't want to get anybody hurt when you got a big game. If you want to get back to the college football playoff, you're going to have to take care of business against Illinois. So 59.5, I might be a buyer right now with 5 minutes to go in the second half. Unless I think Indiana could get in one more time, which, let's be honest, they might be able to, man. They're walking up and down the field right now against Indiana State, who you forget even has a football team. But I do like them to cover.
Yeah, you do. Look, I'm going to do it for Larry Nerd. I'm going to do it for Milt Chamberlain as well. Robbie Avila, who transferred out of Indiana State, made some noise there on the hardwood. Now a member of the St. Louis Billikens, but I already wagered on Indiana State plus the 59.5 at a minus 115 juice there at BetMGM. So let's ride! Go Sycamores! Hopefully they can score a cover. And indeed, I'm praying that the foot is taken off the gas by the Indiana Hoosiers after halftime, and Sycamores somehow punch one in, maybe get a field goal in garbage time. That may be all we need in the difference of covering or not covering, but I'm on Indiana State plus a 59.5, but I probably should have waited and followed your lead because Indiana, if they do get the ball back, hell, they may score again. As you mentioned, could be 45-0 at halftime. All right, we'll keep you abreast of all of our idiocy in this Indiana State-Indiana game, but we got to get after it with our NFL game-by-game breakdowns, as we always do on a Freaky Fast Friday. So, Brando, hit me with the first game!
The New York Giants, the Dallas Cowboys.
There we go.
Apparently our board froze. That's why there was a dramatic pause there. And I was waiting then for Brandon to chime in and be the voiceover guy. All right. Giants are laying 5.5. The over-under right now at 44.5. Couple of key injuries. A big one. Offensive lineman Andrew Thomas is not going to play for the New York Giants in this one. So that is a massive blow to that offensive line. Wan'Dale Robinson, with an ankle issue, also listed officially as questionable. So with all of that, course around through the cerebral cortex, what do you like? Whether it's side, total, same game parlay, or our favorite player prop market, give me something in G-Men and Cowboys.
You know, I was like this close to actually betting the Giants today in this game, but with the Andrew Thomas injury, man, I'm all the way out. And with Russ Wilson out there behind center, I'm all the way out right now, even with that defensive line, which I do think could be one of the top defensive fronts in the NFL. I can't bet the Giants, man. I did it week 1 against the Commanders, and they scored 6 points. Instead, what I'm going to do is hope and pray as a football fan that I get to see Jackson Dart soon. I don't know if he's any good, but he's better than whatever Russell Wilson is. And the one thing that Russell Wilson has been able to do here the last couple of years as he's aged, we'll say, is the moon ball, throw the deep ball. Not week 1. Yep. He attempted a 20-plus yard pass on 3% of his throws week 1, which was the lowest rate of his 10-plus year career, and 5.7 air yards per attempt. I think there's a good chance if they go down early in this game to Dallas, who look good against Philly on the offensive side of the ball. Maybe we do see Jackson Dart. Regardless, I think 217.5 is inflated on his pass yards. So we're going to go under 217.5 passing yards on Russell Wilson, minus 114.
I think that's an excellent call. Fading living daylights out of Russ Wilson because that quick hook could come in that game. The Jackson Dart era begins. Already talking about it. And here we thought that there might have been some truth to the story that possibly, just possibly, Jackson Dart was going to stand on the sidelines the entire season. That was milling about a month ago, and that is well out of the window right now, as it's only a matter of time now that Jackson Dart does get his first start and does not look back. By the way, Indiana just got the ball back as Indiana State went for it on 4th and 1. And instead of running the ball up the middle on a short 4th down opportunity, this is what drives me crazy about college football. You get a shotgun formation, Quarterback takes a snap, and then he just got bull rushed and hit. He's lucky he didn't fumble it. Indiana's now got the ball in prime field position. They have one timeout and the 2-minute warning with 2:27 to go. So they're going to score again. I probably should have waited and followed your lead there, mi amigo. All right, here's a degenerate bet for you. CD Lamb, I'm taking the over. Not on receptions. I'm taking the over. Not on receiving yards. I'm taking the over. Not on a half a touchdown. I'm taking the over on a half a rush yard. Yeah, I got problems. I'm an absolute sicko. But I got sound reasoning why I like this wager. By the way, I booked this bet yesterday at plus 100. You can still get it right now at minus 105 and attracted juice there at BetMGM. He did this 9 times in 2024, where he had 14 total rush attempts for 70 yards, averaging 5.0 rush yards per carry. Against the New York Giants, he did in one game last year, didn't do any other. One game, he had 3 carries for 8 yards. The other game didn't have a single carry. But he looked back over the last 3 seasons, he's faced the G-men 5 times, and he has gone over a half a rush yard 3 times. So what better way to build up the confidence of you coming off a case where you got, a devastating case of dropsies, everybody's been talking about it, then start the game with, a high percentage behind the line of scrimmage throw from Dak Prescott, and you just highlight your break tackle ability, sprint upfield, get the 1 yard needed, and your boy cashes CeeDee Lamb over a half a rush yard at minus 105. I actually bet on that, folks. And indeed, I have serious problems doing so. Let's march on to the next game.
The Seattle Seahawks, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
All right, or the Steelers got to have a letdown after that incredible high-scoring affair against the New York Jets. Really shocked the entire professional tackle football world. Again, Seattle, Pittsburgh laying 3 right now. Over under just 40, so another low total in this game. Horvat, you're a big Aaron Rodgers fan and apologist, and you're riding his team, aren't you?
I am. He looked really good week 1 against his former team. 4 touchdown passes for the second time in his career. Play action passes, 8 of 10 for 101 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks, was 9 on 9 on screen passes. So I actually like what I saw on the offensive side of the ball. I didn't know what the play calling was going to look like, if it was going to be the Aaron Rodgers offense. And the defense got absolutely torched. They give up 32 points to the Jets. This is why I like Mike Tomlin, though. Now, usually if the Steelers give up 30-plus points, they lose the game. But I went back and looked at this trend, which I'm not the biggest trend guy, but he always makes the right adjustments. I expect the defense to play better, and I wasn't really all that impressed with Sam Darnold week 1. But the Steelers, 28-11-1 against the number. 72% of the time they cover after giving up 30-plus points the week before. I think they make the right adjustments on the defensive side of the ball, and I think they win this game by at least a field goal, which would be a push, hopefully by a touchdown. I think the Steelers are for real, man, and they're at home here. I like them in this spot.
All right, I'm going to fade a guy. I've already given this bet out earlier in the week, so I'm going to double down on it. Zach Charbonnet, not all day. The cork is going to remain in the bottle. Give me the under on 46.5 rush yards at a minus 115 juice. Really kind of a lazy line because he went 12 for 47 with a touchdown in week 1. I think that was the justification for setting this at 46.5. 55.8% of the snap share, but only 48% of the opportunity share, working in concert with Kenneth Walker the third. I think it's going to be a hot hand situation, and Charbonnet might not have those fiery fingers. If you look at the advanced data, it wasn't great in week 1. He was 33 yards created per touch, 42 yak per attempt, forced only a couple of missed tackles. And I know the Steelers got absolutely steamrolled on the ground by Justin Fields, Breece Hall, and Braylon Allen. That's why they're number 28 in rush EPAD. They gave up 4.96 yards per carry to opposing Jets running backs. But this defense is a hell of a lot better than that. Again, Pro Football Focus rated them as number 1 on the defensive line entering the regular season. Zach Charbonnet under 46.5 rush yards at a minus 115. Absolutely love that wager. All right, we got to exhale and take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, got 3 more games to break down. Rams, Titans, Bills, Jets, Patriots, and Dolphins. Don't you go anywhere, fools. We got more to discuss right here. BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the target share god and C.D. Lamb. I'm going to go him over his receiving prop of 78.5. Receiving yards for minus 115 over at BetMGM. Banking on the fact that the Cowboys have been really good at home. And C.D. Lamb is coming off a game in which he had some really bad drops. He still stacked the stat sheet, had 110 yards receiving against the Eagles. I think he gets a better matchup against the Giants, who are not nearly as difficult of a matchup. They just gave up this number, I believe, to Deebo Samuel in the first game of the season. Maybe Deebo had 77, but still right on this number. So when it goes to target share, these are the guys that I like to back because the opportunity will always be there. Even if he has some drops, he's still going to get a ton of targets. He had 13 targets in the first game. Him and Dak have a good connection that I don't see falling by the wayside. I don't know if you saw the viral video of him practicing on his day off, catching balls, but he is motivated to right the wrongs that happened in that game against the Eagles. So I'm going to go with CeeDee Lamb to have a big game against the Giants. Let's go over 78.5 receiving yards for minus 115.
Look, Florida's my favorite. I know I gave them out last week. I said, here is a great spot. This is a talented team. I gave you the reasons why I thought Billy Napier had that game circled. I'm hoping they were looking ahead to this one. And the only reason why I'm going back to the well with Florida is because I don't trust West Virginia to win the game outright. I was trying to make a case for them. I circled this one in July, and I guarantee the Gators did too. I'm curious to see how they're going to respond after getting punched in the mouth by their little brother there from Tampa. But this LSU team has gotten way too much love to start the season. We can look at the Clemson game and say what happened. Sure, Clemson almost lost that LSU game twice. They came out flat versus Troy. They ended up getting the win. I don't know. This Florida defense, I think, is the best part of this team. DJ Lagway getting lots of, we'll call them rumors swirling that maybe he wasn't 100%. I'm going to go with that. I took Florida plus the 7.5. I sprinkled Florida on the money line.
God, I actually put in my notes probably a good buy low spot on Clemson. It was a direct quote from my notes. So, like, I kind of want to take Georgia Tech because you're getting the hook, because it's in Atlanta, because Clemson hasn't looked that good. And now it's down to 3 in some spots. Like, people are still buying on the Yellow Jackets. And also, Haynes King set out last week, so he should be healthier. I mean, they played Gardner-Webb, so there's no need for him to play. And he's a great dual threat guy. But I kind of feel like you now where, okay, now you can get Clemson -3. This number has come way down, and everyone's on the Yellow Jackets, and I understand why people are down on Clemson. But listen, they still played with LSU, right? They had a chance to win that game. They struggled last week. They still won. It's still Clemson. This is still a national championship roster, and it's going to be very trendy this week to take the points with the Yellow Jackets, which I was tempted to do as well, but I kind of think it's probably Clemson.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Probably the big noise Evans with you alongside Ryan Horvat, and we're blazing through a freaky fast Friday. Already gave you a couple of game breakdowns and Giants and Cowboys and Seahawks and Steelers, but there is more to come. We got 3 games in this segment alone, whether a side, a total, SGP, or our personal favorite little player prop action. It's how we always rock and roll here every single Friday during the NFL season, only on BetMGM tonight. By the way, if you want to participate in the show, simple way to get your fantasy football questions answered. Just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Speaking of BetMGM, go for the end zone without breaking a sweat. With a Pro Football No Sweat token, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets even if you don't win. So opt in right now on that Pro Football No Sweat token only at BetMGM. By the way, Horvey, Indiana's got the ball back. Under a minute to go. Looks like they're content going to the locker room. 45-0. Why do we remotely care about this? Because we did live dive during the break. Horvat and I are both on the Sycamores because we're sickos, baby. Plus 63.5, and I got it at plus money. I know you got an attractive juice as well. So let's go Indiana State. Make this somehow competitive. Again, down 45-0. Take the foot off the gas. The Signetti, please, in Bloomington. Yeah, they're going to locker room. Indiana up 45-0 at the break. All right, we got to zoom through 3 more games. So it's time to rev the engine and move on to the next game.
The Los Angeles Rams, the Tennessee Titans.
All right, Rams, Titans, LAR laying 5.5 right now, over under. So the game total sitting at 41.5 side. Total, same game parlay, player prop action. What do you like in Rams and Titans?
So I'm tempted to bet the Titans here at 5.5. I wanted to see if we get 6.5, where this closes. But after last year, man, I think I have to admit that I have a problem betting Tennessee. Now, that said, Tennessee won a lot of box scores last year. The issue was Will Levis, that idiot, would find a new way to lose a game every week. Fumble, strip sack, pick six. And then he would become a walking meme or GIF. His head would be in between his legs somehow. I'm glad to never see him ever again, with all due respect, except for holding the clipboard on the sidelines for our guy Cam Ward. But I can't do it, man. I also thought about maybe using the Rams, though, in Survivor. Instead, I played a player prop here. So I do think that the Titans are going to be chasing points. They're 5.5-point dogs. They'll probably close touchdown dogs. And Tony Pollard's rushing attempts are 18.5. I went under -120.
Man,
I think he finishes closer to 15, 16 carries in this game, man. If they're chasing points, I know Cam Ward's only making his second start, and he's going against one of the league's best secondaries. The Rams looked damn good last week. I just don't see Tony Pollard getting 19 carries in this game as 6-point dogs to this Rams team. So under 18.5 rushing attempts on Pollard, minus 120 is my favorite bet.
Yeah, that seems like stratospherically high at 18.5.
Yes.
I'm kind of with you. I'm feeling like 15, 16 rush attempts is the proper number, not anywhere close to 19 needed to fade the living daylights out of your suggestion. I'm going to go with a name a lot of people have been kind of talking about in deep leagues and fantasy this week. Maybe a couple of people entertained picking him up or indeed did do that. Elik Ayamanor, the pride of Stanford, give me the over. 16.5 yards on the longest reception for him in the game at minus 115. Now, in week one, didn't make a whole lot of noise. He did have 7 targets against the Broncos in that loss, only caught 2 passes for 13 yards. But the key is underneath the hood, some of the advanced metrics that are out there, and especially in one category, air yards. He was number 5 among all wide receivers in week one in total air yards with 133, so left a lot of opportunities on the field off the hand there of one Cam Ward. He was also top 10 at ADOT. That sounds our average at the target at 19.0. Got 28% of the team target share. That's a very handsome mark. Got to see a lot of Forbes, Emmanuel Forbes in coverage of the Rams, who was just number 50. And then pass coverage grade according to Pro Football Focus in week one, though, as a collective, the Rammies were number 7 in pass EPA defense. So, my buddy, your friend as well, Rachel Krychek, projects Ayamanor for 32.5 receiving yards in this game. So pretty good shot. One of those catches is going to go for at least 17. So give me the over. Elik Ayamanor on 16.5 yards on longest catch at a minus 115 juice. It's time to move on to the next game.
The Buffalo Bills, the New York Jets.
All right, Bills and Jets. I honestly think it's going to be a highly entertaining game, especially they're being played in the Meadowlands. I've seen a lot of people on the Buffalo Bills, and confidently so, laying the 6.5. But I think to go Admiral Akbar on you, it's a trap. It's a trap. It certainly feels like it, doesn't it, Horvat, at that number? A lot of people think that Buffalo's going to go in a boat race. The Jets were awfully impressive last week against that supposedly vaunted front of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And Buffalo got a bit of bad news today. Ed Oliver, their talented defensive tackle, he's not going to play in this game. So they're going to be, really kind of shorthanded on that front line. And they were used and abused a week ago by who? Derrick Henry and also Lamar Jackson on the ground. So, again, Buffalo minus 6.5, the total of 46.5. Side, total SGP player prop. What do you like? And Bills and Jets? Jets!
Yeah, the Ed Oliver injury is huge, man, because the Jets have even come out and said we're going to be a run-first offense. Now, I did like the connection between Justin Fields and Garrett Wilson, but they're going to want to run the rock. This one opened at 8.5, immediately was bet to 8. I wish I would have grabbed the Jets there. I still kind of like them at 6.5. I haven't bet them because I think it's a fair price, and I can see Buffalo winning this game by a touchdown. But Buffalo, that was an emotional win. They have to come back from down 15 points with under 5 minutes. Granted, that was a week ago, but it was a primetime game. Kind of lean Jets here, but I'm going to wait and see where this closes. Instead, I played a prop, though. I like Josh Allen over 6.5 rush attempts, minus 114 to the over. I know they pay Cook because they want to limit these carries and keep him healthy, but the Jets defense played a ton of man coverage, the 5th highest rate last week against the Steelers. I think they do the same here. And if you're going to play man against Josh Allen, man, he's going to use his legs. I think that there's going to be some quarterback design runs. There's going to be a scramble or two. And they're 6-point favorites, even if the Jets keep this close. I don't see them winning the game outright. So we might get a sneak and a kneel down as well. So Josh Allen over 6.5 rush attempts, minus 114.
Like that call there, mi amigo, just got to worry about those kneel downs. Again, as you always do, whether at the end of the first half or at the end of the game. stolen away that clock. I'm going to go Braylon Allen, not necessarily to ball out, but I think he's got a splash 6. Anytime touchdown market, a very attractive. I'll roll the shoulders, getting seduced by the juice here at plus 235. Again, no Ed Oliver, as we've already said, and the Buffalo Bills enter this game. I know it's a one-game sample size, but second to last in the entire NFL in rush EPA defense. Giving up those 3 rushing TDs in week 1, 2 to Derrick Henry, 1 to Lamar Jackson. You look at Braylon Allen, only got 19.4% of the opportunity share. Breece Hall looks spectacular. Got to credit is due. We all were anticipating maybe this could be close to like a 55-45, 60-40 split. Hall to Allen may not be remotely close. But here is the key factoid to remember. Braylon Allen got a tremendous amount of work inside the red zone last week, got 3 red zone carries, and he got one of those at the goal line in which he punched in for 6. Only had 6 carries for 9 yards, but one of those carries crossed a chalk, and the arms of the referee went up. So, unsightly secondary analytics, but I think Allen is the preferred goal line back, a TJ Duckett type, to go old school on that ass. The old Atlanta Falcon, old Michigan State Spartan standout. Give me Braylon Allen, anytime touchdown, plus 235. That juice just sucked me in, and I placed a wager on it. All right, we got one more game to cover in this segment. It's time to get after it with the next game.
The New England Patriots, the Miami Dolphins.
All right, New England, Miami. I think this is one of the more interesting games the entire week. How bad is Miami really? I think they're going to show their true colors one way or another. Maybe they're going to save some face after the whooping that they took last week. Meanwhile, how good is New England, right? They were very impressive last week. Can they extend their winning ways? And Drake May continue to deliver the pigskin precisely and on point to his target. So, again, Miami maybe a surprise to many, especially those in the greater Boston region. Minus 2.5 are the fighting flippers in this game in their neck of the woods. 43.5 is the total. So, side, total, player prop, SGP. What do you like? And Pats and Dolphins.
Yeah, I like the Dolphins, man, which seems crazy, I know, because they looked like absolute nonsense week 1 against the Colts. I'm not high on the Dolphins this season. I think there's a good chance Mike McDaniel gets fired. I think there's a good chance if Tua continues the play that he played week 1, he gets benched. I think there's a good chance Tyreek Hill spins his way off the planet. I worry a lot about that secondary. I really worry about that secondary. But I like this spot, actually, for the Dolphins. And I faded the Patriots last week. I took the Raiders. Geno Smith carved up that secondary. Everybody keeps asking, how bad, how good, is this Miami secondary? How good are the Patriots, right? And I know everybody loves Drake May. He's played in 14 NFL games. He started 13 of them. And he's 1-10 straight up. He's 4-7 against the number. And I'm not the biggest trends guy, but Miami is home. And Tua and Mike McDaniel, the one team that they've been able to beat, man, the Patriots. Now, granted, that wasn't the Mike Vrabel Patriots, who still haven't won a game, but it was, a couple different coaches, and they're 4-0 straight up and against the spread against the Pats. Tua, 27-29-1 against the number against all other teams, but undefeated, never lost against the Patriots, and that continues, man. I don't understand the love for the Pats. They were a 4-win team, and their win total goes to 8.5 because they hire Mike Vrabel. Let's remember his last couple of years in Tennessee. And let's remember that when Mike Vrabel did win games in Tennessee, he had A.J. Brown, Derrick Henry on the same team. So, Dolphins win this game and shock the world.
Well, that's a stunner. Could be indeed a shocker special, though they're favored again by minus 2.5. Yeah. So you're going to take them straight up on the money line, minus 130. Yeah. I'm going to go with the dynamite derriere and smack that booty. Keyshawn Booty. Give me the over 37.5 receiving yards. That's it at a -115. Truth be told, this opened even lower at 34.5. It's jumped. I would not be surprised if it jumps another 3 yards. Could be 48.5. Could be a little bit higher than that by kickoff. Very soft number compared to what he did in week 1. 8 targets, 6 catches, 103 yards, averaging 17.2 yards per reception. So a healthy 17.8% of the team target share. He was a top 12 performer in the NFL, and ADOT averaged at the target at 17.1. He was number three in the league in week 1 in total air yards at 137, averaging 12.9 yards per target. Miami, the secondary, is stanky. They are not good. Repulsive, rancid, putrid, whatever adjective you want to apply, it's entirely fair. Already number 25 in drop-back EPA defense. The projected primary assignment for the former LSU Tiger is Rasul Douglas. He's been in the league forever, lost a step. He gave up 18.7 yards per catch to Daniel Jones and his targets of the Indianapolis Colts in week 1. So again, smack that booty, baby. Kayshawn Booty. I love the over on 37.5 receiving yards. Only 2% started in Yahoo leagues. I think he's a guy that's got a lot of shocker special appeal yet again. I don't think it's going to be Raj from week 1. So somebody you might want to consider wide receiver 3 or plugging and playing in the flex position, 12-team and deeper leagues. I believe in the power of the booty, baby. On receiving yards, I also bet longest catch on the over 17.5 yards. What are your thoughts on Kayshawn Booty? Are you buying or are you selling?
No, I'm buying, man, right? I was a big fan of his in college. I really liked his skill set. And, I was kind of 50-50 on if he was going to pan out just because of the fit, just because I worried about the Patriots for many reasons, the offensive line and the quarterback situation. But now with Drake May, I do like his ceiling, and that's a short number. I think he's going to be priced in the mid-40s by as soon as next week. So probably the last week you're going to get 37.5 on him.
All right, we got 3 more games coming up next. We got Jags, Bengals, Niners, and Saints, and finally Browns and Ravens. Don't you go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
Now, yesterday on the show and previewing this game and talking about it, seeing how these two teams match up, I started off saying, hey, you know what? Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFC. That's what I said. I was wrong. The Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFL. As it stands right now, we've only played, 17 games of the NFL regular season, but I feel pretty comfortable saying the Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFL. They are absolutely loaded. And they can do everything now with Micah Parsons in the fold. Like, this team is ridiculous. Like, can the Packers run the football? Check. Can the Packers throw the ball? Check. Can the Packers stop the run? Have you watched the first couple of games? Check. Can the Packers stop the pass? I don't know. Their pass rush is menacing, and their secondary is actually pretty solid. Like, the Packers check all the boxes that are fundamental to winning in football. Like, did you see that defense last night? My goodness. Like, Micah Parsons is a freaking monster in every single passing situation. And I think I was telling Bill this earlier this morning as we were talking about the show and what we wanted to do. Like, a little bit of me dies on the inside with every single Micah Parsons pressure or sack. Like, this guy should be wearing a star on his helmet. Like, what the hell happened to where all of a sudden now he's with the Green Bay Packers? But you see why Micah Parsons is the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. That dude is the best player every time he steps foot on the field. He's ridiculous. And even when he's not sacking the quarterback, he's out there and you feel his presence. Jaden Daniels definitely felt his presence last night. Never really looked comfortable behind center in the pocket. Like, Micah Parsons is that dude. And I found it pretty funny last night watching a little bit of the post-game show. on Amazon Prime, you could hear the Packers fans belting out a chant of "Thank you, Jerry," for trading Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, I find the Detroit side so much more challenging than the Bears. I think we can come up with a reason, or I feel like we know more, even though it's a new coach, new play caller on the Bears side. It's the guy that was in Detroit. So you got revenge. Is it a double revenge? Whatever you want to call it. Like the revenge on both sides. Like Detroit wants to beat Ben Johnson after he leaves. Ben Johnson wants to beat his old team and show, like, I'm the reason you're going through these struggles. Like there's a lot of that. You can argue both sides of that. It doesn't really matter to me. They look so bad. But like you mentioned, is it a product of the Packers, or is it what the Lions are now? Everything goes through the run with this team. When this offense in Detroit is humming, it starts with the run game. David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs. Those two guys averaged 2.1 yards per carry last week. You've got to have more success. I question what this offense is going to be. I question OC John Morton. And he's asked this week about the run game struggles. I believe it was yesterday. And his quote to the media is, "It's an easy fix." An easy fix. Again, not in panic mode. Didn't ask if you're panicking. John Morton sounds like he is. Like he's repeating, well, it's an easy fix. There's some heat on him this week. If his offense does not put up points against this Bears defense in the cozy confines of Ford Field, like there's going to be a lot of questions asked. Like maybe it was all Ben Johnson and even Aaron Glenn.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house. And again, we're peeling out on a Freaky Fast Friday. Got 3 more games in this segment to break down. If you already missed any of our prior breakdowns, don't you at all worry. We got you covered. And you can always go back and listen at your leisure to the BetMGM Tonight podcast. You can acquire it via Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. Subscribe, download right now the BetMGM Tonight podcast. All right, friendly reminder, folks, phone line still wide open. If you have any fantasy football conundrums, we are here to help solve those for you ahead of the main slate of NFL Week 2 games. If you want to talk sports betting, whether in college football or the NFL, gladly, we're always down for a little gambling chat. A simple way to contact us here on the show, just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also send us your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And I'll go and give this to you again, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it's fantasy football related. Among the following under 60% started running back options, who has the biggest, again, the biggest Week 2? Your options are Travis Etienne, the Jags, against Cincinnati, and that cat clash. We're going to talk about that here in a minute. Jordan Mason of Minnesota against the Atlanta Falcons. Javonte Williams of Dallas to taking on the G-Men or Jalen Warren. The Steelers going toe-to-toe with the Seattle Seahawks. So far, over 270 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X. At BetMGM tonight. Again, on X. At BetMGM tonight. With that business put to the side, it's time to get after it another time with the next game.
The Jacksonville Jaguars, the Cincinnati Bengals.
All right, the feline fracas, I am calling this. Again, the Jacksonville Jaguars 1-0 in Battle of Cats. Can they extend that streak to 2-0? Remember, they took down the Carolina Panthers last week. Got to travel up north above the Mason-Dixon line there. And along the banks of the muddy Ohio River, it looks like Cincinnati right now is laying 3.5. The over-under set at 49. One of the highest totals on the board this week. So side, total, SGP, player prop. Can't wait to watch this one. What do you like in Jaguars and Bengals?
Duval. I'm betting with my guy Liam Cohen. Until further notice, my Jags, who are going to win a minimum of 8 games. My quarterback, Trevor Lawrence, who didn't look so hot week 1, over 21.5 touchdown passes. And my coach of the year, like I said, Liam Cohen. So I was really impressed. Granted, it was against the Panthers, who everybody was hyping up all summer. But this is what I like about Liam Cohen, man. They rushed for 200 yards against the Panthers. Granted, it was against the Panthers, who have historically one of the worst run defenses in NFL history, and it's going to be probably the case again this year. But I really like Liam Cohen. I think Trevor Lawrence will only continue to get better as he becomes more familiar and gets more reps in this offense. I really like the skill position players that they have, but I was most impressed with the defense. Meanwhile, Cincinnati, we had concerns with the defense. The defense actually showed up, especially Trey Hendrickson. He had 8 pressures and a sack. That's why you go out and you pay him. But the offense only had 141 total yards. They only scored 17 points against the Browns. Granted, that's a good defense. It's just weird because they played their guys in the preseason, so we figured no slow start. I like the Jags to cover here. In fact, I think the Jags could win this game outright. It opened at 5.5, got bet down to 3.5. Anything over a field goal, give me Jacksonville here.
All right, going with the Jags plus the points. Oh, that's an interesting one to say the least. All right, I'm going to go with my guy, Jamar Chase. You might have heard of him. Maybe you drafted a number 1 overall in your fantasy football league, and for good reason. Now, he had a clunker last week. 5 targets, a pair of receptions for 26 yards, no end zone connection with Joe Burrow. I still cannot believe the Bengals. They got beaten really in every facet of the game, but somehow, some way, knocked off the Browns by un punto. I think Chase really bounces back this week. 90-plus receiving yards at plus 100. Little baby seduced by the juice. And I think he's going to get there. Hell, I would even ladder this. You could take it on the standard line at 87.5 on the over. Go with 90. Go with 100-plus. That's at plus 125 right now at BetMGM. And hopefully count your winnings a little bit later on. Now, Betalytics only has his projected on Chase yards at 83.7, but I think he's going to blow it out of the water. You look at the Jags. Sure, they're number 4 in drop-back EPA defense after a week, but you can see a lot of Tyson Campbell in coverage. Respectable, but not a lockdown. Number 40 in coverage grade in week 1. And you look at Chase, a healthy 21.7% team target share. He had those 5 targets overall in the game. He had 88 total air yards, which was a handsome mark. He was number 10 in average depth of target. And I gave this key stat out last night. I'm going to give it to you again if you missed the show. In his career over the last 3 years, in 10 games in which he had a sub-50-yard performance, the next game he is averaging over that 10-game span 100.3 yards per game, including at like a 264 historic game as one of them. So he's going to get force-fed. I wouldn't be surprised. He had an explosive pass play to begin the game. Got a lot of that yardage on that one play early on the first quarter. So give me Jamar Chase, 90-plus receiving yards, plus 100. Hells to the yes, I'm in on that. in Jacksonville and Cincinnati. Let's move on to the next game.
The San Francisco 49ers, the New Orleans Saints.
All right, 49ers and Saints, San Francisco. Again, this has come tumbling down the mountainside of the line because you got Mac Jones going to be under center. Jawan Jennings, we'll see if he plays, though did practice today with that dinged wing. Of course, no George Kittle. He is out on injured reserve due to a hamstring injury. So San Francisco is laying 3 in the Crescent City. 43.5 is the over-under on the total in this one. So side, total, same game parlay or player prop. What do you like in Niners and Saints?
I think if you got a 7, a 6.5, a 6, even a 5.5 with the Saints, you're on the right side. But at 3 today, or even at a cheap minus 165 with the Niners, granted it's a road game and the Saints played really hard week 1. I like the Niners here, man. Now, there's going to be obviously, a drop-off, Brock Purdy to Mac Jones. But let's not forget Mac Jones' rookie season, 2021, when he had a real play caller and Josh McDaniels, actually looked pretty good. 22 touchdown passes, 13 picks. And now he's in the Kyle Shanahan offense, right? This is what revived Sam Darnold's career, right? Let's remember, Baker Mayfield was almost written out of the league, and then he goes and plays with McVay for a couple games. Sometimes these guys just need a change of scenery, and Christian McCaffrey's healthy. I like what I saw, small sample size, from our guy Jake Tunges last week. He caught 3 balls, only for 15 yards, but had that huge touchdown. Graded out really well, 84.5 according to PFF. I like the Niners here in this game, and I was really impressed, man, with the defense. In the preseason, it looked the same mess that it was last year. They were second in most missed tackles, but last week under Robert Saleh, looked pretty good against Seattle, unfortunately, because I bet Seattle. But I like the Niners here to win at least by 4 points. So at 3, like them a lot.
All right, I'm already in on Christian McCaffrey. Gave that bet earlier as my sledgehammer special on the over 4.5 receptions. Again, I was waiting on pins and needles for that to drop. It showed up, and it was glorious. I've been waiting on Tonjes as well on receiving yards. I'm actually pulling up the offerings currently at BetMGM to see if that's posted yet. Oh, Ryan Horvat. It looks like we have a Tonjes line. Let's do an impromptu edition of Predict the Prop. Receiving yards for Jake Tonjes. What is it?
Oh, gosh. 28.5.
Not even remotely close. Are you ready for this? You better hold on to something. You might want to remove your belt when I give you the number. Would you like a second guess based on some of the context clues I just gave you?
18.5?
Even lower. 13.5. Does it call for a little friend?
Oh, yeah. I think you got to play this. I'm going to grab this actually right now. That's way too low. Who else would
let's
even...
do it. Daddy want.
Yeah.
Daddy need. Daddy gotta have a friend. Let's go. A live impromptu sledgehammer special with Jake Tonjes. The number is at 13.5 right now. It's at a little bit heavier juice because the number is soft. That's downright ridiculous on this particular total. So it's minus 118. I would take that all day long. If you want to go, let's say, for 25 or more receiving yards, let's see if they have that available right now. No, he is not available in that market. So the only thing you can bet on is the standard line at 13.5. And I am in, my friend. I'm logging in right now as we speak, multitasking, as we typically do here on BetMGM tonight. Oh, yes, I am officially logged in and place bet. Drum roll. I'm in. All right, so I'm on the over 13.5 as well at a minus 118 juice. I will add that to my always free, always transparent, always public spreadsheet at thegamingjuice.com. I think Horvat is doing the same thing. I'll throw another bet out there. I wasn't planning on featuring this. Again, I gave you CMC earlier on the over 4.5 catches. I also like Jawan Johnson's over on 3.5 grabs at a minus 110 juice. I think the chemistry that he built with Spencer Rattler, it wasn't a gimmick. It wasn't a fluke in week 1. I know the Niners only gave up a couple of tight end receptions last week, but Rattler loves to work in that short to intermediate field. They paid Johnson a boatload of money in the offseason. They want to justify that spend. He had 11 targets in week 1. He got a considerable separation on a per target basis. I need 4 grabs from him. I think that's entirely doable. So Juwan Johnson as well, over 3.5. Hell, just parlay maybe the 2 tight ends together. Take Tonjes over 13.5 receiving. And I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go ahead and build that sucker in real time. And I'll give you as well the over on Juwan Johnson receptions. Oh, and that has suddenly jumped to minus 150. It was minus 110 in the show. And that works out to, it's calculating right now. It's not showing up. But I would build that parlay and ride it all diggity day long. But whether on Tonjes, whether on Juwan Johnson, both of the tight ends should get busy in this game. Let's move on to the next game.
The Cleveland Browns, the Baltimore Ravens.
All right, Cleveland and Baltimore. Again, the biggest spread of the week. No shocker there at all. The Ravens, the murder of crows at minus 11.5. 45 is the over-under on the total. So side, spread, SGP, player prop. What do you like in the divisional matchup, Browns and Ravens?
I know I shouldn't do it, but I'm going to use the Ravens early in Survivor, so that is my decision. I actually kind of like the Ravens to cover, even though 11.5 seems high for a divisional game. Going against the Browns, that defense looked really good week 1 against Cincy. The Ravens blow that lead. But instead, what I'm going to do is they're my Survivor pick, so I'm going to do this instead. I think Derrick Henry gets in the end zone, but it's minus 200. I think the Ravens win, but they're 11.5 point favorites. So here's what I'm going to do. Ravens money line, minus 700. Derrick Henry, anytime touchdown score, minus 157. Is it the best price? No, but we need a little action on the game. And I do think Derrick Henry scores, and I think the Ravens win. This is the what could possibly go wrong special of the week. That's what I like.
Yeah, that's a tremendous number right there. I might have to tell you on that one. That's an incredible find. That's a great way to reduce the juice so you can get seduced by the juice, my man. What we're not getting seduced by is Indiana State. I think their quarterback is going to be in a full body cast by the end of this game based on the pressure the Hoosiers keep bringing on every single snap. It is now 4th and 20. Indiana just scored on their first possession in the second half, 52-0. And there's an eternity to go. Hey, Signetti! Pull some of the students out of the stands, put them in pads, and have them play out the rest of this game because we got to figure out a way to cover the 63.5. I like Cedric Tillman. I know you do too. I took the over on 39.5 receiving yards. Let's see, he had 8 targets, 5 catches, not only. 5 catches for 52 in that touchdown in week 1, 19% of the team target share. Only number 49 in total air yards. The average yard separation per target, not the greatest number, 57, but got to see a lot of Nathan Wiggins in coverage, who was number 78 in coverage grade. Who allowed 6 catches on 7 targets. And the Ravens, they were 3rd to last in week 1 in drawback EP80. So I like Cedric Tillman to clean up in garbage time. I like the over on 39.5 receiving yards at a minus 115. All right, we got to take a little siesta. When we come back, games, and more games. Bears, Lions, Broncos, Colts. Don't you go anywhere, baby. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Freaky Fast Friday.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Florida, Arkansas, Vandy, K-State. Those are your 4 college. Anything that we're missing?
Yeah, of course. You guys can't wait to talk about this one. We just talked about UConn. and how they lost that Syracuse game up 17-6. I got it on my laptop because it's on plus because it's nobody cares about the game except for us. And here I am saying, okay, all right, well that hurts. The money line was so close yet so far away. Slams laptop shut. Watching KU, Kentucky, got West Virginia, Ohio on it. Got the Gators on the 4 box. Everything's going good, and I get a text. We're going to overtime. I'm like, no. Wait, why are we going to overtime? Why are we going to overtime? I've got plus 6.5. I didn't get the 7. You know what happened after that. I think UConn loses this game twice. How do you leave the Carrier Dome losing that game in that fashion? So much so that Fran Brown made his own team run laps and do agility drills after the game. He was so mad at them. How do you get up for Delaware, an FCS school? You're laying 10 points here on the road. I think this is such a flat spot. I'm not saying Delaware's going to win the game, but how does UConn get up here? I think that they have a chance to at least not cover based on the results there in Syracuse.
All right. I'm going to start in the Meadowlands. Here we go. Jets plus 6.5 hosting the Bills. I know. You're listening to this. You're like, dude, going with the Jets. But doesn't this feel like a good sell high spot on Buffalo? There just has to be a natural letdown after that incredible comeback win against the Ravens. That's what it feels like to me. And also, the Jets were competitive last week. They covered the number against the Steelers. They were in that game. Justin Fields got the ball back with 56 seconds to play and had a chance to win. It didn't happen. But I think the Jets have enough skill players on offense, be it Breece Hall, be it Garrett Wilson. And Justin Fields is a decent quarterback. They have enough skill players on offense to give the Bills trouble because what do we see from Buffalo in that game against the Ravens? Still some issues on defense. And also the Jets put up 32 points last week against a very good Steelers defense. Again, divisional dog at home. Always love these games. And I feel like this line is a little bit inflated based on what we saw from Buffalo last week. So let's go Jets plus 6.5 in the Meadowlands.
Minnesota at home against Atlanta. Atlanta kind of feels like a trendy dog. We were talking about dogs earlier. I have a feeling, wink, wink, the books are going to need Minnesota here. Just be careful going against this kid and that defense. Be careful.
See, I didn't know they were a trendy dog. I want to see if that's actually the case. Yeah. Okay. I thought maybe it was just us like seeing the upside. I thought both quarterbacks looked good in some big spots in week number 1. Neither of them have much experience, but I thought they both came through. I want to see what happens with that number. But you're right, the number has come down a little bit. As far as a look ahead, that's interesting. So you have this great Monday night comeback on the Minnesota side, and the number comes down a little bit, favoring Atlanta. People liked what they saw out of Penix. Interesting.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Ryan Horvath in the house on this Freaky Fast Friday. Got a couple more games to break down here. Week 2 of the NFL season. Again, giving you our insights, a lot of player props. We love the player props, and hope you enjoy betting on player props as well. Usually can find some really soft markets, at least perceived soft markets in the player props world. So we're not all about traditional sides and totals, though we do feature those on occasion here, and we do build some creative SGPs as well. But we're in the business at trying to unveil some of those hidden gems out there, those diamonds in the rough available at BetMGM. One of those diamonds in the rough we thought a few minutes ago was Indiana State plus 63.5 on the live line. That's not looking so great right now, Ryan Horvath. There is 7 and change remaining in the third quarter. Indiana's got the ball again, and oh man, thank you, wide receiver number 2, for dropping what would have been a sure touchdown, but it's 52-0. Indiana beating the Sycamores of Indiana State. Indiana, though, driving 2nd and 10 on Indiana State's side of the field. Should we really sweat, or do we still have confidence Indiana State somehow, some way, going to pull this out and score the cover at plus 63.5?
No, I feel good, man. I feel like 59-0. Maybe 59-3 is what we're looking at tonight, or we just get the backdoor touchdown from Indiana State. Pretty soon, we're gonna see the third teamers, I think, out there for Indiana with Illinois on deck. Big primetime matchup. If they want to get back to the college football playoff, they're gonna have to win that game, man. So I think eventually they calm down here a little bit, but hopefully soon. And regardless, we got Kansas State coming up, and I feel really good about that.
Yeah,
I feel better. Hey, I feel better about Avery Johnson than whoever the hell Indiana State's quarterback is. I will say that.
Yeah, I don't know who it is, but he just called his own number on an RPO, and they are down to the 12-yard line of Indiana State. So, oh boy, I'm starting to really pucker up in an undesirable location on my body. I need Indiana State to maybe hold it with field goal, please, or somehow coax a turnover. That'd be tremendous. But again, we're at Indiana State plus 63.5. Live bet sweats. You get it right here on BetMGM tonight. You also get breakdowns of the NFL. We got to get back to it. So let's march on to the next game.
The Chicago Bears, the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, the Ben Johnson Bowl. Bear down. Bear down, Chicago Bears. All right, Horvath, you're an honorary Bears fan. Polish sausage, Dicka, mini Dicka, Bears. Let's raise a few, glasses of Goose Island, maybe cross some old styles, and hopefully Chicago is going to come away with possibly a victory on the road to the Motor City after they gave away in the second half late a sizable lead against the Minnesota Vikings at Soldier Field in the opener. Right now, Detroit laying 8 points, a snowman. The over-under is sitting at 48.5, so whether side, total, same game parlay, or a player prop. What do you like? And the Bears taking on the Detroit Lions.
All right, so here's two teams that I have very strong opinions on and bets for the NFL season. So I'm under on the Lions. Jared Goff without Ben Johnson doesn't do it for me. And so far, so good, man. They didn't get in the end zone until the fourth quarter in garbage time. Jahmyr Gibbs is killing me right now. Granted, it's 1 week in fantasy. Now, luckily, it's a PPR league. He had 10 receptions, but for 30 yards. They decided to run David Montgomery into a brick wall for whatever reason in the second half, trailing in that game. Jared Goff didn't look good under pressure, and he has more outdoor games. Now, this week, I like the Bears because Ben Johnson obviously knows Dan Campbell like the back of his hand. You could say the same thing about Dan Campbell. I don't know if this is a hot take. I don't think Dan Campbell's a very good coach. Is he a great motivator? Yes. Well, let's see how that plays out this season. If they're under 500, like they are right now, week 5, week 6, do people want to hear about biting kneecaps and the rah-rah stuff? I'm not sure about that, man. And so far, it looks like they're missing not only Aaron Glenn on the defensive side of the ball, who I also don't think it works out for in New York, but I think that the Lions take a step back, and I'm not going to sell on the Bears after a disastrous second half. Although a little alarmed with Caleb in the second half of the game. I felt really good about the first half of that game when everything was on time and everything was scripted. Ben Johnson called a hell of a game. Now, did he get out coached by Kevin O'Connell? Yes, but I think he's going to learn from that. And I'm not there with the Lions, man. Dan Campbell, here's how you know he's an idiot, with all due respect to Dan Campbell. He said week 1 that he was relieved when the Packers traded for Micah Parsons because it meant Kenny Clark was out of the division. So I think that tells you everything you need to know about Dan Campbell.
Yep.
You know what? I'm not going to be a coward. I'll do this live on the air. Bears don't only cover. Bears win this game outright. Best money line price at BetMGM plus 240. Let's do it.
Oh,
We're
hell
getting
yeah.
seduced by the juice. Plus 240. Bear down, Chicago. And don't worry. I heard the calls into 670. We're not going to Bajan. You're not going to Bajan. I'm a Packers fan.
No.
You're not going to Bajan yet. But bear down this weekend. They at least cover the 6.5, damn it. Have some faith.
Hey, Bredo, play the fight song again. Come on. Give it to us, man.
Here it is. Makes me sick, but I love it. Yeah. We're bearing down.
Look, I'm a Bears fan, admittedly, but my gut feeling here, and I'm trying to look at this as objectively as humanly possible, I think they're going to go in and they're going to win this thing, and I think the Lions are going to be starting off 0-2. Man, they were so discombobulated last week, man. They were just complete disarray. Offensively, defensively, the Packers picked them apart on both sides of the football. And I think the Bears, they got to redeem themselves for the travesty that occurred in the fourth quarter against Minnesota. I think Ben Johnson's going to have this team ready. I think they're going to be able to run the ball somewhat effectively. Give the damn rock to Kyle Monunga, please and thank you. We may get a little Roshan Johnson in there. Revenge game for DeAndre Swift? No. I don't think that's going to apply at all. I think the Bears are going to bring their A game in this contest. Now, the one area I do worry about, though, is defensively, but that doesn't apply to my play. When I'm going with, hey, Mr. DJ Moore is going to be spinning records all over the field. I like the over on 53.5 receiving yards in this contest. I looked up his history against Detroit today. He's played 6 career games against the Lions. He's averaging 102.2 receiving yards per game. Outstanding. Going, of course, back to his days with the Carolina Panthers. Also has got 4 touchdowns in those 6 games against Detroit. Week 1, only 14.7% of the target share. Had 5 targets in total, 3 grabs for 68. It wasn't Roma Dunze was a big play wide receiver. It was DJ Moore in the first matchup. He was number 9 in ADOT among qualifying wide receivers at 18.8. He averaged 22.7 yards per catch. Ridiculous. And he was number 5 in average yards of separation per target as tracked at playerprofiler.com. And it gets better. He's going to see probably a lot of DJ Reed, so a little DJ on DJ crime in this game. And DJ Reed had the 4th lowest coverage grade of any defensive back in week 1. So I think DJ Moore absolutely goes off again. 53.5, way too low of a total. Give me the over on DJ Moore. Again, on that 53.5 receiving yards. A little bit heavier juice, but I'm willing to pay it there at minus 118. All right, let's move on to the next game.
The Denver Broncos, the Indianapolis Colts.
All right, Ryan Horvath is in love with a certain franchise in this matchup. May be surprising to some. Right now at BetMGM, the Denver Broncos laying 1.5 with an over-under sitting at 43.5. So we'll see what version of Bo Nix we get because he looked pretty damn bad last week. A sophomore slump is already underway. We're going to find out here in short order. So again, Broncos, Colts, side, total SGP player prop. What do you like in this one? I already know what it is.
Yeah, this is my favorite bet of the weekend. This is the one where if I lose, I'm embarrassed and I have to sleep in my son's old race car bed. So you said it, man. Bo Nix, 4 turnover-worthy plays. threw 2 picks in that game. Colts defense under Lou Anarumo looked much improved. They had 3 takeaways. I know they step up in class here, but they also had the 4th highest blitz rate, and that's where Bo Nix, you could go back to Auburn, even at Oregon, that's where he struggles. He had a 24.3 passing grade under pressure, and Daniel Jones played really good football. Now, does that carry over? We'll see, but I like his fit in the Shane Steichen offense. They ran RPOs at the highest rate week 1, 24.7%. And I like the skill position players. I do think that Michael Pittman gets shut down. I like his unders. I'm benching him in fantasy, but I think everybody else eats. Give me the Colts, man. I think a lot of people are surprised to see this spread go from 3 to 1.5, but I was really impressed with them. Now, Denver's defense looked great, right? But they struggled to close the door against the Titans in Cam Ward's first start. So give me the Colts here at home.
All right, I am going to back a Bronco because Bo knows how to run. I want nothing to do with his arm because it was just all over the place, very erratic there in week 1. But I think the legs are going to be active again. 20 or more rush yards. So go on the alt market, even Steven plus 100 juice. And the reason why I'm backing this, he had a 26.7% carry rate. Pretty healthy there in week 1. 8 total rush attempts for just shy of the 20-yard mark. 18 rush yards. Only averaged 2.3 yards per carry. If you go back to last year, including the playoffs, he has hit at least 20 rush yards in 4 of his last 5 games. And Indiana likes to crank that pressure. They're number 11 already this season in pocket pressure rate, down up the heat on 19.4% of opponent dropbacks. Right around the same vicinity, they ranked in that category last year at 18.9%. Now, Rachel Krychek, our buddy there at Betalytics, has this projected at 16.9 rush yards, but I think he does a little bit better than that. Bo Nix, 20-plus rush yards. Of course, I bet on that. Alt market at plus 100 there at BetMGM. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, more game breakdowns. We got Carolina, Arizona, and the big one, Philly and KC. Stick around, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Indiana State, you stink.
On the move? Take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the target share god and C.D. Lamb. I'm going to go him over his receiving prop of 78.5. Receiving yards for minus 115 over at BetMGM. Banking on the fact that the Cowboys have been really good at home. And C.D. Lamb is coming off a game in which he had some really bad drops. He still stacked the stat sheet, had 110 yards receiving against the Eagles. I think he gets a better matchup against the Giants, who are not nearly as difficult of a matchup. They just gave up this number, I believe, to Deebo Samuel in the first game of the season. Maybe Deebo had 77, but still right on this number. So when it goes to target share, these are the guys that I like to back because the opportunity will always be there. Even if he has some drops, he's still going to get a ton of targets. He had 13 targets in the first game. Him and Dak have a good connection that I don't see falling by the wayside. I don't know if you saw the viral video of him practicing on his day off, catching balls, but he is motivated to right the wrongs that happened in that game against the Eagles. So I'm going to go with CeeDee Lamb to have a big game against the Giants. Let's go over 78.5 receiving yards for minus 115.
look, Florida's my favorite. I know I gave them out last week. I said, here is a great spot. This is a talented team. I gave you the reasons why I thought Billy Napier had that game circled. I'm hoping they were looking ahead to this one. And the only reason why I'm going back to the well with Florida is because I don't trust West Virginia to win the game outright. I was trying to make a case for them. I circled this one in July, and I guarantee the Gators did too. I'm curious to see how they're going to respond after getting punched in the mouth by their little brother there from Tampa. But this LSU team has gotten way too much love to start the season. We can look at the Clemson game and say what happened. Sure, Clemson almost lost that LSU game twice. They came out flat versus Troy. They ended up getting the win. I don't know. This Florida defense, I think, is the best part of this team. DJ Lagway getting lots of, we'll call them rumors swirling that maybe he wasn't 100%. I'm going to go with that. I took Florida plus the 7.5. I sprinkled Florida on the money line.
God, I actually put in my notes probably a good buy low spot on Clemson. It was a direct quote from my notes. So, like, I kind of want to take Georgia Tech because you're getting the hook, because it's in Atlanta, because Clemson hasn't looked that good. And now it's down to 3 in some spots. Like, people are still buying on the Yellow Jackets. And also, Haynes King set out last week, so he should be healthier. I mean, they played Gardner-Webb, so there's no need for him to play. And he's a great dual threat guy. But I kind of feel like you now where, okay, now you can get Clemson -3. This number has come way down, and everyone's on the Yellow Jackets. And I understand why people are down on Clemson. But listen, they still played with LSU, right? They had a chance to win that game. They struggled last week. They still won. It's still Clemson. This is still a national championship roster, and it's going to be very trendy this week to take the points with the Yellow Jackets, which I was tempted to do as well, but I kind of think it's probably Clemson.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge. They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Freaky Fast Friday. We're going to get to a couple more NFL Week 2 matchups and break everything down from a sports betting perspective here momentarily. But a friendly reminder before we do any of that, we have our pole dancing poll question today live right now on X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And it's asking you this: fantasy football fools, among the following under 60% starter running back options, who has the biggest week 2? Your options are Travis Etienne of Jacksonville in Cincinnati, Jordan Mason of the Minnesota Vikings on Sunday Night Football taking on the Falcons, Javonte Williams of them Cowboys at home taking on the divisional rival New York Giants, or Jaylen Warren at home. Of course, he plays for P-Town taking on the Seattle Seahawks. So far, over 270 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment. AK, bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, we're idiots. We are sweating out right now. Indiana State. Here's the good news, Horvat. Third quarter is over. Here is the bad news. Indiana scored again. Oh, and another little side of good news. Indiana State has brought in their backup quarterback. So he can only be better than the starter they were putting out there, who was just under incredible duress. And a guy was hanging on the ball way too long, get a lot of bat downs as well. So 66-0. Indiana's up. Why is that important? Well, Horvath and I did a live dive on the Sycamores because we're sickos, all right, at plus 63.5. I got a plus 105. Horvath got it at a light juice as well. We need Indiana State to get on the board because Indiana will probably run this thing out. They've already got their backups in. They've had their backups in for I think the entire second half so far. But Indiana may trot out like the third or fourth string here momentarily. I might burn a couple of red shirts to see what a guy can do in this game at this rate. So we'll have to wait and see if the Sycamores can put some points on the stupid board and we can score the backdoor cover. Indiana State. Life of a gambler, folks. Yes, we're betting on lopsided affairs. Kansas State, Arizona is just gotten underway as well. And we're also both on in the battle of the Cats. They're both Wildcats on Kansas State. Horvath's on the money line. I am at minus 1.5. I do not have that game on because, again, I'm sweating out Indiana State here at Casa de Evans. So chime in at any point here in the show if K-State gets on the board, and then just save any bad news, meaning Arizona does something for the breaks, my man. All right. We got to get after a couple more games, including one of the marquee matchups here in NFL Week 2. So, Brando, let's march on to the next game.
The Carolina Panthers, the Arizona Cardinals.
All right, Panthers, Cardinals. Panthers only have one direction to go, man. They were just refried booty, to say the least, in week 1 in that match against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Kind of surprisingly so. We all thought Bryce Young would actually maybe build on what he did at the end of last year, which he was a borderline top 15 fantasy quarterback for the last handful of weeks of the season. But no, he was still rubbish, as we saw early last season in week 1 of this season. So right now, Arizona laying 6.5. The over-under on the game total set at 44. So side, total, SGP, or player prop. What do you like down there in the desert between the Panthers and Cardinals?
Yes, sir. My Arizona Cardinals, well on their way to 9 wins and an undefeated season. I don't know about all that, but dang. Hey, they won. They didn't look all that great, to be honest with you, week 1, but they did win the game. So I was considering using them in Survivor. I don't trust laying the 6.5 here. I could see this being a backdoor. Hell, I could see them maybe even losing this game outright because, like you said, we all thought that Bryce was going to look a lot better after the way that he closed out the season, but looked rough again. What I'm going to do here is just play a prop, just one bet here. Marvin Harrison, who I love this year, I'm starting him in fantasy again this week. 60 receiving yards is plus 115. So the Panthers defense, I think there's a good chance they're historically bad once again. They play a ton of zone. Top 5 rate again week 1. And Marvin Harrison saw a ton of zone week 1, and he ate, man. He was top 10 in fantasy points. And I think he's going to go off, at least for 60 yards before this game hopefully gets out of hand. Plus 115 is a nice little price. I think he's going to have a breakout year, too. I'm going to be betting his props a lot, especially on teams, against teams, I should say, that play a lot of zone. So I like him again this week against Carolina.
Oh, for your lips to the fantasy gods' ears, I have a lot of stock in one Marvin Harrison Jr., so I hope you are correct on that assessment. 60-plus receiving yards at a 60, plus 115 juice. I'm going to go with a battering ram of the Arizona Cardinals. That is Trey Benson. I'm going to take the over on 34.5 rush yards. It seems like a really low threshold. I think he's going to cross that and hit the over at a minus 115 juice. I wrote about this today, as a matter of fact, on The Athletic in my top props column. You can always check that out every single Friday on theathletic.com. I look at Benson in week 1. 36% opportunity share, but what's key in what he did against the New Orleans Saints, he had the 8 carries for a very nice 69 yards, including that 52-yard rumble off right tackle up the right sideline. Showed the burst, showed the power on that run, and it conveyed the advanced analytics. 4.38 yards after contact per attempt mark. That was the 6th best among week 1 running backs. He forced 3 missed tackles. You already mentioned how just awful this front line of Carolina is expected to be. They were dead last a season ago in rush EPA defense, and they're well on the way to maybe being rock bottom yet again. They're at number 29 after 1 week. They allowed, folks, I didn't inflate this number. This is real. It is so disgusting. 6.92 yards per carry to Jacksonville running backs, primarily Travis Etienne. I think the power is going to be bruising. I think it's too intimidating. Yes, he's going to work in concert with James Conner. But Trey Benson, especially in the fourth quarter, dude is going to be salting away the clock. I think he easily crosses. You know what am I doing? Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Come on, Brent. Yeah, saying hello to my little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. I should have just busted that out to get-go. This number's low. I think he gets at least 50 rush yards. Am I crazy? You got to follow that.
No, I'm going to follow you, man. He looked really damn good. And I didn't know if I was buying into it. Pre-summer when we entered camp, that there was a good chance it was going to be a 50-50 split. I'm just hoping that it remains that way, man, because I got a lot of James Conner stock still. But I think Trey Benson's going to have himself a solid year. And like I said earlier, with some of these receiving yard props, I think there's a good chance that this is the last time that we get him in the mid-30s. So I think you got to pounce on it this week. I'm following that.
Yeah, 34.5 is just utterly ridiculous.
Yeah.
So you might do a little step ladder there. Maybe 40 plus, 50 plus, something like that could make a lot of sense with Trey Benson. It got a lot of flexy, sexy appeal in 12-team and deeper leagues. Apparently, we got a caller here. 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. I have no idea who is on the line right now, so... Est. Oh, yes. Thank you, Brando, in my ear. Est from California. Welcome to BetMGM tonight. How can we help?
Thanks, guys. Getting ready to open up this bottle of tequila and sweat out the K-State Arizona over. So,
yes!
In the meantime, though, I do need some fantasy help with Purdy's injury on two of my teams. One of them, my options are either Mayfield or Mayo, and the other team is either Mayo or McCarthy.
Okay, so May or McCarthy or Mayfield or May. A lot of Mays, a lot of M's here. All right, so first league, he's got Drake May or Baker Mayfield. Who are you taking there?
I feel like you got to go Baker Mayfield, right? And I was really impressed with Ibuka. That was only his first start. He might be even better this week. I lean Baker there.
I will go ever so slight nod to Baker Mayfield as well. And he also boosts the bottom line, kind of like Drake May with the rushing stats. He's like a sneaky, effective runner.
Yes.
Is one Baker Mayfield. Maybe get like 15, 20 rushing yards as well. All right, Drake May or J.J. McCarthy. Who's your pick there?
Okay, so Drake May is going against that Dolphins secondary. But I might go with J.J. McCarthy, man. I really like what I saw in the second half, and I'm pretty high on Justin Jefferson props this week. You know what? Ooh, that is really tough. You know what? I'm going to go Drake May. Drake May.
All right, good, because I'm going Drake May as well. I'm not really convincing resounding fashion. It's ultra close, super tight there. And they're both excellent questions. I can understand why S is, having that conundrum spinning around his head. But Drake May for me. By the way, I also took Drake May over 212.5 pass yards, although that sucker has spiked. I think it's over like 220.5 right now at BetMGM in that contest. But you can always get, 25 to 35 rush yards out of Drake May as well. So S, good luck to you out there in California on your pair of quarterback situations. Hopefully get the W and enjoy the sweat and Mas Tequila as well in this Arizona and Kansas State matchup. All right, let's go ahead and move on because I think I got my bet on the board. Yeah, Trey Benson was the last selection. You went Marvin Harrison, 60-plus receiving yards, plus 115, which means let's move on to the next game.
The Philadelphia Eagles, the Kansas City Chiefs.
All right, game of the week. There in the second window on NFL Sunday of week 2 in Arrowhead. Philadelphia laying un punto right now, over-under sitting at 47. I got some injury news. Again, Xavier Worthy listed as doubtful. He was at practice. I did not see him lift his arm, though, above his head at all. Everything that he was doing was, keeping the arm down, though. He may not be out for very long, so that could be encouraging. Dallas Goedert, we do know, is out. Greg Calcaterra is going to be your starting tight end. Yeah, I'm a degenerate sicko, as you guys know. I bet on Greg Calcaterra over 2.5 catches. Ryan Horvat, little side note in this game. So, again, Eagles and Chiefs of Philadelphia laying un punto. 47 is the total side, total SGP or player prop. Hopefully you're not betting on Craig Calcaterra either. What do you like in this game?
Yeah, it's funny. I was actually looking at my Super Bowl slips, and it was the best Super Bowl I've ever had because I really liked the Eagles. I had all the Eagles futures, and I said the defensive line is going to dominate this Chiefs offensive line, and I do have a little concern that happens again. But that said, I'm one of those idiots that's probably going to lose money because I'm like, well, there's no chance the Chiefs are going to go 0-2, and I know people want to sell the Chiefs, and I am really high on the Chargers. I could see them winning the division, but as long as Andy Reid, Pat Mahomes, and Spags are there, and I'm getting a cheap price or the Chiefs as dogs because this never happens, I'm going to take them. Revenge game against the Eagles. They lost in the Super Bowl. I know that they're beat up right now, but I also like a prop a little bit more. Travis Kelce, I think he scores another touchdown, but I don't know that he has 50 receiving yards, even without Xavier Worthy. I'm going to go under, man. The Eagles have given up the fewest receiving yards to tight ends since the start of last season. I think Travis Kelce is more situational even in this game against this Philly defense, which I know they didn't look all that great week 1 against Dallas. CeeDee Lamb catches a couple of those balls, and Dallas wins that game outright. But I'll go under on Travis Kelce, 49.5 receiving yards. And I also bet the Chiefs.
All right, I'm going to go into the alt market, and I'm going to go with Juju Smith-Schuster, 4 or more receptions at plus 160. Heck yeah, I certainly got sucked in and seduced by that juice when I saw this prop available there at BetMGM. Philadelphia, modest, middling, really, number 19 in dropback EPAD after 1 week of action. They got roasted and toasty at times on the back end, particularly one of Dory Jackson. The cover corner for Philadelphia remained really grounded in that game. He gave up the most yards of any defensive back week 1 of the NFL season, 103. That is projected primary assignment for Juju Smith-Schuster, who's coming off a 5-catch game on all 5 targets for 55 yards. A lot of high percentage throws that come off the hand of Patrick Mahomes with him when he's operating out the Slido lineup on occasion outside as well. And Jackson also a lot of 113.7 passer rating. Juju also accumulated 12 yards after contact down in Brazil. So 4+ grabs with no Xavier Worthy. I'm in, especially at that very handsome juice of plus 160. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, one more NFL matchup to break down, and we'll even sprinkle in some college cash. Stick around, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the move? Take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
Now, yesterday on the show and previewing this game and talking about it, seeing how these two teams match up, I started off saying, hey, you know what? Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFC. That's what I said. I was wrong. The Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFL. As it stands right now, we've only played, 17 games of the NFL regular season, but I feel pretty comfortable saying the Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFL. They are absolutely loaded. And they can do everything now with Micah Parsons in the fold. Like, this team is ridiculous. Like, can the Packers run the football? Check. Can the Packers throw the ball? Check. Can the Packers stop the run? Have you watched the first couple of games? Check. Can the Packers stop the pass? I don't know. Their pass rush is menacing, and their secondary is actually pretty solid. Like, the Packers check all the boxes that are fundamental to winning in football. Like, did you see that defense last night? My goodness. Like, Micah Parsons is a freaking monster in every single passing situation. And I think I was telling Bill this earlier this morning as we were talking about the show and what we wanted to do. Like, a little bit of me dies on the inside with every single Micah Parsons pressure or sack. Like, this guy should be wearing a star on his helmet. Like, what the hell happened to where all of a sudden now he's with the Green Bay Packers? But you see why Micah Parsons is the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. That dude is the best player every time he steps foot on the field. He's ridiculous. And even when he's not sacking the quarterback, he's out there and you feel his presence. Jaden Daniels definitely felt his presence last night. Never really looked comfortable behind center in the pocket. Like, Micah Parsons is that dude. And I found it pretty funny last night watching a little bit of the post-game show on Amazon Prime. You could hear the Packers fans belting out a chant of "Thank you, Jerry," for trading Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers.
I find the Detroit side so much more challenging than the Bears. I think we can come up with a reason, or I feel like we know more, even though it's a new coach, new play caller on the Bears side. It's the guy that was in Detroit. So you got revenge. Is it a double revenge? Whatever you want to call it. Like, the revenge on both sides. Like, Detroit wants to beat Ben Johnson after he leaves. Ben Johnson wants to beat his old team and show, like, I'm the reason you're going through these struggles. Like, there's a lot of that. You can argue both sides of that. It doesn't really matter to me. They look so bad. But like you mentioned, is it a product of the Packers, or is it what the Lions are now? Everything goes through the run with this team. When this offense in Detroit is humming, it starts with the run game. David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs. Those two guys averaged 2.1 yards per carry last week. You've got to have more success. I question what this offense is going to be. I question OC John Morton. And he's asked this week about the run game struggles. I believe it was yesterday. And his quote to the media is, "It's an easy fix." An easy fix. Again, not in panic mode. Didn't ask if you're panicking. John Morton sounds like he is. Like, he's repeating, well, it's an easy fix. There's some heat on him this week. If his offense does not put up points against this Bears defense in the cozy confines of Ford Field, like, there's going to be a lot of questions asked. Like, maybe it was all Ben Johnson and even Aaron Glenn.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Orban in the house on this Freaky Fast Friday. We got one more game to give you our thoughts on from a betting perspective. And, of course, this is a Sunday night matchup in Atlanta, Minnesota. You might say to yourself, guys, we got a Monday night doubleheader. Yeah, I know Tampa, Houston, and Chargers and Raiders are going toe-to-toe. But guess what, folks? We're going to be back live on air on Monday here on BetMGM Tonight, and we'll break all that down for you on that particular program. Again, I'm sweating out this stupid Indiana game. 66-0 right now. 7 and change to go in the contest. Indiana's got the Water Boys out there. I think the Buffalo, the new mascot's going to be taking some snaps here under center pretty soon. We need to punt. Because we've got Indiana State, both Horvey and I, on a live dive at plus 63.5. And we need the Sycamores not to suck on a drive in meaningless action and somehow punch it in. So we'll see what happens. I also got an update from Horvat during the break. Horvey, what happened in Arizona and Kansas State? You and I are both riding the purple-clad Wildcats in this one. So what's the update there?
Decent little drive Arizona and Noah Fafita put together in that on their first possession, but it ends with a missed field goal from 48 yards. Then Kansas State, they go 3 and out, so they punt, and it looks like the punt returner, for whatever reason, looks to back away, and the ball hits them, and I believe Kansas State has possession. They're reviewing it right now, but we might get a break, and Kansas State might be starting in the red zone here. So fingers crossed, man. They deserve some good luck. It's been nothing but bad luck. I mean, you lose your starting running back before he plays a snap. Your quarterback, who was everybody thought a Heisman candidate, he struggled a little bit, but hey, Kansas State can still win the Big 12. Season ain't over. A lot of season to be played. Starts tonight against the other Wildcats.
Yeah, it seems like if they're going to have a competitive year, it is a must-win situation down there in Tucson. So, again, 0-0. We'll have our eyes peeled. We'll keep you up to date on the action there with our money on Kansas State. I lay the 1.5. Horvat, being the fraidy cat that he is, said, just give me the money line, and you watch. It'll be a 1-point victory for K-State. I'll look like the biggest boob on the planet, much like I'm feeling right now back in Indiana State on a live dive in this game. We need to stop. I need a turnover, scoop and score, pick six, something. Please, gambling gods, show us mercy here on BetMGM tonight. By the way, we have our pole dancing poll question of the day live right now, and it's asking you this. Fantasy football fools, among the following under 60% starter RB options, who has the biggest week 2? Your options are Travis Etienne in Cincinnati against the Bengals, Jordan Mason on Sunday Night Football against the Falcons, Javonte Williams of the Boys against the Giants, or Jalen Warren of the Steelers against Seattle. So far, over 275 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Without further ado, it's time to get after it one more time with our last game.
The Atlanta Falcons, the Minnesota Vikings.
Woo! All right, Sunday Night Football. Carrie Underwood's going to be singing for roughly 2.5 hours before the game kicks off with her primetime ballad that she does every single stinking week there on NBC. And it looks like Indiana's about to score again. I hate myself right now. So we got Atlanta, Minnesota. Minnesota's laying 3.5, coming off that big come-from-behind victory in the Windy City against our Chicago Bears. Over-under set at 44.5. Good news for the ATL. Drake London, Darnell Mooney will play. They practice really pretty much all week long, despite their dinged wings. So they should be good to go. I have supreme confidence in them for fantasy football purposes. More so for London. He's a guy that is a WR1 through and through. Mooney, somebody you might want to debate, 12-team in deeper formats in the flex or at wide receiver 3. So side, total, SGP, player prop. What is your pick? And Falcons and Vikings.
Yes, sir. So I did bet Atlanta. I believe I gave that out earlier this week. But I also have a player prop that I really like that kind of correlates. So if Atlanta is going to cover, and I think win this game, I do think they win this game outright. So I think the money line is worth a little sprinkle. They should have won week 1. Typical Atlanta loss. Also, maybe I'm crazy and I'm just going to bet them every week again and they're going to lose by a field goal. But I do like the Bijan Robinson props. Couldn't really get it going on the ground, but did get it going as a pass catcher. I was surprised. I found his number over 3.5 receptions, minus 123. 7 targets week 1, caught 6 of them, had 100 receiving yards against Tampa. And we know what Brian Flores is going to do, especially against a young quarterback in Michael Penix. He's going to blitz, which I think Michael Penix is going to do a lot of dump off. And it's obviously not going to be to Tyler Algier. It's going to be to Bijan. So finishes, I think, with a minimum of 4, and you don't have to pay too much juice, or at least you didn't this morning. Bijan Robinson over 3.5 receptions for me.
And truth be told, I've got that parlayed with something else in this game. I think it's actually with Aaron Jones over on 2.5 catches. Aaron Jones got to run a boatload of routes all season long. Touchdown, Indiana. It's over for us, my friend. As the Hoosiers are going to cover that 63.5 with ease. Just over 2 minutes ago there in Bloomington. Hey, Kansas State on the board, though. Just stay on a field goal, 3-0. So that is turning in the right direction. So hopefully K-State will get off the schneid and get their first victory of the year. I'm going to go with Michael Penix. And I'm not going to bet on his arm, though it could be a mighty fine game through the air for him. I'll take the over on 11.5 rush yards at a minus 110 juice in this one. A guy that had a pretty appreciable 21.4% carry rate in week 1. 6 carries for 21 yards, and he went airborne on that one of those carries that went for a touchdown. He had 4 scrambles. 2 of those came inside the red zone, so a guy that was certainly opportunistic, and I hope that side comes out on Sunday Night Football. Average just 3.5 yards per carry, but again, if we get another 4 or 5 rush attempts, I think Penix is going to get to at least 8 dozen ground yards, and I think that's going to happen. Minnesota really dialed up the heat against the Bears in week 1, wreaking havoc on the pocket. They have the second highest pressure rate at 34.9% of any team in the National Football League in week 1, though Caleb Williams ran 6 times for 58 yards. Now, Williams certainly a better ground force compared to Michael Penix, but Penix, he's no slouch in that capacity. So again, if we get 4 runs, maybe even 3 runs, I think he's going to get to at least a dozen ground yards. Does so I cash in at a minus 110 juice. And again, I already gave this out on the card earlier. I love Jordan Mason in this game. I got him on the over rush attempts. Took that today at 13.5. Also, I'm an anytime touchdown market. I found it at plus 110. Those are 2 markets in particular I like. I'll probably even work in some action. I think the over-under on rush yards right now at BetMGM is in the 50s, mid-50s, maybe high 50s. I think he gets at least 60 ground yards again. Just out of curiosity, before we move on to some college cash, if you had to pick a side in this game, and Captain Hook certainly could be in play here with the 3.5. Are you laying it with the Vikings? Because my gut says I should.
I like Atlanta in this game. I think Atlanta wins this game outright. They should have actually won week 1, man. I mean, Younghoe Koo misses that field goal. They outgained the Buccaneers by over 100 yards in that game. It was just a typical Atlanta loss. But I like them to win the division still. I'm not going to overreact to week 1. I was actually kind of impressed with the defensive side of the ball. They held the Bucs in check. That said, Tampa really in the second half, they showed some stuff that I really liked. Like Bucky Irving's going to have another breakout season this year 2. Ibuka was awesome. But no, I like Atlanta, man. And I really do like your Penix over on the rushing yards prop. I think people forget, he could use his legs, man. He did it a lot in Indiana. Problem was he just got injured. But I think his legs and his arm keep Atlanta in this game. If they don't win it outright, I think they lose every other. They'll have a lead, probably 17-3 going into the second half, and they'll blow it, and they'll lose by a missed field goal. So with the hook, I like Atlanta to at least cover.
All right, you're going to be on Atlanta for at least a cover. Again, I kind of like Minnesota and lay the 3.5 because I ain't scared of 1. Yar, Captain Hook. Looks like Arizona is threatening here. They're inside the 10-yard line right now. It is going to be 3rd down, though, in short against Kansas State. We're hoping that Kansas State can hold them a field goal in a potential tie situation and not scoreboard chase. So, again, we'll chime in if there is a score put on the board down there in Tucson. By the way, no matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use a Parlay Boost token to boost your potential payout on a winning college football parlay. Opt in right now on that parlay boost token only at BetMGM, especially with a heart of the slate upcoming. Week 3 of the college football season. Mañana, tomorrow morning, gets underway. Maybe got some action already tonight. And Arizona got the first down, first and goal right now for that version of the Wildcats against Kansas State, the other Wildcats. All right, let's try to make some college cash, my man. Give me your top play of the weekend here in week 3 down there on the junior circuit. And you're going to the Sunshine State, aren't you?
I am, man, and I really do like this South Florida team. I bet them against Boise. I bet them last week against Florida. They win that game outright. But I don't like this spot for them. Byron Brown has been great for, the first 2 weeks of the season. Was really good last year before he broke his leg. One of the better dual threat quarterbacks in the country. But that's where I think they're going to struggle running the football, because even Notre Dame with Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price struggled to run the football. In fact, those two guys didn't force a single missed tackle against the Miami defensive line, which finished the game with 5 tackles for loss, 3 sacks. They had 4 tackles for loss. The defensive line did 3 sacks. Reuben Bain was an absolute stud. He played 48 snaps, had a half of a sack, a half of a tackle for a loss, 4 pressures, a pick, did not miss a single tackle. I just think Miami's defense is for real. I thought Miami's offense looked pretty good against a good Notre Dame defense. Carson Beck, this is why I bet him to win the Heisman at 21-1. I think people forget how good he was, man. He was 24-3 at Georgia. A lot of people thought maybe that the play would drop off, but Miami has like an NFL roster. Granted, in his last game against Bethune-Cookman, he set a Miami record. He completed the most consecutive passes in a row, his first 15. He finished 22-24, 264, 2 touchdowns, no picks. I like Miami a lot in this game. I think they win this game by 21-plus points, and I think they're for real in the ACC, especially if Clemson actually loses to Georgia Tech, which the number tells you they could. Love Miami this weekend laying 17 or 17.5. Whatever the number is, I think they win by 21.
And I'm not particularly ecstatic at what just happened in Tucson, as Noah Fafita ran a touchdown in from 15 yards out after a holding penalty pushed them back. So right now, Arizona up 7-3, 5:01 remaining there in the first quarter. We'll keep you up to date. I'm going to go out west, and we talked about this game last night. The line has shifted. Minnesota opened as a -1.5 favorite. It's now jumped a full point to -2.5, and I would still bet it. I think Goldie is going to show up and show out in the Golden State against the Cal Bears. They're in Berkeley. Put some damn respect on this Minnesota team's name. They're just inside the top 50 in the Football Power Index. You look at Cal, they're at number 63. But you look at the efficiency data at Pro Football Focus. I know it's still a small sample size, but man, Minnesota stands out. They're number 9 in the country in offense efficiency and numero uno in the country in defensive efficiency, whereas Cal in those 2 categories, 63 in offense, much better, though, in defense at number 12. I think PJ Fleck's guys travel well. I think they get it done, and I think they may win this sucker by like 7 or more points. All we need is a field goal boot to secure the victory, and we're cashing in. So one of my favorite bets, actually my top bet on the board this week in college football, the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Again, I grabbed it at 1.5 a couple of days ago, but I would still play to the current number at -2.5, and I think you agree, right?
Yeah, 1.5, 2.5, anything under 3, even at 3, I do like. I like Minnesota this year, man. Now, I don't think they're going to be as good as on the defensive side of the ball as they were last year, but so far so good. I know it's Buffalo, but they didn't even give up 160 total yards in that game. I like their quarterback, Drake Lindsey, and I think they're going to get the ground game going this week as well with Darius Taylor. So love Minnesota as well against Cal. Cal's, I think, a very fraudulent 2-0. I do like their roster a little bit more than the market did, but I mean, they were predicted to win 5 games this season. I love Minnesota. I love these Big Ten teams against these West Coast teams. I think they're just going to ground and pound them to death and beat them up.
Totally agree. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. We're going to review our card yards, and we may work in a bonus bet or a dozen, so stick around, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
So Florida, Arkansas, Vandy, K-State. Those are your 4 college. Anything that we're missing?
Yeah, of course. You guys can't wait to talk about this one. We just talked about UConn and how they lost that Syracuse game up 17-6. I got it on my laptop because it's on plus because it's nobody cares about the game except for us. And here I am saying, okay, all right, well that hurts. The money line was so close yet so far away. Slams laptop shut. Watching KU, Kentucky, got West Virginia, Ohio on. I got the Gators on the 4 box. Everything's going good, and I get a text. We're going to overtime. I'm like, no. Wait, why are we going to overtime? Why are we going to overtime? I've got plus 6.5. I didn't get the 7. You know what happened after that. I think UConn loses this game twice. How do you leave the Carrier Dome losing that game in that fashion? So much so that Fran Brown made his own team run laps and do agility drills after the game. He was so mad at them. How do you get up for Delaware, an FCS school? You're laying 10 points here on the road. I think this is such a flat spot. I'm not saying Delaware's going to win the game, but how does UConn get up here? I think that they have a chance to at least not cover based on their results there in Syracuse.
All right. I'm going to start in the Meadowlands. Here we go. Jets plus 6.5 hosting the Bills. I know. You're listening to this. You're like, dude, going with the Jets. But doesn't this feel like a good sell high spot on Buffalo? There just has to be a natural letdown after that incredible comeback win against the Ravens. That's what it feels like to me. And also, the Jets were competitive last week. They covered the number against the Steelers. They were in that game. Justin Fields got the ball back with 56 seconds to play and had a chance to win. It didn't happen. But I think the Jets have enough skill players on offense, be it Breece Hall, be it Garrett Wilson. And Justin Fields is a decent quarterback. They have enough skill players on offense to give the Bills trouble because what do we see from Buffalo in that game against the Ravens? Still some issues on defense. And also the Jets put up 32 points last week against a very good Steelers defense. Again, divisional dog at home. Always love these games. And I feel like this line is a little bit inflated based on what we saw from Buffalo last week. So let's go Jets plus 6.5 in the Meadowlands.
Minnesota at home against Atlanta. Atlanta kind of feels like a trendy dog. We were talking about dogs earlier. I have a feeling, wink, wink, the books are going to need Minnesota here. Just be careful going against this kid and that defense. Be careful.
See, I didn't know they were a trendy dog. I want to see if that's actually the case. Yeah. Okay. I thought maybe it was just us like seeing the upside. I thought both quarterbacks looked good in some big spots in week number 1. Neither of them have much experience, but I thought they both came through. I want to see what happens with that number. But you're right, the number has come down a little bit. As far as a look ahead, that's interesting. So you have this great Monday night comeback on the Minnesota side, and the number comes down a little bit, favoring Atlanta. People liked what they saw out of Penix. Interesting.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Orban in the house on this Freaky Fast Friday. Hey, folks, we went through every single NFL game on Sunday. Side, total, SGP, player props, whatever our favorites were, we threw them out. Even did some couple of bets in real time, live, because the lines that just posted at BetMGM. If you miss any of those, you can always go back and listen at your convenience to the BetMGM Tonight podcast, Apple Podcast, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Subscribe to the BetMGM Tonight podcast. And we're also, oh my God, almost that was nearly asinine interception by Arizona in the end zone, almost a one-handed one. But we got our eyes on Arizona, Kansas State. Kansas State is moving the football here. Edwards looks great. Being back in uniform, certainly a shot in the arm for this K-State team. They are trailing, though, as Noah Fafita had a 15-yard touchdown run. It is 7-3 in the Battle of the Wildcats. Arizona up in Tucson on the visiting Kansas State squad that is 0-2, and they desperately need to get a victory in this game, as it's going to be third and about 10 in enemy territory, though, for Kansas State. Though they're out of field goal range, we're going to see if they can get some points on the board here. And this may be 4-down territory. We'll see what they do here on 3rd and 10. Maybe a safe play. Maybe they're going to throw it to the sticks. But even if they're, I would say probably within 5 yards of the first down, I would have to think they would go for it in this situation, though. They're going to let the clock run out and time expiring on the first quarter. Going to think about it there on the sidelines. Again, Arizona up 7-3, end of the first quarter down there in Tucson. For the reminder, too, phone line still wide-ass open. If you want to talk a little fantasy football with us, you want to talk sports betting ahead of the main slate of NFL games or maybe college football tomorrow, a simple way to dial us here on BetMGM Tonight. Just pick up the phone. And I'll say it again. Dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also just via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll crush of the day. Let me go ahead and shut that down. It was asking you this. Fantasy football fools, among the following under 60% started RB options, who has the biggest, again, the biggest week 2? Your options are Travis Etienne in Cincinnati, Jordan Mason at home against the ATL, Javonte Williams at home against the G-Men, or Jaylen Warren at home against the Seattle Seahawks. Officially, 275 votes were cast. Ryan Horvath, who led the way?
I'll go ETN fresh off a big week 1. No Tank Bigsby and going against that Cincinnati D.
Recency bias is indeed a hell of a drug. Ding, 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 ding. You are correct. 53.8% of the vote, as a matter of fact. So winning in convincing fashion. Second place, believe it or not, was Juggernaut. Is he really? Javonte Williams against a talented front line of the Giants at 22.2%. Third place would have been my pick, Jordan Mason of the Minnesota Vikings. Again, I think he's going to find the end zone. Taking on Atlanta at 17.5%. Dead last, Jaylen Warren, getting just 6.5%. We had one comment from our guy, Brandon Combs, our EP, and a man working the board here on BetMGM Tonight. He chimed in and said, ETN versus that dreadful Bengals defense is probably the play, but I think the Cowboys found something with Javonte Williams. The matchup this week is a little tougher with that Giants front seven. So I guess he's going to go with Javonte Williams, though. It's kind of second-guessing in his brain with Travis Etienne. That might be the right call, but I feel that Jordan Mason's going to go for at least 60 yards and a touchdown. He gets that. that might lead the way, maybe sprinkle in a couple of catches as well and boost that bottom line. So, again, we appreciate everybody that submitted their votes and also may or may not have debated giving us a comment. I'll be back on Monday with Horvey. We're going to be breaking things down with our rapid reactions that we do the NFL season. We'll give you an early viewpoint as well on hawking the waiver wire in fantasy football. And we got 2 games. You're not a big fan of the Monday night doubleheaders, but I thoroughly enjoy the additional action. Sweating out those 2 games live Monday night right here on BetMGM tonight. All right, Horvey. Let's go ahead and get after with our cards this evening. Kind of a mixed bag. Some look-ahead stuff for the weekend, some college and the NFL, and some action tonight. How are your bets looking so far this evening? And give us a reminder as well what else you had as well on your card.
Yeah, I went with Kansas State. I bet this early at 2.5 against Arizona. So if they do lose, I hope they only lose by 2. Sprinkled a little money line as well. So hoping that they win this game. So we'll see how that goes. Georgia tomorrow, 3.5 to 4. I still like it against Tennessee. I think they win that game by 6 points. I think they show up. I think they win the SEC. I think they've been playing with their food because they haven't really played anybody the first 2 games of the season. I know Tennessee has that win over Syracuse, but I think it's going to be a down year for Cuse. And then Duke on the money line. I actually bet Duke +3, but can't give that out now that it's long gone. I think they win this game by 3 points. You got Mensah going against his former team, and Retzlaff, who is the quarterback now at Tulane, the former BYU quarterback, really struggles when he's blitzed or when he's under pressure, and that's what Manny Diaz does at a top 25 rate. Sledgehammer, I went with Justin Jefferson over 5.5 receptions. Didn't go over this number week 1 because he had 2 drops. I don't think he's going to have a drop, man. He's only dropped 5.5% of catchable targets since he entered the league. So I like him to have 6 grabs, and it's only -116. Not heavy juice. Seduced by the juice, our guy, Cedric Tillman. I took him to get in the end zone. I'm with you on the receiving yards, but I like him to get in the end zone at +340. I think that's a crazy price. And then the one that I'll regret, most likely, look ahead spot for Oregon. They get Penn State, who's on a bye next week. I don't know how much they're going to want to show, although Indiana sure as hell wanted to show some stuff tonight. Give me Chicago's Cats one last time. The fighting Doug Collinses, the fighting Preston Stones. Give me the Darnell Autreys, Northwestern, baby, to cover the 28.
Yeah, I hope that one comes through because Kansas State just had an atrocious 4th down and 10. They called a run on 3rd and 10, got stonewalled the line of scrimmage, and then Arizona just brought the heat. Avery Johnson looking like a deer in headlights. I was like, throw the damn ball, kid. And he finally did, got it back to the line of scrimmage, but it was a turnover on downs. Arizona begins on their own 40-yard line, leading 7-3 right now against the winless Kansas State Wildcats, who could maybe extend that futile streak to 0-3 unless they wake up right now offensively trailing in this game. I do have Kansas State. Now, I laid the chalk at the -1.5. Feeling not so great about that right now, but got eons to go with 14 minutes left here in this first half. Jordan Mason, anytime touchdown, my top play the entire weekend against the ATL on Sunday Night Football. Got that at +110. And I did a little same-game parlay with my Bears in the Ben Johnson Bowl. Took Chicago +7.5, I think, on spread, and parlay that with Caleb Williams, 15 or more rush yards. He's still going to keep on running, folks. That's the name of his game at +106. Remember, had 39 rushing and 34 rushing against that Detroit front last season. My Sledgehammer special, Christian McCaffrey over 4.5 catches. Love that bet, especially with Mac Jones at the controls. Seduced by Juice, A.J. Brown, most receiving yards in the game against Kansas City. I think he wakes up from the deep slumber that he had in week 1. That's at +180. And bonus time, more Eagles fly action. Jahan Dotson. Until they price this correctly, I'm going to keep betting it. Took the over, just 9.5 receiving yards against what I feel is going to be an exploitable secondary of Kansas City. By the way, Parlay Pete had a 2-leg anytime touchdown parlay with Derrick Henry and Jahmyr Gibbs at +135. And Horvey during the break I fired off on this. I want to get your thoughts on air about it. Not Jahmyr Gibbs, but Jamar Chase had the most receiving yards in the game against the Jags. I couldn't believe my eyes. I honestly thought that game leaders market would open at maybe minus money, plus 130 on that wager. I think Brian Thomas is his only threat, not T. Higgins or Travis Hunter or anybody else. Do you think that one comes home?
Yeah, I think this is the perfect get-right spot, right? I mean, the Jags defense, while I do think they're going to be better, they're starting a fifth-round rookie as their slot corner. So I think that he is going to be able to take advantage. I like Jamar Chase a lot in this game as well.
I know what you're referencing, that damn it, too. It was third down, and Arizona converted. Nice pass by Fafita on that one, too. That was Chris Hunter for 12 yards, again, the first down. But on the consecutive first down, or following first down, I should say, batted down, 2nd and 10 right now. Though Arizona could be in 4-down territory as they're on the Kansas State side of the field. With about 12 minutes to go. I would, presume if they get a couple of yards here and it does lead to a third down and within relative striking distance, they'll probably end up going for it. So maybe Kansas State can return the favor, much like Arizona. Well, never mind. As they right up the seam, get a big chunk gain. Do the Arizona Wildcats really set up now to score as they're, I believe, right inside or just outside of the red zone. I'm seeing the replay. Yeah, they're inside. They're actually at the 16-yard line of Kansas State on a 1st and 10. So, man, the issues for Kansas State just continue to rear its ugly head. This team just cannot get themselves right defensively. And again, this offense has been wildly erratic and inconsistent as well, Horvey.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked. I mean, usually, a lot of people were high on Kansas State. They were one of the favorites to win the Big 12. And even last year was a little bit of a down year, but they won 9 games. That's a down year, is 8-9 wins at Kansas State. Avery Johnson took a lot of money to win the Heisman. But unfortunately, he really still can't throw the football, right? He's very fun and he's a great dual threat quarterback. He's one of those guys that you want to live up to the hype, but you see it and you're like, nah, he's not the guy. And but I do still actually weirdly feel good about Kansas State in this game, but not the start that I wanted. I do still think that they win it outright, though.
All right, I hope you are correct. I'm going to exit stage left to hang out with the missus. Horvat sticking around for a bonus hour at BetMGM tonight until Monday. Adios, amigos. Wake up, K-State.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the target share god and C.D. Lamb. I'm going to go him over his receiving prop of 78.5. Receiving yards for minus 115 over at BetMGM. Banking on the fact that the Cowboys have been really good at home. And C.D. Lamb is coming off a game in which he had some really bad drops. He still stacked the stat sheet, had 110 yards receiving against the Eagles. I think he gets a better matchup against the Giants, who are not nearly as difficult of a matchup. They just gave up this number, I believe, to Deebo Samuel in the first game of the season. Maybe Deebo had 77, but still right on this number. So when it goes to target share, these are the guys that I like to back because the opportunity will always be there. even if he has some drops, he's still going to get a ton of targets. He had 13 targets in the first game. Him and Dak have a good connection that I don't see falling by the wayside. I don't know if you saw the viral video of him practicing on his day off, catching balls, but he is motivated to right the wrongs that happened in that game against the Eagles. So I'm going to go with CeeDee Lamb to have a big game against the Giants. Let's go over 78.5 receiving yards for -115.
Look, Florida's my favorite. I know I gave them out last week. I said, here is a great spot. This is a talented team. I gave you the reasons why I thought Billy Napier had that game circled. I'm hoping they were looking ahead to this one. And the only reason why I'm going back to the well with Florida is because I don't trust West Virginia to win the game outright. I was trying to make a case for them. I circled this one in July, and I guarantee the Gators did too. I'm curious to see how they're going to respond after getting punched in the mouth by their little brother there from Tampa. But this LSU team has gotten way too much love to start the season. We can look at the Clemson game and say what happened. Sure, Clemson almost lost that LSU game twice. They came out flat versus Troy. They ended up getting the win. I don't know. This Florida defense, I think, is the best part of this team. DJ Lagway getting lots of, we'll call them rumors swirling that maybe he wasn't 100%. I'm going to go with that. I took Florida plus the 7.5. I sprinkled Florida on the money line.
God, I actually put in my notes probably a good buy low spot on Clemson. It was a direct quote from my notes. So, like, I kind of want to take Georgia Tech because you're getting the hook, because it's in Atlanta, because Clemson hasn't looked that good. And now it's down to 3 in some spots. Like, people are still buying on the Yellow Jackets. And also, Haynes King set out last week, so he should be healthier. I mean, they played Gardner-Webb, so there's no need for him to play. And he's a great dual threat guy. But I kind of feel like you now where, okay, now you can get Clemson -3. This number has come way down, and everyone's on the Yellow Jackets. And I understand why people are down on Clemson. But listen, they still played with LSU, right? They had a chance to win that game. They struggled last week. They still won. It's still Clemson. This is still a national championship roster, and it's going to be very trendy this week to take the points with Yellow Jackets, which I was tempted to do as well, but I kind of think it's probably Clemson.
Let the madness begin.
Raise up, take your shirts off, throw them around your head, spin them like a helicopter.
It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm gonna zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
Happy Friday, September 12th. It's a football Friday here on BetMGM Tonight After Dark. Also a quick reminder that the show goes until 11 p.m. But tomorrow morning, wake up bright and early with me, myself, Ryan Horvat, at Ryan Horvat on X, on Instagram. I don't have a TikTok. I feel like I created a TikTok a long time ago because the social team, like Kate, who runs our social team, she'll always be like, hey, is this you? And she'll like send this video. Or no, not TikTok. Snapchat. I think I used to have a Snapchat. Maybe it is TikTok. I don't know. I'm pushing 40 years old. I use Twitter, and I don't even want to use Twitter, especially these days, to be honest with you. But tomorrow, the tailgate kickoff, 9 a.m. Eastern time. You're in Chicago, 8 a.m. Central time. Do not listen to Jake Hassan. Listen to me instead here on the BetMGM network, or You could watch the show on Twitch. You could watch the show on Twitter. The one good thing that Twitter is for is on Saturday mornings, you're trying to figure out your best bets. You're trying to make some money. Don't listen to anybody else but me, and I will help you. Together, we will win at least 65% of our college football bets this season, as well as our NFL, but tomorrow's all about the college. 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern here on the BetMGM network. What we're going to do now is our NFL ATS challenge. Myself, Ryan Horvat, host of the show. We got Monty running the video. He sometimes forgets how to turn on his mic, and he doesn't want to be involved in the ATS challenge. But, moving forward next year, he is invited if we're all still here. God willing that we're all still alive and employed. But anyway, back to a lighter note. We got Brandon Combs, executive producer of the show, board op of the show. I'm pretty sure that they're going to have him take out the trash in Chicago after the show. He does a little bit of everything. He's like Cordell Stewart in the 90s a little bit. Kind of like how I was. That's what I was, man. They would be like, hey, do you want to go cover the Brewers game? And I'd be like, yeah, absolutely. But then, the next morning there, I'd be like running the board for the Milwaukee Admirals and cutting Harry Zollner.
They don't let me do cool stuff like that, though. They don't let me do cool stuff like that. They're just like, game day.
Well,
no.
Hey,
no covering the Cubs or nothing. Well, you got to cover the Brewers? Now Are you kidding me?
Now you're the EP full-time here of the BetMGM BetMGM tonight. So you're moving up like the Jeffersons around here. By the way, Arizona settles for a field goal, college football. 10-3 right now over Kansas State. I bet Kansas State at 2.5, plus 2.5. So hopefully they win this game outright for the Peoples. But right now they're down 7, 10:28 to go in the second quarter. A disappointing first quarter and a disappointing start to the season for the Kansas State Wildcats, a.k.a. losers right now. All right, time for the NFL ATS Challenge. What are our records?
So our records in the NFL ATS Challenge, which is only a week old now, you were 4-3-1 head-to-head last week. I was 3-4-1 head-to-head, obviously. So you have a one-game lead head-to-head. We were brutal in the games that we picked together. We were 2-5 in the games that we picked together that we had in common. So not a good week, but we bounced back this week. Week one is always the toughest ATS of the year.
Well, I had a great betting week, so that's all that matters in the long run. The games that we actually bet won. But unlike college game day, we don't just give picks because that's easy, right? I could just say, hey, the Baltimore Ravens are going to beat the Browns, and then we both get credit. This is the ATS challenge. So we're betting every single game. We're not really betting all these games. Like you hear in the intro, you bet all these games, you're going to end up living under a bridge. You got to pick and choose the games that you have an advantage for. Unless you're just betting, pizza money, then that's fine. Kansas State runs a play, and it's Avery Johnson losing yards. All right, I'm done with them. Let's start out in Cincinnati, where the Bengals opened as 5.5-point favorites, now down to 3.5. The Bengals really struggled week one. Funny enough, their defense actually kept them in that game. Trey Hendrickson had a sack. He looked awesome. I know a lot of people are thinking bounce back for the offense against this Jags defense, which really struggled last year in coverage. I think the defense is going to be better this year, though, man. Travis Hunter is expected to play more snaps on the defensive side of the ball. We'll see if that actually goes down. But I like the Jordan Lewis pickup this offseason, man. They needed some help defending the slot. They get that with Lewis. And I think Trevor Lawrence will play better this week, and I love what they did on the ground. That's why I like the Liam Cohen hire. Look at what Tampa did last year with their backfield. And the Jags did the same thing week one, 200 rushing yards. So I at least think that they cover the 3.5. So I wish I got to the 5.5. I didn't. I have 3.5. But I like Jacksonville in this spot, Brando. What say you?
Yeah, I like Cincinnati. I like the bounce back spot. I really do, especially with the secondary. T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, I think they're going to have a field day. I think Chase Brown's going to have a really good day as well out of the backfield catching the ball, too. I'm going to bet his receiving props as well. I really like this Bengals team this week against the Jacksonville Jaguars. You know how I feel about Jacksonville. I'm not all about your guy in Duval. I'm not there with them. I think they cover 3.5. I think the Bengals win this by a touchdown or more.
All right, so we got our first head-to-head in the first game that we pick. I go Jags, you go Bengals. All right, let's go out to Miami where the Dolphins somehow, some way are 1.5-point favorites after that stinker that they had against the Indianapolis Colts. I expect the Dolphins to be a disaster this year. Tua hasn't looked very good. Tyreek Hill, God only knows what's going on with that guy's personal life. I am not a Tyreek Hill fan. I'll leave it at that. I think there's a good chance Mike McDaniel is looking for work after the year and that the Dolphins will be hiring a new head coach. I don't think the defense is very good. I like the defensive line, but the secondary's beat to hell already. But I'm just not there with the Patriots. I know I've said this multiple times on the show, but they won 4 games last year, and now they're just projected to win 9 games just because they hire Mike Vrabel. Drake May's won 1 game as an NFL starting quarterback. So I will actually take the Dolphins, even after that stinker, at home to win this game by a field goal, 27-24 final score.
I don't know how you look at that game that they played last week and against Indianapolis, and you're like, man, wow, Daniel Jones lit them up. They should definitely be a favorite going into this week, even though it's against Drake May and the Patriots. I'm not there with the Dolphins. I'm with you when it comes to, I think Mike McDaniels gets fired. I think that they are a dumpster fire in Miami right now. There is no way I can give up points with this team. If they were getting points, I might think about it, but there is no way I can give up points with the Miami Dolphins. So I'm with the Patriots in the +2.5.
All right, let's go with another noon kickoff for you, 1 p.m. here, which sucks on the East Coast, man, having to wait until 1 p.m. Like tomorrow, having to wait till noon. First world problems, I know. Let's go out to New Orleans. I wish we were really going out to New Orleans, man. I'd be drinking hand grenades, making a fool of myself, having a good old time. But instead, we're here doing a show at 10 p.m. solo. The Niners opened as 7-point favorites. Now they're down to 3. Maybe you were Rip Van Winkling this week or living under a rock and you're like, whoa, what happened? They're playing the Saints. The Saints are expected to suck. Did Drew Brees come back? No, the Niners died, the entire team, except for Christian McCaffrey, the guy that everybody was worried about. Yet, I like the Niners to win, and I like them to cover, and I like them to cover the original number, which was 7. I think Mac Jones is going to ball out. I really do. Let's not forget Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant. Right? And now we're going to find out, dude. Right? Because Brock Purdy got paid. Now we're going to find out because a lot of people were like, oh, anybody could run that offense. It's Kyle Shanahan. But Mac Jones is serviceable. He's one of the better backups, I would say. So give me the Niners here, dude. And I like McCaffrey to get in the end zone too at -165.
Yeah, I bet McCaffrey already to get into the end zone. I got him for 2+ touchdowns this week. I like him. I like him a lot in this game. I think they're going to lean on him a lot. There's no way in God's green earth I'm taking the Saints in any game this year. Just not doing it.
No. Like the 49ers, I don't care how beat up you are, you can't lose to Spencer Rattler, even on the road. And Kellen Moore. That's the thing. Are you taking Kellen Moore or Kyle Shanahan? At the end of the day. And sure, like the Saints can win this game. Crazy things happen in the NFL. Jesus Christ. The Kansas State linebackers are knocking out the quarterback 30 yards, Fafita 30 yards when he gets out of bounds. Yeah, and then he's arguing. Like, what do you think's going to happen, guy? Anyway, let's go back to another noon game. Let's go with the Baltimore Ravens. Big number here. Divisional game and a big number, so I know a lot of people like the dog. I do not. Give me the Ravens at 11.5. I feel like they're going to be pissed off after blowing that game, a 15-point lead with under 5 minutes to go. And it's not only the fact that you blow the 15-point lead to the Buffalo Bills, it's that you blow the 15-point lead after you lost to them last year in the divisional round in a game that you could have won. You lose 27-25 because your stud tight end, Mark Andrews, drops a 2-point conversion. Then he makes that catch 10 out of 10 times. And he doesn't in that game, and you lose. The Browns, I know the defense is going to keep them in some games this year. I just don't think this is the game. As long as Derrick Henry doesn't fumble and Lamar doesn't turn the ball over, they average 10 yards per play against a way better defense in the Buffalo Bills. So, Ravens for me, even at the big number. And they're my survivor pick.
Yeah, so I have a threshold in the NFL, and the threshold is usually 10.5 points that I can't go over because it's just too many points in the NFL. But then the Cleveland Browns went and told Derrick Henry that he was easy to tackle. And I think Derrick Henry was going to run for 1,000 yards this week, and he's going to have 10 touchdowns because he is just going to be a monster against the Cleveland Browns this week after they talk trash. You don't give Superman bulletin board material, and that's what they went and did. I think the Ravens win this one big. I think it is a big spot for them. So I will also give up the 11.5 with the Ravens.
All right, quick college football update. The Arizona Wildcats have 201 total yards of offense. Kansas State, 33. What is going on right now? 3rd and 5, Fafita back to pass across the middle, wide open. This dude just gets lit up. Oh, my God, but he catches it. That's going to be a flag. All right, well, that's a loser, unfortunately. Bad look by me. Yeah. Should have bet Arizona, I guess. Yikes. Anyway, let's move on to the next game because that's what we do here on the ATS Challenge. Let's go out to Dallas where the Cowboys are 5-point favorites over the Giants. And I almost bet the Giants, man, and they were 6-point dogs. And I still think they're a good bet. Russ can't play any worse. I do like that defense. Neighbors should have a nice game after he was yelling at the entire coaching staff. And it's Dallas. Like, with that defense, can you trust them to win by margin? I mean, they traded away Micah Parsons. And I like Kenny Clark, but I don't care what Dan Campbell says. That is not a good move. I think there's a good chance maybe that like the Giants show some quit. Russell Wilson gets benched. We see Jackson Dart. There's too much unknown here. You know what? Never mind. For the ATS Challenge, though, I'm not going to bet the Giants, but for the ATS Challenge, I'll pick the Giants. Yeah.
Okay.
Giants.
All right. I thought you were going the other way there. All right.
No, I can't. I can't
look,
that with
yeah. I watched that offense last week. I don't like the way Russ looked. I think he's done. I thought he was toast before the season. If they had Jackson Dart starting this game, I would have ran with the Giants all day long. I can't do it. I don't like the way Russ looks. I think the Cowboys get to him too much. So I am going to go with the Cowboys minus 5.5.
All right, let's go out to Detroit where the Bears look to bounce back. Wow, up to 6.5 now against the Detroit Lions. I like the Bears, man. Love what I saw in the first half. Hated what I saw in the second half. Caleb Williams missing wide open throws. I like the offensive game plan that Ben Johnson put together. Caleb just, for whatever reason, in the second half, it looked like on some of those dropbacks went rogue. I saw Caleb from last year and Caleb from USC where he was running around like a chicken with his head cut off trying to make a play. You got to stay on time. I don't know what's going on with the accuracy, because that was not the issue at Oklahoma or USC. But when guys are wide open, like you said, Brando, he's either throwing over their heads. It's like he's throwing to George Marison at 7'7" out there, or he's skipping it to their feet. But I think the Bears at least cover. I think Dan Campbell, I don't think Dan Campbell's a very good head coach. I'll be nice. I don't think he's a very good head coach. I eventually think Ben Johnson will be. Bears at least cover, maybe even win outright in Detroit.
Yeah, I got the Bears covering as well. I think 6.5 is a crazy number. I did talk to Chris Emma and Mark Rohde, who both do a great job covering the Bears for the score over here. And they said that this was a problem all through the preseason with Caleb, though. Watching him in practice and all of that, they said that he's been having this problem all summer long. They don't know if it's going to go away or not, but I'm hopeful that it does, and I'm hopeful that this isn't a thing, because if it is, it's a real problem. But I'm gonna take a chance. I like the Bears plus 6.5. It's too much of a point difference for going up against a team they should have beat last year, and then that team's offensive coordinator, who was out of this world, is now the Bears head coach. So I don't know. I like the Bears in this spot plus 6.5 too much.
You know, Ben Johnson has been game planning for this game all summer long, maybe even longer. So yeah, I like the Bears to at least cover. Then again, I like Kansas State to cover tonight, and that is not looking good. We will take a quick break. We got some noon games, 1 p.m. games, early games in the NFL to round out. We'll get to the afternoon games, the primetime games, and wrap up the show on BetMGM tonight here on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Now, yesterday on the show and previewing this game and talking about it, seeing how these two teams match up, I started off saying, hey, you know what? The Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFC. That's what I said. I was wrong. The Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFL. As it stands right now, we've only played, 17 games of the NFL regular season, but I feel pretty comfortable saying the Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFL. They are absolutely loaded, and they can do everything now with Micah Parsons in the fold. Like, this team is ridiculous. Like, can the Packers run the football? Check. Can the Packers throw the ball? Check. Can the Packers stop the run? Have you watched the first couple of games? Check. Can the Packers stop the pass? I don't know. Their pass rush is menacing, and their secondary is actually pretty solid. Like, the Packers check all the boxes that are fundamental to winning in football. Like, did you see that defense last night? My goodness. Like, Micah Parsons is a freaking monster in every single passing situation. And I think I was telling Bill this earlier this morning as we were talking about the show and what we wanted to do. Like, a little bit of me dies on the inside with every single Micah Parsons pressure or sack. Like, this guy should be wearing a star on his helmet. Like, what the hell happened to where all of a sudden now he's with the Green Bay Packers? But you see why Micah Parsons is the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. That dude is the best player every time he steps foot on the field. He's ridiculous. And even when he's not sacking the quarterback, he's out there and you feel his presence. Jaden Daniels definitely felt his presence last night. Never really looked comfortable behind center in the pocket. Like, Micah Parsons is that dude. And I found it pretty funny last night watching a little bit of the post-game show on Amazon Prime. You could hear the Packers fans belting out a chant of "Thank you, Jerry," for trading Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers.
I find the Detroit side so much more challenging than the Bears. I think we can come up with a reason, or I feel like we know more, even though it's a new coach, new play caller on the Bears side. It's the guy that was in Detroit. So you got revenge. Is it a double revenge? Whatever you want to call it. Like, the revenge on both sides. Like, Detroit wants to beat Ben Johnson after he leaves. Ben Johnson wants to beat his old team and show, like, I'm the reason you're going through these struggles. Like, there's a lot of that. You can argue both sides of that. It doesn't really matter to me. They look so bad. But like you mentioned, is it a product of the Packers, or is it what the Lions are now? Everything goes through the run with this team. When this offense in Detroit is humming, it starts with the run game. David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs. Those two guys averaged 2.1 yards per carry last week. You've got to have more success. I question what this offense is going to be. I question OC John Morton. And he's asked this week about the run game struggles. I believe it was yesterday. And his quote to the media is, "It's an easy fix." An easy fix. Again, not in panic mode. Didn't ask if you're panicking. John Morton sounds like he is. Like, he's repeating, well, it's an easy fix. There's some heat on him this week. If his offense does not put up points against this Bears defense in the cozy confines of Ford Field, like, there's going to be a lot of questions asked. Like, maybe it was all Ben Johnson and even Aaron Glenn.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight. Ryan Horvat with you here for, the next 40 minutes. Arizona gets in the end zone. Touchdown. They now lead 16-3 over Kansas State. Not good. All right, we're going to continue our ATS challenge in the NFL because that's what we do here on the show. And if you could tell by the tone of my voice, I did bet Kansas State, and they are getting just destroyed right now. They're getting outgained like 220 yards to like 33. So bad read by me. All right, let's move on. We go out to our next NFL game, though, in our ATS challenge. The New York Jets, who went from being 8.5-point dogs, and I like that number for the Jets at home against the Bills, down to 6.5. The Bills, an emotional comeback win, down 15 with 4 minutes to go or whatever it was, 5 minutes to go against the Baltimore Ravens in a standalone Sunday night game. Now they got to turn around, hit the road, take on the Jets. Now the Jets defense got carved up by Aaron Rodgers. I still think that secondary and Sauce Gardner are a little overrated, but I like what I saw from Justin Fields, man. And I think they're going to be able to run the ball on Buffalo. You know, I think Buffalo's defense is a little overrated, and that's what worries me a little bit about Buffalo. They're my Super Bowl pick in the AFC, mainly because I want it for them and I love Josh Allen. But I don't think their defense is good enough. You know, the Eagles won it last year and were able to dethrone Mahomes because they chased him down with their defensive line. And they had a really good offensive line, the best offensive line in football. I can't say the same right now about the Bills. They had the best one of the best quarterbacks in Josh Allen. I think the Jets either keep this game close or backdoor. So even at the 6.5, my bet would be the Jets. I don't have a bet on this game, but my pick is the Jets. What about you, Brando?
At 8.5, I really, really liked the Jets in this game. At 6.5, I'm going Bills because I do think the Bills can win this one by a touchdown. Look, the Jets, I did like what I saw too from Justin Fields, and he looks like he's going to have a good season if that's the way that he's going to trend. So I do like the Jets, but I'm taking the Bills at 6.5. I would have taken the Jets at 8.5 though.
Yeah, same, dude. You missed the number, though. I'm with you. Bills win that game by 7, and you're like, why the hell am I betting bad numbers? So good on that. I'll pass. Steelers, 3-point favorites over Seattle. I like the Steelers. I think the Steelers are for real. And the defense didn't even play very good week 1. They had to win in shootout fashion. When's the last time you said that about the Steelers? It was when Roethlisberger was in the prime of his career, which wasn't even the last 2 years that he was behind center for them. I like Tomlin. I like that defense. I think they bounce back. And I like Seattle's defense too. I just don't know that Mike McDonald's the head coach. He might just be a defensive coordinator. It's too early to tell. And Sam Darnold, now that he doesn't have Kevin O'Connell, hate to say it, man, I think he goes back to being Sam Darnold. Give me the Pittsburgh Steelers here at home, -3.
Yeah, I like the Steelers -3 as well. I like, what I saw. You know who I really liked with Aaron Rodgers was Calvin Austin. I think Calvin Austin and Aaron Rodgers have something, and I think that he's looking at him like his, Jordy Nelson type wide receiver. So I was high there. I went and spent some draft capital on Calvin Austin this week too to get him on my team. So I really like that look, and I don't think the Seahawks are very good. I don't believe in Sam Darnold when he's not with Kevin O'Connell. So Steelers -3.
Yeah, I think that's a good call, dude. And yeah, I mean, that was one of my best bets last week was Calvin Austin over 2.5 receptions. Rodgers has been talking him up. And when he does that, he's not BSing you. Obviously, that dude, he might be a weirdo, but he does not BS you. He's going to tell you what he's feeling and what he's thinking for the better or the worse. And when it comes to when he's talking about players, take notes, man, because 2.5 receptions, that was a steal. I don't know what it is this week, but I will probably be betting it on Sunday once I get some money back, hopefully, in college football. Although, what a terrible start with Kansas State down 17-3. They need a score here, or I may have to turn this game off immediately. All right, let's get back into the ATS NFL Challenge, though, which is the task at hand. And we move on to the next game, which we have one more early game. The Tennessee Titans, 5.5-point dogs at home against the Rams, total 41.5. You know I got to do it. I did it all last year with Will Levis. I got to do it again here. Rams win, but Titans cover. I think Cam Ward down the stretch is obviously going to get better. He's a rookie right now. But also the Titans, not a terrible football team. Last year they won a lot of box scores. They just lost a lot of games because Will Levis was an idiot with the football in the second half. I don't think Cam Ward is going to protect the ball. So I'll actually take the Titans to cover. I feel like the Rams, everybody feels like they're a slam dunk here. I don't. Give me Tennessee at home.
Yeah, I feel like the Rams are a slam dunk. I liked what I saw from that Rams defense. They looked really, really good. And going up against a bad offensive line and a rookie quarterback, I like this team to win by 7 to 10 points. So I'm going to take the Rams minus 5.5. They're too solid defensively for Cam Ward to keep this one close.
Speaking of solid defensively, I am going to fade another defense that is very, very good. Maybe the best defense in the league. I like the Indianapolis Colts. Right now, you could get them +2, -112. That's where I bet them. Total in the game, 43.5. I think the Colts win this game outright. Bo Nix struggles when he's pressured. The Colts dialed up the blitz at a top 5 rate. Bo Nix, 4 turnover-worthy plays, 2 interceptions. The Colts, 3 takeaways last year. I like their new DC, Lou Anarumo. And Daniel Jones might not be very good, but he looks pretty good in that offense, running a bunch of RPO stuff. They did that more than any other team week 1. Shane Steichen, a very smart offensive-minded coach. He's so smart that he said, hey, Anthony Richardson, even though the organization wants you to be the quarterback of the future, you can't throw the football, son. So sit on the sidelines and hold that clipboard. Colts win this game outright against the Broncos because Bo Nix is a fraud.
Yeah, see, I'm a little bit more of a believer. Like, I'm not as high on Bo Nix as everybody else is, but I do like Bo Nix. And I like what Sean Payton had to say after the game last week, where he put a lot of the blame on himself. He play calling, got to be better, put Bo Nix in better situations. And I trust Sean Payton to figure that out and get that straight. I think that they can go and beat Indianapolis. I think Indianapolis got that win because they were up against a dumpster fire in the Miami Dolphins. So I think that it's probably a closer game, maybe a 3-point to 4-point game, but a 1.5, I'll take the Denver Broncos and their defense.
All right, let's move on to the other afternoon games and the head-to-head here. Let's go to Arizona. The Cardinals laying 6.5 against your Panthers, Brando. Total 44.5. How about this? It's our teams going against each other. So I have to take Arizona. I have them over 8.5 wins, making the playoffs. I don't think you love the bet. I think the defense is going to be much improved this year, especially when they finally get Walter Nolan back, their first-round draft pick. And I like what I saw from Kyler enough that they're going to beat up on this Carolina defense. Carolina's defense is going to be outside the top 30 in like every metric. Run defense, pass rush. And Arizona's offense, I think, is for real. I love Marvin Harrison to have 60 yards in this game, which is +115. I'll go Arizona. I'm not going to force this pick upon you, but you did like Carolina. I'll allow you to walk that back. Are you out on the Panthers beginning this week against the Cardinals?
I'm not out on the Panthers, but with Bryce Young, just like with Caleb Williams, I'm a little nervous as to what I saw in week 1. I need to see a whole lot more growth. See the Bryce Young that we saw in the second half of last season, or at least the last 5 weeks of last season, right? So I need to see more of that. I like Ted McMillan. I like the fact that he was targeted, I think, 9 to 10 times last week. I'm not a believer in the Cardinals, man. And I think the Cardinals might win this one outright, but I would still even lean Panthers money line here. So I'm going to take the Panthers, and I'm going to take the points +6.5.
All right, Super Bowl rematch out in Kansas City. Chiefs 1.5-point dogs, so pretty much a pick, but the Chiefs are technically underdogs, which is rare. Total in the game, 46.5. If you're watching on the stream, sorry, I had to stretch my back. I'm getting old, and this is a 4-hour show. This is hour 20 of the week. And we got another one to go. Tomorrow morning, baby, bright and early, 9 a.m. Tell a friend's friend, the tailgate kickoff. If you like college football and you're watching any other show at 9 a.m. on a Saturday morning other than game day, you're an idiot. That's a great promo. We should cut that one. Anyway, Kansas City wins this game. I don't think they start 0-2. Not a huge bet for me, but I did bet Kansas City, man. Now, who the hell is Mahomes throwing the ball to? Hollywood Brown, I guess. The corpse of Travis Kelce. What's funny is I loved the Eagles so much last year, and I won so much money off them. You think I would just run it back here? Because not much has changed. Their D-line should still be really good when their best player isn't spitting in the face of others. And I still have some concerns about the Chiefs' O-line and now their skill position players, but give me the Chiefs here. What about you?
Yeah, I'm going with the Super Bowl champs. I think that they run it back. I think that they beat down a very depleted Kansas City Chiefs offense. They focus in on Pacheco and they focus in on Travis Kelce, and they make everybody else beat them. And I would never put my money down if I know that Hollywood Brown is the guy that has to beat me. There is no way that I would ever do that, even with Patrick Mahomes throwing him the ball. And when you get Patrick Mahomes plus points, normally you take it. Not in this game, not against this defense. Give me the Eagles. I think the Eagles rolled on Sunday.
All right, let's go to Minnesota on Sunday night. The Vikings, 3.5-point favorites over Atlanta. I like Atlanta to bounce back. It was an unfortunate event that took place on during Week 1 against Tampa because they outgained them by almost 200 yards and still lost the football game in typical Atlanta Falcon fashion. But I like what I saw from Michael Penix, man. I think the defense is only going to continue to get better as the young players, especially the two young pass rushers that they drafted, Jalen Walker and James Pierce Jr., continue to get game reps. I will take Atlanta. Minnesota obviously wins that game outright against Chicago, but the first half didn't look very good. JJ played better. I feel like that was more just a collapse by the Bears in Ben Johnson's first game as a head coach, and Caleb not being able to hit any of his targets in the second half, going rogue in the offense. Give me Atlanta here. I think they win outright. So to catch 3.5 is very nice. That said, Minnesota is one of the toughest places to play. I hate that stupid skull chant so much as a Green Bay Packer fan, but I do like this bet here. Give me Atlanta. There it is.
I hate it too. Go Falcons. I'm taking the Falcons. I'm taking the 3.5 points. I think that they keep this one close. They might win this one outright. You might be right. But I just don't trust that the Vikings are going to run away on anybody this year. I think they lose that game on Monday night if the Bears have 3 healthy cornerbacks. So for me, I'm not there with the Vikings. I'll take the Falcons plus 3.5 points.
All right, we got 2 Monday night games. And, I don't mind the 2. So I always say, I hate the 2 Monday night games. I don't like when they do the Monday night games where they're out at the same time. Now, I would love that if I were a regular human being and I didn't have to work at 7 p.m. at night and I could watch the game and just have my 4 TV set up and just watch the 2 games. But while trying to do a show and watch one game is tough enough. So I don't love it, even for content purposes, because I'm an actual football fan that likes to watch the games, not just talk about bets. But anyway, I digress. Let's go out to Houston, where the Texans are 2.5-point favorites over the Buccaneers. Total in the game is 42.5. This is a tough one, man. I will go with Houston, but they better figure out a way to protect C.J. Stroud. Hopefully Nick Chubb could get the legs going here. I like their pass rush, though, for the Texans, man. I know they lost week 1 to the Rams, but Rams are a good football team. I like Will Anderson. I like Danielle Hunter. And I like Houston here at home. I'll take the Texans. I mean, I'm not going to bet them, but for this sake.
Yeah, this is a tough one for me because I like the Texans a lot this year, too. Yeah. But with this offense and with Baker Mayfield and how good Egbuka looked in week 1, if I'm getting points, I'm getting 2.5 points with that offense. I'm going to take them. So give me the Buccaneers plus 2.5 here.
All right, let's go out to Vegas, I wish, where the Raiders are catching 3.5, totals 46.5. This just seems like too easy just to take the Chargers because they look so good and they beat the Chiefs. I'll take the Raiders at home. I think the Raiders might mess around and win this game. I think the Raiders are going to be good this year, man. Like I've said all summer, Pete Carroll didn't leave the golf course pushing 80 years old to come back and win 5-6 games. Geno looked really good week 1 against the Patriots, who everybody loves this year. I know Bowers is out, which sucks, but I like Michael Mayer, man. And I think Genty will have a solid game as well. Give me the Raiders to at least cover 3.5. What about you?
Yeah, I'm on the Chargers in this one. I'm on the Chargers to win the AFC West. I said that at the beginning of the year. I didn't think that the Chiefs were going to win it. I think that the Chargers are going to win it, and I think that the Chargers are the better team in this one. I also think that they're the better coach team in this one.
Yeah, I really like the Chargers too, dude. I think that you should think higher if you like them. I think you should look at a Super Bowl future, at least an AFC future. I feel good about them. Herbert looked like he was on a freaking mission week 1. And I think I know that that's a divisional rival and they hadn't beat them. Herbert had never beat them, but I think he's going to get up for every game like that. Their defense is good. And look what Harbaugh did year 2 in San Francisco. I know that was years ago, but guy's a winner. Won a national title a couple of years ago. Granted, they cheated, right? Counter Stallions. And hey, they're paying for it
Who
now.
cares?
Their coach, Sherrod Moore, ain't even going to be out. You know what's effing crazy? I almost swore because it's 10:36 on a Friday here. Is that Sherrod Moore coached last week against Oklahoma. Go figure, though, this week they're playing St. Mary Nativity. And they're 27.5-point favorites, and he's suspended for that one. God, I love this sport. All right, we'll wrap up the show, actually, with some college football big game breakdowns that I'm going to talk about. Give you a little sneak peek of what we're going to do tomorrow morning so you can tell a friend's friend about the tailgate kickoff. We wrap up BetMGM tonight, next, and I'm going to put my head through a screen because Kansas State sucks.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Florida, Arkansas, Vandy, K-State. Those are your 4 college. Anything that we're missing?
Yeah, of course. You guys can't wait to talk about this one. We just talked about UConn and how they lost that Syracuse game up 17-6. I got it on my laptop because it's on plus because it's nobody cares about the game except for us. And here I am saying, okay, all right, well that hurts. The money line was so close yet so far away. Slams laptop shut. Watching KU, Kentucky, got West Virginia, Ohio on. I got the Gators on the 4 box. Everything's going good, and I get a text. We're going to overtime. I'm like, no. Wait, why are we going to overtime? Why are we going to overtime? I've got plus 6.5. I didn't get the 7. You know what happened after that. I think UConn loses this game twice. How do you leave the Carrier Dome losing that game in that fashion? So much so that Fran Brown made his own team run laps and do agility drills after the game. He was so mad at them. How do you get up for Delaware, an FCS school? You're laying 10 points here on the road. I think this is such a flat spot. I'm not saying Delaware is going to win the game, but how does UConn get up here? I think that they have a chance to at least not cover based on their results there in Syracuse.
All right. I'm going to start in the Meadowlands. Here we go. Jets plus 6.5 hosting the Bills. I know. You're listening to this, you're like, dude, going with the Jets. But doesn't this feel like a good sell high spot on Buffalo? There just has to be a natural letdown after that incredible comeback win against the Ravens. That's what it feels like to me. And also, the Jets were competitive last week. They covered the number against the Steelers. They were in that game. Justin Fields got the ball back with 56 seconds to play and had a chance to win. It didn't happen. But I think the Jets have enough skill players on offense, be it Breece Hall, be it Garrett Wilson. And Justin Fields is a decent quarterback. They have enough skill players on offense to give the Bills trouble because what do we see from Buffalo in that game against the Ravens? Still some issues on defense. And also the Jets put up 32 points last week against a very good Steelers defense. Again, divisional dog at home. Always love these games. And I feel like this line is a little bit inflated based on what we saw from Buffalo last week. So let's go Jets plus 6.5 in the Meadowlands.
Minnesota at home against Atlanta. Atlanta kind of feels like a trendy dog. We were talking about dogs earlier. I have a feeling, wink, wink, the books are going to need Minnesota here. Just be careful going against this kid in that defense. Be careful.
See, I didn't know they were a trendy dog. I want to see if that's actually the case. Yeah. Okay. I thought maybe it was just us like seeing the upside. I thought both quarterbacks looked good in some big spots in week number 1. Neither of them have much experience, but I thought they both came through. I want to see what happens with that number. But you're right, the number has come down a little bit. As far as a look ahead, that's interesting. So you have this great Monday night comeback on the Minnesota side, and the number comes down a little bit, favoring Atlanta. People liked what they saw out of Penix. Interesting.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark. Ryan Horvat with you here. Final segment of the night. Right now in live sports, you got Mike Trout trying to become the first Angel to hit 400 homers. Arizona just kicked a 62-yarder, which had the distance, but goes wide left. They have a 17-3 lead over Kansas State, which to me is a bit of a surprise as we enter the half. Like I said, it's BetMGM Tonight, which you could listen to live anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. You could also, if you miss the first 3.5 hours of the show, download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcast. We're going to talk a little college football. We talked a whole bunch of NFL tonight. So like I said, you can find the podcast picks for every single game, player props, and a bunch of other fun little tidbits as well. But tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., we're back at it with the tailgate to kickoff here on the BetMGM Network. Solo hour again for me, and we're going to be talking about a lot of these games, but I wanted to look at some of the bigger ones. Now, this isn't one of the bigger games, but I do like Northwestern tomorrow. Not to win outright, you would be a lunatic to think that they have any chance to actually beat Oregon. But it is 28.5 point dogs. I think they could keep this game within that number at least. And I really like Oregon, man. I feel like we might be sleeping on Oregon. So far, Dante Moore, there's been no drop-off from Dylan Gabriel to Dante Moore. 6 touchdown passes, 0 picks. If you watched that game last week, Oregon could have scored 100 points if they wanted on Oklahoma State. But now they have to travel to Ryan Field in Evanston, Illinois. And I hate to say it, because I did cover the team for a couple of years, but maybe the most boring atmosphere in all of college football, like nobody cares. And it's an early, sleepy start for the Ducks here, 11 a.m. kickoff in Evanston. And Oregon has Penn State on deck. And Penn State is on a bye right now. So does Oregon want to show anything? Do they want to risk fatigue, injury? I don't think so. I think this is the get in, get out special for the Ducks. So I don't know. Maybe you wait. Oregon goes up 21-0 in the first quarter, which they're capable of doing, especially if Preston Stone throws 3 picks, like when I bet them week 1, Northwestern, that is. And you get them at a better number, but I grabbed the 28.5. I think Northwestern can keep this within the number. Clemson, Georgia Tech's an interesting one because this game's got bet all the way down to 3. I'm going to buy low on Clemson. Big chance that I'm an idiot and I lose money here, but I know they lost to LSU week 1, but I like LSU this year. They were trailing Troy at the half, which is never good. In fact, they only win that game 27-16. They trailed by 13 at the half, and their offensive line just can't get it right now. Their running backs the last couple of years have been solid. This year, their offensive line, we don't even know if the backs are any good because the offensive line is getting absolutely no push. They're 103rd right now in college football, and they're really struggling to pick up these blitz packages. They're really struggling in pass protection. And that's why Cade Klubnik has struggled. A lot of people thought there was a good chance that he could be a top 5 pick. Right now, the numbers aren't very good because he's under constant pressure. And the run blocking percentage hasn't been much better for Clemson. It's 18.6%. And now they're going against Georgia Tech, and their defensive line has been very good, man. Jordan Vanderberg has an 84.2 run defense grade. They got some other guys. Efford, who has a 78.1 run defense grade. So I get why people like Georgia Tech, but Clemson was plus 110 to win the ACC. They were only 15-1 to win the whole thing, the college football playoff. I'll buy low here. And also, how healthy is Georgia Tech starting quarterback, Haynes King? He didn't even play in their win over Gardner-Webb, which makes sense because it's Gardner-Webb. A lot of you out there probably don't even know that they have a football team, and they still won that game 59-12 without him. But also, if he has a nagging, whatever that means, lower body injury, we know what nagging means, but lower body, that's all that we know about the injury. We don't know what it is. Is it a leg? Is it a foot? What is it? But if he has a lower body injury and he's going against this Clemson defense, is he going to be able to use his legs? That's what he does. I mean, 20 carries, 156 yards, 3 touchdowns against Buffalo. Against Colorado. I don't know. The other game that I want to talk about before we get out of here tonight, I ended up betting Alabama. I wanted to make the case for Wisconsin to keep this game close because they do have a top 60 rushing offense as of right now, and that's a 2-game sample size, and they've played Middle Tennessee and Jesus, I don't even remember who else they played. But I can't bet them against Alabama. Alabama's at home in this game, and Alabama is starting to figure some things out. Granted, they played UL Monroe, but Ty Simpson looked much better. So I laid the 20.5 with Alabama here. Georgia, Tennessee, that's the game of the day. Georgia comes in number 6 in the country. Tennessee number 15. 3:30 p.m. kickoff on ABC. The SEC opener for both of these teams. They're both 2-0. A lot of people are down right now on Georgia because they're not winning these games with style points. They never do. Like, that's not Kirby's thing. Kirby's not out there to score 70 points. He's not Lane Kiffin. But if you look at the box score, it hasn't been all that impressive, and they haven't really played anybody. Austin P. and Marshall. Meanwhile, Tennessee, they beat East Tennessee State, but they also beat Syracuse, who did win 9 games last year, but this isn't a very good Syracuse team. The matchup you got to watch when you watch this game is going to be Gunnar Stockton going against Tennessee. Because if you look at Tennessee's 3 losses last year, all 3 games they got carved up in the secondary. Arkansas beat them, Ohio State beat them, and Georgia beat them. And those were their 3 lowest team coverage grades of the season. But is Gunnar Stockton capable of pushing the ball down the field? That's what we don't know yet. He hasn't really had to do so. He's had 141 career pass attempts, and his average depth of target, his ADOT, is 6.4 yards. So I don't know if he could throw the deep ball, but if he could hit the throws against Tennessee's secondary, because they have a very good pass rush, he's going to have some time, but if he can make the throws down the field, I think there's a good chance they win this game by at least 7 points. I'm not sold on Tennessee. They had a weird offseason, obviously. They lose Nico Imaliava. They bring in UCLA starting quarterback. We'll see what happens here. I like Georgia. Kirby owns Tennessee, owns Heupel, 6-0 against the number, so I think that continues tomorrow. I did bet Temple catching 24 against Oklahoma, but this has been bet all the way down to 21.5. The reason being, Oklahoma's coming off a big win, a marquee win over Michigan at home. Now they have to travel to take on Temple, who's actually decent. Their quarterback, Evan Simon, has a 77% completion percentage, 9 touchdowns, no picks. So I don't know if they're going to turn the ball over. Granted, that was against UMass and Howard, but I don't know. I could see this being a sleepy spot for Oklahoma. But if they do take care of business, I'm fine with that because I got John Mateer to win the Heisman. And right now that looks pretty good because we bet that 25-1, and that is down to 10-1. He's actually one of the favorites. I like Pitt, but this number's gotten out of control. I bet this at 4. It's up to 7.5 right now. 3:30 p.m. kickoff tomorrow. It's the final backyard brawl for a couple years, which sucks. It's going to be the 108th meeting in the backyard brawl, which is one of the better rivalries in all of college football. They played each other every season going back from 1944 to 2011. And then Pitt left the Big East for the ACC, and West Virginia left for the Big 12. They didn't play for 11 years. Now they have for the last 3 years, but because college football has changed and it's all about money, they're not going to play now for a while. So it's the last time we get it. I like Pitt because I like this Pitt team. I bet the win total over. Their quarterback, Eli Holstein, though, has to be better in this game. He's been solid as a dual threat guy, but he's only got a 66.6 passing grade, which if you look right now is 80th in the country. So he needs to be better because they've only played Duquesne and Central Michigan. this is a step up in class, even if it's against a Western Virginia team that just lost last week to Ohio. West Virginia's run defense looks pretty good, and that's the strength of Pitt's offense. Their running back, Desmond Reed's one of the best in the ACC, maybe the best in the ACC. He's going to be a stud on Sundays next year. But if you go back to that game last year, he only had 26 rushing yards on 2.4 yards per carry. So hopefully they could get the ground game going, or Eli Holstein does hit some throws, because that's where you could take advantage of West Virginia. You can't really run on them, but you could throw the ball on them. They're only 87th right now in their coverage grade, and they have or had the fifth worst coverage grade in the country last season. So I do like Pitt in that game, even at a bigger number, but 7.5 is getting a little out of control. And then before we get out of here tonight, my favorite bet, hate to do it because South Florida has made me so much money the first 2 weeks of the season, but here's where we got to sell. We buy in on Miami now. 17.5 point favorites. I just don't know how South Florida could get the ground game going. If Notre Dame couldn't, with one of the better running backs in the country and Jeremiah Love and Price, I mean, Reuben Bain has been a stud for Miami. 6 tackles in that game, had a sack, had a tackle for a loss, had an interception. So I think this is where South Florida's impressive resume comes to an end, and I think Miami wins this game by at least 21 points. I feel like South Florida is going to be the underdog that everybody likes this week with some fleas. So I think that their nice little 2-0 season, unfortunately, does come to an end. We'll have more best bets coming up in a couple hours here on the BetMGM network when I'm back on the airwaves at 9 a.m. with the tailgate kickoff. But there's a couple of the best bets that I do like. Before we get out of here, let's look at what's going on in sports right now. Some live scores if you're looking to get a bet or two in. In baseball, the White Sox losing out in Cleveland to the Guardians 3-0. In Minnesota, the Diamondbacks up 8-6 in the top of the 9th. Out in San Diego, the Rockies up 4-1. The A's, I almost said in Oakland. They don't play in Oakland right now. The A's, though, are up 1-0 on the Reds. Like I said, Mike Trout, trying to become the first Angel with 400 career homers. Despite all the injuries, man, he's had a hell of a career. Scoreless right now with Seattle. That game's in the bottom of the 3rd. And San Francisco up right now 1-0 on the Dodgers. Cubs win earlier 6-4 against the Rays in comeback fashion, which was nice. And another thing that happened in Major League Baseball, we've talked a lot of football tonight. Aaron Judge passed Joe DiMaggio for the 4th most homers in Yankee history, which is insane, man. So one game after he homered twice to tie him with Donald Trump at Yankee Stadium, by the way, honoring the September 11th attacks, or to, celebrate, or not celebrate, obviously, but for the anniversary, Judge hits a 468-yard shot. They beat Boston 4-1, and he ties Joe DiMaggio. So impressive, obviously, for Aaron Judge, who is still in the prime of his career and is already doing some impressive stuff. We're back on Monday. I'm back tomorrow morning here on the BetMGM network. Again, go back if you missed anything from throughout the week. Find the podcast, BetMGM Tonight.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the target share god and C.D. Lamb. I'm going to go him over his receiving prop of 78.5. Receiving yards for -115 over at BetMGM. banking on the fact that the Cowboys have been really good at home. And CeeDee Lamb is coming off a game in which he had some really bad drops. He still stacked the stat sheet, had 110 yards receiving against the Eagles. I think he gets a better matchup against the Giants, who are not nearly as difficult of a matchup. They just gave up this number, I believe, to Deebo Samuel in the first game of the season. Maybe Deebo had 77, but still right on this number. So when it goes to target share, these are the guys that I like to back because the opportunity will always be there. Even if he has some drops, he's still going to get a ton of targets. He had 13 targets in the first game. Him and Dak have a good connection that I don't see falling by the wayside. I don't know if you saw the viral video of him practicing on his day off, catching balls, but he is motivated to right the wrongs that happened in that game against the Eagles. So I'm going to go with CeeDee Lamb to have a big game against the Giants. Let's go over 78.5 receiving yards for -115.
Look, Florida's my favorite. I know I gave them out last week. I said, here is a great spot. This is a talented team. I gave you the reasons why I thought Billy Napier had that game circled. I'm hoping they were looking ahead to this one. And the only reason why I'm going back to the well with Florida is because I don't trust West Virginia to win the game outright. I was trying to make a case for them. I circled this one in July, and I guarantee the Gators did too. I'm curious to see how they're going to respond after getting punched in the mouth by their little brother there from Tampa. But this LSU team has gotten way too much love to start the season. We can look at the Clemson game and say what happened. Sure, Clemson almost lost that LSU game twice. They came out flat versus Troy. They ended up getting the win. I don't know. This Florida defense, I think, is the best part of this team. DJ Lagway getting lots of, we'll call them rumors swirling that maybe he wasn't 100%. I'm going to go with that. I took Florida plus the 7.5. I sprinkled Florida on the money line.